Street to wanna go. Let it fucking move. It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving to is will lead to your demise. You are losing yourself, falling into a voice. I'm watching you die when my hands are fully tied. But how could I make you see through my eyes? I can make you see through my eyes. There's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your eyes. There's something inside us that's prone to demise. Saying the words, you shouldn't let it all. But turning into what you say, you would never become. If I can make you see through my bleeding eyes, you can see all your lies, running everything. With the back against the wall, body folded and scuffed. We're forced to forget what we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered? But what you set out to be, all defeated by this disease. Perished by this disease. But if you choose the right means to carry on, pursue a plan to create a new beginning, you can still say what's left of you.
Got back from the club with a baddie or two. She was looking in my eyes cause she wanted back and they might have got the loot. Cops all the beds, now I'm about to buy a chain. If the Cubans talking to me, I might get up from my lane. Just a black while we spinning so we never feel the shame. Gotta light up when we do it so we don't gotta feel the pain. Been around, burn out, flow it to the penthouse. Shotty's going crazy, then they quiet like a church mouse. Land up with the customs, then we never get to get it out.
Hello and welcome to the Spotlight series Secrets of Strixhaven here in London. I'm Maria, your host for today and this weekend, joined by Simon Nilsson. Hello, Simon.
Hello, I'm Simon Nilsson, coming here into London for this Spotlight series, Spotlight series Secrets.
Secrets.
Ooh,
Yes,
very, very mysterious.
exactly. So this tournament, it's an open tournament. Anyone could join. Pretty amazing. So we have total of 605 people today, battling for amazing prizes
Yeah,
of total of $50,000 total. This is amazing.
that's a big total prize pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm certainly happy to see players meeting up here. As you see the prize pool right here, the prizes go down to 64th place,
Right.
and with the winner getting
Impressive.
$10,000.
Amazing. And also top 8 gets a Pro Tour invite. So next Pro Tour, Marvel Superheroes.
Yes, in Amsterdam. That's also up for grabs, and I think that is part of the reason why a lot of these people come down here. This is the type of tournament. It's like seems fairly realistic that you can come down and make top 8, and if you do, that's a direct invite to the Pro Tour alongside all that sweet cash.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. So yeah, direct Pro Tour path. So how cool is that? And also look at this beauty. So the winner gets to take this Black Lotus style trophy home. So Great. Today we have 9 rounds. 9 rounds of Swiss. So 18 points advance to day 2, where we have 6 Swiss rounds with single elimination to top and single elimination in top 8.
Yeah, exactly. The 18 points or more, that is going 6-3 essentially. So at the 4th loss, players are eliminated and do not get to pass to the second day. And of course, playing on day 2, that's all these people want when they show up today. And battling out in 9 grueling rounds of Swish, that's a lot of magic. And these tournaments are also a bit of a test of endurance, would you say?
Of course. It's like a marathon, right?
Yes.
So you, Simon, well, of course, you've played a lot of high-level, like top-level tournaments, and you are the winner of Spotlight Avatar, right?
Yes, Spotlight Avatar in Lyon. Yeah, so that sweet $10,000, I did get to experience that myself. And also get a unique trophy for that. That's something that's really cool about these Spotlight series, is that also the trophy changes every time. This time we have the Black Lotus trophy that's very similar to the Pro Tour one.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
this
just
is almost like
a tad smaller than the one that Nathan Stoyer just won last weekend at the Pro Tour.
Yes. So we haven't talked about the format. So the format is standard. And this is the first big tournament post-Pro Tour. So what would you say about it? How do you think it's going to affect, like the Pro Tour, how it's going to affect this particular tournament?
Yeah, for these post-Pro Tour events, they're quite dominated by what has happened at the big event last weekend. For those who don't know, the Pro Tour is where the best players in the world gather and work in teams in secret to break the format. And so people show up to the Pro Tour and we see what happens when all their ideas come out to play. And essentially the tournaments that happen after the Pro Tour are the ones that shape the standard format to come. Because at the Pro Tour, well, everyone else works in a bubble. They don't know,
Exactly,
they work in their own idea of what the metagame is. But then once you actually see all the ideas, now these players can try these ideas for themselves or choose to react to what happened.
Right, exactly.
For example, Landfall was very dominating at the Pro Tour. We'll see if people chose to take up Landfall or decide to defeat it. And if we, see last standard format where the Pro Tour was, it was won by the blue-black Excruciator deck.
Exactly.
And was dominated by Cobb and such. But in the actual standard format to follow, it was Prowess and Landfall that came up to become major decks in the format. So the Pro Tour doesn't tell the full story of what the format is actually about, and it's these tournaments like the Spotlight Series that will shape that for the regional championships to come.
That's a very good point, Simon. Also, Pro Tour, of course, as the Spotlight, has new set of Magic the Gathering, Secrets of Strix Heaven in it. So we get to play with new cards. So Pro Tour was like the first
exactly.
like a pro level tournament. Now we do have more lower, let's say lower level, more public event, but still very competitive. Again, we've talked about how it is a direct path to the Pro Tour. So here, if you're playing a Spotlight, you can play with Simon at the next Pro Tour.
Exactly. That's I'm actually not qualified for the next Pro Tour, so that's a nice
Not yet. But maybe after,
Maybe later.
Maybe later. No, but that's amazing. Of course, new cards, they're going to shape the format. And yeah, I'm very curious to see the metagame, which we're going to talk later with Frank, obviously. But Spotlight, could you tell us more about your experience then? So what would you recommend probably to the people who are playing this kind of event?
Yeah, so the really cool thing about these is that you can't just show up and play. And there's not you don't need to win a tournament beforehand to get here. And I think that means that you can also choose to engage with it how you want. There's no pressure to prepare a bunch. But if you want to do well, it's a great time to try and test your skill at actually preparing for a big tournament and making sure that whatever deck you play, you know it well. Because in these open tournaments, people are bringing a lot of different decks. And you may not play, even if you build your deck to be the best possible against Landfall, you may not meet Landfall in the first, most of the rounds. And the same thing goes for prowess or whatever other deck you want to target. So it's very important that you know how your deck works in all of the fringe matchups as well, because there'll be plenty of those for you to meet. And that means that usually a Spotlight tournament experience includes more variety than one of the higher level events where people had to qualify to get in.
Exactly. So you think that piloting your deck is more important than metagaming, or if you can probably do both, it's the best?
I mean, ideally, you play the best deck in the room to the best level. And figuring out what the best deck is, it's not necessarily the most popular deck. So that's a challenge in itself. And it's always a bit of a balance when you prepare. How much time do you spend figuring out what the best deck is? And how much time do you spend trying to learn your deck and tune it?
All right. Well, take this advice from the pro. I mean, even though you're off the pro tour right now, I mean, I'm sure, and we all sure that you're going to be back. And now we actually have a fantasy draft coming in. We can talk about those picks, shall we?
Yeah, so yesterday all the casters met up and picked, drafted 5 players each from the roster of competitors in this event. It gives us a great opportunity to talk about, all the fine players in this tournament. We see especially Arne and Martin here with the first picks of Piotr Kogowski, aka Canister, the well-known streamer and Polish super pro, and Stefan Schütz, who just came off a Pro Tour top 8 last weekend in Las Vegas. Battling here this time as well. I picked Andrei Strashki, you picked Masaya Hoshino, one of the new up-and-comers.
Well, yeah, Masaya Hoshino, aka Myra, on social media, you probably know of him. So, I got to represent Team Worldly Council, have a play, and Masaya is a European crew team leader. So, I had to pick him, I had to support, and Team Worldly Council is all about that, is all about camaraderie, is all about team support, and here we have it. Also, Myra is a very, very good player, and I hope that he will do well.
I see, yeah, actually all your players are from World Council?
Almost, yeah.
All right, that's a very team-focused pick. So we'll see how the World Council, they're coming together from, as the name implies, all over the globe to prepare for these tournaments. Yeah, we'll see how this
yes.
out for
I'm rooting for the guys, of course, for the team. And tell us about your first pick and about your other picks,
Yeah, so I started with Andrei Strashki, former Pro Tour champion, who has recently come back into the game and has played a lot of Standard, has been playing Lessons, which is a deck that I predict is going to be well positioned for this weekend. So we'll see how that turns out. We'll see how Strashki can do, coming out of, post-retirement, essentially.
I thought it was a meme,
I, of course, also always have to pick my boy, Oscar Christensen, who I saw got paired into Alexei Polov, previous Spotlight winner in round 2 already. So that was a bit of a challenge. And then you may not know who Wojciech Kowalczyk is. Maybe if you follow Magic Online, you know who Shirk is. Maybe you don't. But Wojciech is someone who recently won one of the big Magic Online tournaments, just 2 weeks ago, the Standard Showcase qualifier. And that's a tournament with that you have to qualify for on Magic Online to even get to play, and found a very specific build of landfall to break that format. And then we have Alexander McIsaac, previous Spotlight winner from Canada, coming all the way over from Montreal to play here in London.
Incredible.
And then Louis Del Tour, another name who used to crush at the Grand Prix circuit and coming back into the game now.
Yeah, gotta say that Magic Online is a very tough field.
Yes.
So some of the toughest grinders are over there, so win this kind of tournament is a big deal on Magic Online. And also, we kind of missed Andrea, but Andrea's picks are very close to mine. Andrea picked Pierre Lipsch and Ben Jones, who are also Team Worldly Council right now.
I see.
So me and Mangu, we are on the same side.
Oh, you're fighting for the same picks, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pierre Lipsch is a good one to highlight here. Had 2 regional championships in a row, was undefeated on day 1. That is very hard to do.
Absolutely.
And Pierre is certainly someone to look out for, top 8ing both of these last regional championship events.
Exactly. And Ben Jones, he just played the Pro Tour. So what can you tell about other names maybe that you recognize, that you have some interesting stories to tell about?
Yeah, I think we can look over at Arne's picks here. So we do have two of the people who have like had multiple Pro Tour top 8s, but recently fell off the Pro Tour circuit. So that's Jean Goddard and Marcio Cavallo. These people are gonna be cutthroat looking for that invite here. So they're going to be out there like really battling for like their chance to get back on the Pro Tour. And we also have two people who have like some like, much more like before my time German crushers, Edgar Baumler and Martin Zimmermann, who have come out here to London to try their hand at Magic once again. And Arne is, betting on these old German pros.
Impressive. Also like Team Germany.
Yeah,
right?
indeed.
Great. So here are our picks. You know what? There is not the main event, or I mean, not only you can play the main event at the Spotlight Series, here you have a bunch of side events as well.
Yeah.
So of course, now that the main event started, you cannot join unfortunately, but see you next time in Brussels, hopefully. And the side events, there are a lot of them going on. Competitive events, you can try gauntlet sessions, you can try to qualify for the regional championship. There is also a very exciting limited championship qualifier going on Sunday. So those who cannot make day 2 today, for example, they can join and play tomorrow. Or maybe you just watch this and get inspired to come tomorrow to play in London.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you're nearby, do know that tomorrow on Sunday there is a sealed tournament where you play, you play like 7, 8 rounds, and then the top 32 gets cut away and get to do 4 drafts. Like, so it's not each, but but you can split top 32 into 4 draft pods of 8, and the winner of each draft pod gets to go to the limited championship, which is the big all limited Pro Tour of 2027. So this is a big deal. Like, it's the first time in aeons that we've had a all limited Pro Tour, but that is happening. It has the prize pool similar to a Pro Tour, the prestige similar to a Pro Tour. It's really hard to qualify for these, except if you come down on Sunday here in London, you can try your hand at one of those 4 slots.
Exactly. All right. So thank you so much, Simon. There is a lot of going on apart from competitive gameplay as well, but we can probably talk about it later. And now to the casters.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Maria and Simon. My name is Martin Juza. I am sitting here with Arne Huschenbed, and we're going to be bringing you live coverage of Magic Spotlight Secrets of Strixhaven from London all weekend long. So, as Maria and Simon already covered, we have 602 players in 9 rounds today. You need 18 or more match points to make day 2, so 6-3, or if somebody's a slow player. That happens a lot, actually. Somebody goes 5 wins, 3 draws, and a loss.
Yeah.
We have the Liliana Vest promo, and a foil one for 100 and top 28. The top 8 players are going to be qualifying themselves for Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes in Amsterdam in July. That's pretty exciting. And yeah, we have a lot of local heroes trying to, represent UK at the Magic's biggest stage. We have Ben Jones, we have Sean Goddard, we have Bradley Barkley, who you mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, Zenica Rising Set Championship, the first of the sort of COVID era online pro tours. Brad Barkley in the house, the winner of that from Scotland, trying to get another trophy under his belt.
Yeah, other than that, we have players like Stefan Schutt, there's Marcio Carvalho with Canister, Oscar Christensen, Andre Strosky, Francisco Sanchez, lots of big name players. Closed deck list on day 1, open deck list on day 2, that's important. Does it change anything?
I mean, it shouldn't dramatically. I would say that a deck like a blue-red deck gets a little bit better in an open decklist environment. Something like Landfall, I think, strives more in a closed decklist environment because people can't, craft their hand in game 1 before. But, the difference is pretty minor overall, I'd say.
How did the Pro Tour go for you? So you just came back, 27th, top 32?
Yeah. Okay. Good event for me. Picked up Mono-Green Landfall last minute. I was going into the testing house, I was very sure I was going to play some blue-red deck. I was
Yeah.
high on Spell Elementals. You know, I'm a Steam Vents mage. No surprises there, but I just couldn't really crack the mirror matches. They got really teched out. People started playing the horse, which was like a hit or miss card, great on the play, bad on the draw. And in the end,
Isn't the standard a little, too powerful for a 3-mana 3/3?
yeah, that's what I thought too. But it is kind of annoying to deal with, I guess. I suppose in the blue-red mirrors at times. But I was personally not impressed with the card. Some people really like it though. In any case, in the end, I was just like, I don't really want to play blue-red mirrors. Everybody's teching for it, so I guess I'll jump on the mono-green landfall train that sort of most in the testing house then concluded on, and it went really well for me. And yeah, I mean, landfall took down the whole tournament in the hands of Nathan Stoyer. It was a green fest.
Pretty impressive, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
showing.
Congratulations to Nathan, back on the PT, just another trophy. And yeah, it's going to be exciting for this event. Who will come out on top now a week after the Pro Tour? What will happen here? Will we see the Matt Nass Green-White Ouroboros deck? Will we see maybe Bunt Ouroboros making a comeback? Maybe some variations of Lessons? I'm curious. I'm excited for this event. And as you said, we have some big names here in the room. I already know that, for example, Marcio Carvalho, Torolf Severin are here, two players who made very deep runs at Pro Tours in the past. And they are both on the Greenlight Landfall deck playing it safe. Okay. But also Oscar Christensen, for example, and my fantasy draft pick, Martin Zimmermann, they're playing the Matt Nass deck, trying to outgun those Landfall players. So
yeah, talk to me about the differences in these green decks. Like, so what's the upside of playing green-white Landfall rather than mono-green Landfall? Is it like a metagame choice? What are the upsides?
Yeah, so Erode gives you a cheap instant speed removal spell that can also serve as an explosive, faster kill option, essentially, enabling a turn 4 kill by destroying one of your Earthbended lands. And if you have a Might from Harmonizer in play, that gives you 2 landfall triggers, which doubles the power twice again, resulting in an absurd amount of damage. So that's the idea there of a flexible removal spell that allows you to interact in the mirror when it's all about racing, it's all about who gets the biggest creature to attack with and have Trample and Harmonizer going, and then boom, Erode protects you from dying, but it can also serve you as a faster kill condition. So that was a really good tech. And then they have some nice ones in the sideboard, Sheltered by Ghosts, very excellent in the Landfall mirror as well. Rest in Peace, tremendously good against some of the blue-red decks and some of the graveyard decks that are still running around. Yeah, the Landfall, the green-white version is essentially even more tacked. It did even better than mono-green. But I will say that I think mono-green is a little bit better equipped to play long games overall with the access of 4 copies of Esper Origins. That card can really grind. And Sapling Nursery in the sideboard as well, which we ran in the mono-green Landfall deck, is excellent against some of these control decks that are still running around a little bit. So if you want to compare the two against each other, that is a strength of the mono-green archetype. Okay.
And taking the Pro Tour results into account, watching all those green decks in the top 4, what would you play? What would you have played yourself if you registered for this event?
I think the very rational, pragmatic choice would just be to run a cup deck. Landfall is an extremely resilient deck into interactive decks, very hard to interact with, very strong, and the cup deck has the ability to go under it and be faster and just doesn't care about it, can kill on turn 3. So I think that's the most reasonable choice. My heart would go to Is It Lessons though, as I do think people are a little bit under-hating the Is It Lessons deck. But as it looks like, we are ready for our first feature match here in round number 3. Both players are 2-0, and we have a doozy. Ladies and gentlemen, both players are running Essence Channeler. Yeah, do you know what that card does, man?
So yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to our stream director here, Michael, who likes to play his live game deck on Magic Arena, and I think that deck is quite popular just in general in the Magic community. And yeah, we pretty much have an Orzhov live game deck playing against Abs and Bats. Also, shout out to Frank Karsten, who's picking the feature matches. So we're gonna see some fun ones here, and we have Gastral Wakeling on taking on Philipp Schweiger.
Yeah, Schweiger is on Abs and Bats, which features a card from Secrets of Strixhaven. It is called Blech or Black. Loafing Pest, and it says whenever you gain life, it's a 3 mana free, 1 black green. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on a bunch of creature types, like bats, pests, and whatnot. And he's running a lot of bats in his deck. He's essentially a bat tribal deck with black Loafing Pest as a splash in a black-white life gain flying deck. And here we go. Round is starting, and we see a Momo and a Ruin Bat, I believe. And there we see a dark, what is it called? Starscape Cleric, which says it's a 2 mana 2/1, can't block flying. And whenever you gain life, the opponent loses 1 life. So that was an attack for 2, essentially. And there we see also a Strixhaven card, Scheming Silvertongue. A 1/3 lifelink flyer. It's quite good on his board state, I will say. This just stopping Philipp's small flyers here in their tracks. Wow. Kestrel didn't know it, but they were tagged against the Abs and Bats flying deck.
Is this something you guys tried for the PT?
Of course, we spent. No, we did not have this on our radar.
Okay, tell me more. Yeah. I did see a lot of Momo decks though. On our team, there were some people that locked in blue-white Momo pretty early because the deck is capable of some very powerful draws with Momo and Quantum Riddler. But I think the deck didn't do particularly well at the PT. We'll see how the black-white version does today though.
Yeah, and here we see Zoraline Cosmos Caller with powerful bat being played. The Momo gets a little bit of a buff, now able to attack into the Silvertongue, but just for 3 damage.
Good luck to whoever is working the card viewer this this round. Okay, Momo gets in there.
Oh, the Rune Lurker bat. All right, we just want to get a little bit of a, I believe, scry going here. I think Rune Lurker Bat says whenever a creature dies, or whenever a opponent leaves the battlefield, you get to scry 1. Also, yeah, the Zoraline is able to buy creatures back on attack, so that Rune Lurker Bat will maybe come back very, very soon indeed. So Philipp not too unhappy to see it leave the play here.
Yeah, Kestrel missing land drops. Oh, no, she has land. She has land number 3.
And there we see, oh gosh, I'm honestly lost for cards here, but it's a 1 mana 1/2. Whenever you gain, whenever a creature enters play, you gain life. So it's Soul Warden, or on your own creatures only, not on the opposing as well, like Soul Warden did in the past. Can't believe we're starting our our London experience here with this sweet life gain mirror match as Starting Town hits the play.
So yeah, you have how many Soul Warden-like creatures you have? You have the Hinterland Sanctifier, which is a card that just hit the battlefield for Kestrel. You also have the Edge of Eternity's card, Halia Guided by Light, which you can warp for 1 mana. And then every time another creature or artifact you control enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. And then at the beginning of your end step, draw a card if you've gained 3 or more life this turn. So you can actually get ahead on cards a little bit that way.
Yeah, we have Amalia as well in here. Used to be a powerhouse and pioneer until it got banned. And yeah, there we see the Rune Lurker coming back from the graveyard. And here we see a block, and I think I see a Silver Quill Charm in hand.
Okay.
So we might have a little bit of a pump here on the Silver Quill Charm. Some life gain written down, Star-Shaped Cleric, pinging. I would not want to be the floor judge for this one. So many life gain changes.
So I'm looking at the decks real quick. The only non-creature cards that the Abzan deck is playing, so Philipp, is 4 copies of Sheltered by Ghost. The rest is 35 creatures and 21 lands. On the other hand, Kestrel has a lot more card interaction. There is 4 copies of Bitter Triumph. There's 2 copies of Requiting Hex. She also has 2 copies of Silver Quill Charm and 2 copies of Duress as well in the main deck. There's also 4 copies of Case of the Uneaten Feast. Philipp passes the turn back. Kestrel is on 10 life. Yeah, slowly getting chipped away by all these flyers.
A very modest mana base so far. Oh wow, I'm just checking the mana base. It's 11 Plains, 7 Swamp, 2 Temple of Silence, and 1 Great Irish City. This is a budget deck.
A second copy of Hinterland Sanctifier, and now we're gonna start gaining some life.
And there, the Scheming Silver Tongue comes in, enabling the Sign in Blood prepared on both of them. So we got some card advantage in the bank now for Kestrel. And we're just gonna put it out of the sleeve. That's a common thing that people at the Pro Tour did as well. We had a Secrets of Strixhaven draft, of course. Yeah, I mean, this matchup might drag out with all the life gain, but right now I would certainly give Kestrel the advantage here. Those Sign in Blood creatures are going to be excellent when this goes a little bit longer, because life is certainly not much of a missing resource, let's say, with these Hinterland Sanctifiers. In the case of Uneaten Feast, which is also a Soul Warden for what it's worth, enchantment in a way. And there we go, an attack. Gaining some life back, losing a bat, but the Essence Channeler will grow to a 4/3 now. It's maybe the best Johnny Sprite Mate variant we've ever seen. You know, I believe at least, standard legal. Maybe there's some commander card that's even crazier, but Essence Channeler is quite strong.
Yeah, tell me more about these life gain decks.
Yeah, I'm an absolute expert at it, of course.
We played a live game deck at a PT, pretty much. It had the Suntail Hawk, a Johnny's Pride Mate combo. Luis ended up winning that Pro Tour, right?
Yeah.
Or no, did he lose in the finals? No,
he won the finals, I believe.
he won the PT? Yeah, with the...
Oh,
with
no, maybe not. He won the semifinals with this, like, sweet...
the pen trick?
The pen trick.
It says Settle the Wreckage, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Shota won that PT with some, like, Jessica...
And Andrew Ellenbogen won it, actually.
Oh, right.
Playing the same deck as you guys. There we see a relatively new card, Leonardo, but Essence Chandler is going to hit the play first. Gaining 3 life, growing up to a 5/4 immediately. And we're getting in the air as well, probably with these Silver Tongues.
So the Channeler is going to be what? It's 5/4, which means... as long as you've lost life this turn, that's pretty easy to do with the Sign in Bloods.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice combo. Then it gains flying
and vigilance. Yeah, so that's actually quite powerful.
And we see a sneak, I was going to say ninjutsu, of Leonardo there instead of the Silver Tongue. And Leonardo says whenever you... It's also in a Johnny's Pride Mate with Sneak 1. It's a 1/1 life linker. So gaining 3 life immediately from the ETB, growing up to a 4/4, and then gaining, of course, more life from the damage dealt in lifelink here.
I remember playing a deck like this in Modern. I was making some videos with like Green-White Company, and there was like the Heliod, Walking Ballista combo, and some other combos like that. It was a Green-White creature, 2/2, I think. Whenever you gain life, you put a counter on it. And whenever... This deck was actually quite popular in at a certain time in Modern. Was a while ago. Maybe it was Historic. I believe we're told, by the way, that there is a judge call. The judge question is, if there are 2 creatures attacking and they both have lifelink, does that count as 2 instances of gaining life or just 1? Do you know the answer?
I'm not 100% on this, but I think it does count as 2 different instances of
That's correct,
gaining
yeah.
life.
So if you have 2 different creatures, each
so
lifelink counts.
You were just testing me.
I mean, it's always better to ask a judge if you don't know, but yeah, just a question.
Yeah.
So yeah, each lifelink counts separately, so 2+1/+1 counters would be added on a creature with that ability. So 2 lifelink creatures in combat do basically trigger that separately.
Yeah, good reminder to always just call a judge when you're unsure about these little things, especially at high-level tournaments like the Spotlight Series. There's no shame in asking another question, I've had it happen again at the PT that some player comes up to me after the round and talks about some weird interaction, and I'm like, you should have just called the judge. Just clarify it, make sure everything's correct. So there's especially no hard feelings should be between the players. And just make sure that everything is in line.
The cards are also so much more complicated than 5 or 10 years ago. Like everything has 10 lines of text and 7 abilities. So definitely no shame in asking a judge how things work. So yeah, to finish that story, what would usually happen in these like life gain mirrors is the game just becomes, you know, a grind where everybody gains 20 life every turn, and it is hard to, you know, get in properly for a lot of damage. So eventually, if somebody has a card, like there was this Johnny that if you had enough life, you could activate the ultimate ability, which exiled like everything your opponent had or something along those lines. I'm not sure if these players have anything quite like that, but we might be here for a while.
Honestly, I think this turn might just end on the next turn. Because I believe there's no blockers behind at this point for Philipp Schweiger, and Philipp is looking at a 10 power Essence Channeler right now, which will grow even further before the attacks. So we will actually just probably have a lethal attack from Kestrel coming along as, oh no, the creature has Vigilance? Oh, we paid a life of the starting town. That is nice. So, okay, Philipp actually does have a blocker there with the Essence Channeler. It's a nice little combo with the Pain Lance and the Essence Channeler. Enabling sort of the abilities on that one. But yeah, I mean, Kestrel just has this engine of gaining all these life points. With the cases, every creature entering adds 3 counters to these Ajani Pridemate variants of modern day Magic here.
It's a lot of counters.
Then we have a Swamp, activating Sign in Blood, love that. Draw 2, refill the hand. I think unfortunately just 2 lands there. But there's gonna be a lot of life gained this turn. So how much damage is this? We're looking at 13 plus 9, 22 plus 3, 25. And there's 1 blocker. So we have to chump block the Leonardo. You can't block the Essence Channeler because it has flying. Yeah, Kestrel pointing that out. So we're still taking lethal, right? This is 16 damage coming through. And if the life totals are correct, Philipp is at 14.
Wow, okay.
We got a mid-game handshake.
That was game number 1, right?
Mid-match handshake, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we...
Was that game 1? That was game 1, right?
That was game 1, yes.
Okay.
We saw the life gain engines and Scheming Silvertongue being the one free body. They are best prepared for all these 1/1 flyers that are just had to sacrifice themselves to gain some life.
So interesting.
Philipp was not prepared.
Interesting question. When everybody focuses on, you know, Steam Vent's deck, you know, all kinds of blue-red, and all these green landfall decks, have you guys tried some, you know, non-landfall / blue-red deck? What are like the, you know, was something like this, like a, you know, fast white aggro deck, something along those lines? Did you find anything like that to be, you know, effective in the metagame right now? Could this be the answer? You know, a quick life gain deck.
I mean, theoretically, I wouldn't say it's bad into something like Prowess, which tries to play a fair game, has a limited amount of removal spells. So if you can assemble a bunch of life gain synergies and turn these creatures into gigantic threats, I could see that in theory being fine into Prowess. I'll struggle with thinking about something like Might from Harmonizer, which deals an exorbitant amount of damage. So even if you're at 35 life, you might just get hit by 60 damage or something, trampling. So against landfall specifically, the life gain strategy does not seem that appealing to me. Yeah, let's take a look at the sideboards.
Yeah.
What do we have here? We have, for Kestrel, we're looking at 4 Strategic Betrayal. They're not going to be good here. Voice of Victory, no. Curious Farm Animals, nope. No Eteron. That one is pretty reasonable, I'd say, to come in as 2 copies are in the sideboard, just to kill Zoraline or something like that.
Yeah, so what are you looking for in the sideboard? Just any kind of removal?
Pretty much. Maybe some Elspeth type thing, like a powerful Planeswalker that can win the game. But yeah, great start on the mulligan. Kestrel with a Case of the Uneaten Feast. I mean, you kind of have to root for Kestrel here. Like, this is a budget deck, budget mana base, 2-0 at a tournament that qualifies for the Pro Tour. 1-0 up a game here. Pretty sweet.
All right, Essence Channeler on turn 2. Immediately gain a life and put a counter on it.
And there we see the difference again of starting with that one drop that
Yeah.
gives life, immediately growing that Channeler and continuously increasing the power of these creatures. I think I saw another Essence Channeler in the hand of Kestrel.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the best cards you can have in the matchup, right?
I assume. Oh well, yeah, absolutely. It's one of the best life gain payoffs. And looking at Philipp's sideboard, I also don't see much here. We have Doorkeeper Thrill, which does stop the life gain and ETBs. But here, a powerful play, sheltered by Ghost on the Essence Chandler, plus a Virulent Emissary, another
Wow.
green Soul Warden with Death Touch. Philipp does have Soul Warden in deck, just chose to play the more powerful variant, but does have to splash for it.
So an upside of a deck like this is that, as we talked about before, day one, this is a closed deck list event. So your opponent has no idea what you're doing. I mean, even if you do have 3 minutes to read a deck list like that, you're still probably going to be confused. What exactly do these cards do?
Yeah.
Because life gain is not something that most people, prepare against when you look at the Pro Tour results. But yeah, that could certainly give you an edge.
Looks like Kestrel chose to bring in those strategic betrayal. I see them in hand over there.
And Essence Chandler number
I think I would have liked to see Kestrel cast a strategic betrayal here. Taking out the Soul Warden seems appealing because it stops the growth of the channel a little bit. And then maybe you're lucky and Philipp has a creature light hand, and then the second betrayal can take out that Essence Chandler. Oh, we got black in the house!
That's the Black Loafing Pest.
Sweet artwork on that one too. So a counter on the bats and the pest itself. Turning the Channeler into a 5/3, which has flying because Philipp paid life. So Wonderful can attack in there with Vigilance. It should be untapped still. And then it gets 2 more counters. Oh yeah, Philipp I think missed the trigger on the Essence Chandler actually. Yeah, Philipp did miss a trigger. When Pest came into play, the Essence Chandler should have grown by 2 counters, not just by 1. So we're trying to clarify that, a little bit of...
Okay, looks like they were able to just agree on adding another counter on it. Yeah, it's a pretty good start for Philipp here.
Yeah, absolutely. Kestrel does have a bit of Triumph in hand, but no 4th land. So if Kestrel is able to draw that 4th land, that Essence Chandler can be taken out, which will be pretty damning though, because it does give now 4 counters when it leaves the battlefield to a different creature. Yeah. Unfortunately, just drew a deep cut on that.
Okay, so we're gonna use the Bitter Triumph anyway to deal with the Loathing Pest.
I will say I respect the inclusion of Strategic Betrayal in the sideboard. Quite an excellent card against Spelemental specifically, which is certainly a deck that sees a lot of play in Standard right now. I think it was the 3rd most played deck at PT. And there we see Sorrelin hitting a play, which can reanimate on the next attack step, that black. So yeah, Philipp just keeps on pressuring here. One high value threat after another. Hitting play while attacking with a gigantic Essence Chandler that gains 1 more life here on attacks, because Zoralin says whenever a bat of yours attacks, you gain 1 life
And plus
for that bat.
Sheltered by Ghost.
Yeah, it's a lot of life gain. You see a chump block here.
Oh wow, yeah. If we're already in chump block mode, then you better have a card like Wrath of God.
Split Up is one you
Okay.
can play, but there's no card in the 75, unfortunately.
Yeah, Philipp firmly in the driver's seat here. Kestrel, another Strategic Betrayal, she has a Deep Cavern Bat here. That's not going to do too much to stop the giant Essence Channeler. I think at this point you just kind of use the Deep Cavern Bat to like gain more they're saying check again, gain more information about your opponent's deck. And yeah, that was game 2, so
yeah, pretty clean. Shelter by Ghost on the play there. Very good. For game number 3.
yeah, I believe it's 1-1, right?
Yeah, it's 1-1 now.
Okay.
We will see if they make some sideboard changes. Strategic Betrayal, perhaps a card you rather have on the draw as a reactive piece towards the opponent's 2-drop. You can remove it so you don't fall behind on tempo. But on the play, I would like to perhaps just keep in most creatures for Kestrel to have that proactive game plan and to also have the synergies come together, which we saw in game number 1, where all those extra life gain triggers were so important at outgrowing what Philipp was doing with his little flying bats. So I would like Kestrel to not have those betrayals.
So you're saying you don't want to have them on the play?
Yes.
But you would rather have them on the draw?
Absolutely.
Isn't the problem on the draw that your opponent's just going to have a bunch of 1/1s lying around? It's never really going to get a good creature with that. I guess that's the same problem whether you're on the play or on the draw. If your opponent has a Momo, if your opponent has one of the other 1/1s, then it's not really you're going to trade down on mana quite often without hitting the desired target. I think that's what makes it also kind of weird.
I do agree that Strategic Betrayal should perhaps not come in at all in this matchup because there's too many 1/1 creatures that are quite good against the sacrifice effect. But just as general theory, general advice, when playing these creature-heavy synergistic decks, you want to be very careful with how many interactive cards you put into your deck. So a general advice is to, like, on the draw a little bit more removal, on the play a little bit less. But yeah, as you said, in this case, probably shouldn't have the Betrayal at all. I
do agree. This is one of the key things to learn when you play Constructed Magic is like being more proactive on the play and being having the more reactive cards on the draw, because when you're on the play, you can be the one who's pressuring the opponent and you get more value out of the proactive cards. So Kestrel starts on a Deep Cavern Bat on turn 2, taking Philipp's Deep Cavern Bat and getting a life in the process. What else do we have? There's a Starting Town and there was a couple of creatures. Lots of lands in Kestrel's hand, though. There's another Deep Cavern Bat and 3 lands. That's not great. Philipp with a Starting Town on turn 2. Takes point of damage. Virulent Emissary is going to gain that life back for him, though. Yeah, and then the Star Shape is dealing a damage. Can't block in the air, so the Deep Cavern Bat can freely get in there. But yeah, the Emissary will get in there, of course. Happy to trade with the Deep Cavern Bat. Temple of Silence, the play. Scry 1. He's digging for something. Putting the card to the bottom. And that's another Deep Cavern Bat. So we have the option between Sheltered, Zoraline, and the Darkstar Augur, which is essentially a Dark Confidant for bats. And it makes sense to take the Sheltered here, as the Sheltered interacts with these Deep Cavern Bats and stop that from happening. And Kestrel gets in there for 1. I think almost the best draw for Kestrel would actually be Scheming Silvertongue, as you can gain some life immediately and then draw some more cards. Yeah, draw some cards. Yeah, she definitely needs to. Yeah, she definitely needs to find more action after this. But Philipp now has Air Supremacy with that Darkstar Augur hitting play and actually being able to block these flyers. And now the Virulent Emissary is staying back. That is an interesting decision. There we see a Hinterland Sanctifier. Yeah, we were really hoping to find like a Bitter Triumph there if we were Kestrel. Oh wow, yeah, 2 copies of Sanctifier here. So Kestrel's going to be able to gain a lot of life, but that's just a lot of 1-power creatures, and I don't think the case really does anything proactive here. You can solve it if you've gained 5 or more life in a turn, but then the solved ability just returns creatures from your graveyard if you sacrifice it, basically, which is not going to help you in a situation like this. So, yeah, I mean, good start, but that's a lot of 1-power creatures.
Yeah, we sort of see one part of the deck here, the enabling part, the live game part.
Yeah.
But we're missing the payoffs here. We're missing the Essence Chandler type stuff. And Philipp's draw is quite good, curving out with some higher value rare creatures here. And the Darkstore Augur seems excellent in this matchup at gaining more life. Gaining more card advantage to keep the train chugging along here.
Yeah, Philly basically has a good mix of enablers and payoffs here.
Yeah, getting an attack in the air there. But yeah, Kestrel, oh, there's a Scheming Silver Tongue. That is actually fantastic draw. Fantastic draw here. Getting right back into it because you're going to gain free life on ETB, and then you can... yeah, I mean, now both players have a card draw engine to keep churning. And I think Kestrel has sort of the higher upside here with those free ways of gaining life in play and the Silver Tongue. If this Silver Tongue sticks around, it's going to draw 2 extra cards per turn and then gain a bunch of life gain back. So this game is turning out to be very interesting. Great draw for Kestrel. Yes, I mean, Martin, honestly, I'm surprised myself what we're doing here in round number 3. Both players are 2-0 playing life gain, but here we are. And we're certainly going to cover some of the brews early in the tournament before we head into like Landfall and Prowess Mirrors later in the deep rounds.
I do like that, you know, we are able to show that Standard is not just blue-red decks and you know, green Landfall variants. There's also a event announcement in 2 weeks right before the regional championship in Prague, which, you know, could shake things up a bit. And I'm for one really curious to see what's going to happen in Prague. But back to the game. Pretty good turn for Philipp here.
Yeah, this is actually an insane synergy because Zoralin is a singular trigger on each bat attacking. Black triggers 3 times on the attacks here. Yeah. Philipp got so excited, forgetting completely the Virulent Emissary trigger, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. Every creature gets pumped by 3 power here, putting an insane amount of damage out. And yeah, Kestrel already has to block with one of those flying creatures as interesting way of attacking with a Vigilance creature, by the way. Sort of like slightly tapping it. I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, like I want to make sure you know it's attacking, but it's not actually tapped.
Yeah. So yeah, this is 15 power, no, actually 16 power in the air here. And that Dark Star Cleric, I believe, it's also a really nice synergy. It also deals 3 damage every time you gain, like 1 damage every time you attack. So 3 damage just unblocked essentially already. And there's 1 Deep Cavern Bat biting in the dust. Kestrel going down to 4. And now we're out of attack, so the Vigilance is back towards being straight, untapped completely. Essence Chandler to play, gaining 3 life. And 3 counters.
Yeah, but at this point, the Scheming Silver Tongue, you know, the Sign in Bloods might be a little too late for that.
Yeah, we kind of need like maybe... So we're going to draw 2 cards here, and we haven't made our land drop yet, so we could find a removal spell for the Zoralin probably, or for the Blech. One of the 2. Because those 2 just together especially deal a ton of damage and create a ton of power. Yeah, Philipp showcasing the synergies here.
Yeah, I think the problem for both players here is that they don't really have a lot of interactions. This is basically just 2 decks goldfishing, so whoever is going to put together a more synergistic draw, or, you know, being on the play is probably a pretty big advantage. Although Kestrel does have a lot of removal post board.
Requiting Hex the draw, which can take out... I suppose the Star-Shaped Cleric is a pretty annoying threat right now as a big flyer that deals damage. Otherwise, you could play Silver Tongue, gain 3 more life, and adds essentially a jump blocker because Philipp is going to attack for like 3 8/8 flyers next turn at the very least. So yeah, Kestrel is in a world of hurt. Requiting Hex can kill the Cleric and gain 2 life back, which could be nice. Put a -1/-1 counter on the Channeler here. Blight 1, kill the Cleric. And gain 2 life back, so the Channeler actually gains the counter back, so it's a freebie. Philipp explaining something in upkeep. Maybe some clarifications happening. Maybe
Pointing at the Zoraline.
pointing at the Cleric in the graveyard. Maybe it was their... Oh, the Zoraline. Yeah, I see what he's... this is... I see what he's asking. He's asking if he can attack with Zoraline, put the bad life gain triggers on the stack, and then on top of that, the Zoraline trigger that brings back for 2 mana the star-shaped Cleric. And I think that is possible. Yeah, he can just... Both ghosts will go on the stack, and then he can essentially put the Cleric back in play with those triggers. So actually what Kestrel was supposed to do was to wait until beginning of combat, let the Cleric attack, let Zoraline's trigger go on the stack. Oh, but it's still... It's a triggered ability, essentially, so I guess it wouldn't have worked. Like, even if you try to kill the Cleric in response, then the triggered ability goes on the stack and then targets, I believe. So the Zoraline attack trigger doesn't target right away, so it doesn't work that you can't kill it in response and you can get it back. In any case, we see Virulent Emissary. I guess Virulent Emissary just doesn't do anything anymore. We're just forgetting that trigger completely. No, I think he...
Ruined Lurker back,
Philipp
also entered the battlefield.
Philipp just... I mean, he really doesn't need that trigger, I suppose. I mean, being in the feature match area, having the white noise headset on, you can certainly... There's also so many triggers going on. I mean... It's like a little bit of a sigh. Yeah, what's going on here? Okay, I got a virulent trigger. That triggers my blech. Oh, man.
It's a lot easier to play these decks on Magic Arena or Magic Online,
Tell me about
where
it.
it just puts the triggers on the stack automatically.
Tell me about it.
So Philipp making sure he's resolving all the triggers. Yeah, I think Kessler just mentioned. Yeah, you could have gained an extra life, but whatever. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, Michael, our Fanfinity manager here, organizing these events, great guy. He's got to be excited. We started playing Magic recently and has been playing 2 Mythic, the mono white life gain deck. So
he is glued to the computer back in this the backstage here. And wow, there's the handshake. So Philipp Schweiger takes down the life gain mirror, sort of. 2-1, that moves him to 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, what a feature match here in round number 3. I'm excited to continue seeing both of them hopefully make a deep run in this event. Maybe we can get Kestrel make day 2 with this budget version, super sweet. And then on the other hand, the storyline of splashing Blech in this also of life gain bad stack, I mean, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, on table 2, we have someone we actually talked about before we went live. That is Pierre Leipsch, who I believe went undefeated at the last 2 European events. One of them was an RC, one was a Spotlight.
Very deep runs. First seed after Swiss in with Storm in Modern in Antwerp, and I think in Turin. Short of making top 8 and having a deep run as well. German player who's been crushing lately. So yeah, excited to see him. And he's on a sweet combo deck of the past, you could almost say, Teemo Harmonizer, which was not present at the PT whatsoever. Tony Portolan, who championed it to the finals in Richmond, chose to play a different combo deck, which we hopefully will see in this tournament as well. Didn't go that well for him though. But yeah, Teemo Harmonizer can prey on these green decks that don't run many interactions. So definitely a metagame choice into landfall here, I would presume.
And Pierre is up against Loic Odon. Playing Orzhov Momo.
Wars of Momo, okay.
I wonder what that's going to look like.
We have more Scheming Silver Tongue is the Black Splash 4. So, and a couple Requiting Hacks and a couple more sideboard cards. Yeah, Scheming Silver Tongue, I suppose. Good with Momo, cheap flyer against life, good with Halia, and just a card draw engine. It really is. I mean, it does a lot for a 2-mana play. I will say, we kind of overlooked it in our testing, perhaps, but here we see people in London trying the card out and construct it. And I'm curious. It looked pretty impressive in that live game deck, I will say.
Yeah, this deck looks a little different, though. I see 4 copies of Sage of the Skies. There's 2 copies of Voice of Victory in the main deck. Lots of interaction, actually. Requiting Hex. There is 2 copies of Erode, as well Springleaf Drum. Seam Rip, yeah, lots of removal, Virtue of Loyalty, Nowhere to Run.
Okay.
And just a lot of creatures. Starfield Shepherd, Nurturing Pixie.
It sounds like, actually, before we head to that second feature match, we have the winner, Philipp, in the interview area with Maria. So let's head over there.
I'm here with the winner of a feature match, Philipp Schweiger, with a very spicy deck, Abs and Bats. And oh my God, what a game it was, right? What are the odds of this pairing? So could you tell us, first of all, about your deck?
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, it came to me quite naturally. I just started playing in February this year again after an 8-year break. So this is also my first big tournament. Very happy to be here. Somehow went 3-0 so far. Let's see how it goes on from here. I really liked Zorline. That's pretty much it. I really, really love the card Zorline. I love Gain and Dray deck. I loved Orzhov deck. And then I saw Blech coming out.
Exactly.
The Secrets of Strixhaven.
Yes, I want to ask about that.
I saw the synergy and I said, I have to play it. I don't care about all the whole meta decks. I'm pretty good against landfall, I think. But everything else, of course, it's a bit spicy for me. It's a bit difficult, but I'm having the time of my life. And whenever the combo goes through, which turn 1 Momo, turn 2 Zoraline, turn 3 Blech, you just run away with the game. And it's really, really fun to have it that way.
This is a very good attitude, right? To just have fun, you know, go to this open tournament and, yeah, try to win it eventually, right? Or
let's see. So far,
what were your expectations, basically, going into this tournament? Just have fun, or, you know, do you still have this competitive edge?
When I came back, I wanted to play competitive. But honestly, I'm playing a non-meta deck. I know what's going to happen. I know what my chances are. So far, it looks good. I wanted to go at least 2-7. That was my minimum. I'm 3-0 now, so looking good. Let's see if I make it today
so far,
too.
So good. Just one game at a time.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, and your opponent's deck, so pretty much similar, right?
Very similar. Also using a few of the new cards. Case of the Uneaten Feast is great. I actually swapped that one out because I think the Virulent Emissary just brings so much more. The Death Touch is so scary for so many early starting decks.
Right.
And but live gain against live gain is not something you see every day nowadays.
Exactly.
So it was really, really great.
That was very fun
opponent.
to watch, I'm pretty sure. Well, congrats and good luck. And now to the casters.
All right, we're back. So yeah, Orzhov Momo is going to be taking on Teamer Harmonizer. Pierre up against Loic Odon. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I'm probably not. So, yeah, who do you have as having the upper hand in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Momo is one of the strongest decks with those main deck copies of Sage of the Skies into Prowess, into blue-red decks. They love playing against those. Teamer Harmonizer asks you to have instant speed removal on the cheap to interact with that full-bore Harmonizer instant combo that can kill on turn 4 already. And Loic does not have much. He has 2 Erodes, so he's looking to find one of those in the game once. And postboard, there's one more Get Lost in the sideboard, but that's it. So, you know, it's not open deck list, so Pierre does not know how many Erodes there are, does not know how many Get Lost there are. But he's certainly, you know, unknowingly feeling pretty good. And there we see Loic's deck list. Yeah, pretty much standard Momo stuff. 2 Springleaf drums only, which is surprising. That is one of the best cards in the archetype, I would say. Allows for those powerful starts. Stuff you Shepherd, finding you the Momo, finding you the Nurturing Pixie, which has a really nice synergy with the Shepherd, returning it again, and then using a Shepherd to find another Pixie and so on. And of course the Black Splash for a couple of removal spells and Scheming Silvertongue. Requiting Hex unfortunately doesn't have any targets in this matchup. Pretty bad for Loic. So he's looking to just have a very fast start with Momo into Sage of the Skies and then maybe Cosmogrant very quickly to put counters on the creatures and just attack and get this game over with before Timon and Harmonizer can assemble the full bore Harmonizer combo.
Okay, let's take a look at the Harmonizer deck now.
Let's see Pierre.
And there we go.
Yeah, we're looking at sort of a blue-red control deck, splashing for the Harmonizer, having a couple Ice Tills in there as well, utilizing some fetch lands with Ice Till. And yeah, we see a lot of cheap removal to buy time. We see Spell Snare there, Spell Pierce, Spider Sense to protect your combo, even a Shore Up to protect your stuff. And of course 4 Stalk Up, 4 Consult to find it and to play this control game plan. And analyze the Pollen as well to find you your creatures. There's an Emeritus of Ideation in there too. So yeah, we're looking at sort of a blue-red control deck with a bit of a greedy mana base, you could say. I mean, you're really trying to make early red, early blue, double green work, so that's sort of a weakness of the archetype. But overall, a pretty sweet deck that made it all the way to the finals of the previous Pro Tour Enrichment. So I'm kind of excited. Pierre's not the only one bringing this deck. Sebastian Sachse, who has played this deck for the last couple of RCs, a successful player from Berlin who's made the top 8 of Spotlight Series Utrecht last year, also bringing Team Harmonizer to this tournament. So we got a couple of accomplished German players running this combo deck.
All right, let's jump straight into the action. Game number 1 between Pierre Leipsch and Loic Odon. And we have the black-white deck on the left and the Teamer Harmonizer deck in Pierre's hands on the right. Pierre won the die roll, so he's going to be on the play. Both players 2 and 0. As a quick reminder, we're playing 9 rounds today. There is a little over 600 players. And the required amount of points to make day 2 is 18 or more. Did I duress? So that's a turn 1 Springleaf drum. And Pierre is just going to be doing a lot of, land go, passing, sitting on his interactive instant speed spells. There's an island. He's sitting on a burst lightning. I think he's got a pyroclasm as well. Couple more lands. Back to Loic. Land number 2. And he's going to start with a duress. So yeah, we have Burst Lightning. I think that's a Seer, Pyroclasm, Harmonizer, and 2 lands. Yeah, not a lot of choices. Just got to take one of the red burn spells. You could take Pyroclasm if your hand has a lot of 2 toughness creatures.
Yeah. Looks like we're in game 2, for what it's worth.
Okay.
Post-board, Pyroclasm, Duress in the... And then we see...
That makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yeah. We see a Nurturing Pixie, trigger on the stack, making some mana. Bouncing the drum. And replaying the drum, I assume. Yeah. Good for Loic to know about that Pyroclasm. Makes Pierre use the Seer. I'm a little surprised by that.
There's a full bore.
Oh wow, there's a full bore. So this is just...
we got the combo.
We need a fetch land though. It's sort of a free card combo in a way. We need a fetch land, a Harmonizer, and a full bore to attack for. In total, it is 28 trample damage. Oh, just a 2 free flyer. That's a 2 free flyer with lifelink. Sage of Disguise. A humble Sage of Disguise. Oh wow, Decorum Dissertation has been brought in. That's a paradigm mythic lesson from Secrets of Strixhaven. It's Sign and Blood all over again. It can target each player. So every turn, if this resolves, Loic will now get Sign and Blood, which is crazy in sort of a matchup where life total doesn't really matter for Loic, right? It doesn't matter if he's on 4, 6 life, whatever. I mean, 4 life, maybe not. There's 4 burst lightnings in Pierre deck, so 3 at least. So, but yeah, wow, that on turn 4 here, so he's just gonna draw 3 cards every turn going onward. That's pretty sweet, and the Sage gains those 2 life back right away. So Pierre can just find a fetch land here to win the game.
Exactly, Loic is basically in a situation where...
Oh my god.
Did he draw it?
He did.
Oh wow. Yeah, so Loic basically just set up for the future. I'm gonna tap out this 1 turn, and you know, from now on I'm gonna be drawing 3 cards a turn. If you can't kill me right now, I'm gonna be in an extremely good position to win the game. But yeah, as you said, 28 trample damage. I think that might change the plan a little bit. So there's the Harmonizer, full bore. That's going to make it 7 power. There's the fetch land, so that doubles it to 14 and then 21. 28, sorry. And that's a lot of haste trample damage. Since you're tapped out, I don't think you're going to be able to interact with me. So what do you say? All right, let's go to game number 3. Yeah, that was, I mean, that also kind of tells you that, hey, a 5 mana sorcery in this matchup, I'm not really sure if that's, you know, you want to tap out for.
Yeah, that is a very interesting one, I would say. Looking at the sideboard, I mean, I can kind of respect it because the Harmonizer deck is a free card combo deck. You can use Duress to sort of disrupt them a little bit, maybe. And then you have that engine. I understand it to some degree, but I'm not an expert on the Momo matchup in this case, so could see either way.
That is actually a great point because Loic did Duress 2 turns before that, and he only saw the Harmonizer.
Yeah, right.
So Pierre basically, he drew the full bore right away and then used the Scryland to find the fetch land. So yeah, I guess that was a little unlucky. If you're Loic, you're looking at this like, okay, well, I set up for the future, tapped out for my Paradigm card, drawing 3 cards a turn. That would have probably, locked the game if I can find one more instant speed removal spell like a Get Lost. But yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work particularly well.
Yeah, and then looking at his main deck, he has like these 2 Seam Rips and 3 Requiting Hex, which are just blanks. So happy to side those out. And then looking at the sideboard, there's just the Duresses, the Decorum Dissertation, and 1 Get Lost, really, that are cards that stand out as something to be brought in. So he probably just did that swap. Maybe also cut the Nowhere to run. And yeah, he just really is not prepared for this Team Harmonizer deck, which I would presume not many people are in this tournament, as it's just vanished from the metagame at all. And why would you have sideboard cards for it at all? So understandably so. I will say that one thing though, there's the white splash and green-white landfall coming in handy again, because Erode is just completely insane in this matchup. Yeah. They have to just hold one white mana up, and you can't really combo. So we'll see. We'll see if Team Harmonizer can actually fight through the green-white landfall deck in later rounds.
Okay, let's see if we can move on to game number 3. Here, Pierre is mulliganing, puts down a Spell Snare, and Loic's going to be on the play with a turn 1 Momo.
No, it's a turn 1 Nurturing Pixie. It's not very.
Oh, that's a Nurturing Pixie, right?
Here, shocking in a Steam Vents, representing Burst Lightning.
All kinds of things. Spell Snare.
Fire Magic too, I suppose. I saw that in hand. Ooh, this Fire Magic is gonna be brutal. Wow. Pierre making sure how this works, but yeah, the trigger does go on the stack. And before the trigger goes on the stack, he can pull off the 2-for-1 here.
Oh my god, that's brutal.
This is really brutal.
That's a good way to get out of the mulligan, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just also in an insane tempo swing.
Yeah.
All right, let's put that on the stack. I'm gonna cast my mini Pyroclasm, dealing 1 to everything. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Pierre has a nice hand here, sitting on 2 more lands, an Essence Scatter, a Stalk Up, and a Harmonizer.
Wow, and looks like Loic actually kept the Decorum Dissertation for game number 3 as well.
Yeah, but Pierre just has the perfect draw here. Fire Magic dealing with the first 2 threats, into Scatter, into Stalk Up, setting up for the combo. He could technically win on turn 4 here if he finds a Fabled Passage and a Full Bore. There's a Full Bore. He already has a 4th land, so he might just pick up that Burst Lightning. Wait, does he have a passage?
I think he does have a passage.
Is that a passage? I think so.
I think
too.
it is a passage.
Wow. Well. I mean, Pierre is certainly making this deck look good. Also, a nice choice of some, I think, unstable basic lands there. But look at Loic's hand.
He does have a Get Lost, yeah.
Wow. So Pierre now has the choice.
But I mean, if you're Pierre, like, is there any reason to go for it? Not really, right? Like, why would you necessarily try to go all in on turn 4 when your opponent has absolutely 0 pressure on the battlefield? And hey, guess what? They're gonna tap out 4 or 5 mana sorcery card yet again with the Dissertation. I think Pierre's gonna be very happy about it. Oh yeah, draw your cards, no problem.
Excuse me, why is Pierre fetching? He just had lethal.
Does he have another fetch land?
He had lethal there. I mean,
he's gonna consult the star charts.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's gonna need to find another.
He's gonna need to find another fetch land. He just had lethal.
Interesting.
That was maybe a bit of an autopilot play, like, hey, I want to cast my 4-drop for value.
He did not find a fetch land.
I'm sure he has Harmonizer in hand, yeah. Oh, but he needed to find a land. But he could have just he needs another land drop, right? But he could have just cast Consult for 2, find another land, then play Harmonizer, play that land. Harmonizer goes up to 14 power, then you crack the fetch land, go up to 28. So now he just has 14 damage. And Loic is at 16.
And remember,
but he picked up the Burst Lightning, so it's still enough.
Oh, right. And remember, you can point the Dissertation at anyone. You don't have to target yourself necessarily. Although,
yes,
putting your opponent on 2 and then having them draw you 2 cards every turn, that's not the worst either. Wow, he's gonna go for the Emeritus.
Oh, so he just missed lethal there. Yeah.
That's certainly gonna make the game a lot more interesting with the Get Lost in Loic's hand.
Yeah, but I mean, Loic is priced into casting it here on the Emeritus probably. Doesn't want to give Pierre the tap up. Okay, what is this? A Halia?
Yep.
Okay. We got some alternative artworks here on Loic's side. He loves those.
Where are those basics? Like, where are those from?
I think Edge of Eternities, actually. I think a lot of these cards are from Edge of Eternities, like the Godless Shrine at the top. Some crazy artworks. What's happening here? Some Judge Call action. Maybe...
Let me go find out, actually. We do have a Discord
right
with the judges here. Although I think this match might actually be live, so unfortunately we do not know what the question is. But yeah, just like before, players probably just asking about some card interaction. They just want to know exactly how things work. And, especially Loic might be playing, French cards. Maybe they're trying to figure out what the Oracle text is, something along those lines.
Maybe Loic forget to draw for his draw step, because like the Dissertation kind of, like you already draw and maybe forget the draw step, which is, I mean, that's pretty easily rewindable if that happened.
Have you tried a deck in Standard with something like a Resolute, what's the name, the 4-mana blue-red sort of Fires of Invention that like gives you more mana for instant speed spells? There was a lot of like really cool new cards in Strixhaven, in Secrets of Strixhaven. But I think the big problem right now for cards like that is that Standard there's like a lot of cards like Spell Pierce.
Boomerang Basics.
Yeah,
Yeah, it turns out Resonating Loot, not untapping your lands right away.
Yeah.
You can do stuff like Wilderness Reclamation that is a lot less powerful.
Yeah.
And yeah, we did try that for the Pro Tour, of course. I was working on that. But I think at some point I wrote in the Discord server of our testing that, guys, I'm not sure. I think my time might be better served elsewhere. I should be playing this.
So in our testing team, I think Siggy actually, maybe it was somebody else, actually banned Unholy Annex. People tried like Golgari decks, but whenever you tap out for 5 mana, you make a 5/5 demon and somebody uses 1 mana, bounces that, you just feel really bad. So at some point people just banned that card from from the serious testing from the PT.
Nice.
We're gonna cast Ancestral Recall here for Pierre, no big deal, just 1 mana, draw 3, and there's another Harmonizer, there's another full bore. So I think at this point, Pierre has 2 copies of the full combo in his hand. He doesn't have a fetch land though.
Yeah, without a fetch land, still 14 damage, trampling, but yeah, I mean, there's 2 mana up from Loic, so Pierre has to think about some of those white instant speed removal spells, Get Lost, and of course, Erode, the new great have to exile variant from Secrets of Strixhaven that took down the Pro Tour. But yeah, it looks like Pierre is maybe going for it. Casting the Harmonizer for Warp. And Loic has the answer. So Pierre's gonna get blown out a little bit, but I mean, Pierre has so many cards in hand, so it might not matter. If Pierre has the Hexproof spell, or something like a Spell Snare.
Shore Up.
Yeah, the 1 Shore Up in the main deck. Oh, that is very smart indeed. I did not think about that. The Ward, of course, he can just double the power of the Ward creature and attack for 22 trample in the air. Of course. So I missed that one. Yeah, Pierre just wanted to showcase a little bit of a sweeter kill. Understandable. But yeah, heading on to 3-0 here. Congratulations. Just been crushing on these Fanfinity events. Really good stuff with a sweet deck. I'm excited to see more of it. Splinter Twin was one of the first combo decks I picked up in my Magic life story. So this deck really is reminiscent of that one. So let's see how it goes for him.
Yeah, congratulations to Pierre again. And I believe we have an intro with him, and Maria's ready to pick his brain.
I'm here in the feature area with the winner of a feature match, Pierre Liebsch. So hello, Pierre, and congrats. You're almost at home here, right, in the feature area?
I remember this. Good to be back.
Yeah, last 2 events, going undefeated, day 1, pretty much incredible. Now, same thing, 3-0 so far.
So far, yes.
So far, not gonna jinx it, but you brought a very spicy deck as well, Timur Harmonizer. Could you talk us about your decision, why, but why, basically?
Yes, and I also needed to justify this with my team, and they didn't agree, but it's fine. So the last time we had the pleasure of sitting down, I qualified for the Pro Tour in Richmond, Virginia, and the first constructed opponent I ever faced at the Pro Tour was Tony Portolan, amazing player, on Timur Harmonizer.
Nice.
So no one knew how to play against it. Everyone lost against it. Tony fell in the finals then, or in the semis, I can't remember, sorry, Tony. But afterwards, I played a lot of lessons, also in Turin, went really well. Unfortunately, 1 loss for the PT didn't work. But I played the deck, I continued playing it, and the idea was people, especially at the Spotlight, who have not played the PT themselves or might have not followed it, don't know how to play against it, don't know what the deck does, and especially day 1 is closed deck list.
Right.
So they don't know what's coming, and this deck can do the... I almost tattooed like 2-8 in German on my knuckles because it's always 28 out of nothing. So yes, that's basically it. For Prague and going forward, I'll stick with my team decks, but for this one is the last hurrah to play something spicy.
So you thought that you would follow Tony Portolan's steps, right?
Yes.
To just, bring it back.
Yeah.
Because it's unexpected, and I think it really is. So it's working well for you so far.
Yep.
All right, so here we can see that now you represent Team Worley Council Play. So how do you feel about working with the team right now?
It is a dream. So I had a impromptu team for Richmond. It worked good, but not great, and it didn't have the spirit I was hoping. And I talked to the EU lead RC team lead Myra in Turin. We met there.
Yes.
And after this is just like I helped out for the PT testing for Vegas, so we got recruited as helpers, and I love it. It wasn't meant to happen this quickly, but it did. I'm super happy. I love the team spirit. We went out, had amazing food yesterday, a great time, and I'm looking forward to everything great that will come.
Amazing. Well deserved. So thank you so much, and good luck going further.
Welcome back to round number 4 of Spotlight Series London. It's the first time that you guys see our pretty faces.
Yeah, well, not the first time for me.
No.
I was in the opening segment.
Oh,
we stowed you away in the back.
That's true. Well, then it's the first time that you guys see me.
Yeah!
I'm Gucci from Italy, joining me, my very good friend Simon Nielsen from Denmark. And this is actually the first time that we do pair together.
It is. We've never been in a booth before.
All we needed was Philippa to not be here so I could finally be with Simon.
Yeah.
Sorry, Philippa. I hope you're not jealous that I stole your Simon. Are you gonna wear some like particular outfit, you know, showing some
shoulder? No, I'm gonna try and match you.
Oh,
so all I need is a scarf.
You need a scarf.
I need a scarf. Yeah.
Well, conveniently, the Secrets of Strixhaven have like the team scarf. We saw Frank Karsten walking around with a Quandrix scarf because, of course, he's our mathematician.
Yeah, I need to get me one of those.
Are you a Quandrix?
Well, I'm Prismari because I'm a theater kid.
Me too. I'm Prismari just because I like blue-red. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, same. No, you and I, same ilk.
Same ilk. But yeah, so we have a lot of games to show you today. We've seen a lot of very, very wild round 1 between the 2 life gain mirror matches, and then Teamer Harmonizer, which was played by my first pick at this fantasy draft, Pierre Leipzig. I still don't know how to say surname very well, but there's a lot of German-speaking people here, which will help me out. Also, this cable keeps on going up. But anyway, very excited to be here. We got some more spice, and also 2 players that you know very well, Simon.
Yes, exactly. So this round here, we're going to see a previous Spotlight champion. And he said if last round was a wild one, well, this round is going to be a wild ride, so to speak. Playing against a Danish player, one of the up-and-coming Danish players who's starting to have a lot of success very recently, and someone I've known for 15 years. So that's going to be a very cool match. You're seeing Alexander McIsaac from Montreal, coming all the way from Canada to play in this tournament. And McIsaac previously won the American Spotlight Series for Avatar.
And he won with the Leyline Fling deck.
Yes, exactly. He won with the Leyline Red, won the Spotlight Series, and now he came here and he saw, oh, Prowess is the most popular deck? Well, I'm going to play Prowess, but I'm going to play it my way.
Yeah, there's no Leyline, but you still have the Fling cards. So.
You definitely still have like the like all the cards to make up, you know, like you could definitely tell when you look at a deck list that this is a McIsaac deck list.
Yes.
There's another tell, by the way, that you can see this.
Why?
It's the Poison Dart Frog in the sideboard.
Oh, it does. Wow, I didn't notice. I did not notice.
Winning a whole Spotlight Series with a 14-card sideboard plus 1 mascot.
Yeah.
So that's
crazy.
Exactly what he's rocking up with this time. The Dart Frog is not going to come in, but it's just going to sit on the side of the board, cheering him on.
Yes, indeed. The opposite side is playing Mono Green Landfall, which was the deck that you and many other people played at the Pro Tour last week.
It's literally the deck I played at the Pro Tour.
Oh, you gave it to him?
I just handed Lucas my deck box, and he's just playing the cards.
Wow. That's cool. I also lent a deck to a friend of mine.
Yeah?
But he's 0-2, so we're not going to feature him.
Well, so what does that show?
That my friend decided to play Elementals and not a good deck. That's what it showed.
Okay.
But no, of course, rooting for him. Hopefully it goes back. But also, here at Spotlight Series London, it's not just the main event. Because, of course, we're only covering the main event. But there's also a lot of very cool events happening outside of the main event, such as tomorrow, the limited championship qualifier for the limited Pro Tour, which is one of the very cool things of these like big events that you come here and maybe your main event doesn't go well, but you still have a lot of very good side events to play outside of that. So, yeah, Magic is definitely stepping up their side event game, sort of. It's not, you know, doing very, very good side event. A lot of people, actually, my very good friend Alex Rohan, is not playing the main event to play tomorrow, the sealed open. So that's it really tells a lot about
that limited championship is certainly a very sought-after tournament. You know, the first all-limited Pro Tour since I don't know when. Have you ever played a limited Pro Tour? No.
I played a block-constructed Pro Tour.
Oh,
which
wow.
is, you know, not that, you know,
that really
I played the last one.
age in itself.
The last one.
And the block-constructed PTs lasted way longer than the limited PTs.
Humble brag, but I top-aided that one, so just to say, you know, just to say.
I didn't know.
Yeah, the Journey to
Right, true. This was your very first one, yeah. I remember watching you on screen and thinking, wow, this guy's
2013,
so cool.
2013. Long time ago.
I had to turn this.
Yeah, and but yeah, I actually registered. So next week, so on Monday, I'm gonna go to Brazil because I want to play the regional championship in Sao Paulo.
Yes.
And I registered already for the side event on Sunday, the sealed one, just in case I don't make it.
You
don't make it.
Yeah, you're certainly someone who trusts yourself.
I've seen this guy. I've seen both of these guys.
Yes, exactly. Lucas has been going to like all the GPs. Here we see McIsaac coming in from Montreal, Canada. Lucas on the other side. I want to highlight that. Oh yeah, actually my deck box.
That's your deck box,
Simon.
That's my deck. That's your deck box. I recognize it. Because you brought it at my home when you came a few weeks ago. You know, to
exactly, yeah.
Together.
So Lucas is playing Mono Green Landfall with apparently 8 copies of Earthbender's Ascension.
What's that supposed to be? Oh, Fable Passage. The second Earthbender's Ascension.
Oh yeah, it should be a Fable Passage. Okay, that's fine. So this
would
is
you rather play 8 Earthbend Ascension or 4 Fable Passage?
Probably rather play the Fable Passage, to be honest, if I had to decide. And here we see McIsaac, winner of the Spotlight Series. I wasn't actually the Avatar, it was the one before that. He was one of the winners of the Gauntlet, actually, the Marvel Gauntlet. So it must be the Spotlight Spider-Man that we also covered here in Europe. But there was an American version as well, and McIsaac took this down with with some of these cards here. Turn Inside Out, Wild Ride, and Callous Sellsword. Specifically, the red part, Burn Together, which is 1 mana. You fling a creature at the opponent and deal damage equal to its power. So his plan here, he's just going to play a Slick Shot or the Deuce of Otter and pump it up so fast that it's like at 10. At attack Lucas for 10 and then fling it for 10. Just a one-turn kill deck. And Lucas's deck is especially poorly positioned to deal with this. He has Sorcery Speed removal only in the Melt Stratus Resolve, and then 2 copies of Dragon Sniper that is a 1-1 with Death Touch and Reach that, you know, can block a Slickshot Show-Off, but doesn't really interact very well against Elusive Otter and Fling effects. Here we see the Chocobo come down to oppose the Elusive Otter on the other side.
So Simon, what happened in the metagame? This card, Elusive Otter, used to be a staple in Prowess, but none of the Prowess deck plays that card anymore. What happened to the metagame?
Well, I think we'll actually see like you know, like that come back into the metagame as well. So the issue with the Elusive Otter is that like, it's not as well situated in the Izzet Mirrors, and especially against the decks that play Prismari Charm, which are some of the Spellamental deck. The Elusive Otter just gets like killed too easily by dealing 1 damage to 2 different creatures. So Elusive Otter, you know, people bought them out in Mirror, and they started to build the Prowess decks to beat the Mirror and completely cut out that card. This left a room for Landfall to take over at the Pro Tour, because Elusive Otter is the reason why the Prowess decks have been beating the Landfall decks. Mike Isaac, though, building things his own way, he doesn't follow the meta game, he's nothing like that, so he is still playing with these Elusive Otters, and that's going to give Lucas a run for his money.
Okay, so we see a very good start by Mech Isaac, which starts with...
Is it even lethal right now? Wild Ride on that Slickshot Show-Off.
That's already a 5. What's that 3 supposed to mean? It's 6, actually. That's already a 6.
Yes, exactly.
And then we got Ancestral Anger, which is going to give the Slickshot Show-Off +3.
Yeah, +3 in total.
So it's 9 right now.
Yes, so that's 9, 12 damage coming in.
Unblockable.
Yeah, put Lucas down to 8, and if there is a fling effect...
There is, I've seen it.
Oh, then the Slickshot Show-Off will trigger again. So, yeah, so right now the Slickshot Show-Off has gotten like well, it's gotten +8, right?
9 damage.
Yeah, so it is 9 damage. And then it'll trigger up to 11 power and deal 11 more direct damage. So this is a clean turn 3 kill for Mech Isaac's deck. You know, he's someone who does not like to play very many turns of the game.
Turn 3 in Standard. Lucas had the perfect start, Chocobo into Badgermole Cub. And then Lucas is... pass it up at turn 3 and the game just ended.
Look, he's even playing with my forest, I just realized.
Yeah, I seen it. I didn't mention it, but you know, your Time Spiral Forest is definitely a signature of Simon Nielsen, but wow. What an amazing start by Alexander Max Isaac, who wins the game, and there it is. We see it.
The Poison Dart Frog, yes.
The Poison Dart Frog showed into play. Simon, do you think you need to replace that deck box, or just gonna use it until, I don't know, you lose it?
Have you seen my limited deck box?
Your limited deck box?
Well, so it's started up black, and it is white right now. And it started to split on the side.
Yeah, you know, there's like all these companies that try to sell deck boxes to players. One of them is, of course, the sponsor of the Spotlight,
show, Ultimate Guard, and this is a sturdy Ultimate Guard deck box. You know, it has not changed its colors. It was yellow when I got it.
Maybe Simon.
Yellow.
So the other, you know, we can ask some of the Ultimate Guard members to hook you up with a deck box, maybe.
No, this is an Ultimate Guard.
No, I know, but like a new one.
Oh, a new one.
Like
no.
You can put the same stickers on it.
Yeah,
it's
but then
just,
I have to peel them off. No,
no, you don't want it.
like.
You know, okay.
I like to just use this. Well, it does look very worn.
It does. It does. It's very, very old.
As Lucas will look at the sideboard plan that I gave him that does not contain any information for how to beat Mech Isaac. So
All right.
he's gonna have to improvise.
All right, Mech Isaac is gonna bring in 1 into the Floodmaw, that's for sure.
Yeah, that card's very nice to like. Basically, the way that Mech Isaac loses this match is that Lucas has an equally like OTK situation with his Mossborn Hydra or the Mightform Harmonizer. So the Into the Floodmaw is a way where you can prevent this. It also can stop the Melt Stratus Resolve from fighting and killing one of your creatures. But other than that, I think he's going to sideboard very little, because his deck is so well situated in the matchup that if you change too many cards, you may actually give up win percentage rather than add win percentage.
Yeah, that's a typical mistake that new players do. They just over sideboard, making their deck not as consistent anymore. Bringing in too many spell pierces, too many, just interaction that just makes your deck a little bit less consistent. On the other side, though, what does the green deck have to do to have a chance?
Yes, so in the green sideboard, I mentioned the Mossborn Hydras, and Lucas does have 4 of those to bring in, which can help. But otherwise, the sideboard is like, Like, it's got like Sapling Nursery, that's way too slow. It's got Edge Rover, which is one of our innovations for the PT, and that one I think actually can come in. So it's a 1-mana 2/2 reach.
That's it.
And when it dies, both players get a lander token. So yes, basically that's it. This card is our specific tech to deal with Slickshot Show-Off, because no amount of fight spells is going to be able to take care of the Show-Off. And since this deck is not splashing white for a road, as it didn't want to give up some consistency for access to that, well, you can't actually interact with the Slickshot at instant speed, and you lose to it so often, unless you have the 1-mana reach creatures like the Dragon Sniper and the Edge Rover. So that's going to be, Lucas says, you know, tiny defense. He's going to hope that either the Elusive Otter is not drawn, or that he can kill it, and he's basically going to hope that Mac Isaac's deck, that's full of pump spells and such, crumbles a bit and gives Lucas a bit of an opening to try and win with the pure consistency of the mono green landfall deck, because that is the advantage he does have in this matchup. His deck will do something more often than Mac Isaac's deck will do something. But whenever Mac Isaac's deck does something, you will die.
Yeah. Just to go back to Edge Rover, remember, Simon, the first card I've ever opened in Magic a long time ago was Izamaru, Hound of Konda.
Yes.
1 white for a 2/2, legendary creature. And that was so good.
It was so good.
It was mind-boggling good, you know? And now you have this 1/1, 1 mana, 2/2 reach with, is that an upside or a downside that whenever it dies, both players get a land?
It's an upside in this deck. Mostly the landfall deck can then use that as an instant speed landfall trigger. So it's actually quite nice the way it plays in the deck. And the Prowess deck is not very good at using the lander token. They want to spend their mana cantripping and such. So it actually works out pretty well in the mono green deck. We actually had 4 copies in the 75 until the day before deckless submission, where we realized, wait a minute, Dragon Sniper may actually be even better because it can, you know, block traps and so on with the death touch.
Yeah, definitely. Dragon Sniper is a lot of ability for a 1-mana 1/1. You know, I was birding a lot at the Pro Tour because I did not play, but I was around the area and I was like sitting at the top tables, and that's the card that was often in play that I didn't recognize, and I was like, what's that card? And then the players were packing it up. I was like, I don't recognize that card. I know. I've seen plenty. Oh, look at that Poison Dart Frog.
Oh yeah, just on display here.
Showed on the more, you know, color modest deck box that Mac Isaac has compared to
compared to
Lucas.
this nice bright and yellow one.
Yeah.
Oh, and we. Oh, I guess that's a promo that people got. You see that Liliana sticking out there of the deck box. Everyone who turned up to this event got this Liliana promo.
Really?
Yeah.
Liliana Vest, the OG.
The OG Liliana Vest.
5 mana +1. You discard a card.
Well, the opponent does.
Yeah, you. As yeah. Actually, you can do it as well.
Yeah, sure.
It's a target player.
Yeah. If you want to discard your Crystal Brands, you can reanimate it 10/6.
Yeah. And the players are about to begin. Let's see, do we have a strong start by Lucas? We really need a strong start.
Lucas has a Badger Mole Cup start into an Earthbend Ascension and decides to just keep this hand. He also has, interestingly, a Royal Treatment in hand.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what's that full art card near the end?
It looks like a Fable Passage, which is weird because the 4 Fable Passages in the deck that I gave did not have that copy.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
So we switched to Fable Passage.
Switched into a
Earthbend Ascension.
Yeah.
No, that's never mind. All right. Looks like Mac Isaac is taking a mulligan, which obviously you need to just have a strong start because
you need
this
to
game
mulligan
needs to end quickly.
very aggressively with this deck. With the deck that Mac Isaac is playing. Whereas the mono green landfall deck doesn't actually get to mulligan that much because it kind of like suffers on mulligans to 5 at times because you really need to make your land drop, so it's tough to put lands away in your opening hand. So we'll see if the hand that Lucas has chosen to keep here is going to be good enough to contest with another Elusive Otter.
Yeah, so starting town turn 1 is a little bit awkward because it's going to be like the mana base of Mac Isaac is very painful. But this isn't a matchup that's going to maybe punish you for having
No,
such
I mean,
lands.
if it sometimes can. If you get down to 16 specifically, that's like the magic number that is like a power of 2, where you can actually be in range of, let's say, a Hydra that Lucas just picked up here. So the Magic Mole Cup can play a Hydra next turn, and I think Lucas is set up to do a turn 4 kill. So can Mac Isaac interact with this?
I don't think he has an interactive hand, but he has a very aggressive hand with 2 copies of Wild Ride, 2 Elusive Otters, and a Storm Chaser's Talent.
Yes, exactly. It also depends a lot on how much damage McIsaac takes. I think Lucas can attack for 16-16 on turn 4.
Here, what McIsaac can do is playing an Otter and give it a Wild Ride and attack for a bunch.
Yeah, that's still 7 damage coming in, which is, you know, not nothing. But the issue is that the Otter token that you Wild Ride, it can just be blocked by the Badgermole Cup. So I wonder if Isaac is even going to do this, because it's like, you do take away the mana from Lucas, but Lucas also gets to save a lot of life in that interaction. So McIsaac may just want to like hold off on this, or actually has an Elusive Otter, I see, in hand, which may be a better target. But he may also just want to like never allow the Elusive Otter to be blocked here. So he can just play, you know, the Storm Chaser's Talent, play another 1-mana spell, and just attack for 3, and set up for a Wild Ride turn next turn.
So he offers the trade here between the Otter and the Cub.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting trade for Lucas, who really wanted to next turn play the Mosspawn Hydra and then play a fetch land.
So McIsaac had the option to go Elusive Otter into Wild Ride. Instead, chose to go for Storm Chaser Thailand into Wild Ride.
Yes.
Interesting decision, right?
Yes, yeah, because you actually would be able to save your 5 damage on an unblockable creature by doing it the other way.
Yeah, but
I think this way, McIsaac may be holding on to the Elusive Otter as like another prowess trigger to pump the one that's in play. So that may be his game plan. He's just trying to get in chip damage here and there.
That's true.
And then use the adventure mode on Elusive Otter, enabled by these starting towns, to actually get there.
Because of course, Elusive Otter has 2 sides. There's the green side and the blue side.
Right, and Lucas here sitting on this Royal Treatment is going to sandbag that Mosspawn Hydra. It's a bit of a risky play either way. Do you just play out the Hydra now and it's susceptible to a Burst Lightning, or do you hold it and then you're susceptible to dying a turn earlier because it takes a little bit longer for you to get lethal. But it makes a lot of sense to hold it because you still wouldn't be able to produce lethal in time if you just played out the Hydra now. Next turn you would be able to, with Fable Passage and Earthbend Ascension, you know, you could get it to a 16-16, which may not be enough. Depending on how McIsaac's life total looks.
Simon, what do you think about the block before that Lucas made?
I love the block. I think you definitely need to like save your life points and get the prowess creatures off the board, because you need to buy time for this Hydra to work.
Yeah, because of course the Badgermole Cup would have let you go Hydra into land, holding up the Royal Treatment, and you know, start doubling the counters on the Hydra. So it would have like made you for that turn 4 kill that you talked about. Instead, this way he's like slowing himself a lot.
He is indeed, but he's also like, he prevented 5 damage that turn and also prevented the future attack from the auto token. So it's not as a clear cut of a decision. No, you can kind of like it's something that you gotta math out, like how much you gain either way. But in this case, you know, because Lucas ended up drawing the Chocobo, decided that it was totally fine to wait on the Hydra. I think he was just planning on running out the Hydra and hoping for no pump. And here we actually see, speaking of, you know, the pump spells here, we got Elusive Otter putting 2+ counters on the other Elusive Otter with the Gross Bounty Adventure spell. So that's 4 damage coming on in, and Lucas cannot block this. So going down to 13. And next turn, there was Wild Ride and Secret Identity. So that'll make this Elusive Otter into a 5, 8, 10 damage. So still not quite lethal, but it means that McIsaac could draw any of his 1-mana pump spells and finish off this game. As now we see the Mosspawn Hydra come down, the fetch land coming on in, fetching immediately, and now the Hydra is a 4/4 and, you know, about ready to take over this game. Next turn with a land drop and this Earthbend Ascension, well, it's going to be 16-16, and that is exactly McIsaac's life total. As I mentioned, 16, a magic number. Though I guess the Chocobo here could also rumble in for a bit extra damage. So McIsaac needs here to top deck a 1-mana spell. And if he does, he's going to be able to attack for lethal, and Lucas can't actually defend against that because the Elusive Otter will be simply too big.
All right, so if McIsaac draws maybe a Fling effect, would that be lethal?
Fling would also be lethal. Any 1-mana spell, even Burst Lightning. What did he draw?
Slick Shot Show Off.
Oh, Slick Shot is not good enough. You can't play Slick Shot alongside the other 2 1-mana spells here.
So we said that if you play Otter from the Adventure Zone, if you give it +3, +0 and haste, and if you go...
Oh, true.
And if you go Secret Identity, how much damage is that, Simon?
True, you're actually right. If you do it that way, that is your 1-mana spell lined up. The Elusive Otter from the... Yeah, that's actually the extra 3 damage you may need. So the Elusive Otter is going to be 6 power, and then the other one that you fly over is going to be 7 power.
8, because it becomes a 3, and
Yeah.
it takes +3, and it takes...
No, it only takes +2.
No, it takes +3 from the wild ride and +2 from
Oh,
the
yeah, but you
prowess.
wild ride on the other one, right?
Yes,
wild ride on
I
the
would
one you
wild
play.
ride on the one without
So
counters.
the one you, yes. So the one you play is going to attack for 6, and the other one's going to attack for 7. It's exactly 13
I think you have 13 damage.
Yes, exactly.
I
And
think you have 13
Lucas
damage.
cannot block with any of his things. Oh, yeah, and even
Ooh,
like this
royal
royal
treatment.
treatment can only buff for +1,
Oh,
so it's
yeah.
not going to be good enough.
No, it's exactly...
To get it there. Yeah, I
No,
wonder.
it's not true. It's not true. Royal Treatment makes the most important Hydra into a 5, which you can trade with the otter, with the left side
The
otter.
is going to be 6, right? It's going to be 6 and 7.
No,
Oh.
no.
No?
I think it's 5. I think it's 8 and 5.
Okay, I think it's 7 and 6. Let's see what happens in the field
Yeah.
as Alexander McIsaac targets the secret identity on this elusive otter. Oh, He's done this so much. Now it becomes a 3-4.
You're right. Of course, I was putting secret identity on the left, on the right one, but he's
yeah, I
lead
see.
on this one. So yes,
Yeah,
7 and
as
6.
long as you put the secret identity on the one.
Yeah, it's
on the
exactly
other one.
lethal. Exactly lethal. Crazy. It's exactly lethal.
We really see this deck here
Wow.
from Alexander. You know, we've seen him top 8 challenges very recently. You know, multiple challenges with this deck. And, you know, you'd think that if someone knows what's up, you know, from playing against him, sitting down,
Yeah.
they would be in trouble. But, even here, you know, showing his face out into this tournament, people have no idea how to contend with this wild ride prowess deck
Wow.
as he takes down the match against
Yeah.
Lucas Hudl, who, by the way, is qualified for the Arena Championship coming up at the end of the month here.
Yeah, so I wanted to like make sure that you guys know that Isaac set up this lethal. Like last turn,
Yes.
he went for the otter with 2 counters because he knew that the following turn he had exactly 13 damage.
Yeah, it's actually true. Like, it's kind of an unintuitive play on turn 3 that all you do is use the Adventure spell. But Alexander had already calculated at that point that,
Yes.
well, with the spells he had in hand, it would add up to exactly 13. That's how you want to play these decks. You really gotta be, you know, calculated and think things through. And I wonder if he had even planned, you know, like on turn 2 when he played the Storm Chaser's talent and then Wild Rided, rather than play the Elusive Otter. He might have had this plan this
Yes.
whole time.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like this was like a game that he like executed perfectly from the very beginning.
Yes.
He knew that by the cards that he had in hand, maybe withdrawing like the 3rd land, which he did on turn 3, and like very few other pieces, he had the turn 4 win. So definitely a very well executed plan by the prowess player, who again is not playing a stock prowess list like most are. He's not playing any list that came from the Pro Tour. He's playing a list that came from his homebrew.
Yes, exactly.
From his arena account, maybe.
Yeah,
You know,
from Magic Online account, as
Magic
I
Online
mentioned.
account.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got those challenges on lock.
Yes.
So yeah, nice to see Alexander McIsaac, you know, previous Spotlight winner, playing with some of these cards, like, you know, the Callous Sellsword and Turn Inside Out. We didn't get to see that one, and Wild Ride, of course, taking down this match and moving on to 4-0. Excellent spot for moving into the second day if you can just win a few more matches now.
Yes, indeed. And we do have another match lined up, which we're going to show you as soon as possible. So, you know, here at Spotlight Series London, we try to minimize the wait. There's not going to be many. We are going to be back screen. We're just going to be like a lot of gameplay, a lot of faces, of course. We have the interviewers, we have the players, and here we have over 600 people battling out. And how many wins do you need to make day 2?
You need 6 wins. You need to go 6-3 in the 9 rounds you play today. So it's kind of a challenge, but it's also a very, you know, overcomable challenge. So for a lot of players who show up today, like making day 2 is their primary goal, and we'll be watching and following as these players cash that in. And for other people like Isaac, who's already had one of those trophies, well, he's hungry for another one, it seems, and flying all the way from Canada to join us here in London.
It's very good. I mean, Magic, of course, has these Spotlight Series all around the world. We've had them in America. We've had them in Europe. We are going to have one in August in Australia.
Yes, true.
Modern. From Europe is a little bit too far, but I'm considering it. I'm considering it.
You just want to fly everywhere.
No, I'm considering it. And then in November, we're going to have it in China as well. So, you know, there's a Spotlight Series almost everywhere in the world this year, and it's a very exciting thing, you know. From a GP world traveler that I am, Martin Juza, that we had in the previous round.
Yes, exactly, yes.
Know? But back in the days, in the GPs, Simon, we used to have a lot of buys to start the day. 2 or 3 buys based on your level. that was easier to make day 2 with 6 and 3. Today, the players actually grind through 9 rounds of Swiss and win 6 to 7 matches to get to day 2. So
yeah, you have to win your first 3 rounds the hard way.
The hard way.
No matter who you are.
Yes.
Everyone else here out battling on equal footing.
That's indeed. And we have another match lined up for you. It is Band Rhythm versus Mardu Discard. That's how Frank Karsten called it.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So Band Rhythm or Band Cub, played by Ben Sek, one of the old-time pros. We always see him come out to these. Actually, an Australian, just talking about the Spotlight Series in Australia. He doesn't live in Australia, of course.
Of course. Why would he?
Why would he live there?
No, of course.
Of course, he didn't come here all the way from Australia.
Oh, that's what you
Europe
meant.
nowadays.
That's what you meant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Oh, I see. Shout out to all the Australian viewers.
Yeah, all the Australian viewers.
You're
whatever time it is.
spending your evening with us, your Saturday night,
yes,
with your kids watching some Magic. All right, but before going there, I heard that we have a metagame breakdown, so you can see how many Steam events are played on the other room. We have Frank Karsten with a Quandrix scarf on, and Maria. So we're just gonna check them out. What do they have to say about the metagame of this Spotlight Series London?
Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you, Simon. I'm here joined by our Quandrix mastermind, Frank Karsten, and of course, he crunched up some numbers on the metagame, so we're going to talk about the Spotlight metagame. But first, I think we have to go back a little and talk about the Pro Tour Secrets of Strix Heaven.
Yes, indeed, because all the decks that the competitors chose this weekend are heavily informed by what we saw this past weekend at Pro Tour Sequence of Strixhaven. The decks that rose to the top there, as well as the win rates from that event, have had substantial impact on the decks that we are seeing this weekend.
Right.
So if we take a look at the metagame from the Pro Tour this past weekend, the most played deck may have been Izzet Prowess, but the defining deck of the tournament ultimately was Celestia Landfall. Nathan Stoyer and Christopher Larson, 2 teammates, they made the finals together with that new breakout deck, the White Splash making a big impact. And yeah, Nathan taking the trophy.
What a finals it was, and we just saw what a true team's friendship and team's companionship means. So, they both won, basically. It was amazing to see.
Yep. But taking it back to last weekend's metagame,
right.
As I mentioned, Izzet Prowess by far the most played. Out of the over 300 players, 99 were on Izzet Prowess. But it wasn't the most winningest deck, because here you can see the win rates from the standard rounds from the Pro Tour Day 1 and Day 2. And Izzet Prowess actually performed sub 50%. Whereas the Landfall decks, right, Mono Green Landfall was definitely the more popular build, whereas the Celestia Landfall, even though it made it into the finals, was a bit less popular. But both of these decks, 56.8 for Mono Green Landfall, the win rate, 63.7 for Celestia Landfall. Incredible. They really excelled. Yeah. And seeing how these decks performed so well, it certainly made everyone believe that Landfall was going to be a bigger part of the metagame going forward. So that's already the big lesson from the Pro Tour. Yeah, the Izzet decks were extremely popular, but the Landfall decks were the ones that performed the very best.
Exactly. So Pro Tour, it was the first big tournament with the new set, Secrets of Strixhaven, of course. Everyone kept eyes on the results of the Pro Tour, and Izzet before the Pro Tour was the deck to beat. Hence, people try to innovate, of course, pro players, and Landfall turned out to be the deck that beats Prowess, especially this new build, Celestia.
Yes, and it wasn't even always that way. I think the Landfall decks adapted their card choices to get better against, say, the threat of Slickshot Show-Off, either with reach creatures in a mono green build or erode in the Celestia build, whereas many of the Izzet decks, at least this past weekend, were more geared for the mirror match. Also, the landfall the players managed to tweak their builds a bit more, learn the matchup inside and out. And if we would take a look at the head-to-head win rates between the various top-performing archetypes, then what stands out is that, well, against the two most played decks, so against Izzet Prowess and against Mono Green Landfall, like Celestia Landfall was doing great. Both Celestia Landfall and Mono Green Landfall won 63% of their matches this past weekend at the Pro Tour against Izzet Prowess, so that definitely shows that they were great in that particular matchup. And Landfall, with the power of Ero to take out Mightform Harmonizer, also apparently had an edge against the Mono Green builds. Now, the obvious question is, okay, well, if Landfall is just beating everything, how do you beat Landfall?
Yeah. Exactly.
But there, the head-to-head win rates from the Pro Tour and also like well-established in Standard. The Nature's Rhythm decks are one of the best ways to beat Landfall. You just go over the top with like better mana acceleration and better like payoffs with your Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah, so this graphic is actually very interesting because it really shows that Standard is a format of sorts like rock, paper, scissors, right? So this one deck beats the other, and like this one beats the other way around. So like Landfall beats now Izzet, and Cub beats Landfall, so we like go full circle, right?
Yes, but then indeed the Izzet decks with their efficient removal can often defeat the Badger Mole Cub Nature's Rhythm decks. So yeah, that sort of gets like a rock, paper, scissors dynamic, where the standard metagame is really going to change from week to week. Even the card choices are gonna like change from week to week. So that provides the context. Also at the Pro Tour, Celestial Ouroboros and even Mardu Discard performed quite well. But this all provides the context for what we're seeing this weekend.
Exactly.
And I went through like all the 600 decks that the players registered, meticulously labeled all the archetypes, and I got the numbers.
Incredible job. All right, so now I think we need to see the metagame finally for Spotlight Secrets.
The most played deck, and perhaps not too surprisingly, it's still Izzet Prowess. This weekend, 125 players brought this archetype, so over 20% of the field. It's a bit less than the roughly 30% we had at the Pro Tour this past weekend. So already, you know, it had a middling performance this past weekend, which means that some amount of players were switching over to another deck, but still Izzet Prowess is the most played one. Celestia Landfall, it rose from only like around 3% at the Pro Tour this past weekend. Now, you know, with many players seeing its performance of these decks in the finals, second most played deck at 9% of the metagame. So indeed, Celestia Landfall on the rise. Other Izzet builds like Izzet Lessons, Izzet Spelementals, roughly similar as the Pro Tour this past weekend. They are strategically different from Izzet Prowess, but are still sticking around. Azorius Prison and Dimir Excruciator grew a bit compared to the Pro Tour, right? Azorius Prison put Zevin Faust in the top 8. Dimir Excruciator featured a 9-1 standard record by Rick Hubbeng Lee, but you know, still somewhat comparable numbers to this past weekend. The big risers on the right side of the column are Celestia Ouroboros and Banned Rhythm. And that's in line with what I just explained about these head-to-head win rates. These are like partly the decks with access to Nature's Rhythm, either in the main deck for Banned Rhythm or in the sideboard for Celestia Ouroboros, that have the capability of going over the top of the landfall decks. So players who were expecting a big rise in landfall strategies may have opted for these decks, because yeah, they are well positioned against that sort of matchup. But you know, going down a bit beyond the various control decks in similar sizes as at the Pro Tour, Mono Green Landfall, yeah, only 2.7%, whereas that was like 19% this past weekend.
So I think that context was very important. So thank you very much, Frank, for putting up the numbers, because we can see how people adjusted to the expected meta, right? So the Pro Tour was like the pivotal moment basically for people and going forward. So Izzet at the Pro Tour, we've seen a variety of builds, right? So some featured this new card, Stallion.
Yeah, the Color Storm Stallion.
Yes,
the
Color
3-drop.
Storm Stallion,
with wards,
exactly.
yep.
Like, no Edinburgh Crab, because previously people played even all 4 copies of Edinburgh Crab to beat Landfall and to beat the Mirror. So taking more to the Mirror and at the Pro Tour as well. So now, how is it decks differ? Do people trying to beat Landfall now rather than the Mirror more?
To some extent, yes. I saw some differences when going over the different card choices. Because indeed, this past weekend, many of the Is It Prowess decks, as you mentioned, were heavily geared for the mirror match with more resilient, high toughness threats that are more difficult to remove rather than, say, an elusive otter that just gets burnt easily. This weekend, when I looked over the Is It Prowess deck lists, I saw a lot more elusive otters, which are actually great against the landfall decks due to their like evasive capabilities, and far fewer Color Storm Stallions, which are great in the mirror, but not so much against landfall. So that is another example, just like the rise of Band, Rhythm, and Celestia Ouroboros, of players, I think, adapting their decks and card choices more towards what they perceive as like a new main deck to beat, the Celestia Landfall deck that puts 2 players in the finals of the Pro Tour. However, looking at the numbers, I was surprised that this past weekend over 20% of the field was on Landfall, either Mono Green or Celestia. And this weekend, adding up Mono Green Landfall and Green White Landfall is only about 12%.
Right.
So many players came prepared for Landfall. It is there,
yes,
but perhaps not in the numbers they were hoping or expecting to truly prey upon.
Yeah,
maybe that will change by day 2. If the landfall decks keep performing as well as they did at the Pro Tour, they may convert very well. And then in these later rounds where you are gearing up for the top 8, maybe that's where you can strike. Right. But maybe some players were already a week ahead.
Yes.
And honestly, looking at the depth of standards, we had, I don't even know what the percentage was in the other category. It was like 30% or so. I've seen so many awesome, sweet, spicy decks. We've already seen some of them on stream, like from Abzan Bats to like Orzhov Live Gain. There are also decks like there's like Gruul Leyline at 3-0, a completely wild new Is It Opus build that we may see later if they keep winning.
Right.
The amount of like creativity and awesome decks, and maybe we have like the next breakout here. I was very impressed.
Yeah, me too. So thank you very much, Frank. And now to the casters.
To the casters, that's us.
That's us.
Simon. We've seen the metagame. We've seen a number of Steam events. It's actually, proportionate.
I mean, it's like very similar to at the Pro Tour, actually, but a lot of the Prowess players went to play lessons. So that's the thing that has changed.
But Prowess guys, you really.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be 30% of the field realistically. And Landfall, I thought it was going to be the most played deck this weekend, but it seems like people, they like their Steam Vents and their Storm Chasers talents more than they like their Chocobos. It breaks my heart.
It's not together to put together. It's not easy to put together a standard deck in just a few days. This is not Arena. You don't just click some buttons and craft some wild cards. Also, people are just. Like, for example, Simon, I have my Is It Prowess deck with me. I have my first edition Opt, my first edition Sleight of Hand. I'm not going to let them go just because the metagame is bad,
True, yeah,
I'll just keep on tapping my island and play my...
And also, like, these decks are very, like, changeable, right? I guess we see Meg Isaac has a version here that is clearly very good against Landfall. And so you can obviously change up your decks.
Exactly. You don't have to
change.
You don't have to just throw everything away and be a meta slave.
You don't have to be a meta slave.
Meta slave.
Meta slave.
Simon, are you a meta slave?
No.
No, that's why you did.
I like playing club.
Mono green landfall at the Pro Tour, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
maybe my exact deck. Actually, Lucas has gotten more wins in this tournament now that I got in the entire Pro Tour.
But he changed the table passage, though.
Oh, that's why. That's why he changed favorite passage. Okay, I think we're about ready to get into the next round here,
Let's
or
go.
not the next round, the same round, but next game of this round. And do Like, speaking of not being a meta slave, we see here Ben Sek versus Stanley. And Stanley is playing a Rakdos discard with a bit of upgrades here. This is Madu discard right now. So it is the deck we've seen before, with Moon Shadow, the Marauding Makos, and the cool but rude. No monuments to be seen in this version of the deck. But then it also gets some upgrades from Seekers of Strixhaven with Hardened Academic to go alongside the Iron Shield Elf. Now you have so many 2-mana creatures that can discard at instant speed. So instead of running the equipment that they've ran before, the 1-mana equipment where you discarded sorcerer speed, now they have the Academic and Iron Shield Elf and have way better creatures to do this with. This also includes Erode that you get access to. There's more copies in the sideboard as well. And then full 4 copies of Practical Offense, which is once again not showing on the screen here, but
you have 8 cool but rude instead.
Oh, true.
You can't play more than 4 copies of a card in the game Magic the Gathering. We are gonna be, fixing those slides for you, but I'm sure that the player is not playing 8 copies of a single card.
Let's see what's 8 copies of it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see which 8 copies. No, this is
it's actually the perfect deck list.
Oh my god! All right,
I
so
love this deck.
This is a quite of an old deck, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, old and old.
Nobody played this deck at the Pro Tour.
That's true. It was very underplayed at the Pro Tour for sure. But right now, expecting Landfall to come up, well, people have been flocking over to Band Rhythm once again, trying to get that leg up. And this is a deck that's of course built around Badgermole Cobb. It surrounds it with a bunch of mana dorks, and then Nature's Rhythm, which you can use to either search up the Cobb, or once you have all this mana, you can find the Crater Hoof Behemoth. It especially combos well with Spider Manifestation that untaps whenever you play an expensive spell. And so with Nature's Rhythm and Cobb, you can start to almost storm off and get to the Crater Hoof Behemoth at an accelerated pace. This deck can even win on turn 3, but it also has this Bright Glass Gearhulk package with removal spells and Soulguard Lantern it can go grab from its deck to interact with the opponent. And so that part of the deck, the Seam Ribs especially from the Bright Glass Gearhulk, is going to be important. Stanley won game 1 here against Ben Sek, one of the old-time pros, and is now looking to. We can see in the graphic when it looks like this, and you can't see anything on the left side of the screen. That means that they have won the first game, and
yes.
You can see the 2 black dots on the other side. That's the way we found to be most intuitive to show that the player has won the first game.
Simon, this is an interesting play here. Burst Lightning went immediately on the Gene Pollinator, but isn't it better to hold the Burst Lightning up and see what Ben Sek follows this up with? Yeah,
so especially when it's Gene Pollinator, which doesn't do anything by itself. It actually may pay off to wait and then kill the Badgermole Cup that comes down. It does have a downside.
At the same time,
yeah,
you're putting 2 mana.
Yeah, Ben will actually be able to generate the mana immediately. And since Stanley has this curve of more run mana removal, and the Mako decides to just take out the Gene Pollinator right away.
Yeah. So we have a very strong start by both players, honestly. Kind of like the perfect start on both sides. Although Ben Sek is on the play, so he has the natural edge that our game gives to the player on the play.
Well, it was a perfect start, but it's got killed by Stanley there, so it actually kind of leaves him without much else. But there's the second Cobb here. Always when you draw these decks, you want to assemble multiple Cobbs. You also have the Mockingbirds to copy it. So now gets to play another 2-mana spell, and that is a Keen-Eyed Curator coming out of the sideboard here for Ben Sek. Remember that Stanley is a game up as we speak, and this Keen-Eyed Curator can interact with some of the graveyard elements in Stanley's deck, such as Carnage, Crimson Chaos, and the 4 copies of Bloodghast, as well as the practiced offenses, which are able to give double strike to something with flashback. So that's a powerful way that Stanley can finish a game in quick fashion.
Simon, I have a question. Whenever you play the Badgermole Cub, is there a evergreen rule to which land do you earthbend? For example, here Ben had the option between Breeding Pool and Starting Town.
Yes.
Why did he go for the Breeding Pool?
So it's quite nice to have Earthbend onto specifically a Breeding Pool or an untapped blue source, because sometimes with Mockingbird you want to copy your land, and it's really, so if you'd copied the Starting Town, the land would then come into play tapped on his next turn. But by copying Breeding Pool, you would be able to still access your blue source for the turn. So that tends to be a better spot to put the Earthbend, but there's a lot of situations where something may be better than the other. For instance, what Stanley could do now is use Burst Lightning in Ben's upkeep to kill the Breeding Pool, and that would rob Ben of a blue source. So if you're really starved on blue mana, it actually may be a wrong move to put it on the blue land. And so you can see context is everything. As now the Shooter Sheriff takes out the Badger Mole Cup, and Bensek has to continue playing this game without his lovely little Badgers.
Shout out to the basic planes, which I believe it's a version of the Australian plains. I may be wrong
It
here,
is. That's Ao's Rock.
that should be the plateau in the middle of Australia. That's depicted on these beautiful magic cards that were printing back in the days, such as that. We have one in Venice. There's one in Amsterdam. There's like with the Mount Fuji as well, the mountain. So beautiful, beautiful plains. And of course, Bensek is from Australia, so he wants to show support to his hometown with his basic planes.
Exactly.
A third copy of Badger Mole Cup enters the battlefield.
Yeah, Nature's Rhythm, that's one of the, why this card is so good in the deck, is that it not only is a payoff for Cup, but also a way to find your Cup and enable your board. And now, all these Earthbend lands from the previous Cups, well, they're still there, and they still tap for 2 mana each. So next turn, Ben can harmonize this Nature's Rhythm and go get something big if he so desires. Not quite at Craterhoof Behemoth levels yet, but getting fairly close.
Yeah, a lot of 2-drops, pretty clunky, I would say. You said that Stanley cut his 1-drop equipment for those hardened academic, but that also means that his hand is now 3 2-drop with only 3 lands.
Yeah, that's true. And also Cool But Rude is a 2 cost to level it up. So it's true, it actually does hurt the curve of this Mado discard deck and makes it more reliant on having 1 mana interaction and Makos and Moon Shadows to actually make it, be able to spend its mana efficiently as we go through this game.
Okay, Simon, in order to play Craterhoof Behemoth, to put Craterhoof Behemoth into play, you need 12 total.
Yes.
How much does Ben have?
So right now he has the 3 from the Keynight Curator that can be tapped to Nature's Rhythm, as well as 7 mana from the lands. So what he could do here, if his hand is just 2 lands, you could potentially just play a tap land and pass, or play any, and then next turn you play another land and you can go get the Craterhoof, which will maybe attack for lethal. Another play that's probably better is to just go and get an Orovoid here or a Gearhulk and just use your rhythm for this, or potentially, depending on what he has in hand, might even have, a different line altogether. Can also get a Quantum Riddler to start drawing some cards. There's a lot of moves available here for Ben, and it's going to depend a lot on what is in his hand and what he would want to do.
We're counting the amount of floating right now because, of course, all these creature lands are adding an additional green because of the Badger Mole Cup ability. So, of course, the players are making sure that, yeah, the Nature's Rhythm, ooh, there it is. So we're tapping the cup. That means that Nature's Rhythm is going to be casted here.
Yeah, Nature's Rhythm for 4, and I think that just means Bensek is going to go for that Orovoid, which is going to finish the game in short order. And since he has access to an Erode in hand, I just got a glimpse of his hand as Erode and Breeding Pool, he feels like he's safe enough from a potential practical offense combo kill turn with some double strikes. So
what do you mean practical offense combo kill?
Yeah, so practical offense is a card that has cost 3 to play and 2 to flash back. It puts a counter on each creature you control and gives one of your creatures double strike. So with the Hardened Academic, you would actually be able to do a lot of damage that way. Or you could discard your hand, make your Mako super big, and then give that one double strikes. There's a few ways where Stanley could present a lot of damage here if he has that practiced offense.
That's one of the best card in the set in Limited. It's a lot of card people would love to open tomorrow at the Limited.
I put this as my favorite card from the when we have that slide showing the caster's favorite cards from Secrets of Strixhaven. I do think this one is very cool and especially nice in Limited. As we now see Bensek here instead going for the Bright Glass Gearhulk and just trying to control the game rather than getting an Orovoid, which does have the downside that if Stanley has yet another removal spell where you kind of were left with nothing. Whereas this way, you can get the Malstratus to solve and fight something, and then next turn, you can use Mockingbird to copy that Gearhulk, get another Mockingbird, and you can kind of have this train of Gearhulks going. So it's also a line that often will end up winning the game. So now we see Ben here reading the Hardened Academic and deciding if it's a safe thing to try and fight with that Malstratus resolve.
Okay, let's read it all together. You discard a card, this card gains lifelink. That means that you can safely fight with it?
You can safely fight with it. It only when a card leaves your graveyard, it gets a plus counter, and there's no way for Stanley to do that at instant speed. So Ben here will try and fight with this Keynight Curator. It's a bit of a risky play against the Recruiting Hex, but does decide that he wants to buff up the toughness of this Curator and attacks here now for 3 damage. Stanley had the opportunity to like discard some cards just to put counters on the Mako, but since he has another discard outlet in hand, decides that this is not worth it. Hopes to draw a land here so he can play 2 2-drops, and it does draw a land, but it's not the perfect one. It is, of course, the embarrassing starting town, but this deck plays a lot of fast land.
I do not like starting towns.
But any fast land would have done the same.
No, I know, but like starting town is like, imagine it was stuck on 2 lands, and you draw starting town, it's tapped on turn 4.
It's true.
It's like, I hate that land. But good enough to add a guess of mana next turn to double spell, but here the value from Bensek is going to be, you know, very hard to.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to beat now this barrage of Gearhulks that are coming down. As now we see the Kina Curator Exile and instant from the graveyard. There's instant creature, and I think that's... Oh, and there's an artifact actually with the Gene Pollinator as well in that graveyard.
Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you won this Polysteris Leon, you didn't play any copies of the Gearhulk. You were only playing the blue and green.
That's true. I was just playing blue and green, yeah.
What changed in the metagame to add?
Well, the thing that changed was that just knowledge. We hadn't realized at that point that you could just play starting towns and play whatever colors in this deck. So this was Tristan Wilderoo, who about a month later won the the regional championship in Portland with this version that plays Gearhulk, and even had, like, you know, red cards in his deck as well, just splashed off of the starting towns. And you kind of realize that this deck can do a whole lot more things than we thought it could back in Lyon, where we were just playing a bunch of overboards.
All right, so Mockingbird is going to go for the copy of the Gearhulk, and Stanley's probably considering conceding, but no, he keeps on playing, as Bensek is going to tutor what? Maybe a fight spell again?
Yeah, another piece of removal and another Mockingbird.
Does he have Seam Rip? Because that can deal with...
Does have Seam Rip, and that would be a way to deal with this, with this Elf here. So yeah, exactly, getting Seam Rip and Elf, and it's going to be able to tap that Temple Garden to, deal with the Iron Shield Elf and swing in for 7 here, and then next turn, you build even more board, get another piece of removal or 2, and, eventually Stanley will see himself buried by this interaction here. So this is a slower but safer death than just getting the Aura board that could completely buff up his board. And this, we really see the power of adding Gearhulk to this deck. There's even like versions of this deck you could play where you don't even run the Aura board, because the Gearhulk can get you out of so many spots. There's not that much reason to have Aura board in your deck if you can always just get Gearhulk, and it's just as good anyways.
Yeah, what's a spot where Urborite is better than Gearhulk?
I think when you just need to actually kill the opponent. So the Gearhulk only gets small removal spells. So if the opponent has something big that you can't actually kill, like let's say a big Hydra, getting more counters on your board may actually matter. And it could also be if you just need to kill someone before they draw a Sweeper or draw their Thunderflock or whatever else it may be. It's not actually very useful to get a Lantern or a Miltstriders to solve if they just have a couple 5/5 elementals in play. So in certain spots, the Aura Board is something that can give you a fighter's chance, even though it's not necessarily a card that you would always get.
I see. So here, Ben is just thinking about, how do I lose, basically? When you are so ahead in a game of Magic, you just want to, just cover the bases. You don't want to throw this.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to make sure that, okay, what happens if any combination of hardened academics, practiced offense, oh, there's only 6 damage in the air, I have a flying blocker, I have an erode, yeah, I am super safe to just attack with both of these creatures here for 7.
Yeah.
And as now we see the Gearhulk being marked there as what the Mockingbird is copying.
You mentioned the card Erode. What is the impact of Erode in Standard? Because that's a card that, Path to Exile, very similar to Path to Exile, which is, of course, one of the best removal spells of all time. So, what are the application of Erode in Standard right now?
Well, the big deal it does is that it gives an actual 1-mana removal spell that can easily trade up on mana. So, and a problem that has been previously, if you play these white decks, is that if you want to remove anything, you have to pay 2 mana for it. Yeah, you have Seam Rip, where you can do a sorcery speed, and it's Seam Rip is a strong card, but it's very narrow in its application. And Erode kind of does the exact opposite of Seam Rip. You don't want to erode a mana dork on turn 2. You want to use it to kill something later in the game, and where the land matters less. And also it being instant speed makes it so much more flexible. So it's way better into landfall, into Spelementals, where you can clear off the Edimere crap before the opponent gets to untap and play Thunderflock. all these effects.
Yeah, so, but also you haven't mentioned a very important effect of a road in Standard is that it destroys, it doesn't exile.
That's
so
true.
it can go on your earthbended land to trigger landfall once again.
That would also still work if it exiled, though.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're
Yes.
right.
but great point regardless. It does it compared to Path to Exile, it is of course a bit different. It also targets Planeswalkers, which is not nothing having access to kill a Ral, for instance, out of these landfall decks, which
Yeah,
is a problem sometimes.
I was streaming Legacy the other day, and I was playing the new Tron deck with a Candelabra of Taunos. I had my Ugin in play with a lot of counters.
Yeah.
I thought that the game was over against my blue-white opponent, but they were able to erode my Ugin and take the game back, and I just ended up losing a game that before the printing of Erode, I don't think I could have lost.
Wow, yeah, okay, that's cool to see. That Erode just being a one-mana answer to Planeswalkers being super important for the format. Get Lost, I think, has kind of run its course in Standard. You prefer not to play too much of that card.
Yeah.
Much better to pay 1 mana rather than...
Also, I feel like at some point, giving your opponent a land, giving like your whatever prowess opponent a land on extra land on turn 4 matters less than giving them 2 clues. Sorry, 2 maps.
Yeah,
because the
absolutely
maps can actually be turned into damage.
Yeah, or return into more lands.
Yes,
not in play.
Yeah, just skipping draw steps. Okay, so the players are going to game 3. Honestly, this was just, I would say that Bensek just outpowered Stanley. He just drew better cards. His cards are some of the best legal in Standard, Badger Cub over and over, whereas Stanley just played a bunch of removal spell and reacted cards.
Yeah, so I actually think we can go back to all the way to the early game of this game, where Stanley chose to kill the Gene Pollinator immediately. And what happened was that Ben had Badger Cub that got killed, Badger Cub got killed, Badger Cub from Nature's Rhythm got to live, and then he got enough mana to actually do this Gearhulk play. So, but if this Gene Pollinator had been left alive, it would not have reduced nearly as much mana. So there's something to be said for, as you mentioned, waiting with your early removal spells. And there's also something else that happened this game where Stanley got stuck with a bunch of 2-mana cards in hand, but his turn 2 was to play 2 1-mana spells. And whenever you have a deck like this that have a lot of 2-mana cards, and it's actually hard to spend 3 mana, it's really important to think about saving your 1-mana spells so you can play them once you get to 3 mana alongside a 2-cost thing.
Yes, indeed. You have to be mana efficient in this game. So it's been the name of the game. A lot easier to be mana efficient when you produce a lot of mana like the green deck do.
That is true. It matters a lot less for Ben to have wasted mana because he had, like on top with 7-8 mana on multiple of these turns, while Stanley was still just sitting at 3. And so it doesn't matter as much that he's going to waste mana now and again.
Yeah, the green deck prone to flood, the non-green deck prone to screw is kind of the how Magic has always been. Okay.
All right, now we see the graphic here where we see both players having won a game each. As now we see the Moon Shadow coming in. It's not 6+ counters, this is 6- counters. It's going to lose a minus counter whenever a permanent hits Stanley's graveyard. So it's going to grow and grow and grow, and it's until it becomes a 7/7 menace. Right now it's just a 1/1 menace.
Yeah, this card is super good in older format where you get to play with fetch lands, Street Wraith, Mishra's Bubble. Those are like the best way to enable Moon Shadow. In this format, in Standard, you don't have access to those, so it is a little bit worse. It's just a little bit harder to make this card huge. Again, like in Modern, it's very easy to put this as a 3/3 on turn 2, but
yeah, exactly.
Here, it's still a 1/1.
Oh, and Ben decided to keep a 1-lander here with multiple copies of Llanowar Elf, banking on drawing the land in a few draw steps, but hasn't gotten there, and the Llanowar Elves are under attack, as we see the first one getting taken down by Burst Lightning, and now Inti comes down, which will put a plus counter on an attacking creature and also remove the counter from Moon Shadow. So
indeed,
I think Stanley has a very good turn next turn with that Pyroclasm.
Yeah, so we can use the Moon Shadow effect finally by discarding a 2-drop, which will remove a counter from Moon Shadow, although unfortunately flipping a 2-drop.
Yeah, so and it also puts a counter from Inti, so that's why you see the minus counters, plus counters canceling out, and now it's down to a 3/3. Starts as a 7/7 with 4 minus counters.
Yeah, once again, they're being a little bit clunky with these 2-drops. Just so many 2-drops, I think.
Yes, it's true. There's certainly like something about the way this deck is built, but it also doesn't play anything that's cost more than 2, really. It has a few Tursas, so in a sense the deck is very cheap, but it's funny that like the sense of what is cheap has kind of changed in this new powerful Standard format where if half your deck is 2-drops, that's not actually kind of a clunky deck.
Yeah, but now Ben is not finding a second land. So despite all of this, he's going to be very slow here, probably deploying a Spider Manifestation and seeing everything die to that Pyroclasm.
Yeah, and especially if Stanley can attack first and put a counter on that Inti, Stanley's not going to lose anything to that Pyroclasm. So this is going to be a brutal situation for Ben. Unless he can maybe just play out the instead of playing out two things here, maybe just play out the Spider Manifestation or the Cub. And especially using the Cub copying the breeding pool as something that he, or Cub animating the breeding pool to copy it later as a line he could potentially take, but decides to just maximize the amount of mana dorks that he can put into play right now. This is a totally fine play. It does make it easier for him to get that Sage of the Skies online next turn already, and just has to hope that there's no Pyroclasm on the opponent's side. Also remember, this is a closed deck list. Ben doesn't even know whether or not there is a sweeper in Stanley's sideboard. He's going to be in for a rude awakening here.
Definitely. Now we're going to attack with both of the creatures, discarding probably what, an Erode?
Well, yeah, ideally you would discard a permanent though, because that actually triggers the Moon Shadow. So the Inti here will trigger, exile the top card, you can play that this turn, it gets a counter, and the Moon Shadow will also trigger and become a 4/4. So this is 7 damage, rumbling in half of Ben's life total, and he's not in a position where he can block with his mana dorks, unless he's really smart here to play around the Pyroclasm. But I think that's like, you have to be like, you know, omnipotent levels of knowing what's going on to make a block like that.
Yeah, we're flipping a Concealed Courtyard, which comes into play tapped. So I would have discarded a road and kept the 2-drop in hand, hoping to flip a land, but unfortunately, I mean, Stanley knows his deck. He has so many top lands that he can't rely on flipping an untap land to place 2-drop. So he prefers to discard a creature, put a counter on the Moon Shadow, and just gain his value that way. The thing is that Erode is, yeah, I mean, you really don't want to give Ben a land.
No, well, you definitely don't in this spot. We also don't really need to. Note, by the way, there is a plus counter on this Inti. It's basically impossible to see, but it is there, camouflaged neatly beneath that artwork.
Yes. That +1/+1 counter has been tricky also in the previous game. I have to give a feedback to the judges for next turn.
It's actually funny that like this is the player's own counters, and so it just happened that like the last player had this counter and this player had the counter. It's not the counters that we have at the feature table.
Ooh, is it?
Yeah, it's.
And that's the handshake.
Danny Franks.
Ooh, look at that.
You see how much that means. Taking down Ben Sek in the feature match area. Stanley moving on to 4-0 with Mardu discard. What a deck.
We love to see the players being happy about it. You know, the Magic players were just taught to be respectful to the opponent. Just win, and you just pick up your deck box, the sideboard, and then you know, give it a handshake and go. But I love to see that hand,
yes.
the fist bump.
That's exactly how I would react as well.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's just like, it's good to show some emotion.
It is. But sometimes, you know, when you're in the game, you just want to be very nice to your opponent. You don't want to, you know, celebrate in their face. Yeah, I'm not saying that Stanley is you know, not nice at all.
But
just
honestly, my take on it is that, like, you kind of invite the opponent to celebrate. Like, you know, like you kind of remind the opponent that, like, they didn't just lose. Someone else also won.
Yeah.
Like, it's, you know, it's not like, you know, there's something good coming out.
That's why you say good luck at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, like you know, like you also wish well for other people.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
You can kind of
so
join in that
if
celebration.
you find yourself against Simon Nielsen and you win, make sure to
Make sure to show it in my face, yeah.
Just like,
show your happiness.
Yes.
And even though if I feel sad about losing, I can see that you're happy.
Flip his cards around.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Throw them in my face.
Shuffle his cards. You know, this is a mess. All right, so we saw round number 4. There's obviously a lot more Magic to be played here at Spotlight Series London. Round 5, round 6, round 7.
Round 8.
And?
Round 9.
That's it.
All right.
Now we go to bed.
Oh, but then tomorrow?
Tomorrow, round 8,
round 10.
round 11.
Okay, we got it.
So yeah, a ton of Magic to be played. Very excited. Standard seems very, very fun. Of course, we're going to try our best to show you all the cool deck, but rude.
All the cool but rude decks. That's true. At 4-0, out of this card, cool but rude.
All right.
All right.
That's it. And yeah, interview's ready, I hear. So let's go with Maria and Stanley to see how was his win.
I'm here with the winner of a feature match, Stanley Franks on Mardu Discard. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So this deck, as Frank said, actually had a very high win rate on the Pro Tour. Was that reason why you chose this deck, or why did you bring it up today?
Well, partly the reason. So I was playing when it was Spotlight Liverpool and it was VV Meta. I knew I was going to lose, so I was like, well, I'll go out with a bang, right? So I played a Grixis Monument variant. I was playing like Carnage and Abhorrent Oculus.
Spicy.
I worked on that for a while, and then the Rakdos discard started like coming up with like the new Cool But Rude from Turtles. I then saw my friend Dan, actually from Bristol, where I'm living at the moment. He showed me the Mardu discard. Initially, I was like, whack, 3 colors, I don't care. Then I saw it at a Pro Tour. I gave it a test run on ladder on Arena. I was like, wow, this deck is like amazing. The mana base isn't even that bad. Like the life linking, the haste. So post Pro Tour, I saw the Pro Tour win rates, and I thought this has a really, really good shot. Also, like looking at the field, thinking maybe more Dimir Extruder, because of how popular like the Selesnya landfall decks were like winning, and it just eats Dimir like for breakfast, lunch and dinner. So I went with Mardu discard, decided last minute. It's worked out really well. Yeah, it's 4-0. So yeah, I can't really complain. Yeah.
So what are your expectations going forward?
As in how I'm going to do today, or like the evolution?
Yes,
okay, so I'd like to make day 2.
Yeah.
This is my second ever Spotlight, so making day 2 would be amazing. Been playing Magic for like 5 years, kind of during the COVID time, so it'd be really, really nice kind of stamp on my pro career,
That's
I
great.
guess.
That's great. So, did you come alone or with friends?
How
did you find Spotlight so far?
Well, so I came on my own technically, but a lot of my friends were already here. I didn't purchase accommodation or anything. I came from Bristol, but my mother lives in Oxford, which is very easy travel for me. So yeah, my fiance, as I left, said, "You better do well." I was like, well, I will try.
Right. The whole weekend for Magic.
Yeah. It's vital that I see Magic players more than I see you this week. Trust me. So yeah, convincing that's hard.
All right. Well, a massive congrats and good luck going forward.
Thank you very
so
much. Thank you.
To the casters.
They did what? Oh hi, I didn't see you there. The new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is right around the corner, and you, the community, want to know more about it. But worry not, today I'm here to break the ice and answer all of your burning questions. So let's waste no time and jump right into the action, shall we? Which characters will be released as Squareos? Well, you can expect all of your favorite Avatar The Last Airbender characters like Aang, Momo, and even Uncle Iroh over here. But hey, never forget my favorite, the Cabbage Merchant. Isn't he the best? Will there be any special deck boxes for different factions or elements like fire, water, earth, and air? Well, we already have all of our favorite benders over here. We even have fire. But the next factions, well, that is something that will happen in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Malone, how big are the Squareos compared to other cards and figures, and how many cards can you fit in a deck box? Well, these are Return to Earth boulders by Ultimate Guard, so they're the same size as those, and they all fit your typical 100 cards double sleeve commander decks if you need to. So yeah, put them all in there, they're safe, you can shake them around, nothing to worry about, safe and protected, as Ultimate Guard always guarantees. Will there be any pre-order promotion or special bundles? Well, once all of these beautiful deck boxes hit the market, you'll be able to collect them all, even in this very beautiful upper collector's box where you can fit them all. Does the deck box also fit in other trading card carrying cases or backpacks? Well, as we already said, these are made by Ultimate Guard, so you can be certain that you can put your Ultimate Guard deck boxes into your Ultimate Guard cases. So if you already have one, just put him in there, bring him to your next Friday Night Magic, and get ready to beat your opponents in style. Are the Squareos made of the same materials as Ultimate Guard boulders? Yes. These are Return to Earth boulders. They're almost completely made out of renewable material in Germany. So yeah, I like them a lot, and I must say these are one of my favorite products that I will always keep on using. And now having my favorite characters on them just makes them way freaking better. All right, we have time for one last question. Can you use your Squareos for something other than trading cards? Of course you can. You can put your dice in here. Of course you can put your tea in there. But there's so many different uses, like, who put cabbage in my Squareo? Well, my friends, sadly, that is all the time we've got for today. But I want to thank this amazing community for all of your cool questions. And if you do have some more, please feel free to ask them in the comment section. We of course hope that you will enjoy these very cool Avatar The Last Airbender Squareos just as much as I did. And if you need any more information, check out the link down below. And you want to know even more? Check out these cool videos.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is round 5 of Magic Spotlight Secrets of Strixhaven. My name is Martin Yuza. I'm sitting here with Arne Huschenbed. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. We have a sweet feature match coming up and another sweet backup feature match with Pro Tour champion. So stick around for that. But yeah, what do we have for our first feature match?
Yeah, so we have something that is really exciting for me. We were talking about our favorite cards from Secrets of Strixhaven, and obviously everybody loves, Flow State. Everybody loves the new cards that kind of fit into the already existing decks. But one card that caught my eye is Resonating Lewd, which is a really cool card. Kind of gives off the impression of Wilderness Reclamation, of something like Fires of Invention, but obviously in a format where people have spell pierces and cheap counter magic. I'm not sure if it fits super well. Well, guess what?
Yeah, we do have it in the feature match in the hands of Tobias Daniele Nappi playing 4-color control. I mean...
4-0.
4-0 here at table 7 in the tournament. There you go. Tobias is known to be a control mage. I don't think I've ever seen him play something different. And as you just said, Resonating Lewd has a problem. It gets bounced by Boomerang, it gets hit by Spell Pierce. But how do you compensate for that sort of weakness of the card? Is by playing something like Lightning Helix, which does buy you a lot of time to play around something like Spell Pierce, to play around something like Boomerang Basics by just... Boomerang Basics is a tempo-oriented card, right? If you have a lot of life and kill their creatures, Boomerang will not have much of an impact on the game. So that's what we see here Tobia doing. He also has this Black Splash for inevitable defeat, which of course Resonating Loot makes mana of any color. So splashes for that one. And of course the Haymaker card 4 times Jeskai Revelation.
Copies of Jeskai. I remember one of the latest Spotlights or RCs, there was a decent amount of Jeskai decks, and Jeskai Revelation did not look very good. I don't think it resolved a single time when we had a Jeskai deck in a feature match that weekend. But obviously with the Resonating Loot, it's going to be a lot easier to try to resolve one against the cards like Spell Pierce. So it looks like the players are ready and we can start game number 1. But before we do that, let's take a look at the deck list. Celestial Endfall. This looks pretty much like the list that Nathan used at Pro Tour Las Vegas last week.
I think it's 1 for 1 the same list. Yeah, we have the Erode, of course, being a combo card with your own cards, killing Earthband lands, doubling the landfall triggers at instant speed for 1 mana, super powerful splash. We have sweet stuff like Deodrine in there. And of course the standouts, Might from Harmonizer and Earthbender Ascension, the best cards in the archetype.
Lumbering Worldwagon, talk to me about that card. Why is that suddenly so popular?
Yeah, it's sort of like a weaker version of Earthbender Ascension, but gives you a little bit more redundancy in that regard. It gives you another free mana play. This version has Surax and Might from Harmonizer as 4 power creatures to crew it, so it's a little bit stronger. I chose to play mono green, and we did not play the Worldwagon. We went for like a little bit go bigger with Esper Origins and 4 copies of Icetail Explorer. Okay. This version is a little bit lower to the ground, has less late game, but yeah, just more speed with stuff like Worldwagon and Erode.
Okay, let's see the 4-color control deck, and what I'm interested in hearing is how do these 2 decks match up against each other? What side would you rather be on? I would rather be on the loot side because that's more fun, but not necessarily the better matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the control decks have struggled a little bit against Landfall in the past, and here we see Tobias' list. No Ultimas. Ultima is quite a nice one because it kills all the Earthbended lands and it kills Worldwagon. He's really looking for like no more lies in the starting hand. He's looking to have cheap removal interaction and Day of Judgment. But to be honest, here in the main deck, doesn't look that great. Post-board we get some stuff like Flash Freezes, which is excellent, of course. But yeah, we are not that well prepared, I would say, in the main deck in this matchup. So it's going to be a tricky one. Hopefully for Tobia, he wins the die roll. But yeah, that's my assessment.
But I mean, surely, if you're going to show up to a standard event 1 week after the Celestial Endfall decks dominated the Pro Tour, you should have at least a decent matchup against that, right? I guess we're going to find out. Looks like the players are ready. Resolving. Okay, so that was a Thundering Falls. Nappy on the play. And a turn 1 Llanowar Elf for the Celestial Endfall player. Yeah, with so many 3-drops in the deck, this is one of the best openings you can obviously ask for. But with Nappy having so many different burn spells, I think he even plays Fire Magic in his deck. Oh, there it is. He's not going to have a problem dealing with that Llanowar Elf. Blue-red duel into a Godless Shrine. That is not something you see every day in this standard format.
Yeah, remember Jeskai Black 10 years ago in the Khans of Tarkir metagame? Yep. That was a sweet one. Painful Truce and Treasure Cruise.
That was great. I really loved like the Ojutai kind of dragons theme.
Yeah, one reason why Control also struggles in this matchup is the land that Faragiana just played on turn 2. Sing Say, super good into Control decks. And here we see the nice combination of Earthbended plus fetch lands.
There we go. Badger Molekup hits the battlefield, turns the fetch land into a creature, and no response from Nappy. I see a lot of Jeskai Revelations.
Yeah, I think 2 copies and a Get Lost, 2 more lands. So now we get that ramp going, the sacking, the escape tunnel comes back. And off to the races here.
So Watery Grave tapped as a play from Nappy. Unfortunately does not have the the loot here. I'm actually surprised he only plays 3 copies. I guess it's not strictly necessary that you find one. I mean, you can just cast your cards. Obviously, the explosive mana advantage is huge. But if you expect a lot of the people in the field to have spell pierces.
It's a little awkward. Yeah, as you said, like if you have more of them, you could get clunky hands. And also, it doesn't really do anything in additional copies. Wilderness Reclamation made double the mana at that point because you float the mana at the end step. But Resonating Loot just doesn't really do much in multiples.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although I would think that the first copy is so valuable for you that you still want to find it as fast as possible. There's the Ascension. That's going to make another land into a creature.
Yeah, we started calling the Earthbender Ascension the Green Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
The Green Fable.
Really, if you play that card on turn 3 in this deck, it's extraordinarily powerful and it really enables... I think it's the best card in the deck, to be honest. The trample, the additional power it creates, it just does so much. Getting a land, getting a 2/2 creature, it's really incredible.
The Green Fable, there you have it.
Yeah.
Well, Fable also took a while for people to realize how powerful that card was. I remember trading my Earthbender Ascensions too early. Should have probably kept them a little bit longer.
Yeah, Landfall has been quite the menace. Hasn't really received any new cards. To be fair, the green-white version has received Erode. But yeah, the mono-green version was also, you know, the second best deck at the PT, essentially, from the decks that saw a lot of play. So yeah, the Landfall deck's just been sort of smoothly crushing it lately. Here we see a Warped Harmonizer. And Tabia sitting on that Get Lost, being patient. Get some triggers. Harmonizer targets. So a neat thing that you can do, which will not come up this turn necessarily, but you can make your Earthbended land really big, lethally big potentially.
Okay.
And then attack with it. Then they have to kill the Earthbended land, and then you get another trigger from entering the land and can pump another creature with a Harmonizer. So you can create a lethal in a way. And now we're attacking the Badgermal Cup for 4. We can crack the Escape Tunnel here to essentially turn us into 16 damage. Actually a little bit more than that because of the Earthbender Ascension. It's going to be, what, 8, 9, 18? But looks like Fargiano is happy to just deal 4 damage. Napi now has the choice. Get losting that Harmonizer before it enters the Warp Zone. Just getting rid of that.
Okay.
And to do so, clearing the threat.
So Simone gets a map token. Back to me. There it is. Resonating Loot.
Wow, that's actually quite powerful here. As Loot allows to cast 2 Jeska Revelations next
turn. Wow, yeah.
14 mana.
This is what we want to see. Problem is, Nappy does not have any other interaction in the meantime.
Yeah, and Fargiano has to be aware that this is the last turn he gets before Jeska Revelation becomes online. So if he can forge together lethal, he'll probably go for it.
This is actually a great spot to talk about. In general, a lot of people would be scared to try to go for it this turn. Like, yeah, you have some mana up, right? But it's not going to get better from now on. Next turn, your opponent untaps. They're going to have twice as much mana. They play land number 7. Yeah, they have access to double Jeska Revelation, 14 mana, right? So I think this is the point where even though your opponent is untapped, you should consider just trying to go for it and make them have it. Hey, do you have an answer? You already played a Get Lost last turn. If I have a way to try to go for lethal.
Dude, I think I see what Tobias is doing here. He's kind of setting a pause. He's saying, hey, let me think. I want to maybe do something. But he has complete blanks in hand. He can't cast anything. So he's bluffing. Because he knows that if Fargiano goes for it, he's going to be dead. So he wants to put some fear in Fargiano by pausing and bluffing a little bit. I like that little mini game there. Definitely, trying with all methods to succeed, and that's totally legal, of course. To bluff a little bit.
Harmonizer. Wow, so Simone has another Harmonizer. And judging by the speed of him playing it here, I think he will try to go for the kill here.
Yeah, he does have lethal here. He is a lot more than lethal. He can use Basingsei to animate the escape tunnel, actually. To then get there 2 more landfall triggers as well. And I think he could do the play that I was describing, where he actually wins against the removal spell here by pumping up that Earthbended land to lethal, leaving the escape tunnel in play. Actually, no, it doesn't work with this play, I guess, because... So he could make it a 6 power attack for 9, but then he would have to crack the tunnel. No, actually it would work. I think it would work, because then he pumps it up to an 18, pumps up the cup to a 10, and then Tobias has to kill the land, and then the land comes into play, pumps up the cup to something like 16, 17, 18 or something, and then he wins. So yeah, actually he can play around a get lost here by abusing, by making the land lethal, and then when the land gets killed, the cup becomes lethal.
Yeah, Nappy is really trying to sell, having an interaction spell here, but I think at some point Simone will realize that, hey, if you had removal, you would have probably already used it.
Yeah.
Or even if you do, I can, do exactly the same play that you described and play around 1 removal spell anyway. Nappy does have access to 4 mana with the loot in play.
Looks like Simone went to pump the cub, so it's attacking for 8 now.
Okay, so that's lethal attack?
No, it's not. It's 10.
2 more.
It's 8 damage. 8 plus 2, 10.
Okay.
So he has to crack the tunnel, and then he has to pump up the land twice. And then he has lethal through a get lost. But, we know that Tobias doesn't have anything, so it doesn't matter. But that is certainly the best line of play. And, that's also what makes this landfall deck pretty complicated and interesting to play. These Harmonizer lines, the stack triggering, and there, yeah, we see... Okay, we just see a concession now. But it looked like that for...
Wow.
was going to spread the damage there.
Yeah. I'll be honest, Jessica Revelation once again did not convince me. That was... the loot was 1 turn too slow. But that's just... that's what you're signing up for, right? If you're going to play a lot of expensive cards in a format where, Izzet just is basically 1 and 2 mana cards. The green decks as well. If you have Cub on turn 2, you usually even win on turn 3. Yeah, you have to be sure that you have enough interaction to stay alive until that point. Let's see if game 2 is any different.
Yeah, and for sideboarding, one thing that works in favor of Nappy is that these landfall lists, a lot of them have completely abandoned disenchants.
Okay.
So the resonated loot is essentially untouchable. I guess I'll take that back. He could board in Shelter by Ghost, but that one is really for the green mirrors. So I would think that's not going to come in this matchup. So that at least gives the loot some resilience. Here we see Surak and Voice of Victory, 2 excellent cards against control decks. Very strong there, and also Restoration Magic and 2 Snakeskin Veil. So 6 great cards coming in.
Yeah.
Simone could also choose to bring in the Mossborn Hydra just as an extra threat. The Erodes in the main deck are certainly going to be taken out. Maybe the Keynight Curator will also leave. Maybe some of the Mana Dorks to play around Fire Magic and Pyroclasm and Sweeper effects you could take out. But yeah. Erode leaves, maybe some early game creatures, and then 6 excellent cards here against the control deck come in. So he's got to feel good.
Remember that the players do not know what's in each other's sideboard, because this is a closed deck list thing on day 1.
Well, to be fair, the Celestial Landfall deck is kind of an open secret.
Right, yeah, sure.
So
but at least if you're playing up against a 4-color control deck,
yeah.
If you didn't play the loot the turn before you died, I would still be kind of confused as like, oh, okay, what exactly is going on? You played a Water Grave, a Godless Shrine, a Steam Vents. Is this 2026? What's going on? All right, here's the sideboard that Nappy is working with.
Yeah, we see the Wanshi Torn Librarian, very good against all the fetch effects out of Landfall. Negate and Disdainful Stroke I could see coming in. Negate just hitting that Ascension, that World Wagon is going to be really big. But yeah, On the other hand, Negate doesn't hit that many things. Flash Freeze, the very best card, but not great against Voice of Victory and Surak. So like this green-white version has pretty good counterplay against Flash Freeze as well. Ba Sing Se is also excellent against counter spells, making Landfall overall so resilient. And then I guess the one copy of Day of Judgment is surely going to come in here. Pest Control doesn't blow up lands, so it doesn't get rid of the Earthbended lands, so we will not see that one. But it's a great sideboard card against Storm Chaser's Talent, as that one is quite annoying against control decks, and Pest Control wipes that away cleanly.
How are you? So let's say you know that your opponent's going to have Snakeskin Veil, they're going to have Restoration Magic, you know, all those types of protection spells. Are you looking at sideboarding out some of the cards like Inevitable Defeat? That's just like, hey, I don't really want to spend my entire turn against your 1-mana card. That's basically, I'm going to give you a Time Walk, and I lose so much tempo. Or do you feel like you have to keep them in because those cards are so vital to staying alive before you can play your expensive spells?
I think you're making a pretty good case. I think an Inevitable Defeat isn't that great in this matchup in the first place as a pretty expensive removal against Landfall that's quite good against interaction. And then into the Snakeskin Veil effects, it's just outright embarrassing. So I agree with you. That one is perhaps being shaved.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like one of the best possible matchups for a Snakeskin Veil that you could get in this format.
Yeah.
Chocobo turn 1 for Simone.
And there we see the One-Sheet Tongue one-off in hand here. And also the double blue on turn 2, which is not easy to do with this deck for what it's worth. So Tobia is prepared.
Oh, wow, look at this. Chocobo into a fetch land, and Nappy is sitting on a Fire Magic.
Yeah, but he can't hit him.
He can't respond to the land. He can respond to the land, but is Simone going to be playing around that? And it looks like he does. He just attacks for 1. He leaves that fetch land in play.
Wow, that is a really heads-up play, not getting that extra damage in. And now he gets to fetch before Tobia draws. So Tobia kind of got punished for not playing the One-Sheet Tongue proactively. And this is quite a threatening board now as a 2-3. Also, the Fire Magic in Tobia's hand is kind of shut off now because he surely doesn't want to kill away his One-Sheet Tongue. And now that Simone knows about it, he can play accordingly and not even crack his fetch lands.
This is an amazing start for Simone. This is exactly what he wants, and now basically you just need a couple lands and a Snakeskin Veil, and you know, you almost pretty much have the game locked up unless your opponent finds a Day of Judgment or something along those lines.
Yeah, the Chocobo is just amazing here, posing a 1-mana free 4 on turn 3. And I think I see a Surak, 2 more Forests, and 2 Harmonizers, so does not care about the 1-1 flyer. It's actually more than detrimental for Nappy almost to have spend a card in a turn on a 1-1 flyer. It doesn't do anything besides probably chump block at some point. So yeah, that's the risk with the One-Sheet Tongue. Also me realizing the more I played these blue decks against Landfall, that Flash Freeze is just a lot stronger. But even Flash Freeze has problems, as we mentioned. Ba Sing Se, Surak, Voice of Victory. So it's just not easy to interact with this Landfall deck.
Interesting choice for Simone here. So seeing that, yeah, I can add Surak to the battlefield and, you know, add even more pressure. But what if you have that Day of Judgment? You know, turn 4 is coming up. Do I really want to overextend here? At the same time, he doesn't really know what Nappy is playing, although I guess the loot kind of gave it away. Yeah, how do you feel about that?
It's an interesting line. I mean, his hand is pretty loaded, so he has like 2 more threats, even if a Day of Judgment comes next turn. Also, Day of Judgment costs double white. Tobia's deck is not necessarily super capable of providing double white on turn 4. So, I don't know. I feel like instinctively I would have just slammed the Surak there. You know, like you kind of get punished if there's a loot being played now.
Right.
And he just doesn't have the pressure to actually force lethal. So, while playing around Day of Judgment, he doesn't play around loot. Doesn't get punished by Tobia, doesn't have the loot. Yeah.
No loot for Nappy, though. Passes the turn after playing an untapped Godless Shrine, so he sure is representing a 4-mana card.
I saw an Inevitable Defeat, a Lightning Helix, and a Normalize. The awkward thing is Lightning Helix out of range now. Doesn't actually kill anything.
Oh wow, look at this. Harmonizer and another Fabled Passage.
Yeah, and this Chocobo is going to be 8 power now, attacking, crunching in for 12. This is a lethal attack, so Tobia has to make a move.
Yeah, if there's also a Snakeskin Veil or Restoration Magic involved, then that would be pretty brutal here.
Yeah, Tobia's in a Word of Hurt. We just see the power of this landfall deck in action. I guess Inevitable Defeat just has to happen on a Chocobo. And then on the pumped Chocobo, of course. Gaining some life back, putting Tobia to 13. He has to pay 1 to cast the defeat with the Biblioplex. Biblioplex, by the way, also a kind of sweet addition to this archetype, being a mana confluence for spells. Yeah.
There's the defeat, taking 1 point of damage, and no protection spell from Simona. So that is going to buy Nappy pretty much an extra turn.
So Nappy has to choose if he wants to block. I assume he doesn't, because this is not lethal, it's just 10 damage. Also, Nappy gets to draw a card if he blocks. I mean, this is actually not that bad for Nappy. The Harmonizer is warped, so it actually will leave play, leaving Simona with just 1 permanent, 1 creature. Yeah.
And so Simona goes for the fetch anyway. That draws Nappy a card thanks to the One-Chitong, doubles the Chocobo power again. Or rather, doubles the other Chocobo's power.
By the way, small technical error. Faragiana is up a game here, not Tobia. Sorry about that. If you're just tuning in.
Shout out to our sponsors as well. Sponsors of the stream here at Magic Spotlight Secrets of Strixhaven here in London, Ultimate Guard and eBay Live.
We see Flashback was just pulled to the front by Tobia. Now with 5 mana, the new sweet Strixhaven card.
Does he have double red? He does have double red.
Oh yeah, he has the mana. The Biblioplex also providing any color he needs. So you can Flashback this Inevitable Defeat and take out the Chocobo.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Faragiana really got punished for not playing that, for just skipping turn 3 by not playing that Surag.
Well,
that was probably would have won the game already by now.
To be fair to Simone, yeah, he did try to play around sweepers. He did feel like, okay, well, I have 2 really big threats in play already. I'm just gonna take things a little slower. But yeah, as you said, maybe that's not the right approach. In response to the Surag, Nappy's gonna flash back on the Inevitable Defeat. And yeah, that's gonna be a pretty massive swing right now. Dealing with the Chocobo. I think that gets exiled as well. And there we go. Back at 6. Yeah, and now the momentum completely swung, right?
Yeah. And we have Lightning Helix here to take out the Surag cleanly. Well, as cleanly as it gets. The Surag will, of course, draw a card.
All right, chat. Do you think we're going to see someone resolve a Jeskai Revelation this weekend? Is it going to happen? Because last event it did not happen. So, yeah, just curious, what do you think about it watching at home?
Ooh, Voice of Victory with 3 mana up. So perfect to play around that Normalize. I assume Tobia is going to respond with a Lightning Helix. One of the craziest draws now for Faragiana would be a Snakeskin Veil off that Surag trigger.
Yeah,
he's trying to slow roll it.
Is it there? Is it there?
I think it was just a land. To be fair, the Snakeskin Veil could have been countered by the Normalize. But yeah, Surag's going to bite the dust. And then probably we just play a land and cast a Harmonizer. I guess, yeah, okay, Tobia's just choosing to... I kind of like this play, yeah, just using Normalize as a tempo play to stop Faragiana from committing more to the board here, from putting more pressure. And yeah, and now Tobia has a Consult in hand, so...
Wait, Simone is at 8?
Yes, somehow, some way, the One-Chitong.
The One-Chitong, some extra damage here and there, okay.
Oh yeah, the Inevitable Defeat dealt 6 damage.
Yeah, that's true. There are 2 copies cast. 6 mana, we're getting close.
Yeah, and we have a consult here, so this position is actually pretty decent, I'd say. Now Tobias has to think about consulting for 2 mana or for 4 mana. If he does it for 2 mana, he can find something like Inevitable Defeat.
With Voice of Victory in play, 6 lands, 2 cards in hand, how scared are you of tapping out in a situation? How likely it is that you can die next turn?
Not very likely, to be honest with you. Extremely unlikely. Because also you have a chump walker. He does it for 4. Takes the Helix, which is excellent here for Tobias.
So consult the start charts. Looks like Nappy is gonna select a Lightning Helix, and the second card is another Inevitable Defeat. So Washington gets in there again. That puts Simone at 6 life, so he's actually in burn range, but the Helix is gonna take care of the voice, like you said.
And I mean, as we said during sideboarding, Snakeskin Veil would have been absolutely incredible in any of these spots.
Yeah, that basically would just turn the game around.
So Tobias does not have a 7th land right now, but I believe an Inevitable Defeat, which is not lethal yet. But
there it is. Oh, wow. Okay, Jeskai Revelation being played live on stream. It finally happened. Nappy points it at the Harmonizer, one of the creatures, and
4 to the face.
Or 4 to the face. Yeah, he was at 6. Okay. Finally, Jeskai Revelation actually got played on camera, and yeah, that puts the game at 1-1. So yeah, I think what we learned from this game was Snakes in Veil, probably the best card in the entire matchup, countering 4 and 7 mana spells. And yeah, I guess if you are Nappy, you're just hoping that your opponent doesn't draw the Snakes in Veils.
And I mean, we see Simona certainly played these 2 games very well, I would say, overall. But the one, I would say it is a misstep, not casting the Zorak with the hand he had. And I feel like that is a thing that players that are like strong and good start doing at some point on sort of the ladder to becoming really, really good, is that they start playing around too much stuff. You know, they become smart, they know how their decks look, they know what their opponent could have. They think, oh yeah, I want to be sort of cautious and
play around more
play
cards,
around things, and play around Day of Judgment. And by that, they actually outsmart themselves in a way. I certainly fell prey to that in the development of my Magic career, and then just play around too much, playing too cautiously and leaving games on. Yeah.
I think this is like a psychological thing too. I think like a human brain, I think you remember the losses more, like they feel more brutal, or the situations where like, all right, I guess I'll overextend. Do you have the sweeper? And then they do have the sweeper. Then you feel like, oh wow, yeah, that it's over, right? And you kind of feel more defeated by these situations than how it feels when you go for it, because maybe the situation, maybe the time is right. Maybe I don't want to give you more time, and maybe it's the correct mathematical decision to go for it here and just overextend. And if you don't have the sweeper, then I'm pretty much almost guaranteed to win the game because I'm so far ahead that it's basically Day of Judgment or bust. But that doesn't feel as good as how badly it feels when you walk into the sweeper.
Yeah, I totally understand. Also on the feature match, you just like, you don't want to be the person who just played out all their creatures and got God. So I understand doing it more cautiously. Quick mulligan from Faragiana.
Yeah, and remember we're sitting here, with the perfect information, looking at both players' hands. But you do have a point that I think Huey once wrote a good article about these types of situations where you should just go for it. Because I mean, he tried to explain it in a way where like you should just kind of guess the odds. If I don't go for it, how much more likely are you to win the game? Because I basically gave you a time walk here, an extra turn, as opposed to if I do go for it, what are the odds that you do have the sweeper? Maybe you're playing 3 sweepers, maybe you need an extra white source. Things kind of need to work out for you to be able to even play the next turn. And yeah, you kind of just have to do the math and figure out you know, what's the right play, even if it's super tough. Obviously, it's not that easy to just do the math quickly in your head in 15 seconds.
To be keeping the 7. It looks like we're gonna go down to 6 and stay at that. I see an Oathbender Ascension. That's the best card in your deck already in your opening hand, so that's good. Although in this matchup, I could see that Serac is the best card in your deck actually, or in your opening hand at least.
Yeah. Wow, another.
I mean, he can certainly still mulligan, I think.
Yeah, I think
he can double check with the judge.
That's what they're talking about. I think you first put the card on the bottom and then you decide whether you're mulligan or not.
Oh, that's theoretically how you do it.
Not theoretically, that's how you do it. That's how you should do it, but nobody does it.
Yeah, that's obviously a time waste to do it that way.
Okay, before we resolve the mulligans, I have an important question for you. I see some people asking about it in the chat. What is your favorite commander from Secrets of Strixhaven?
My favorite commander from Secrets of Strixhaven has got to be Prismari the Inspiration. 7 mana.
Okay.
Ward 5. Pay 5 life, and then all your spells become Storm. I've had the pleasure to cast that one unlimited, and I can tell you, untapping with it leads to winning.
That's
and
pretty
leads
good,
to casting a lot of spells. I enjoyed that experience, so I'll go with that one. Martin, what about you?
Well, I'm gonna ask the chat. Let us know what you think is, or what is your favorite commander from Secrets of Strixhaven, or what is the best commander from Secrets of Strixhaven? We have Gabriel Nassif in the chat. Shout out to Yellow Hat.
Of course, Gabriel is here, hearing the sirens of someone playing 4-color control and standard.
Yeah, there it is.
It's alluring. The resonating lute is being played and heard all over the world.
So turn 1, land roll for Simone. Perfect start again, although he is working with 5 cards.
I see an untapped land in Ascension. This is the best opening draw landfall has on a 5 here. So this game could certainly be interesting.
There we go.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, turn number 2. The green Fable. I mean, if you think about it, it provides a land, it provides a 2/2. So it ramps you. Fable the Goblin also ramps you.
You don't even have to wait for the attack.
And it gives not cards, but 1+1 counters and trample at some point.
Yeah.
Providing value in a different way.
I like it. I think you're onto something. A quick Sacred Foundry untapped kind of signals something like a Lightning Helix.
Normalize.
Flash freeze as well. Wow, yeah, there's so many cards. Chocobo looks kind of innocent. Is it though?
The way Simona played it, I was like, okay, he's gonna have fetch land. Like he was so excited about it. It's a little bit of a gestural read that Tobia could have snuffed out. But yeah, Tobia has a wide range of cards in hand right now. Choosing to get lost though, which is actually pretty good against the mulligan for Faragiana to get those map tokens to help out of the mulligan.
Was there ever a consideration to kill the Ascension with the get lost? Is it like too late now? Your opponent got already so much value.
Definitely a reasonable.
Kind of bad.
Definitely a reasonable play in theory, but I don't love it in a control deck necessarily to do that. Okay, map being cracked. Mana Elf goes to the bin.
I mean, turn 2 get lost is not exactly the play you want to make against an opponent that multi-5, right? You don't really want to help them get back on cards, you know, give them more resources. But Nappy does have to just do everything to stay alive here.
Yeah. I mean, these map tokens are kind of annoying because they create power without putting anything on the stack. Same as the Ascension, and Nappy is now just sitting on counter spells and card draw. I would really like to keep that Ascension. Yeah, don't shuffle, play another land, attack for 5, and just leave those lands open. I love that play. Good stuff. I mean, for a mulligan to 5, Gianna is definitely putting on pressure.
Consult the star charts at the end of turn for Nappy.
Good old anticipate.
Two lands and a flash freeze. Not super exciting. I don't think he has a way to interact with the board.
Yeah, he just has a stock up, but stock up is super awkward because And counterspells, because it doesn't allow him to hold up the counterspell. So he's actually in a world of hurt here.
Wow, yeah.
He kind of needs to draw a Day of Judgment or something like that.
Oof. Wow, another land. So are we going to see Simona just come back from a multi-5 just by attacking with that Llanowar Elf and a turn 2 land made from Ascension? Land is being surveilled in the graveyard. And yeah, Nappy even passes the turn. He doesn't even play the stock up because that might just lead to dying. Holds up the 2 counter spells, but those are not going to be super helpful here. I think it's going to be Day of Judgment or Bust next turn.
Yeah. Stock up could hit. But no, this is so much damage actually. Like the Ascension has to be hit by something like a Normalize or the Flash Freeze here. Normalize could be paid for, but that's actually preventing a lot of damage, so I think, yeah, now it's gonna be attack for, I mean, you just crack both lands here, I would presume. Just deal the most damage you can. That is, puts Nappy down to 2, and then a top deck Busting Say after a Sweeper is lethal.
Great
or
call.
A top deck Earthbender Ascension is also lethal, even after a Sweeper. So I like just putting Nappy to 2 life here.
Did Nappy play any Erodes? I don't think he did.
No, he does not.
No Erodes. And like, well, I guess Simona doesn't know that anyway. Yeah, I mean, I would be tempted to do that too. I mean, you're down to 5 cards. You kind of just, hey, this is what I have. I'm gonna make you have it.
Yeah, Nappy already has the pen in the hand. Nappy really wants to stay on 4 life, of course.
Yeah. With 4 or 5 cards in Nappy's hand, I mean, you are super incentivized to just kind of go for it. And yeah, hey, if you don't have it, maybe you kind of just drew all the card draw spells, lots of lands.
Yeah. Is he gonna crack the passage too?
Is there a reason to keep just 1 fetch land in play?
It helps Harmonizer, I guess, to be a relevant top deck.
Wow, he actually does keep it. So he does leave Nappy at 3. That's interesting. I would also be very tempted at trying to put you at 2 because, as you said, you have Basing Say, you have another.
Well, the thing is, all those top decks I mentioned are still lethal.
That's true. Right, you're right.
Actually,
yeah, that's true.
It makes some sense. Yeah, I think Nappy is just drawing dead at this point because he drew another counterspell. So the stock up here can only get lost, I believe, which is just not enough against these.
Oh, what about Lightning Helix?
Well, it doesn't kill. Maybe he can take the Helix and there's like a miracle happening where what could happen is that Simona cracks the passage, putting the counter on the elf, and then in response you can Helix. But I don't think Simona is going to do that misplay. Simona is just going to attack for lethal, and Tobia has to respond and just die. So yeah, mulligan to 5, Earthbender Ascension on turn number 2. Getting it done here.
And this gotta feel really good for Simona because you're thinking, well, you really don't have it? You don't have anything? What's going on?
I mean, at this point, yeah, he's probably just thinking like, what is it that I lose to? More World Wagon, more pressure, more land drops. And yeah, Nappy is just dead. Getting a little bit more camera time here. But hey, it's still 4-1 in the tournament with 4 color control. So yeah, GG, the Helix on the elf. And then there we go, yeah, Nappy just showing the counter spells, the loot, and that is one of the issues.
Wow.
With control decks, you just draw your answers wrongly, but also one of the strengths of the landfall deck, providing this like so many different threats. So congrats to Simona for taking it down here with the Pro Tour winning deck being now at 5-0, looking good. One more win for day 2.
Yeah, congratulations, Simone, for Gianna, 5-0. I mean, I was excited about the resonating loot deck, but for this matchup, it just didn't look good. I mean, there was not even any of the protection spells played, which would have been completely, such a big tempo swing.
Mulligan to 5 happened as well.
Exactly. Yeah, multi 5 as well. The combination of counter spells, sorcery, speed cards. Yeah, just didn't work out. I do like the deck though. I do want that. I wish Standard would be more, like, I think it's a little too fast. Like right now, the blue-red decks are so efficient, everything costs 1 or 2 mana. You know, the green decks, they can kill you on turn 3. That's just what it is. That's just how Standard is right now. But I do wish we had a little bit more space to show off these decks. You know, there's, you know, the blue Emeritus, for example, is a card I'm super excited about. It's like, kind of reminds me of Ojutai from the first Dragon set.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, to be honest. Especially as a control mage myself, I'm just, you know, not too happy because that archetype has been somewhat hard to play as of recent. Tobias, an excellent player, and you know, being 4-0 now, 4-1, you can still make a deep run at a tournament like this. He's certainly like, you know, top 30 players in the room probably. Played a number of pro tours. So yeah, we have a ban announcement. Well, potentially a standard ban announcement in 2 weeks. I could envision, you know, if I would be the chooser, I would maybe look at shaving some cards from Izzet, maybe take out Storm Chasers or Boomerang. Stevens. we're not touching that one.
I mean,
that's there's
so many blue decks.
Or in addition to that, maybe something from the green deck as well. Maybe the Ascension to weaken that deck a little bit. I think that could help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that the Pro Tour kind of showed that it's not just Izzet prowess. I mean, 30% of the people registered prowess at the Pro Tour, but then, you know, the top 4 was 2 Celestial Endfall decks, Matt Nass's, you know, green-white Ouroboros. Like it wasn't really what people expected. So there is still a lot of, you know, different things you can do in Standard, and I think maybe it's not as explored as we're thinking. But anyways, we do have another cool segment with Maria and Frank ready in the feature match, or not in the feature match area, ready at the interview area. So let's see what they have to say.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Arne. I'm here with Frank, and this segment is brought to you by eBay Live. So Frank did some numbers on the most played cards from Secrets of Strixhaven here at Spotlight London.
Yeah, especially because Secrets of Strixhaven gave all of these new cards. I went through all the over 600 submitted deck lists for this event and just tallied up the total number of copies across all the main decks and sideboards of the new cards from Secrets of Strixhaven, and you know, in true Quandrix fashion, ran the numbers and found the top 5.
So let's take a look. So at 5th place, with a total of 209 copies, we have a creature, Emeritus of Ideation. So for 5 mana, 3 and double blue, have a creature with flying and ward 2. This creature enters prepared, and this is a new mechanic from the set. What does it mean? So you can cast an Ancestral Recall now in Standard.
One of the most iconic cards in the history of Magic.
Incredible, just for 1 blue mana, instant target player draws 3 cards. And whenever this creature attacks, you may exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, this creature becomes prepared, and you may cast Ancestral Recall again.
Yep. So this can just enter the battlefield on turn 6, and then immediately draw you 3 cards while leaving behind a powerful and resilient to removal threat. Now, where is it actually seeing play? Well, it is mainly seeing play in Dimir Excruciator. All of the Dimir Excruciator players in the tournament here today run at least 1 copy of the new Emeritus. And it fits perfectly in that deck because, well, first of all, if you just randomly discard or mill it, you can copy it with a Superior Spider-Man, you know, getting access to this powerful creature at a reduced cost effectively. But also, after you use the Doomsday Excruciator to exile both players' libraries down to 6 cards, you can actually target your opponent with the Ancestral Recall and turn it into a win condition. Now,
very sweet.
Now, besides that, the Emeritus is also seeing play in some Izzet Lessons decks, as well as some 4-color and Jeskai control decks. Roughly half of them, it's not as essential to their game plan, but it's, you know, a powerful top-end win condition that provides a new tool for Standard.
I would assume mostly in the sideboard, right?
Yes, in Dimir Excruciator, it's mainly in the main deck.
Yes,
and in those other decks, it is actually frequently found in sideboards as well. That's correct.
Exactly. All right. On the 4th place, we have Prismari Charm with a total of 233 copies. What does it do? It is an instant for 2 mana, 1 blue and 1 red. And you have to choose one, so it's a modal card. Surveil 2, then draw a card, or it deals 1 damage to each of 1 or 2 targets, or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand.
So all in all, it's just a versatile mix of card draw and removal. Roughly half of the Izzet Prowess decks are running, 1 or 2 copies as an additional tool in your arsenal. Maybe you're able to snag, say, 2 Lanora Elves on the other side.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe you can use it as a tempo tool to bounce a powerful permanent on the other side. And, well, the Surveil 2 then draw a card option is never bad. But it is perhaps even more important in the Izzet Spelementals deck, where nearly every deck runs that with a lot of copies in the main deck. And
Makes sense.
that is a deck that also wants to fill its graveyard to reduce the cost on Edimer Crab and Hearth Elemental. So that first mode, Surveil 2, then draw a card, is actually an awesome way of getting additional instants and sorceries into your graveyard. And, well, the other modes are certainly versatile and useful as well. So mainly an excellent addition to Izzet Spelementals.
Exactly. And also you can bounce your own creatures. So you can bounce your Edimer Crab and, recast it all over again.
That
or
can easily decide a
Thunderflock.
race, yeah.
Yeah, looks like a perfect addition to this deck. Next up is, on the 3rd place, is Color Storm Stallion with a total of 233 copies. Again, what does it do? It is a creature for 3 mana, 1 blue and 1 red, with ward 1 and haste. And it features new mechanic, Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, create a token that's a copy of this creature.
Yep. So another spell-fueled creature that will grow whenever you are doing the things that you want to be doing anyway. Casting instant and sorcery spells. When you, say, kick a Burst Lightning, well, you will trigger Opus and create a copy. So that can put on a lot of pressure all of a sudden.
A lot of damage
and
too.
Also very important, the creature type. It's an elemental, so it doesn't get bounced by Thunderflock. For those reasons, it has been adopted in some Izzet Prowess decks and in some Izzet Spelementals decks. Sometimes in the main deck, sometimes in the sideboard. It is a particularly strong threat also against other Izzet decks because, well, they might be ready with like an untapped Steam Vents, having a Burst Lightning for your Slickshot Show-Off, or maybe a Spell Pierce for a card draw spell, and then you just deploy the horse and go to town.
Yes, exactly. Seems very, very good. Next up, on the 2nd place, we do have a card that I chose to be one of my favorite cards from the set.
It is a nice one.
With a total of 512 copies, Erode. Just for 1 white mana, we do have instant, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle.
Yeah, so obviously brings back memories of Path to Exile, one of the more iconic removal spells in the history of the game, now in a new form. This card has been adopted in all the Selesnya landfall decks, several copies in the main deck. It is not only an amazingly efficient answer to threats like Slickshot Show-Off, Edimer Crab, an opposing Mightform Harmonizer, but also it can offer the ability to target your own creatures.
Exactly, to ramp out.
Yeah, and like ramp ahead, get that landfall triggers, and especially targeting one of your own earth-banded lands means that you effectively get 2 landfall triggers with, if you have like a Mightform Harmonizer on the battlefield, it can instantly prove lethal.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, so that sort of versatility made it an awesome addition to Selesnya Landfall. Besides that, it is also seeing play in a bunch of other like white-based decks. For example, the Selesnya Ouroboros deck or Banth Rhythm and so on. More frequently found in the sideboard there. You just have some efficient removal post-board. But it almost single-handedly put the Selesnya Landfall deck on the map that took the 2 final slots at the Pro Tour this past weekend, and that got way more popular here this weekend, and that is reflected in E-Road being now the 2nd most played card from the new set.
Absolutely. So this card, this kind of spell, it was exactly what Landfall was missing, and now this is like the power is complete, the sheer power of the deck now with the help of an instant speed interaction is incredible.
It was a good find, good addition.
Yes. And on the first place, our winner is Flow State with a total of 544 copies. It is a sorcery for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. If there is an instant and a sorcery card in your graveyard, instead put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order.
Yep, so in a deck that has enough instants and sorceries, such as, say, Izzet Prowess, it really brings back memories of expressive iteration.
Right.
Getting those 2 cards for the cost of 2 mana, super efficient. And that is why Flow State is being included almost always in the main deck, not so much in the sideboard of pretty much every Izzet Prowess deck. There are also a few copies found in Izzet Spelementals and like even fewer in Izzet Lessons. The card can fit in those archetypes, but it doesn't fuel the synergies that those particular decks leverage, as well as some of the other options. So it's mainly a thing for Izzet Lessons, but there it...
Izzet Prowess, you mean?
Sorry, Izzet Prowess, thank you. But there it has been like a big addition. Now I should mention that this ranking was based on the total number of copies across all main decks and sideboards. And well, when you are playing the Izzet Prowess deck, you're probably like playing a bunch of these. If we would actually go by the total number of decks that included at least 1 copy, then E-Road would win, your favorite. Because only 25% of the players here this weekend are running Flow State, right? Mostly Izzet Prowess and some other Izzet decks. But 29% of the players are running at least 1 copy of E-Road in their deck. So depending on how you really define it, you can pick your own winner.
But you know what, Frank? I chose both of these cards, so
well,
I win in any.
And you get them all.
All right, thank you so much. So this segment was brought to you again by eBay Live, and now back to the casters.
Welcome back. Thank you, Frank and Maria. That was interesting. Flow State, obviously, one of the most talked about card from Secrets of Strixhaven. But that is not it for this round. We have another match coming up, which is a feature match between a Pro Tour champion, Ondřej Stráský, or the Mythic Championship champion, Ondřej Stráský, playing Izzet Lessons. He's been streaming with it. He wrote a deck guide about it, I think. And he's going to be up against Nathan Hall, who is playing Simic Ouroboros, but not quite the version you might think. So first, let's take a look at Stráský's deck. What do we have here?
Yeah, this is pretty much stock Lessons with the new tech of Consult the Star Charts that Ray Zhang, aka CFT Sock, brought all the way to the top 4 at the last Pro Tour. So a little bit more of card selection. We have pretty much the same list, just I think going for a 23rd land over the 4th monument here. Ondřej just likes having the 23rd land at the ready. And yeah, on the other side, we have a pretty sweet one.
Yeah, talk to me about this. So what's going on? Is this blue-green binder? What are we doing?
This is, I would describe it as mono-green aggro splash blue. That's how I would describe it. We have Lano Elf, of course, and Pawpatch Recruit in the 1-drop slot. Pawpatch Recruit is quite annoying against these Izzet decks, especially excellent against Edimer Crab. We saw Madness utilizing the card 4 times in his deck at the Pro Tour. And then we have stuff like Frenzied Bailiff, a very aggressively slanted creature. We have another Haster in the 4-drop slot, X-Bane Ferox, play the Ouroboros, play Surak. So really annoying deck to play against if you're playing a lot of interactive cards, right? Like counter spells. The Surak's good against your removal spells. And looks like I've been told that we are jumping in here in game number 2. Ondřej won the first game.
Yeah. Wow, and a Llanowar Elf into Pawpatch Recruit. on turn 2 with an offspring against an island from Andre. So it's a pretty good start. Does he have a park as well?
Oh my god.
Wow.
Call an ambulance. Oh.
IRL's demonstration, 1 damage to everything. Thank you very much.
That was brutal. Yeah, that is a weakness of the paw patch.
Doesn't even blink.
Yeah, Andre looking serious right now. Grew a little bit of a beard. Looking sharp as ever, casting a monument.
Okay. Wow, this went from horrible to really good really fast.
Wow, but I think there's a banger coming
There
down
we
here.
go.
Letterhead with a hexproof counter. One of the very best cards in this matchup. The Letterhead should have a counter though. I'm sure the players recognize that somehow. But yeah, the Letterhead is excellent as it destroys the monument here at attacks, or just sticks around at being a 5/4 hexproof, which is of course fantastic against Is It Lessons, which relies on removal and bounce spells and counter spells to interact, does not play any sweeper effects that deal with a 4 toughness creature. You could do something sneaky like leveling up an Artist Talent to level 3 and then cast a Pyroclasm to get rid of it, but that's going through a lot of hoops. So yeah, Nathan Hall here with perhaps the best card in his deck against Is It Lessons in play. And yeah, Strusky's looking at some card selection, removal spells, Spell Snare, Abandoned Attachments I think I saw, which is nice with this monument to draw an extra card. This looks like he's going to start his turn by doing that. And maybe just discarding this Combustion Technique here, so that Accumulate Wisdom will turn into a Chestral Recall. There we go. I mean, I've played my fair share of Lessons as well.
Yeah.
Played it at the recent Arena Championship. And now he has a trigger from the monument, which he can probably just draws another card, I would think. Might make it mana. Okay, he's going for the treasure. Wants to build up mana a little bit. Fair enough. His hand is very land heavy. Well, I see 4 lands and a Spell Snare and an Accumulated Wisdom.
Yeah, he does have the wisdom, right? Like that.
Yeah.
That's already.
Yeah, I don't really know what he's doing here. Like, why is he tapping out? He's also shaking his head, maybe recognizing he should have just drawn a card there with the monument, I think.
With the monument, okay.
Does he have 7 cards in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, picked up some more action spells. I think two copies of red removal. Back to Nathan though, who is gonna attack with the Letterhead, and that is gonna eat the monument. He also doesn't have the option to destroy the treasure. I don't think he's gonna go for that though.
I think he just drew a Wistfulness, and he has that 5th land, I think.
Oh wow.
Wistfulness is absolutely devastating here. Oh wait, what? Oh, he doesn't have the 4th land, I see. So he uses the letter. No, he does? Interesting. Maybe I missaw the Wistfulness. It was a mutation, I think. Or I think I saw the Breeding Pool actually. Yeah. No, he doesn't have a Wistfulness, my bad.
Okay, so Paw-Patch Recruit comes with an Offspring, which lets him hold up Mutation and a One-Shitong.
But Ostrowski, I think, is actually pretty happy about this outcome. Because the Letterhead having Hexproof would have been really daunting. And now he can just kill it. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, he does have a lot of ways to do it, right? He has another demonstration to deal with the recruits.
Yeah, he could start by just demonstrationing the Letterhead, triggering the Paw Patch twice. But those counters cannot be put on the Letterhead. The Paw Patch says, whenever a creature is targeted, you get as many 1/1 counters on other creatures as you have Paw Patches in play.
Okay.
Looks like Strusky's developing in a different way first.
Goes for an Artist Talent first, yeah. Plays a land. Is that a Spell Snare in his hand as well?
It is, which is very crucial here because Nathan has Repulsive. And Nathan lets the discard happen.
Yep.
And then a Repulsive for X equals 5, essentially.
Wow, that's a brutal Spell Snare, wow.
Yeah, that Spell Snare is huge. Discarding another Spire Bluff. Very well played here. Oh, it's 1 to each. Okay, I see. I mean, that's fine, I guess. Didn't want to kill the Letterhead. just destroy these paw patches. And then it has a firebending lesson with kicker.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
next turn.
At this point, like, are you that concerned about the letterhead?
No, I suppose not.
Nathan does have the one Chitong. He has a Key Knight Curator as well. And now it's going to be interesting. Does he just pass the turn? Yeah, he sits on the one Chitong as a flash threat.
Yeah, with that one, he's probably looking to just wait until he has maybe the draw on the 6th land, and he can cash in the one Chitong for drawing 2 extra cards. Looks like Strusky picked up a combustion technique, and he has 5 lessons in the bin. So what Strusky can do with the Granny, reducing the cost of his spells, he can start by casting Firebending Lesson on his Letterhead, or no, sorry, on this Key Knight Curator, which might trigger Nathan to activate it 3 times. And with the last activation on the stack, you still have enough lessons in the grave to then kill the Letterhead with the Combustion Technique for 1 mana with the Grand in play. Wiping Nathan's board, attacking with the Granny as well, getting multiple loots going. So yeah, Strusky's looking in a good position. He's just thinking maybe about some of the counter spells that Nathan could have. What would Repulsive Mutation do here? Stuff like that. Oh, looking at the Restless Vinestalk there in the mana base. That's
that's another potential attacker. And looks like he's going to be asking something. Let me quickly check if we have any word from the judges. I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, this is a recorded game. Andre is up a game here in round number 5. Both players at 4-0. Oh no, sorry, both players at 3-1 apparently. My bad.
Yeah, quick reminder, 9 rounds today. You do have to have 18 points or more. So 6 wins, 3 losses, you know, that's going to be the typical record. That's going to be the cutoff, but you can also sneak in with 3 draws, 5 wins, and a loss. All right, we're back. Yeah, so Andre is going to ask the judge for something. In the meantime, you're stuck with us again. So talk to me about Lessons. Lessons is a deck that dominated the World Championship. Set Manfield, November, December, towards the end of last year. Just completely dominated that tournament. But after that, we kind of went into the is it prowess form of the deck, and kind of what's going on now. Why is Lessons not as popular anymore?
So the Elusive Order is a prowess version, has sort of taken reign in the blue-red mirrors. It's very strong against Lessons, but people have gone away from the Elusive Order, making the matchup a lot more playable now for Lessons. And all the green decks have cut their disenchants, making the Monument Talon combo actually quite effective. So that's why we see that. Strusky can also start this turn as we go back into the game here by casting a Combustion. He has enough cards in the graveyard, so the Key Knight actually can't do anything about that. But I kind of would have liked him to start maybe with the... I guess it doesn't really make a big difference. I guess it's fine either way. When I have the option, I like to use my weaker card first. Like the Firebending Lesson just being the weaker card. But it's also a little bit more clunky. It's a little bit more vulnerable to something like Spell Pierce, I guess. But yeah, we see Nathan activating this Key Knight. And I think Andre is just really happy about that, as he wants Nathan to tap out fully so he can just kill off this Letterhead and clear the board state. He's still got 3 lessons in the bin, so he's looking good for the Granny.
Yeah.
Sequencing well. Attack the Granny first. This is really where the Granny shines in these green matchups, where there's little removal around, just making every spell cheaper, looting when attacks. Card just looks completely broken sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's also one of the reasons I think why Lessons could shine in this environment, because there's so much green running around. And green just, when you play Granny on turn 1 against them, can just play a sort of unfair magic where all your spells cost 1 cheaper against these green decks. And yeah, there we see Strusky now thinking maybe what to discard if he wants to keep the Steam Vents. He does have 2 Agnas in play, which can eat up a lot of mana, so you might want to keep the Steam Vents over the Fire Magic at this point. But I don't know, I kind of like just keeping the spell, just in case another paw patch comes down, maybe.
Okay, so pretty good turn for Andre here, clearing the board completely. Back to Nathan, who only has 2 cards in hand, and there is the Wistfulness.
Wow, that must have been the best draw for Nathan.
Okay.
Right back into the game here, exiling talent, drawing 2, discarding 1, amazing. Okay, okay. Wow.
Yeah, I think Nathan's deck is doing a very good job of having, you know, the right annoying cards for Andre to kind of keep him in check. Like he did have the Leatherhead to deal with the Monument. Now the Wistfulness deals with the Artist Talent, puts a big threat onto the battlefield. And yeah, and now it's Andre who's kind of in a little bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, and you just asked me why Lessons fell off. One of the reasons was that this card picked up in Steam, and this card is, Wistfulness is just so good against Lessons, like a 3-for-1 type effect.
Yeah, I think the problem of Lessons is that you just can't function without the Monument and without the Talent, unless you board in something like, you know, the Blue Emeritus.
Ooh, but there we go. Boomerang Basics on the Granny, finding Accumulate Wisdom.
No big deal.
Everything's still going on. Now we have an Ancestral Recall here. Looking to find a Combustion Technique, maybe, to get rid of that big creature. Strusky is on 10. So.
Yeah. Finds another Monument. Don't forget that Nathan also still has that one Chitong in hand, which could just be like a completely unexpected way to close out the game if Strusky goes low enough. You know, hey, there's a 4/4 flyer at the end of turn. What can you do about that?
So Strusky has a couple options here. Just plays the Monument, maybe tapping. He can then also still go Boomerang Basics to bounce the Wistfulness. No, that seems terrible. Never mind. And they just destroy the Monument. So I guess Strusky is just kind of priced into maybe playing the Monument and playing a tap land here. And kind of has to chump block with that Granny, probably. Not a great spot. Not a great spot. This Wistfulness really swung things around.
Interesting though. Are you ever considering bouncing the Wistfulness just to kind of like gain some time?
You certainly could, and then
feels bad.
Yeah, it does feel pretty bad. You could do it, and then you could find with the Granny, you could find a removal spell. It looks like Strusky is going for that line actually.
I mean, if you just play the Monument and pass, your opponent can just activate the Manland and attack as well. Right?
Yeah, forcing a chump block.
And then.
Oh, that's why he wanted to do it, because he got another loot. Damn.
But he just played the Grand, right?
Yeah, he did. Well, he had it in play at the beginning of the turn.
Yeah.
But then bounced with the Boomerang, so. I also thought it would be able to attack. I actually would have made the same play.
Good catch by Nathan. And he's going to go for Surak, the Elusive Hunter, followed by a Frenzied Baloth that attacks right away. So, yeah, this is lots of pressure. And Nathan is doing a really, really good job of just keeping the pressure up, just casting annoying creatures every single turn.
Man, this Wistfulness was everything here. Like, if Strusky had that talent still going, he would have been totally fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that Wistfulness just blew him out. All right, the Fire Magic costs 5 mana to deal free to everything, can clean the board. But yeah, you can... Oh, interesting. Okay, I would have thought he would play the Monument first to draw an extra card. It plays really badly into the Wistfulness, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he does this, Nathan probably blocks, and then you can Fire Magic to deal 2 damage. He takes it. Okay. Well, now Strusky has to spend the entire Fire Magic, which costs 5 mana, so he can't loot anymore in the same turn. So actually, Strusky wanted Nathan to block there. But he can at least play the Grand again post combat, the one he just drew.
Okay, so Andre doing a good job of kind of clearing the board every chance he gets. But we do know that Nathan still has a couple of big cards in his hand. There's the Wistfulness, there's the one Chitong. And he just passes. Okay, you have to kind of feel like something's up, right?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think he's gonna piece it together that this just has to be Wan Chitong? Are you gonna be feeling like, hey, maybe he has another mutation, or? But for that, you would probably rather play the creature first. I guess you're maybe keeping the wistfulness just to have an answer for another monument. What a crazy game. I'm not even sure who I would favor at this point. I thought Nathan was pretty much favored at some point, but then it was Andre, then he drew the wistfulness.
Yeah, it's close. I think Nathan has the advantage here.
He's gonna draw down the wisdom. Okay, Wan Chitong, hello.
So it's gonna be a 4/4. Draws a card. And yeah, so we have a trigger of the granny. That one's just gonna loot and discard right away. Ooh, firebending lesson. That actually would have been a good draw here. And then we draw a random one. Is this Ancestral Recall? Are you kidding me?
Did he really draw it? Yeah, okay.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Nathan cracking a smile, can't believe it.
Both players drawing pretty much the best possible card.
Wow, and no
turn.
combustion technique picked up, so Granny's gonna bite the dust.
Wow, he did block. He's gonna play the Slackstorm now.
The Slackstorm does get
Oh
rid now.
no!
Yeah, I mean, I understand the block there. You cannot.
Right. Yeah, you just take the free value.
Yeah, of course. And then Slackstorm.
Wow, what a turn.
Takes out. And now Strusky can loot, make a treasure at least. And I think Strusky has an Emeritus in hand, so he's just gonna cast another Ancestral Recall next
in a different way, yeah.
And add a big, gigantic blocker, which cleanly blocks some of Nathan's stuff.
Yeah.
But this game is by no means over, because Nathan has an X-Bane Ferox, which is a 4/4 haster. He also has Wistfulness, so he really has to choose now.
Yeah.
Do I want to deploy this Wistfulness for full value, or do I want to just play the Axebane and then use the Wistfulness as a disenchant to destroy the monument? It looks like he's just going for the full value line, and now probably just has to take the monument, I would think. Okay, takes the talent. I mean, I think that's a close call, but with these two Agnas in play, maybe you do want to take out the monument instead, as it is sort of the card advantage card in that moment. Yeah, drawing two more. Discards another Winestalk. And there's a combustion technique. That's huge. Huge pickup for Strusky.
Yeah. Well, what a back and forth game.
Yeah, absolutely. Strusky heads up. He wanted to cast Emeritus first, but then realizing if he does so, he might run into Spell Pierce. So, okay, he does decide to do that nonetheless. Draws 3.
This is the 4th time he's drawn 3
Oh, yeah.
for 1 mana this game.
I mean, Lessons is certainly a dopamine-providing deck. And now we can just pass the turn on a 3 steps ahead and a combustion technique up. Looks like Strusky has nothing.
Wow.
Against Spell Pierce. He's just gonna say, hey, if you have Spell Pierce, you have Spell Pierce, but I don't want to get got by a repulsive mutation for X equals something, and then just have to chump block with my Emeritus, so I understand using it there.
Well, if the Emeritus does not block the Axebane Ferox this turn, guess what's gonna happen next turn? We're gonna draw 3 cards again.
That is true.
All right, let's see. So 4/4 Death Touch and Haste.
And collect evidence 4 as the
Strusky's laughing. What is this? Can I just call a judge? Maybe it's not in English. Wait, is this like Chinese or something? Like how do you fit so much text into basically 2 small lines that we see on the battlefield?
That is truly interesting, yeah. That is very interesting. Especially the English version has like way more text.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, we're getting an Oracle text, I presume. Strusky... yeah, probably wants to block. I mean, there's the Winestalk threatening as well if you go on to 3.
With the hand you have and like all the value you just got, plus you have the 3 steps ahead, I think I would be very tempted to just trade it off. I mean, you also have the 2 lands that you can use. If the longer the game goes, the higher your chances of winning, I think. Okay, that's a card we haven't seen yet.
I think that's Tender Wild Guide.
Yep.
2/2 Mana Dork with Offspring. That's pretty good into Slackstorm, and he now picks up Picks up pretty good for Andre.
Yeah, another technique.
And picks up a technique to deal with that Winestalk, so he's slowly stabilizing. 6 mana, wait a minute, what? Is he going for lethal? No, he doesn't have lethal. He can't. What is he doing? He's copying the monument? And
Interesting.
So he's gonna discard and make some treasures. Okay, I see. So he's gonna probably, it's a bit of an aggressive line.
Yeah.
It's a sweet line you can do with the free steps. Now getting a trigger each, but I feel like just okay, interesting. So, but well, I guess maybe it's the correct play actually. Now he's gonna Slackstorm afterwards.
And Grangar is a great pickup here. Yeah, he gets to play it after the Slackstorm, and now with the 2 monuments in play.
Yeah, that was actually nice. Okay, never mind. Probably that was just the correct play then.
Probably.
I mean, he could have just held up the counter spell. That's
right,
so tempting, right?
But then again, yeah.
Boom.
Wow, he gets to play the combustion technique here as well.
1 mana terminate.
What a turn! So I'm gonna deal with your board. I'm gonna play a Gran. I'm gonna kill the Restless Land.
I think this might just.
Yeah,
it's not lethal yet, but as it's 16 life.
Wow, another ancestral. What an insane game!
Yeah, really nice. 15 cards left around that, maybe 10. Talent. So he's probably going to cast Ancestral, and then if he finds another talent, he just has lethal this turn, as he can deal 18 damage. So, I mean, I believe he has another monument in his deck. He should have, and he can find it with Consult as well.
I think.
So you should just Consult for 1.
Aren't 2 of them already gone? I think he's playing only 3 copies. Or was it just 1?
2 gone, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
But this is maybe going back to what Nathan did with that Wistfulness a couple turns earlier, where he chose to take away the talent. So yeah, an animated Mistrise Village getting in there. No, staying back. Okay, now Agna is gonna get activated, and that should lead to a 2-turn kill, where he can activate it here, deal 6, and then untap and deal another 6.
He's gonna cast Consult the Star Charts for just 1 mana here.
It's the same outcome. Yeah, this game is just done. All right, Strusky showing off his Lessons deck and now picking up his entire deck with the Consult.
Yeah, now you just need to make sure you don't run out of cards.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Strusky didn't bring in any of the sideboarded Ralts, just went with the Emeritus. And there you go.
Wow, there we go. What a crazy game, though. Congratulations to Andre Strosky picking up his 4th win of the day, moving to 4-1. And yeah, he's going to be looking at picking up 2 more wins in the next 4 rounds to lock up day number 2. Nathan's deck looked really cool as well. I think like that, the one card that kind of didn't feel right that game was the one Chitonk. You have a lot of haste threats, and like I feel like Nathan was a snakeskin whale away from like putting in the final blow, or like, you know, oh, I'm gonna counter this one combustion technique, and like that's gonna just completely swing the game around. Felt like Nathan was kind of stuck with like too many expensive cards at some point.
Yeah.
But what a crazy game! I mean, this was back and forth. This was really cool. This is what I would love Standard to be.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think you make a great point there with the snakeskin veil. I don't think Nathan had any in the 75, maybe some in the sideboard. Looks like 0 in the sideboard, and yeah, I think that one would have been excellent. Yeah. As we see the landfall people usually have them in the sideboard for those Izzet decks. Nathan, you know, good advice. Should pick. Perhaps think about picking that one up too.
But what a crazy game! I feel like Andre just kind of drew a couple of like really well-timed ancestrals, like the wisdoms. He also. The start from Nathan, turn 1 Line of Wealth into Pop Edge Recruit with an Offspring. Okay, no problem. Just gonna deal 1 to all your creatures. Andre's deck, to be fair, seems pretty well equipped at dealing that. He has Fire Magic as well, so lots of ways to deal with the with the board.
Slackstorms. So he's prepared for the cup decks that he may be expected in this mirror. And yeah, sounds like we can hear from himself in the interview area with Maria. Let's toss it over to them.
I'm here with the winner of feature match round 5, Andre Strosky. Congratulations. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great. You know, I lost my first round, and so now I've won 4 in a row. So I'm feeling happy. You know, I didn't expect to be doing this well.
Very good round, right?
Yeah.
Like.
So far, so good.
So you are playing Lessons. Is it Lessons?
Yeah.
Without Storm Chaser's talent.
Yes.
Can you talk more about why did you choose this deck and why this build in particular?
Yeah, I just basically copied Rujang from the top 4 of the Pro Tour. I talked to them. They were kind enough to share notes. So I decided not to play the Storm Chaser's talent at all because I don't think the control decks will be very popular here. So I felt like I could use the Cyber slots for something different. I'm also playing only 3 Monument Endurance, which was something they suggested. I'm pretty happy about that because we have the 3 steps ahead. We have 2 copies of that, and that can just like make another copy of the Monument, and it's overall like versatile card, so it's really nice.
All right, so you are a quite well-known player, but also a content creator right now, right?
Yeah.
And I think you're well known for playing this particular deck.
Yeah.
Is it like a pet deck for you, or?
Yeah, at this point, I think it is. I mean, when I picked it up first, I thought it was really good, but now that more and more cards are introduced into standards, I'm not totally sure it's the best choice.
Really?
But since I'm not known for the deck, and I also didn't have that much time to practice for this tournament because I'm qualified for the Arena Championship, which is in 2 weeks. So I've been like preparing for that because it's a bit more important for me. So I just decided to play Lessons because it's what I know, and I didn't want to like try and learn a new deck because I didn't have much time. And I'm also, like you said, I'm doing the content creation thing, so you know it's kind of boring to play the tier 1 decks on stream or make YouTube videos with it. So I've just been like having fun and trying like various different decks. So yeah, I decided just to play Lessons because it's all I know.
Yeah, but that's good. That's going great for you so far, and hopefully this will continue.
Yeah.
So what do you expect from this tournament? So as you said, Arena Champs is your priority, and now you came here to just have fun, or like, what were your expectations going into this tournament?
I planned this trip like a couple months back. Back then I didn't know I was going to be qualified for Arena Championship.
Oh, okay.
I was like, well, I already am qualified. I'll just go, I'll play Lessons. I think the deck is fine. It's probably not the best choice, but obviously if you play well and you draw well, you can always do well. So I'm just hoping, and you know, I also want to have more practice playing paper Magic because I play a lot of online Magic, but it's kind of a different beast.
Yes,
and
totally.
Ever since my comeback to Magic, I kind of felt like I struggle a little bit in the real life tournaments. So that's definitely something I want to practice before the RC in Prague, which is also in a couple of weeks. So.
Exactly. Amazing. Well, best luck to you.
Thank you very much.
And back to the casters.
Thanks.
Welcome back to round number 6 of Spotlight Series London. Andrea Mengucci from Italy, joining me, Simon Nielsen.
From Denmark.
From Denmark, and we're ready. We have some more Magic to play. So far, we've seen fantastic player winning, beautiful Andre Strasky, very charming.
Yeah, taking it out on his lessons. Like, you know, if you've been watching some Twitch streams, you've watched Andre play some lessons, but that's not what we're looking at right now. We also have 2 more beautiful players in our feature match area who are rocking a beautiful score of 4-0-1.
Ooh, clean.
Yeah, that is one way of being clean. Yes, exactly.
That's undefeated. Both of these players are undefeated in their ways. We have 2 decks that don't feature any Steam vents, so that's exciting. One of them is playing Simic Herboroid, and the other one is playing Simic Herboroid. No, I'm joking. It's not Simic, by the way. It's Selesnya Herboroid. Petr, can you say his surname, please?
Badiocek.
Badiocek. And he's playing 4 Abandoned Air Tempo. The card that people underestimate?
Easily, yeah, probably. Like, you know, like we've seen Gavin Township before. People were thinking, oh, but that was good in 2012. Or maybe they weren't even thinking that. Maybe that's just me. Abandoned Air Temple, kind of doing exactly the same thing. You pay 4 mana to put a count on everything. But that card was just really good. It was even good in Modern, I remember. Gavin Township at the time. Combined with Mana Dorks. And that is exactly what this deck does. Built by Matt Nass, who did play back then. Did recognize the combination of land that puts counters on your creatures with Mana Dorks. And tuned his Cobb deck to beat Prowess by playing Sage of the Sky and Paw Patch Recruits in the main deck and only have the Nature's Rhythm package in a sideboard. So this is the exact deck that Peter has taken up for this event. You know, the post-Pro Tour tournaments, typically people take a lot of inspiration from the Pro Tour.
Yeah, actually I have this deck built with me in the bag because I think it's a very good deck. It's very good against landfall, and it's actually not bad against prowess. That's what I discovered.
It's certainly
so I think like this is the only deck in the format that is, I think, positive against both.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I think you may be right. Yeah. So in that sense, it's kind of a metagame call. Of course, it has the downside that it's a narrow metagame call, and you aren't just going to be featuring prowess and mono green landfall or like celestial landfall every round. Sometimes you play against allies, and that's what Jan-Guillaume Jacquard is playing this round here. So this is allies, like basically an all-out Avatar deck, but also including a really important card from Lawwind Eclipse, which is that Celestial Reunion, which is essentially a Green Sun Zenith in this deck. You have to reveal, you have to behold 2 creatures of the same type, and then you get to search for another creature of that type. So you have to be very typal focused, but this Allies deck automatically checks those boxes. And it's also interested in using the toolbox mode of this card, because it has cards like Boiling Rock Rider that you can use for Graveyard Hate, and it has Mai, Scornful Striker, which you can use to hate on these prowess decks. Like, whenever you play a spell, you take 2 damage. That's very painful. So having these things to tutor up, as well as just tutoring up the Earth Kingdom Lieutenant, which is... or maybe General, which puts a counter on every creature you control, similar to Thalia's Lieutenant, and is like a very strong card to tutor up, even for 3 mana. So.
All right. The players have started. Another very powerful card that LS deck plays is Cavern of Souls. It's a rainbow land that makes your allies also uncounterable, and this is a very, very big addition to the format, of course. Yeah, so what does the LS deck try to do in this gameplay?
Well, it's just like it's a Slivers deck, right? Like it has a bunch of creatures with the same creature type. They all buff up each other, such as this Great Divide Guide that now says now all allies tap 4 mana. And so you just kind of want to amass more and more stuff onto the board and have the things get better. We see this Earthen ally in play here. It gets +1 power for each color of mana among allies you control. And now we see it used here to play Allies at Last. That's another ally spell here. It costs 1 less for each ally you control, and then you can have 2 creatures gang up and fight that Gene Pollinator. Once again, we see the play here from our players using their instant in the main phase to kill the Gene Pollinator rather than wait.
Yes, that is the Allies at Last, I believe. So for 1 single mana, Jan was able to destroy the Gene Pollinator.
Yes, exactly.
Because of his affinity for allies.
Affinity for allies. It's a beautiful way to put that.
Yeah. Okay, now we see Peter with his revised forest, following up with a bunch of creatures here. Oh no, that's a Seamerip. Very powerful interaction.
Yeah, Seamerip here on that Great Divide Guide. Quite important to take out the mana development under Jean-Guillaume. Especially, I think there was some really nice follow-up plays here if Jan got to untap with all that mana. He has Katara in hand, the one that doubles all the triggered abilities from all of your allies, which is quite powerful. 3-drop here, and there's the 3rd land there from Jan. So we'll see him develop this card and ask Peter, can you deal with this 3-drop here? Otherwise, all of my top decks are going to be impressively good.
Yeah, and that is Katara, the powerful legend that this ally deck can play. Maybe a commander for the ally deck.
Oh, absolutely. That's the perfect commander for your deck, and kind of like the quote-unquote commander for this, for this deck as well. The real big power payoff for the allies deck. Any Earth King's Lieutenant, it is actually called Lieutenant, or any Earth King Lieutenant that you draw will now put 2 counters on each ally you control and get 2 counters whenever you play an ally.
But look at this. It also, Katara, makes the Earthen ally into a 3/2.
It does. And Peter actually chose not to trade off with this Paw Patch Recruit, which is kind of an interesting play. I wonder what he has in mind for this card, because I would have thought that you just snap block the 3/2 with your 2/1. But maybe he wants something in play that he can use to fight with a Melt Stratus Resolve, or maybe he knows that it's going to grow bigger because of an Ouroboros that's looming.
Yeah, or the Abandoned Air template that he just played, although that's obviously a very long-term plan. I mean, the Paw Patch Recruit has a strong ability, right? It just sits there and it makes so that it's quite annoying for your opponent to play removal spells. At the same time, though, the creatures are small, right? You just a 2/1, 2/1, 1/1. whereas Jan is going to go very large now.
Yes, exactly. Well, his hand actually doesn't go that large. He only has a Great Divide Guide and the Boiling Rock Rioters, but that is a great draw off the top here. So that is the big Aang. Aang at the Crossroads. Cost 5 mana, but you can play your Great Divide Guide, play your Boiling Rock Rioters for 3 mana here, and now you have, 4 different colors of allies in play, because you can just play this black card. That's another really nice card, part of this deck. You can play all 5 colors because of your land that tap for mana that only works with allies. So kind of the whole deck is, it's very like parasitic. It only like works with other ally cards, but the reward you get is that you can kind of do whatever as long as you're within the limits of only playing allies. It gets to play this Boiling Rock Rioter, which can be used to exile cards from graveyard, and if any of Jan's creatures die, well, now he can use the Boiling Rock Rioter to rebuy that creature from his graveyard.
Yeah, these Puppet Recruits, not at their best. Allies deck, tribal decks, not commonly known for pointing removal spell. Actually, Jan drew one of his removal spell and he played it already on the Gene Pollinator. So this Puppet Recruit, not really doing what he would do against maybe like a Nidza deck.
Yeah, we can actually see the huge downside of not trading it off earlier, because that actually gave Jan that 1 extra mana to be able to play both the 2-drop and the 3-drop on this turn. And now next turn, there'll be Aang and a Crossroads, a double trigger. So let's see what Peter can do here to catch up against this. There's the Badgermole Cub, but remember that this Celestian deck, built by Matt Nass, doesn't have Nature's Rhythm, doesn't have Craterhoof in the deck, and can't actually go over the top of the opponent as quickly as you may have seen other Cub decks do. It's playing much more of a fair game, as now the Keen-Eyed Curator comes down. And yeah, all these Paw Patches and Keen-Eyed Curators, they're great cards against prowess, and they're great if you expect the field to be 20 to 30% prowess, but sometimes you sit at 5-0 and you meet allies, and the card does nothing.
Yeah, and also, like, look at this, so much hate for graveyards at the moment, right? Like, both players have a card that hates graveyard. Something like Eddimer Crab, something like, to stop the Thunderflock, to stop the Eddimer Crab and the Earth Elemental. Lessons, of course, wants you to have cards in the graveyard, flow state. So there's just a lot of hate towards these blue-red decks. But when they match against each other, these cards are not particularly strong.
Yeah, that's a great point indeed, because neither of these decks are, of course, using the graveyard themselves. So we'll see now here the Gene Pollinator being eaten, but Peter says, no, I'll eat it in response.
I'll eat it in
response. Actually, Jan is able to tap the Boiling Rock Rioters to eat that again. I believe it can tap itself, but ended up not going
even
with
if even if it just came into play?
Yeah, it just says tap an ally you control.
Does it?
Yeah, the Great Divide Guide also just came into play.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're pro.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I understand.
I know, I've actually played this deck before. As now we see Aang at the Crossroads hit the table. 2 triggers here. Look at the top 5. Put something in play.
Oh, wow. 2 times.
Yeah, this is going to be quite powerful. There we see, and there's an Earth King Lieutenant, but also another Aang here, which will trigger twice. So many options here for Zhang from Switzerland.
Yes, and what's the best card to pick up here? Maybe the Lieutenant?
I think it usually is the Lieutenant. Like, it just goes so big here. It's like it goes so big that it's actually off screen at the moment. Now this triggers twice. 2 counters on each creature, and there's still another trigger from Aang at the Crossroads to put stuff into play. There's also a real good reason to take the Lieutenant, is that one of the payoffs that isn't legendary. So now that there's a second trigger, no matter which good thing you hit, you don't have to sacrifice anything to the legend rule, compared to if you'd taken Aang, the Swift Savior.
Yeah, so we have another look at top 5, because of course the Katara.
Whoa. And look at this, Ouroboros, go home. Look at how much power and toughness the second Earth King Lieutenant. Another Lieutenant.
Oh my god.
so
ever does the Lieutenant? Yeah, of course.
This is just like, more power development than actual Ouroboros. Even almost even as Craterhoof. As Shangri-La now has well over 30 power in play of these 2 turns.
Yeah, and the other Lieutenant should get a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, it actually got 2.
Should have 3, right?
No, it gets 2 counters.
But also because one of its...
True, it actually should have 4. It actually should have 4 counters, yeah, you're right.
It should have 4 counter, okay.
Yeah.
Well, but somebody's a trigger you can miss. And
now this Paw Patch Recruit, which could have traded with this huge Earthen ally earlier. Well, now doesn't trade as well against this 6 toughness and 10.
What's the power?
8 power, I believe. 8 power with 4 different colors.
Right, 4+4. Wow, so impressive. And what's the land in the mana base alongside Cavern and the breeding pool?
That is the Jasmine Dragon Tea Shop. So this is a land that can tap for a color of mana you can only spend on allies, but it can tap for any color of mana, similarly to Cavern. And then you can pay 5 mana to have it make a 1/1 ally token. So that's a way where you can, keep the triggers going on these lieutenants and other effects you may have that reward you for allies.
Yeah, that's obviously a recall to the Sliver Hive, which is, the same card but for slivers.
Yeah,
Humans have never had that. Although actually, they just printed in the commander of the most recent set of Strixhaven a card similar to that. It's only legal in Legacy though, and for 6 mana you can make a Shapeshifter. So now like Eldrazi decks in Legacy are playing that card because of course you can name Eldrazi and then you have the ability to make a Shapeshifter for 6. So it's kind of like a better secluded, the
I don't know what it's
similar Cavern of Souls.
I'm not gonna help you out.
That's okay.
Secluded Courtyard.
Secluded Courtyard.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And now we see, the last line here from Jean-Claude. He is fully out of stuff in hand, but has a massive, massive board. As we also see that Earth King's Lieutenant got corrected and now also gets
Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, so we see Celestia Borodier doing such smaller stuff than the opponent. And I believe this matchup should really favor allies.
I think so too, yeah. The way, it's possible we can, like, next game see, Peter do something similar, right, with the, with the Badgermoles and the Orboids, and especially once we get into the post-board games, where he gets access to Nature's Rhythm and can take out some of the small ball stuff and actually enable himself to go over the top. Spider-Man Infestation in the sideboard as well. Basically all the cards we know and love from regular Cub.
Yeah, the beautiful thing of Jean-Guillaume deck is that he's playing a fully block-constructed Avatar deck.
Yeah, almost.
In the meanwhile, on the opposite side, there are 2 incredible Avatar cards that are not in the deck. Bajramo Cub and Abandoned Air Temple. So that set, Avatar, to stand there just gave such an incredible pool. Of course, we know, Seth Manfield winning Worlds with his lessons, and then these
yeah, we just
Bajramo Cub. Like it's basically just a block constructed set.
Yeah, all the lessons decks that we've seen earlier on the broadcast, and I'll actually see a little bit more of later in this round. If you're a lessons fan, you can stick around for that, or you can stick around to just see how much. These people are running out of dice, and backstory here. The dice that are featured on the table right now are my own that I lent to the feature match area because we were missing them.
Oh, wow.
We have someone out buying great big dice, which none of the vendors have here at the venue.
Oh, wow.
So, but I only had 7 for each table, so I was like, well, if someone plays Orboid, we gotta, we're gonna run out anyways.
Okay. And yeah, so we see here Abandoned Temple. Why do you think Petra main phased it?
I think to save time.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like a big reason to do so.
What's the draw step here?
Oh, that is okay. It would be nice if I could name the card right. It's South Pole Voyager. This is a 2-drop that says, and when it enters play, you gain a life, and then if it's the second time this trigger has resolved this turn, you draw a card.
Wow.
So it's like whenever an ally enters, you gain the life, right? So because of Katara, it triggers twice. And also triggers these Earth King Lieutenants twice. And so you immediately get to draw the card. It's such a good synergy here. You can see how much Katara really superpowers this deck.
Yeah, both these decks go off like crazy if the opponent doesn't point removal spell at your creatures. But I think the allies even more than the Selesnya deck. The Selesnya deck had 1 removal spell, the Seam Rip, but he decided to, take down the Mana Engine at the beginning of the game, and
which was a good play at the time.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
There was a second Great Divide Guide drawn, and now there's just so much mana for Jean-Guillaume.
Yeah.
You can even activate the Earthen Ally to Earthbend 5 by just spending 1 mana of every color.
Yeah. I think
But instead, instead of doing that, you can also just attack with the team.
It's time to attack it all and just let Peter think about blocks here.
Yeah, exactly. And remember that these Earth King Lieutenants actually have trample. So there's 10 trample damage coming in, and then you can you basically have to block 4 other things. So Peter just has to jump his entire board away. That's what's happening here, and he will survive at 1 life.
Okay, you've done already the math.
Yes.
Peter is also doing the math right now.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
And I think there's oh, actually, no, I think he'll still die because the Aang has flying. So this is actually just a lethal attack that you can't avoid no matter what you do. You can jump the 4 big ground creatures, and you'll take 7 in the air, and then 10 trample damage. So that's in total 17. And that's actually just a lethal attack here from Zhang Guillaume. Didn't really need anything special other than just drawing a single creature to finish off this game.
Simon, what does the sleeve of Peter come from? Have you ever seen something like that?
Yeah, I have one of those actually.
Oh, you do?
It lives under my bed. I am terrified of sleep at night.
What is that?
Well, no, it's a demon from the underworld, and I believe Peter might be a cult member and a staunch supporter of the of that demon. But yeah, lives under my bedroom, steals all my sleep.
I see. That's why you're sleeping, Simon.
That's why I always because it goes away in the morning, and that's when I can finally close my eyes. Yeah, and get a bit of well-deserved rest. So as you see here, Peter chumps away all his creatures and takes 17 damage as we move on to game number 2 here.
Yeah, the players are playing live, so as usual, we would maybe cut to the second game right now, but we are catching up. This is a live event, and we are witnessing, it happening, and the witnessing allies being 5-0 up again at Spotlight Series London with Pro Tour invites on the line and and a lot of money on the line as well. So
exactly,
it's cool to see a deck that was probably played by 0 players at the Pro Tour just last week.
I think maybe yes. Allies has sometimes shown up, a little bit here and there, but yeah, it hasn't been too popular recently. But Zhang Guillaume said, well, people are gonna play these mono-green landfall decks without much interaction and. Play against the other decks that can't kill my things. It's going to be very nice.
Talk to me about the sideboard. I see 3 copies of
Winnowing.
Winnowing. That's a card.
Wow, yeah.
That's a very powerful card. It's a very powerful card.
This is a one-sided sweeper with Convoke.
A one-sided sweeper with Convoke, like a Plague Wind, we could say.
Exactly. So you choose 2 creatures, and then so you choose a creature you control and creature they control, and then each player has to sacrifice every creature they have that don't share a creature type with
my god.
You chose.
Oh my god, so he just chooses allies and kills all the green-white creatures?
No. So he chooses allies and none of his own things dies. He chooses one of the opponent's things, and then that creature you choose from the opponent has to not share any creature types.
This is so complicated.
You can choose the Earthbend land.
Oh.
Which doesn't even have creature types.
Oh.
So nothing shares a creature type with it, and you kill everything else.
Oh my god, so it's a one-side Plague Wind.
It's a one-sided Plague Wind.
That's
you can choose the you can choose the Gene Pollinator, and as long as there are no robots or insects on Peter's side of the board, all the other creatures die.
That's very cool. That's a very cool card. I hope to see it, honestly. Probably Peter doesn't hope to see it. He's gonna do a very big transformational sideboard plan. He's adding 4 Nature's Rhythm, so 1 more than the one that Madness played, as well as the Spider Manifestation and Craterhoof Behemoth.
I think actually Matt also played 4. I think this is literally Matt's 75.
No, Matt played 3. I know because I have built his deck to practice. I know that you don't trust me and you're gonna fact check it, and it's okay. I accept that, Simon. I accept that. So as Simon is now making sure that, Van Nas played exactly 3 or 4 copies of Nature's Rhythm in the Cyber with the players and the judge here at Spotlight Series. If you get selected as a feature match, you get treated very well. We give you a nice comfy chair. We give you a judge that watches your game. And, you also give some headset with some white noise on, but you just don't worry about it. We just don't worry about it. Simon, okay, I was wrong. Madness played 4 copies of Nature's Rhythm. I don't know why I was so focused on having 3.
It's okay, Mango.
It's okay. I'm glad that you fact-checked me. This happens all the time between me and Simon. But I'd say we are equally right.
I think so, yeah.
50-50.
Yeah, because you're right that you built the deck.
I built the deck.
In paper.
No, I swear it's there. I just have 4. I just thought I had 3. I don't know. Yeah. What are the players doing? They definitely don't have their matchup in the cyber notes.
Yes.
Maybe Allies has it.
No. The Allies player probably has some preparation here, and from there, and they just the reason they put Winnowing in the sideboard, this is the matchup where it shines the most. Also probably going to bring in some Shelter by Ghost, and then they kind of know what to take out. That's a really strong advantage of playing one of these off the meta decks, is that you've practiced your side of the matchup, and the opponents typically have not. The cost you pay, though, is that you're typically playing a weaker deck, because most of the time, the less popular decks, well, there's a reason they're less popular, but when you can find the right spot, the right metagame for a certain off-the-wall deck, or just like figure out the deck that is just better than people think it is, well, that's when you can get a real advantage where you don't sacrifice anything on deck power, but you also get the unknown factor.
Yeah, and the players are shuffling their deck. Beautiful technique by Jan. I really like the way he, I think what Jan does while shuffling his deck, he like randomizes it a lot. It's like very quick. And I think that's very important. You know, a lot of players are maybe too slow, or players don't shuffle their deck well enough. So I definitely appreciate a good, person that knows how to shuffle.
I agree. Good shuffling is very nice. Yeah, and I'm excited to see this Allies deck more in action. As we mentioned before we got on, I actually have I played a little bit with this Allies deck, trying out the Celestial Reunion in that deck, and it was very nice to try that deck out.
Celestial Reunion is a card that I played in Modern in the Elves deck when it came out. You have also, most importantly, you had the Gentleman of the Prime Invitational card, Formidable Speaker, also very good in Modern.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I mean, in the Elves deck, so not a particular like tier 1 deck or anything, but it definitely made the archetype a little bit better.
Okay, that's cool.
We would love to have Glimpse of Nature back to get the deck even better, but WotC doesn't love to unban cards too many times. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the
bonus sheet.
In the bonus sheet.
It's ready. It's ready to be. It's ready to be unbanned. Ready to be unbanned. All right. The players open their starting hand, looking at it thoroughly. Of course, Peter is on the play after getting defeated in game 1 with his Selesnya Herboroid deck.
Which is now, I would say up to its full power here. When you play a deck that's pre-sideboarded, you get into the post-board games and you can actually do this thing. It's a very uncommon thing as well, having the cards like Spider Manifestation and Nature's Rhythm and Craterhoof in the sideboard. You normally wouldn't see that, but essentially what it is just Matt Nass just usually had the Sages and the Paw Patch Reformations, or Paw Patch Recruits in the sideboard, and we're swapping them out in when he played against Prowess. Decided I'm just going to play against Prowess too much and just swap them out for the game 1 and put the cards he was boarding out in the sideboard, essentially pre-boarding for the matchup. And that is a way you can turn up to a tournament and kind of make your deck better on average if you expect the field to be playing a lot of Steam Vents.
Yeah, especially a tournament like this one, we knew that Izzet Prowess would be the most popular deck coming in.
I actually thought it was Landfall.
No. Paper players love to play blue-red.
I was wrong.
We've learned the lesson with Murktide, Murktide was a 49% win deck. Izzet Prowess is a 49% win deck. They both play blue-red. They both play cantrips. You gotta love your agency of keeping a wild lander or playing a sleight of hand, missing the second land, and feeling unlucky.
Yeah. And then you can complain about that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas if you don't play that, if you just play a, Llanowar Elf deck, you do the same thing, but you don't draw a second land. It feels worse. It feels worse.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it feels like your deck didn't really give you the chance to
It's just Magic players just love blue-red. I am a Magic player. I love blue-red. If I play Magic, I'll play blue-red if I had the chance.
Yeah, I see. No, I think that's quite wise. Certainly, getting to talk to you about the psychology of the player, I think that's something you really excel at, and understanding metagames and how people think and how they're gonna build their deck. That's that's when you go to Mengu for those thoughts.
Yeah, when you need a lower event level, not the PT, not the VT.
You don't think you're good at predicting metagames at the PT?
Well, at the PT, yeah. I was always playing a strong deck back in the days.
Yeah.
Tier 1 decks.
I know. That's
yeah.
Oh, and there's a mulligan to 5
mulligan
now.
To 5. It is common, though. Again, exactly what I mentioned before. The blue-red decks can keep a one-lander sleight of hand. The other decks, well, you need 2 lands to play Magic.
You do.
Maybe you need Llanowar Elf is okay, but you need 2 lands to play Magic, so it's a little bit harder. You do keep one land sleight of hand, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna win.
Yeah, exactly. That's the 49%. That's how that goes.
Exactly.
The other deck's just mulligan into good hands. But
exactly.
That's just how that goes.
Yeah, exactly. You use the mulligan as your cantrip with the New London mulligan rule. By new, I mean from 2018.
I remember, speaking of 2018, I remember playing a modern tournament in 2018 where in Pro Tour, where I rolled up with Mono White Eldrazi or something. And I talked to you and Javier, and you asked me what I play. I say my deck, and you're like, no, that's not Saman, that's not how we do it. We taught you about this. And then you both play Izzet Phoenix, most popular deck. You both make top 8. It's just, I should have known.
Yeah, Mono White Eldrazi. What was that? Where are the white cards?
Thalia.
Thalia?
Yeah.
That's not an Eldrazi.
No, but you know what? I don't want to talk about it, okay?
You started talking about it.
No, I don't want. I wanted to like laze you. I didn't want to talk about how bad I am.
Oh, okay. I think the event you're talking about is Pro Tour London.
Yeah, maybe it was 2019 actually.
Yeah, Pro Tour London. I played humans.
It was actually here in London, right? In this very event center.
True. Have you ever played Phoenix? He top-8'd.
Oh, you
I
played
played humans. I not top-8'd, but I did well.
Okay, okay.
I don't remember what I did, but decent performance for sure. Now we see the players, of course. Jean kept 7 with his allies deck, and whereas the opponent starts with a Verge, followed by a beautiful. What's that?
I love this. Using these are the cards from the what's it called? Jump in play packs where they have like like each pack is like a theme, right? And so you have the allies theme and the big creatures theme. That's exactly what's going on here. As Peter Badocek and Jean-Guillaume Yacard are moving into game number 2 here, playing a tapped abandoned air temple because you need basics.
That's so rough because if we would have gone Popatch Recruit for 3, but instead as a tap land, so it just has to pass the turn.
And he even has the Melstriders to solve in hand, but couldn't fight the Earth and Ally because it has 2 toughness.
Indeed.
Oh, actually, I wonder if you're just supposed to play the Recruit and then fight immediately. Just play without the kicker. It's kind of an interesting line.
Yeah, especially because this matchup, the Recruit is not great.
Yeah, we'll see here. But maybe like Peter wanted to squeeze as much value out of his cards as possible. So certainly a reasonable line. But here we see the exact same thing again. Allies at last on turn 2 alongside the Great Divide guy.
Exactly the same sequence.
Oh,
as
now there's a seam rip on that on that Great Divide guide, and then a Paw Patch Recruit. This is literally a replay, except now Peter was on the play, but didn't do anything on turn 2.
No, yeah,
so it's actually effectively the exact same.
Yeah, I mean, constructed, you play 4 copies of the same card. The events tend to happen over and over.
Yeah, history tends to repeat itself.
Especially when you mulligan, of course, because you want to have a start like that.
I love that. Like, Jan has a card in hand right here that is actually not very good right now, and that's the Winnowing. And the only reason it's not very good is that like Peter has mulliganed so much, he just doesn't have many creatures in the first place.
Wow, Jan doesn't have anything to do this turn.
Oh, true. Yeah, just has Winnowing and lands, and I don't know what that last card. Oh, a Celestial Reunion, but it doesn't work because he doesn't have 2 allies yet that he can behold. He only has 1 in play and none in hand.
Well, you can put a card in your hand.
You could still put a card in your hand, yeah.
And you chose not to.
Yeah, because you would also only get to put a 2-drop in hand, citing that that's just too low impact.
I see.
I'd rather do it for 3 next turn and get a Katara, which is way more important for my deck.
Yeah, so Peter now kind of can breathe, right? He's just so happy to see that Jan passed, and now he decided to do a very risky play, to be honest.
Well, it is somewhat risky, but there's actually no green mana showing, so there can't be an ally at last being played by Yang Yum.
Yeah.
There's only a blue-white land and then 2 of these, creature lands.
Yeah, it could have been maybe a removal spell like in a road or a...
It is true. I guess it is closed deckless, so he doesn't necessarily know what removal spells are in Shanghai. But even if it's in a road, I think you're actually pretty happy trading cards for land.
I was just saying... I mean, Peter didn't have any option because he doesn't have access to a 3rd land. Okay, let's see now. 4th mana, and actually, Jan cannot
Wait, he can't even cast the Celestial, right?
Exactly, because the Cavern of Souls and the Jasmine Tea only cast allies for any color. You would need a green mana to be able to play that Celestial Reunion.
Yes, exactly. So, actually, much tougher spot. To navigate from here, from the ally player, but just gets to play, this naked lieutenant, and you actually see the ally deck, like when it works poorly, this is what it looks like. It actually doesn't get to do anything. When it doesn't have, it kind of needs this critical mass of creatures to perform something impressive.
Yeah. I mean, the lieutenant is gonna grow though. Like it's a start. You need creatures right now. And what's the multicolor card in Jan hand? Isn't it another?
So Spider Manifestation. Oh, in Jan's hand.
Yeah.
There's no multicolor card, right? There's just Winnowing and another Jasmine Tea Shop.
Oh, it's a land.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so Spider Manifestation is going to be able to ramp up mana for Peter and is going to be able to untap whenever a 4-drop is played.
I believe there's an Orboard in Peter's hand, so he's looking pretty nice right now. Of course, his Winnowing will be able to answer that Orboard, and that is a huge draw from Yang Yum. That is
the Great Divide Guide will enable access to green mana. Can even tap the lands for green as long as that's in play. It gives all your lands the ability to tap for all colors.
So you can behold.
Yeah, exactly. So now you can behold, and you can search up a 3-drop or a 2-drop, and then get to attack with the Earth and Ally. So I actually think Jan is still in a pretty good position here, despite everything that has happened, because of that winnowing.
Yeah, this draw step is insane because he drew Ally to Behold and that fixes your mana.
Yes.
There's really not that many cards that would have done both.
Literally perfect.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he hasn't done very much this game, so it's fair if his turn 5 is
the perfect call, yeah.
But again,
they did nothing turn 3, nothing turn 4 except for play a 1/1, and now actually gets to have a pop-off turn. But now also has to go in the tank here and think about what do you get with this Celestial Reunion. Do you do it for X equals 2 or 3? Do you get a katana and kind of like make your other draws better?
A katana? You shoot people down?
A katana.
And you should like start slicing the opposition.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
That's because this stream.
Backpack and find a.
The stream is sponsored by Ultimate Guard. So is that why?
Oh, the katana. Yes.
Is that why? Ah,
I'm talking about.
I see. That's why you mentioned it.
It's just slang. And any card in a sleeve is what I call a katana.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
See, maybe these players are actually sleeving up some katanas here. Light blue katana and Doom. No, I don't think.
No, I don't think the. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the eternal horror of my sleep paralysis demon there featured on a sleeve. I am terrified just looking at it right now. But
now, Peter, giving a read to Celestial Reunion, there's a lot to read. The characters are very small. You need your glasses to be on point.
You definitely do. Like equipment number 1 when you go to Magic tournament is your glasses that let you read small text.
You need to. That's how actually most doctors they like do their test with Magic cards. Can you read every card that's written? What about now? They just give you different cards if you can read them.
Actually, Young York goes for, instead of getting the Katara, which is what I meant to say before Mengu started making fun of me, like figures that he actually doesn't have any more things that, he would have to draw more things that benefit from the Katara. So instead getting the Aang right here and airbending the Spider Manifestation, keeping Peter off that precious 4-mana mark.
Okay, so Aang has a strong ability.
Yes.
Waterbend, 8.
Yes.
Can that come into play very soon?
Look at the land that's being drawn from Peter. It's
another top land.
It's a starting town.
Man, I hate starting town so much. I swear, the biggest hater in the world of starting town. Hate content is, gets likes. So I should probably tweet about that.
I also just want to note that because Young York got the 2/3 Aangs with Savior there, all his creatures have 3 toughness and can't be fought by the Melt Strider to solve in Peter's hand.
So this Aang says again, Waterbend 8.
Yes.
What does that mean? Because it doesn't explain on the card.
Yeah, so that means you can tap, so that's like pay 8 mana or tap creatures. It's kind of like Convoke, and you can transform him into this 5/5 that says when it attacks, you put a counter on every tap creature you control. And so yeah, Aang in itself is a really strong threat from this.
Yeah, so if Jan would have drawn a land here, he would have been able to flip and attack, but he didn't.
Oh, and we see now here, Peter points out that, oh, actually, my paw patch should have triggered when you targeted my Spider Manifestation. That is a full turn cycle ago and would count as a miss trigger at this point.
Yes, the judges can say the rule is going to be that, the opponent, Jan, has the option to put the trigger on the stack at this point, but it's an optional. So Jan will just either let Peter put a counter on his paw patch or just say, no, you forgot, you don't get it. And this is competitive Magic. You still get the option to do so if you want to be, I wouldn't even say nice to your opponent. I think it's totally fair for Jan to not to just say, no, it's too late, you don't get the counter. I don't think this is a rude thing to do.
No, yeah, that's really important to point out, especially as this much time has passed.
Yeah.
Usually my philosophy is that I never remind my opponent of any triggers, but if they remember a trigger within within a turn or so, I would always let them get the trigger. So as long as they haven't gained any weird information that changes targets or something, right?
Yeah.
So in this case, for instance, if my opponent has pointed out the trigger, but it's my turn again, for me that's too late.
Yeah.
But if it figured out in his own turn, I would have been fine. So that's my line, and it's a fairly straightforward thing. So that means I don't have to make a decision in the moment on how I want to handle this. I'm not saying that the way I do it is the morally correct thing. I think you can certainly be more cutthroat or you can be more kind, but you just have to make up for yourself where do you land on that scale, and then just follow that system rather than like, you know, being more willing to give triggers to people who are nice to you than people who are just focusing on the game, which is like kind of creates this like, you know,
favoritism.
Yeah, exactly. So I just like having clean lines, and I certainly recommend that people also make up their minds for how they would like to.
Sure.
Triggers.
In my opinion, you know, whenever you know, pay your flight, pay your hotel, pay your entry fee, I'm just not gonna let my opponent put a +1/+1 counter if they forgot.
And that's totally fine.
I think you know, that's where I draw the line. If we were at our store in you know, at my place,
very different.
It's fine. It's totally fine. Actually, maybe I would remind to my opponent, you got a counter. But here, I think it's totally fine to say, oh, you forgot. You know. But you know, of course, we have the judges. We don't actually know if this is the reason of the call, but assume so. But yeah, this match is going on for a while now, despite the game's looking pretty quick. Who would you say is going to win this match? Who would you say is advantaged?
I think actually Allies is still favored in this specific game. I mean, of course, against the Mulligans of 5, but even more so, this Aang here is going to transform now, be a huge threat on the board, and then next turn the Winnowing is going to completely close out the game. So that's what I think will happen.
But to transform the Aang, you actually have to tap all your lands and all your creatures.
Yeah, so I mean,
you just keep a turn basically.
Yes, but Jan is like so far ahead. They can actually afford to skip a turn, let the opponent play Overboard, and then you play the Winnowing. And you're going to clear away that Overboard. And we see now the judge call has been resolved. There's no counter on that Paw Patch Recruit. And Jan has to figure out. Oh, wait. Jan actually just passed here because just that ability.
What you just said.
Yes.
Yeah, you predicted this sequence to happen exactly. So Overboard comes in and taps the Spider Manifestation. And does Jan have an answer to this?
I don't think so. But actually, interestingly, this Overboard will make the Spider Manifestation into a 3-power creature. And now it can actually use that Melt Stratus Resolve to clear away one of these creatures. So it can't clear the Aang before it flips because it's still sorcery speed, but can clear away one of the other creatures and make it so that the Aang is less threatening.
Yeah, so you only see 3 lands untapped here to cast your Burroid again because the Spider Manifestation untapped. And now it can even attack as a 3/3.
Well, if you want to spend the green mana, it's actually weird that the the Temple is left on tap here. I wonder if I missaw the card in Peter's hand, it actually isn't Melt Stratus Resolve.
Why? Why would you say that?
Because I would expect that you tap the Air Temple and leave a green land untapped, and then you would have an extra blocker. But actually, is Melt Stratus Resolve, yeah. So Peter could have tapped it away to have that extra blocker up, but I don't think it matters very much because it's still not going to be enough to rumble with the 5/5 Aang that's going to put a counter on every tap creature. So actually a 6/6.
Okay, so Aang now is going to be able to Waterbend.
Yes.
And flip to a powerful 5/5 reach.
In response to this here. So I believe that this one is going to take out the
Great Divide Guide.
Great Divide Guide. Okay, so still cutting off green mana, actually. That's the big decision you make. But it makes sense to stop potentially top deck allies at last.
Yeah, so now Peter could have attacked with the Spider Manifestation if he had tapped differently.
Exactly, yeah.
So we're missing on 3 damage here by...
Yeah, and actually the Paw Patch as well could have attacked, but this is had to be done post-combat.
Yeah, remember the Aang, when it's flipped, it doesn't fly. Kind of awkward, right?
Yeah, it stops flying, but it's now reached because it kind of fuses with the water, so water can't fly.
What's the lore? Oh, what's the lore? There it is.
Yeah, so
That's
Aang, so La is the spirit of the ocean, and this is what Aang fuses with to defeat the Fire Nation fleet. Which you would know because you've actually watched Avatar.
No.
I have not.
No.
You haven't watched it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I actually thought you did. Sorry.
Okay, so let's see. This is a 6-mana card that we've talked before.
Yeah.
It says you choose a creature of your opponent.
And a creature of your own.
And then you destroy every creature that doesn't share
a creature type with.
Okay.
Yeah. So you choose an ally of yours, and then the other creatures also an ally, so they both get to stay in
So
play.
it's just...
And here you choose actually really make sure in terms of all the creature types on these cards. I remember in Limited, you could get blown up by choosing something, but then 2 other creatures are randomly a druid, even though it was like tree folk and elf.
Okay.
Yeah. So choosing the Paw Patch Recruit here, and that is I believe a Rabbit Warrior. So neither the Spider Manifestation nor the Overboard are rabbits nor warriors. That's a snake and a spider avatar. So gets to clear away those creatures here. Attack with the Aang, put a counter on each tapped creature, and that's going to be 6 damage coming in there putting Peter down to 14, and now facing a huge board.
Yeah, so great choice by Jan to take Aang with his Celestial Reunion.
That was a very heads-up thing, rather than using the Katara, which needed more things to happen.
Yeah,
Aang by itself just takes over with the
Well,
game.
Katara would have also been good because Jan has the card draw in Aang, correct? Like that's the 2-mana draw.
It's true. That it would have not been bad, but it wouldn't have been as good as this.
And the other card is a Celestial Reunion, I believe.
Yeah, which actually is turned off now by fighting that Great Divide Guide.
Oh, you can't cast it because you don't have green mana.
I don't have green mana once again.
That's true.
Very
That's how. Yeah, that's how Jan was able to play that. The first Celestial Reunion, it was with the Great Divide Guide.
Oh, and another 4-drop being drawn here by Peter. It is a Nature's Rhythm, not the 4-drop you would necessarily want. Only gets a 2-mana creature here. Can get a Batimal Cub, but is it going to be enough in time to contend with this board? Next turn, you're going to get attacked for 12 damage plus whatever triggers the Earth and ally will get. So it's actually not that many draws that Jan can have that won't represent lethal on this turn.
You know, every time I watch these Celestial or Baroid deck, I'm under-impressed by the Abandoned Air Temple, I swear. It always comes into play tapped, and I never activate it before the end of the game. In my games that I played against Prowess in testing as well, I was not impressed by the card. And we've seen it twice on Future Match so far, and it's not been very good. So I'm wondering if 4 copies of that land is too many.
Yeah, it may not actually be worth it. There's certainly other spots, like it may also be a sample size thing, because when the card is good, it does more than like anything you could dream of a land doing, right? Like if you have a draw, like sometimes an issue with these Orboid decks is that they have draws that's only mana dorks and lands. And you kind of keep them because they're very explosive, but you have to hope the top deck payoff. If you have the Abandoned Air Temple, that can be a payoff of itself, but you do require the game to be slow enough that you can start activating the Air Temple on turn 3 and benefit on turn 6. So that is the big issue with the card.
Yeah. We drew another Winnowing, which can destroy both the Cub and the Popatch.
Yeah, by choosing the starting town, which doesn't have a creature type. So that can certainly put the game away, but you don't even need to do that. You could also just attack here. So it's like kind of unclear which route Jan should even take, but just decides to go with the Winnowing number 2, showcasing the power of this card here. Choose my ally, choose your starting town.
Destroy 2 creatures for, well, you know, it's a lot of mana. You still destroy 2 creatures, yes, but you're paying a lot of mana for that. I think it's an appropriate card, you know what I mean?
I mean, but, well, we could see a game like the last one where both people have tons and tons of creatures in play, and you pay very little for the Winnowing because it has Convoke, and you also destroy like 6 creatures from the opponent. Yeah. It can be completely backbreaking.
This reminds me of a card that you are very familiar with, Simon.
Which
Dune
one?
Blast.
Oh, I like Dune Blast.
Also named as Dane Blast.
Yeah, but even that would have been, like, that's still like so much worse, right? Like 7 mana, and you don't keep your entire board.
Oh yeah, I mean,
you only keep one thing.
Simple times. Simple times.
Simple times, yeah.
Oh, that's
your favorite card.
That's a top land.
Another top land. Can't even activate the Abandoned Air Temple.
Every draw step was a top land, basically.
Yes, that's actually true.
I swear I've never seen that land being activated. Or being activated and it mattered. Because sometimes it's activated and it doesn't matter.
That's true.
The example you said before, you know, old mana dork and Abandoned Air Temple, it's not that good. Like, how many decks in Standard lose to a draw that's like mono mana?
I would say it's not about a deck in Standard. I would say it's just about a situation. Like, your opponent has multi 5, doesn't do anything powerful. Well, at least your draw is good enough. And as we see, Jan with a double Winnowing, allies go to 6-0.
6-0, it's amazing. Yes.
Yeah, what a wonderful thing to see the Allies deck doing its thing and beating on these Cobb decks. Kind of showcasing why you really have to think about with your Cobb decks how you tune them for the metagame and how dangerous it is to be too specific with how you tune your deck for an open field like this, because you could be facing Allies in the 5-0 bracket.
Yes, indeed. So congrats to Jan and his Allies deck. You know what? I'm sure we're going to see more of it, because that's such a cool deck, and we are craving, we're starving for cool decks over here at Spotlight Series London. This coverage, of course, this is day 1. We are slightly above half of the rounds displayed. This was round 6. We have 3 more, and actually we have another round, most likely, another match in this round 6. But we'll keep you updated with what's going to happen soon. But Simon, yeah, what do you look forward to see? Is there any deck that you want to see?
What do I like to see? So, I mean, I've seen, you know, the carb decks. I do like those. I think another deck that I've been generally recommending to people to play this weekend is Lessons with Monument, because people have caught their naturalizers from the sideboard and they're not ready for Lessons anymore. It wasn't that played at the Pro Tour. It looked like it did poorly at the Pro Tour because
half the Lessons players were playing no monuments in their deck.
Interesting, interesting. I don't know. I think the Lessons deck is, I don't want to say too old, because obviously like just a few months passed since Seth Manfield won the Worlds, but it is to me that the other decks just kind of like are stepping up with the new cards, and Lessons didn't really pick up any new cards that are relevant. And I feel like Standard is so powerful lately that every set needs to be a hit for your deck. So for example, the Prowess deck gained new cards, the Lessons deck, the Landfall deck gained new cards, and Lesson, not so many. So this is, what I think.
Yeah, that's reasonable. So you want to see some new cards?
All right. We have Future Match number 2, Game 2 at the ready. We're going to see a couple of Izzet deck, but one of them is special.
One of them is full of new cards, actually. So
full of new cards, so it must be good, right?
Red Opus here
must be good.
Being played by Jan, another Jan, actually, in the Feature Match area. We've seen Jan before, bring Bruce to these tournaments, being featured and rolling his opponents. As we see, Jedrzej Schmid from Poland, playing Lessons, was coming here with Canister, but actually playing a Lessons build that's very similar to what Strasky is running, with the chart, the consult the star chart and the 3 steps ahead. Essentially not running the Storm Chaser's talents, but letting you take this like more controlling role and make it much easier to board down on the endurances and artist talents if you need to, because you have the control tools in your main deck.
Yeah, Jedrzej Schmid, part of my fantasy draft. He was one of my 5 pick. I know him from top 8ing the most recent Paupergeddon, an event which I casted in Italy. Yes, he top 8ed with Blue-White Familiars, a control deck, so he's a control lover, control aficionado.
Yes, I would say.
All the way from Poland, of course. So very happy to see him, here. He plays all the Spotlight series, he plays all the events. So definitely one of the faces that if you come to the competitive scene in Europe, you have seen him before. And against him, we mentioned there's like a new deck, right? Yana Toy playing Izzet Opus. And what's Opus? I remember the 8-mana Opus that you could flashback with Torrential Gear Oak, but I don't think that's the Opus
No.
card
Opus
we're talking
is
about.
in the mechanic. So this is Jan-Alexander Chernard playing with like the Opus mechanic. So we've seen the Colostorm Stallion be played in Standard. This is an Opus card. Whenever you play an instant sorcery, it triggers, and when you paid 5 mana for that thing, well, you get a bonus. In this case, copying the Stallion. But it also plays a card from the new set as well that has seen as much play as compared to how good it is. We're talking about Molten Core Maestro. This one is another thing that pays you orb for whenever you Opus it. So whenever you cast an instant sorcery, it gets a plus counter, and it's a 2/2 mana. So that in itself is a quite good threat. But when you Opus it, you generate mana equal to its power. So when you play, let's say, a Rapturous Moment or an Ashling's Command while you have the Maestro in play, well, you're going to generate some blue mana and some red mana off the trigger. So blue mana off the spell, either with the Treasures or with the Moment literally gaining you blue mana, which means that you can turn that into a second big spell. So if you have Colostorm Stallion in play and a Maestro, you untap with these two, this deck is going to like completely go off, copying the Stallions and just making a lot of damage. We even see Sanar, the Unfinished Genius.
Yeah, I just put the Sanar Unfinished Genius in my cube deck.
Oh, cool. No, it's a really strong ability. It's a 2-mana 1/4 that you can...
0/4, I believe.
No, it's a 1/4.
Okay.
That you can tap to make a treasure if you played an instant or sorcery resistor. Now he is fact-checking me. Is it 0/4?
It's a 0/4.
Oh,
Simon.
I was wrong.
I literally yesterday put it in the cube.
Kryptonite.
Well, before you were right, as I know the number of Nature's Rhythm in the Cyber of Madness were 4, and now Sanar is a 0/4. It's okay. Okay, we can fuck check each other over here.
We can check each other.
But the goal is to give you always the truth. We deliver truth.
We deliver truth.
No fake news on this desk.
No. And that's why we're here, to correct each other whenever we're wrong, which is, ladies and gentlemen, often.
Sometimes. Yeah, the Izzet Opus deck is nice. There's a lot of new cards. You haven't mentioned a very cool card in this deck.
The Tablet of Discovery?
Ashling Command.
Oh, I have mentioned Ashling's Command.
4 copies of Ashling Command is crazy.
So the trigger is that, like, if you want to trigger Opus, right, you don't want to put 5 mana, a ton of 5 mana cards in your deck. You want to have something that you pay 5 mana for,
but which gives you mana back, so you didn't actually spend 5 mana on your thing. And Ashling's command generates 2 treasures, similarly to how the Rapture's Moment creates 5 mana the turn you play it. So that's how this works. You see lessons up against spells. Wow, that's you're great on the on the cards here. I love that from Martin in the card viewer.
Jan won game 1, so he's up a game right now with some very colored sleeve over there. Yana Toy.
Yeah, Jan Alexander always like shows up with these colorful shirts, looking so dapper, and always like a treat to see them work their magic here in the feature match areas. Now, Jedrick starts out with the very classic Accumulate Wisdom just to look at the top 3. Whenever you play Lessons in some of these post-board games, you may not be able to keep all your removal spells in your deck and the game slow down. Well, you kind of have to like fill your graveyard with Lessons somehow, and playing out a Accumulate Wisdom is a very typical way of doing
also
this.
In particular, Jedrick was missing a 3rd land, and he found it with the Accumulate Wisdom.
It's just doing exactly what he needed to do. Now he has to decide, do you play a Grand or do you hold it until the mana reduction ability is online, and just passes the turn here back to Jan.
Yeah, so the Grand, of course, dies to removal, and that's why Jedrick didn't want to cast it. He wanted to wait until he was able to exploit the ability of Grand, maybe like on turn 5 or 6, going Grand, and just a flurry of 2-drop discounted.
Now we see Sonar here getting targeted by a barrage, but countered by Spell Pierce. Jan really wants to protect the Sonar, and for good reason. This card creates so much mana. I do believe that's a very strong standard power level card that you can play in these Opus decks. As now, Jedrick passes right back. We actually saw a very similar Opus deck with the Molten Core Maestro being played by Team World Council at the Pro Tour. That deck was an infinite...
Team Sanctum of All.
What did I say? World Council. Oh, right. There was Team Sanctum of All.
Yeah.
That was featuring an infinite combo. Jan has taken some of that shell using Tablet of Discovery, Molten Core Maestro, and Sonar, but cut out the Lessons package and the infinite combo, and instead focusing on Colorstorm Stallion and more good cards. So it's a very interesting way that we kind of see brewing, where people essentially help each other out by first showing up to a tournament with a brew, and then the next tournament someone else iterates on that, and eventually we get to a very competitive deck, which is where we might be right now, as the Maestro is being targeted by a combustion technique for 3. Can Jan save this now by playing 2 spells in response?
Oh my god, check this out, Simon. Jan is gonna go Spell Pierce.
Yeah?
Jedrick is gonna go Spell Pierce, and then you can activate Sonar to create a treasure to pay for the Spell Pierce.
Wow, that's
so actually,
true.
Jedrick cannot go Spell Pierce.
He immediately just let that go to the graveyard.
Because Sonar, yes, exactly because of this reason, he couldn't Spell Pierce back.
Yeah, and he knew that. So Jedrick on top of things here, and wow, that's a very cool interaction here. Seeing Sonar do its thing, creating so much mana for Jan. Is now gets to untap safely with this Maestro, and Jan already had it taken game 1, and now drew an Ashling's Command, which is able to draw 2 cards and make 2 treasures, and you can then cast a prepared spell from Sonar, searching up something from your deck, and you keep generating mana as you do this, which is quite a big advantage here for this is a deck.
Yeah, so we haven't talked about it, but Sonar has the prepared part, which is pay 5, sorcery, and you can search your deck for an instant or a sorcery.
Yeah.
What is a typical card that you would look forward to?
Well, that's a really good question.
More 5-drops?
There's one copy of Improvisation Capstone in his deck, which I think is there because you can search it out when you have tons of red mana. We actually see here Jan going for this right now. So we'll generate some red mana, but can't actually capitalize on this right now. It's essentially playing into Spell Pierce, but once again, the Sonar can respond by making treasure and pay for that Spell Pierce.
We are going for a fully paid 3 steps ahead. That is quite aggressive, not playing around the second Spell Pierce, not playing around the negate.
Yeah, it is true, but also Jedrick's position is just doesn't actually have enough gas that he just feels like he has to commit to this line to get into the game. And I think sometimes you have to choose not to play around things.
Yeah, very, very important here. Whenever you realize that you're behind in the game, you have to take risks in order to come back. And now Jedrick realized he was behind, realized that he needs some card advantage. He needs the 3 steps ahead to do the Cryptic Command mode of counter a spell and drawing this card.
We actually see Stormchaser's Talon being picked up by Jedrick here. So doing the same thing as as Ray Chang did in the top 8 of the Pro Tour by running the Stomptious Talons in the sideboard. And, you know, now even though the Async command got countered, we still see a Prismari command able to come down off the extra red mana from the Maestro.
Oh, look at that 2 burst lightning.
Wow, is that lethal? You can actually play both of them because, again, the Maestro will generate mana for you. And then you can search up another burst lightning. So I believe, actually, that Jan just has lethal here. Oh, wait, we can't...
Sure? Yes.
Yeah, because... Yeah,
these are in hand. Sorry, these are on top. We're only drawing one of these.
Yes, and then you draw one on your turn as your draw step.
But I believe this is main phase 1. This is not end of turn.
Oh, I thought this was at the end of Yadric's turn.
Huh. I might be wrong. Okay, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't Yadric's turn, yeah.
When was that?
It decided to go
when did that happen?
Wait, so
why there was still a land drop to be made?
I think this might have been an upkeep, actually. Or maybe.
Was it? I don't know.
Maybe beginning of combat trying to kill the Grand before it could attack.
Oh, I see.
But anyways, now this Maestro is a 4/4, and yeah, you can make it into a 9/9 and do 2 burst lightning. So that's like 17 damage here. So Jan could just go for lethal here if he so chooses. And
so he goes 5 mana, search for a card, put a counter, add what, 7 mana?
Yeah, add 7 mana to your mana pool. And this Spell Pierce here is just looking so embarrassing.
You can get the 6 mana blue-red card that adds 5.
Yes, you could do that, but you could also just get a burst lightning that is lethal. But no, Jan decides to not even go for lethal here. Gets the improvisation capstone. And Jetrix
oh my god.
sticks the hand here.
Amazing game from Jan Alexander Chouinard, who showed us that there's so many ways to bring seamless decks to standard. This was really something amazing that I haven't seen anyone playing before, so super excited. He's 6-0.
Yeah.
Or maybe 5-1. He's 5-1, which is still very, very cool. So we have an ally 6-0. You know, the 2 coolest deck of the round 1. I have Jendrik in my fantasy draft, so I have to say I'm a little bit sad that he lost, but honestly, seeing such a cool deck winning, it can't be that bad. It can't be that
it's
bad.
true. No, that's definitely well-deserved for Jan Alexander. I feel like Jan Alexander should stop being picked up by us on our fantasy drafts.
Yeah, it should, yeah. We're going to have a winner's interview with Maria. She's going to ask Jan all about his deck.
Yeah.
I'm here with the winner of round 6 feature match, Jan Chouinard on EZ Albus. Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Your deck is a very spicy one. So we've all seen the game, but could you elaborate more about your deck? How did you come up with this?
Okay. I was just having so much fun trying to make a mono-red Maestro deck, which is like one of the key cards of the deck. And then I figured it was really bad. So I had to go with it like everybody else. And the more I played the deck, the more I reduced all these 6 mana spells, 7 mana spells. Now I only have 4. I think it's the sweet spot.
Nice. All right. So yeah, this is very cool, right? So this is your brew.
Yes, yeah, I made it. I worked very hard on it. I tested it extensively by myself and with one of my friends. Which also registered it, by the way.
Nice, nice. So this is, as I always say, this is a dream come true to, you know, just go so well with your own deck. But are you a competitive player? Did you like specifically prepare for this tournament? What do you expect from it?
Yes, we have been practicing for this tournament. We expected a lot of EZ prowess and also the green-white variant of landfall.
Makes sense.
I played against only EZ today, no landfall. I think landfall is even better for me, actually, so maybe next round, we'll see.
Yeah, so you were playing against EZ Lessons. So EZ Lessons, like...
Terrible for me, EZ Lessons, because my interaction matches very badly with all of these enchantments artifacts. But I was very lucky, we take it.
How did you feel going into this?
When he played the Gran, I was a bit sad. But I had 2 burst lightning for his 2 Gran. It worked well. And game 2, I had my 2 spell pierce in the side.
Yeah,
my only relevant interaction.
Well, hope the luck stays. And good luck again.
Thank you.
Congrats. Back to the casters.
They did what? Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. The new Avatar, The Last Airbender collection by Squaros is right around the corner, and you, the community, want to know more about it. But worry not. Today, I'm here to break the ice and answer all of your burning questions. So let's waste no time and jump right into the action, shall we? Which characters will be released as Squaros? Well, you can expect all of your favorite Avatar The Last Airbender characters like Aang, Momo, and even Uncle Iroh over here. But hey, never forget my favorite, the Cabbage Merchant. Isn't he the best? Will there be any special deck boxes for different factions or elements like fire, water, earth, and air? Well, we already have all of our favorite benders over here. We even have fire. But the next factions, well, that is something that will happen in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Malone, how big are the Squaros compared to other cards and figures, and how many cards can you fit in a deck box? Well, these are Return to Earth boulders by Ultimate Guard, so they're the same size as those, and they all fit your typical 100 cards double sleeve commander decks if you need to. So yeah, put them all in there, they're safe, you can shake them around, nothing to worry about, safe and protected, as Ultimate Guard always guarantees. Will there be any pre-order promotion or special bundles? Well, once all of these beautiful deck boxes hit the market, you'll be able to collect them all, even in this very beautiful upper collector's box where you can fit them all. Does the deck box also fit in other trading card carrying cases or backpacks? Well, as we already said, these are made by Ultimate Guard, so you can be certain that you can put your Ultimate Guard deck boxes into your Ultimate Guard cases. So if you already have one, just put him in there, bring him to your next Friday Night Magic, and get ready to beat your opponents in style. Are the Squaros made of the same materials as Ultimate Guard boulders? Yes. These are Return to Earth boulders. They're almost completely made out of renewable material in Germany. So yeah, I like them a lot, and I must say these are one of my favorite products that I will always keep on using. And now having my favorite characters on them just makes them way freaking better. All right, we have time for one last question. Can you use your Squaros for something other than trading cards? Of course you can. You can put your dice in here. Of course you can put your tea in there. But there's so many different uses, like, who put cabbage in my Squaro? Well, my friends, sadly that is all the time we've got for today. But I want to thank this amazing community for all of your cool questions. And if you do have some more, please feel free to ask them in the comment section. We of course hope that you will enjoy these very cool Avatar The Last Airbender Squaros just as much as I did. And if you need any more information, check out the link down below. And you want to know even more? Check out these cool videos.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round 7 of Magic Spotlight Secrets of Strixhaven in London. I'm Martin User. This is Arne Huschenbed. And by the way, those floral places, Sidewinders, those are my favorites.
Yeah, and that calming sound of nature in the back, really, it brings you into the mood of the feature match area here. And before we head into round number 7, we have a little bit of a look in to our fantasy draft, which is always an exciting thing we're doing with the casters, and of course Maria involved as well, where we pick out the players at the beginning of the tournament, pick 5 each, and then see at the end who won it all. Last time Andrea Mengucci had so many points that he was beating the rest of the 4 of us. Combined, yes. I think like 3 or 2 players made top 8. Everybody made day 2, had deep runs. It was insane.
Sounds like you guys maybe didn't draft all that well, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. If we can show it up on the screen. This is usually what we do on Friday. We look at the player pool, and then we all pick 5 players, and then we basically add up the number of total match points they have. What did you pick first? You won the die roll, right? For whoever's going to go first?
Right. I was the lucky die roll winner. I picked Piotr Klugowski, Canister, who I just had a chat with, playing Lessons, sitting at 5-1. So not too bad, going into round 7, playing for his day 2 invite now here. Not in the feature match area, but hopefully later, today maybe, or at least tomorrow.
Yeah, and because you picked Canister, that let me pick Stefan Schutz. Fresh off of a Pro Tour top 8 at Pro Tour Las Vegas last week.
Yeah, finally making that important mark in his career. Many said, myself included.
His first one?
Yeah, many said, and myself included, like he was the player on the Pro Tour, the strongest player without a PT top 8. Been on the PT since 2019, I believe, 6 years consecutive or something like that, and has 2 Mox wins. One of the hardest tournaments to qualify and also to win it. It's pretty incredible, and now finally has that PT top 8.
Speaking of best players to never top 8 a Pro Tour yet, who do you have now that Stefan is kind of out of the picture?
I think the biggest name in that discussion, at least, let's say players who've played for a long time and have shown dominance. I think that one is Edgar Magayesh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, does Shahar have a Pro Tour top? Like, does winning Worlds count?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
there's got to be a lot of people we're probably forgetting.
I think he has a set championship top 8, which is actually, which is pretty much like a Pro Tour.
Right. Well, maybe we leave that fantasy draft for another time.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have it ready perhaps next round for you guys. I was really curious to see it, but yeah. What do we have in our feature match area here, Martin?
Oh yeah, you tell me. We have something really interesting. So, on one side we have Jeskai control that looks kind of reasonable. What you would expect, Tablet of Discovery, enabling a lot of spells. Lots of cards like Stock Up, Cheap Removal, 2 copies of Flashback, Abrade, Consult, the Star Charge, classic stuff.
Yeah, this is actually the deck that made 10th at the last Pro Tour in the hands of Alexander Rohan.
Okay.
And here another Alex picking it up, Alex Campbell. I remember having Alex in our feature match area, I think multiple times already. Oh yeah, I know he played Sultai Control the last time we had him in Liverpool actually. And now he switched to Jeskai Control. One card I do want to point out here is in the mana base, and that is that Putrefied Hamlet. Really crucial new land that I think is quite important at beating one of the most obnoxious cards for control decks, which is Ba Sing Se.
Okay.
You can play it, and it essentially Piffing Needles activated abilities on lands, so you can name Ba Sing Se, turning Ba Sing Se into a bad forest.
Okay, what's that third card on the top left? Swallowed by Leviathan. It's 3 mana instant, sort of a counterspell?
Yeah, pretty much. You counter target spell, then you surveil 2 before you do so, and then the player can pay as much as you have cards in your graveyard. It is nice with the tablet, essentially. You can go turn 4 tablet, and then have the Swallowed Up, so having a counterspell that's sort of like a hard counter in most scenarios that is good with the tablet is the idea there.
Okay, so now, what is he up against, though? Boros Mobilize. What is going on here?
Yeah, this is
Tarkir Dragonstorm pre-constructed?
Not quite. So actually, funnily enough, Carl Zarab and some others in our team tested Boros Pingers, we called it, for the PT a little bit. This is a variation of that archetype, but it's a little different. It doesn't actually play that many of the pinger cards. The only thing that pings here is Wardy Does Call. Whenever a creature enters play, it pings the opponent and then of course gives 1/1 as well. But yeah, we have 8 mobilized creatures here. We have the Last Ronin's technique, a sneak spell that puts 3 1/1s attacking into play with like Nesting Board, Novus Inspector, nice ones to return there. And then we have Catharsis, which can serve as a pump spell, but also as a token maker, whatever you need. And a sweet one to point out is the Delcoven Encampment in the mana base, which does give creatures of yours, or whenever you attack, you get mobilized too. And yeah, I mean, I feel like this deck really wants Wardy Does Call in play. If it does have that card in play, the deck is operating on a new level. If it does not, it's a little bit weaker. And the Jeskai Control version is more of a blue-red deck, splashing just for the Revelation, and it actually does not have enchantment removal, nor any like bounce spells. So if the Wardy Does Call hits play, that's going to be dangerous for Campo.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be one of the ways that you can win a long and grinding game if you have that one in play. Looks like the players are just about resolving their mulligans, and this is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, Boros Mobilize was not on my bingo card of decks to cover on in round 7. Who would you give the upper hand here in a matchup like that?
That's an interesting question. We do not have open deck lists, which usually is not good for Control. Control wants open deck lists. They want to know what they're up against so they can mulligan accordingly. So if Alex Winter on the red-white deck actually keeps a pretty good proactive hand, this is a mulligan to 5. I think it might be actually. I think I saw Alex or Mr. Winter. We have 2 Alexes here in the feature match area.
What I want to see is are we going to see another Jeskai Revelation being played? this also just doesn't look like a great matchup for it. Having 7 mana cards against this aggressive Boros deck. But hey, taking mulligans these days with the London mulligan rule, it's not as bad as it used to be, where you just had to draw the top 5 cards of your deck and just work with that. Now you can just put something bad on the bottom, like especially in the tournaments with open deck lists. You know what you're up against. If you have a Spell Pierce, you're playing against mono green landfall or something along those lines. You can just put that card on the bottom, and it's not as bad as it sounds. So you can just keep like a decent curve out hand, and still you're gonna have a decent chance to just play a reasonable game of Magic.
Yeah, and this is a good start. Headliner into Voice. Voice, again, super annoying for these blue-red decks, as that 3rd toughness is really good. And there's another Voice.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Alex might be a little bit in trouble.
I'm looking at Alex's deck. I only see 2 copies of Pyroclasm as sweepers, right? I don't think there's anything else. So, yeah, he's potentially in a lot of trouble against these Voices.
Discarding an Essence Scatter, which is obviously embarrassing against the Voice of Victory in play. He does have one of those Pyroclasms, going down to 12 here. Yeah, I mean, losing almost half of his life total already. There's a Novice Inspector getting a clue, cracking it immediately. A little bit of shortcutting, finding a Sacred Foundry. And now that Delcoven Encampment, that full out land down there, can produce 2 more attackers, dealing 6 damage next turn, which is exactly half of Alex's life total. But there's a Thunder Magic off the top, combined with that Pyroclasm.
Oh, wow.
Very, very important here.
There it is. Okay, this is exactly what Alex needed. Now Alex is down. Well, they're both Alexes. Okay, this is exactly what Campbell needed. Winter down to just 1 card, and now the encampment does not really do a whole lot. Stock up, yeah, perfect play after you just dealt with the entire board. We're gonna stock up, restock our hand.
There we see the Hamlet, which could take out the encampment, but probably not very threatening right now. I think I see a couple card draw spells and a Thunder Magic, so probably just go for the removal spell and take one of the card draw spells. And this is prime position for Campbell here, sitting at 5-1 in the tournament. And actually, I was just walking through some of the rows, and Gerardo de Elia is also playing this blue-red control deck by I call it blue-red control. It really is a blue-red control deck, just splashing for the Jeska ref. And he's also sitting at 5-1, so two of them having success here with Alex Rohan's deck. Oh, what is this? 5 mana? Oh, it's a burst lightning? It must be, yeah. Okay, it's a burst lightning to the face. Down to 8, Campbell goes. I've never seen that artwork. Well, I mean, I guess Winter could just draw 2 burst lightnings from here on out.
Yeah. Does Alex have any live game? Or does Campbell have any live game?
There's
lightning healer. Oh yeah, he has the Revelations, right?
Yeah. He has double consult now, so he can look at 12 cards this turn.
Right. Wow, this is brutal.
So he can find that Revelation and then start getting out of range. And Alex Winter is out of cards here.
Yeah, Winter, like pretty terrible luck overall. Yeah, sure, you mulligan to 5 at least if you have a decent draw, but he's flooding out as well. And Alex Campbell, that name, let's just give a quick shout out to Gary Campbell, one of the nicest Magic players that I have ever met. Who won I think it was Birmingham. It might have been London. I think it was a Grand Prix Birmingham 8-ish years ago. Gary, I think he was also the oldest person to ever win a Grand Prix. That was a super cool moment. So shout out to him as well.
Yeah, awesome guy. Always see him around, especially in UK events. And there we have a 7 mana Jeska ref to the face, bouncing a Sacred Foundry. No, an Inspiring Vantage, yes. Good call. More lands for Alex. Winter, and yeah, I mean, this is turning around now.
Yeah, he does have a Lightning Helix, but...
Yeah, this deck is really enabled through the new card Tablet of Discovery, which is a sweet one. Essentially allowing you to cast it on turn 5 of the game, which is pretty powerful.
So would you say it's just a better version, sort of Resonating Loot? Like it's just a more...
I talked a little bit to them, the Worldly Council team that came up with that deck, and yeah, they basically said it's just better than Loot, because Loot you play on turn 4, and then you cast Jeska Ref on turn 5. So it's the same speed, essentially, and there's much less risk involved. And the Discovery also draws you a land often, or a removal spell. So yeah, it's just a much stronger card in the end.
Yeah, I guess the difference is the tablet actually resolves, whereas the Resonating Loot never does.
Yeah, the tablet is much better against like Boomerang basics too.
Yeah, the metagame is just not quite right for Resonating Loot just yet.
We see Swallowed by Leviathan on a Novice Inspector. Just yeah, okay, you can have the clue and the 1/2. I can kind of vibe with that, keeping it for something like War Leader's Call maybe.
Yeah, War Leader's Call would be a good one. There's a lot of ways to make tokens, and wow, Winter actually goes and passes the turn.
Ah man, control drawing cards, doing well. It is a nice side, and there's 2 Jeska Revelations. I think we're gonna pick them both up. This is the moment where you could like just show Alex those 2, and you probably move on to game 2 to save some time, because you know this is a control player's dream.
I think if this is 2 friends playing, you just show the Revelations, and you're like, okay, I got it. I declare victory here, and we just move on to game 2. I don't think you can quite do it here if you're Campbell, but. All right.
I mean, I personally would do it, to be honest. Like one of the biggest threats to me playing control decks is the clock.
True.
So just getting the game faster over with by just revealing my completely unbeatable hand is I think a fine move to make, and it's not disrespectful or unsportsmanlike by any means.
War Leader Skull, that certainly is a little threatening. Is Campbell going to do anything about it? Is that a get lost? No.
So he's, I believe Campbell is casting it with the trigger, with the War Leader's Call in the stack, bouncing the spell back to hand. So that's
what's right, that's a Jeska Relation. Okay.
Yeah. That is the full art Dragonstorm artwork. Not full art quite, but Campbell also has 4 Biblioplex. So, but yeah, the funny thing is like there's literally the kill conditions for Campbell are 4 Biblioplex and the 4 Jeska Revelations. So Bouncing another land. The Monk should be untapped, of course. The one that is in play there in the middle of the... So it's 6 damage from the creatures.
Yeah, Winters has played out, you know. Might as well just take a look at the next couple cards. You know, what if you just draw a bunch of lands? Obviously, it's unlikely, but there's 42 minutes left.
Oh, do we see an impractical joke with no targets? I love that one. I learned deep into testing that you can cast this card without using a creature target.
Does it say up to 1? Or?
So it says target... it says something weird. Target player can't be life path prevented or something like that.
Oh, so it has 2 targets, right?
Yeah, you can just target a player with it.
Let me look that up real quick here.
Oh yeah, no, it says damage can be prevented this turn, and you can choose up to 1 target. So it's just a 1 mana damage can't be prevented.
Just so it has... That's what I really like about how they've been designing the cards lately, is that a lot of cards have different uses. Like even if it's a removal spell would be dead in a lot of matchups, at least maybe this can come up every now and then that, damage can be prevented and you can do something else with, protection creatures or something along those lines.
Okay, it sounds like we have a quick look in here between games into the fantasy draft. Let's take a look at that. Where are we standing? Oh, first us. Okay. Hello, guys. Here we are. Are we getting a slide? There we are. All right. 42 points for me. Martin also 42.
Wow, look at that. Oh, wait. We're
not we're not doing that good. We're doing pretty bad, actually.
Never mind. So, hey, talk about your team.
Well, Piotr Glogowski, Sean Goddard, Marcel Carvalho, 3 very, very strong names in sort of not on the PT right now in the room. And then I have Edgar Baumler, who just played his first PT. I did some coaching with him in the past.
Okay.
He's developing into a strong player.
The coaching wasn't that great, huh?
Well,
no, just kidding.
You made the PT, so can't be that bad.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Martin Zimmermann is a blast from the past. I was surprised myself to have him here. A German PTQ champ and strong player, but he did not do so well when I looked at the standings, unfortunately. I
remember Martin from the Grand Prix circuit from years ago, like 10, 15 years ago. He was pretty much at all the European Grand Prix. Well, my team, I did first pick Stefan Schutz. I thought that was one of the strongest players in the entire field. Then round 2 and 3, I picked 2 Ultimate Guard sponsored players, Andrea Paimonti, also known as Paigonti. He started streaming pre-modern. I've been watching that a lot lately. Really fun format too, by the way. Francisco Sanchez, top 8 at 2 Pro Tours in the last six or so months. Really strong streak of results. And Luis Gobert and I pick him all the time because we used to play Counter-Strike together every now and then. And Ben's obviously one of my good friends as well. One of the old school players waving the flag of like, hey guys, we're still here as well. We kind of grew up on like Magic was so much different. Right now, everything costs 1 or 2 mana. The cards are so much more efficient, so much more powerful, and it's always cool to see Ben around. And yeah, it looks like we're not doing particularly well.
Yeah, Simon and Maria were crushing it with 57 and 58 points each. Cool to see. All right, let's talk about the sideboards of Boros Mobilize, perhaps. So are we starting with the Jeskai control deck? This looks like we're starting with Jeskai. So what do we have? We have Flash Freezes here. They're not going to be that good here, as there's so many white cards. A bit of a tricky decision for Alex, I guess, because he doesn't really know the composition of Alex Winter's deck.
Right.
So he might bring them in, but they're pretty bad into Voice of Victory specifically, so probably shouldn't do that. There's 2 copies of Emeritus of Ideation. I think that one is probably going to come in. Just your classic control boarding in the sideboard threat to get the game over with a little bit. And of course, people not having removal for those sideboard threats usually, especially in closed deck lists where you don't even know that they have it. I saw an Impractical Joke. That one's excellent against Voice of Victory.
Yeah, Spell Pierce as well, Spell Snare as well, right?
yeah. And maybe a Slackstorm was in there too.
Okay.
So that one's going to come in surely. And then we're going to take out maybe some of the more expensive cards or awkward cards. For Winter, we're looking at... well, none of the top. Rest in Peace, no. Simrip, no. Erode, no. Helix, no. Johnny, yes, absolutely. That one seems very nice here. As a Planeswalker that goes up to 4 loyalty. is quite nice against all the various sweepers effects. So maybe that one can steal a game on turn number 3 for the Boros Mobilized player here.
Yeah, a Planeswalker that ticks up and creates a creature, that's exactly the type of card you want to have against a control deck does.
Looks like both players are mulliganing right now.
There's been so many mulligans.
I honestly like it. People should mulligan. People have to be disciplined there. Mulliganing in modern constructed Magic, sort of in these standard formats, even in limited, is you kind of have to. The formats have gotten so fast. If you don't have a good opening hand where you have a play on like turn 2 or whatever, you are doomed to lose.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with that. I think people should mulligan more, or they should at least think about it more. I think we're sort of at a similar stage. Like if you remember when Urza Saga came out, I think the joke was that the mulligan stage was like the early game, because the game always ended on turn 1 or 2. And I think right now it's not about the game ending so fast, but mulliganing is the early game for me. I think there is a lot that should go, like a lot of thoughts should go into, you know, hey, is this an open decklist tournament? Do I know what I'm playing against? Oh, I drew, 2 removal spells against a Jeskai control deck. I mean, even if the rest of the hand looks okay, I'm already basically down 2 cards. So I might as well, try to go for a free mulligan because I get to keep 6. Maybe I put another removal spell on the bottom. And yeah, with the London mulligan, it's just so much easier to find a playable hand. And yeah, it's almost impossible that you just kind of have a non-game after 1 or 2 mulligans, just like we did 20 years ago. So it looks like the game is underway. Winter starts with a tap Sacred Foundry. No turn 1 play. It's interesting. Campbell, as expected, a tap land of his own as well, and there's a Voice of Victory. So perfect start for Winter. If he's not going to have a turn 1 creature, then Voice of Victory is exactly what he wants to have to stop all the kinds of counter magic Campbell can have. And Pyroclasm doesn't deal with it. So Campbell's going to go for a main phase, consult the start charts.
Finding an impractical joke and a land. I believe I saw 2 more lands, so in hand for Campbell. So he's probably pretty happy to take that 1-mana removal in the face of the Voice.
Mm-hmm.
Now big turn for Alex Winter. I was hoping for something like a War Leader's Call, but maybe he has a Johnny? No, just a Voice.
Another Voice.
It's another Voice. Okay.
Yeah, and I guess you have to be a little worried about Slackstorm. I didn't quite see Campbell's lands. He does have 1 red source already. Yeah, like running into a Slackstorm would be brutal, but at the same time, I think you saw Pyroclasm game 1. If there's a Slackstorm, there's probably 1 or 2 copies. So going forward here seems like a very good play. And if your opponent doesn't have it, they might just be dead in no time.
And there we see the Hamlet happening. Riding down the Coven Encampment on your life pad. That is probably the Coven Encampment. What else, right? And there we see a good mana usage here, using your free drop to remove the Voice instead of the 1-drop, so you can double spell at a later stage, killing the other Voice with the impractical joke. Good on Campbell.
Are we watching game 1 again? Is this just Voice into a barrage? It's exactly the same thing that happened game 1.
It's true. And so next time we're gonna have Thunder Magic plus Pyroclasm.
Yeah.
Voice is truly an incredible creature, honestly. Like, it attacks for 3 damage. It has 3 toughness for a 2-drop. That's already amazing.
Yeah.
And it synergizes with some of these cards. Like here, now you can return one of those humans to sneak in
oh, wow, yeah.
the Ninja Turtle card, which walks right into that Pyroclasm to have exactly Pyroclasm Thunder Magic happen.
Oh, no. But wait, does he have another red source, though?
He has a Biblioplex, which is a painful red source. And I think it's Stonecraft Coast as well.
You're right.
He's going to be good. But yeah, that was a sweet turn. And
yeah, I think you were completely right that this is a matchup where Winter really wants to find War Leader's Call so that he doesn't have to overextend too much and still has a card in play left after all these sweepers that he can use to just kind of, do more damage to his opponent without using too many resources. Yeah, there it is. Another Pyroclasm plus some kind of shock effect to finish off the Voice here. Yeah, there we go.
All right, Campbell cleaning the board, 12 life.
But this time, Winter actually has a lot of resources left. So let's see what he was able to send back.
That is a Lorehold Charm. That is 2 mana instant speed return target creature with mana cost 2 or less, or an artifact. So he's gonna put that voice back into play, and there's the broadside barrage right on
Yeah,
time.
I was just gonna say, like, you probably expect your opponent to have, counter spells. So doing it on your turn, is reasonable, but that does play into sorcery speed removal spells. Oh wait, that's a barrage anyway. So well, I guess if you do it at the end of turn, they can still do that unless they just tapped out for something like a stock up. Okay.
Campbell, no, he didn't draw any of the card draw, so also running out of steam. Just the Thunder Magic and the Mountain left. And I think I see 2 Catharsis in Alex Winter's hand, which is a powerful play for 6 mana. Not so powerful for 2 mana. He is just making 2 1/1s. But he drew Sacred Foundry, I believe, so if he draws a 6th land next turn, he could basically full-on Catharsis, which is very, very strong. And might swing the game in his favor. So this game is far from over. Slagstorm, the one-off being the draw.
And keep in mind, Campbell has 2 Pyroclasms and 1 Slagstorm.
Campbell being patient here with that copy. Oh, an Inspiring Vantage, the most awkward of draws. And there we see a Biblioplex activation.
Wow.
Winter was not prepared for that one. Alex holding his cards right in front of his lands, being a little...
Yeah.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Gotcha.
I don't know if that was intentional. I think he's just been doing that.
Yeah, he's just been doing that all game, yeah.
Yeah.
It is a little strange, but yeah.
A big top deck there. I think it was a stock up. Yeah, that's huge.
Oh, wow, that's huge, yeah. 11 life. Opponent has pretty much no board presence.
And a flash freeze to counter this Catharsis. Oh my gosh. If he wants to take that, actually, might actually not take it, huh? Just take stock up and Jeska Ref.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be tempting, right?
Yeah, I get it, yeah.
You have the lands?
Yeah, 6 lands in play right now. Yeah, I mean, what do you want is this flash freeze, you know? He doesn't have, I mean, if he can just take a look at the graveyard. Oh, a Catharsis. Maybe I should play around that. But yeah, he's going with the value play.
I think this is also a good example of, like, playing to win rather than trying not to lose. I'm going to take flash freeze just to make sure, you don't have anything. Well, yeah. I could just rather get a stock up and Revelation and just kind of bury you in card advantage and resources, and it doesn't really matter if you resolve something next turn. Yeah, this is kind of like a pretty classic control against sort of aggro game. Did you find your sweeper? Okay, you did. Well, I'm running out of gas. I'll play 2 more creatures afterwards. You still have some removal, and then you start casting stock up. That's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, but this Catharsis is almost lethal. It's 10 damage, actually. Wow. So, not taking that flash freeze puts Campbell low. It's 6 plus 4, yeah. It's 10 damage. Man, Alex would be like, 1 more damage. Would have been nice. Oh, Mr. Winter, I keep saying Alex, but they're both Alex. So, yeah, this game is still interesting.
Yeah, I guess another Catharsis would be maybe enough next turn. He's going to cast the Jeskai Revelation, it seems. So we're going to shoot the Catharsis, bounce a token.
Get 2 monks to block the other 2 tokens with.
Right.
Pretty good.
Gain some life.
Another Catharsis off the top would be the game, though, I think, potentially. Depending on what... Okay, Mountain plus Thunder Magic. Beautiful. Okay. So now even a Catharsis top deck doesn't win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Winter has anything to get out of this.
Oh, attacking. Block, and then Thunder Magic. Yep. Oh, he drew a Ajani and Last Ronin's Technique, yeah. A little too late to the party. I feel like I would try to sneak in this Ronin. It's an instant. It's a 4-mana instant. You can just cast it. So I would try to sneak it in end of turn. Surprise Campbell, maybe. And maybe you can sneak out a win if you draw like Catharsis Den off the top. But Campbell has that flashback already at the ready, which is a nice one with the Revelation in the graveyard. So,
yeah, Winter needed that Ajani on turn 3. If he went Voice into Ajani, that would have been a completely different game. But the way the cards lined up, I don't think there was much that Winter could have done.
Also noteworthy about this blue-red based control deck, it plays a lot of basics. Wow, we see, and that makes you know, the Jeskai for the 4-color deck, they take a lot more damage. And there we go, flashback.
Speaking of basic lands, I talked to Ben Sek, and he said he registered a deck similar to what Simon played at the last event, or what he posted on Twitter yesterday, but he added a basic land. And I think that's a really, you know, cool way of like reading the metagame. Is like, hey, you know, last week Erode was a card that a lot of people played in the green-white landfall deck, and I just want to make sure that I have lands to find if more people show up with that.
Yep, that's a line. Yeah, Campbell now at 9 life.
Yeah, the window is certainly closing, or maybe it is closed.
It got very close. Campbell down to 1 life. Jeskai Relation is a sweet card. I'm definitely excited to see this control deck here in the hands of Campbell doing well. Maybe making a deep run to give us some control gameplay here during this tournament.
Johnny hits the battlefield. Fortunately, a little too late.
Now Campbell is probably mapping out lethal here, counting a little bit the prowess damage. And then swiftly going into his turn. Floodmaw there. Cast it. Not even untapping the monks, no time for that. And then Slagstorm, deal 3 to each player. No. Thunder Magic goes to Planeswalkers. Is that really true? Do we have a rules violation here? Final Fantasy does not have Planeswalkers.
Wow, good catch.
All right.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Campbell just has a full hand, full of gas. Congratulations to him. So that moves Campbell to 6-1, which means he's gonna lock up day 2 with this win, and that's pretty impressive. Jeskai control. We have been, you know, making jokes left and right that Jeskai Revelation has not been looking super strong in a field where, you know, half of the field plays cards like Spell Pierce, but it certainly looked really, really good in this type of matchup. That's probably your ideal matchup, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will also say that this blue-red based version by Alex Rohan is very clean and very just well-tuned overall. And the Tablet of Discovery especially, I feel like is the huge difference maker, because that card is just so much more efficient than the Resonating Loot. And yeah, I think the reason for the success of the deck.
So if you, looking at this metagame, you know, there's a lot of people that are watching us that are going to play the RC in Prague in 2 weeks. Do you think the format, you know, do you feel like it changed a little bit from what was expected before the Pro Tour? Now after the PT, obviously the green decks, green-white decks, they did really well. Deck of the tournament, you know, Celestial Landfall. Matt Nass's kind of deck was really good against, is it Prowess? Maybe not as great right now. Maybe if you move the Rhythms and the Craterhoof into the main deck. How do you kind of feel about it right now, you know, going into the RC?
Yeah, I mean, I believe we have the Canadian RC coming up next week. Okay. And also the American one in Cincinnati, the Brazilian one. The Japanese one is happening right now. Right. So we have a lot more data coming in, and London and the Japanese RC happening this weekend is sort of the first brigade of what the development of the pre-T metagame and so on. I'm honestly very surprised about the breakdown here, like seeing so little landfall. I think it comes down to just probably people not having the ability to switch that late, the card availability. You know, we see more prowess people again here. Just they have their blue-red cards already. You know, Steam Vents from, you know. So that probably reasons that. I don't know. I mean, I think we'll see at the end of the tournament what will happen really. Green-white Cub, Band Cub. Is it Lessons maybe? But
Lessons is back?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a little early to say, but at least my intuition tells me that the Monument version is pretty good right now, as the hate is kind of low.
Yeah, I think the format is still kind of wide open. There's still 5 different ISA decks you can play and 5 different cup decks, so, you know, lots of choices. But anyway, we have Maria and Frank ready with another eBay Live segment, so let's toss it to them.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Arne. And welcome back to the interviewer area for another fun segment brought to you by eBay Live. I'm here, joined by Frank Carson again. And Frank prepared for us a very fun selection of cards. So the most unusual cards from Secrets of Strixhaven.
Indeed, out of all the cards, the new cards from Secrets of Strixhaven that were registered at this tournament, I went over the fringe options, the surprising ones, specifically the ones that only had 15 or fewer copies across all the decks. And yeah, I just selected the ones that stood out to me. And all of them appeared in decks that started out at least 2-0 or better. So they
Exciting.
Can actually work in competitive standards.
All right, let's take a look. So the first card is Ral Zarek, Guest Lecturer for 3 mana, 1 and double black. We have a legendary planeswalker with a starting loyalty of 3. For +1, surveil 2, -1, any number of target players, each discard a card. -2, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And -7, flip 5 coins. Target opponent skips their next X turns, where X is the number of coins that came up heads.
Yeah, so that ultimate is not going to be easy to reach. And perhaps it is surprising to see a planeswalker in the list of somewhat surprising inclusions in decks. Right. But Ralzaric hasn't really found a home yet, it seemed like. Didn't really have any major impact at the Pro Tour this past weekend. But there were a couple of decks that incorporated the card. And looking over those lists, they also made me think, oh yeah, that's actually like a good way to use it. What many of those decks had in common was they used Abhorrent Oculus. So that is one of the strongest 3-drops to return from your graveyard to the battlefield, because then you don't have to go through the hefty additional cost.
Exactly.
And these were also like either Grixis Discard or Dimir Monument decks that used additional permanents to leverage the symmetrical discard effect. So either Coolbud Root or Monument to Endurance, so that if you force both players to discard cards, well, you can get some additional benefit out of that. And those seem to be the deck building tweaks necessary to make the Ralzaric potentially shine in Standard.
Very curious. I'm a huge fan of Abhorrent Oculus, so yeah, I'm excited to see those lists.
Yeah, I'm not sure they are going to be doing well enough to make day 2. I'll keep an eye on that. But at least they had at least a 2-0 start. So yeah.
Yeah, well, there is potential.
Yep.
All right, next up is Molten Core Maestro. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, we have a creature 2/2 with menace. And it also features Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, add an amount of red mana equal to this creature's power.
Indeed. So at the Pro Tour this past weekend, we saw this card being used to go potentially infinite with 2 copies of Sorceress's Schemes that you could then loop and just make infinite mana and an infinitely large Maestro. Now this weekend, because the deck actually did pretty bad in terms of win rate at the Pro Tour, no one showed up with that combination. But just in a previous round, we saw Jan-Alexandre Guinard just impress with an Izzet Opus deck that used the Molten Core Maestro, not for such an infinite combo, but rather to just play a whole bunch of cards from the Ashling's Command, or maybe kicking a Burst Lightning.
Right, powerful spells.
Or the prepared spell from Sanar. Suddenly you can put additional counters on it and just get a whole bunch of red mana and get this whole like storm turn where you play lots of cards in the same turn and just overwhelm your opponent with that. It is a sweet card with that sort of potential. And yeah, Jan Alexander, I just checked his record, is now currently 6-1. So maybe this is one of the breakout decks from the tournament. We'll see. Yeah.
This is amazing. Yeah, so probably Maestro found home in this particular shelf, right? So we shall see. Next up is Rapturous Moment. We have a sorcery for 6 mana for blue and red. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. Add 2 blue and 3 red mana.
So this is also played in that same deck.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It just fits the whole strategy so beautifully, right? Perhaps you play the Rapturous Moment just about as you are going to put the 5th counter on a Molten Core Maestro. So you get 5 red mana, then you resolve the Rapturous Moment, dig into your deck, get 5 more mana.
And
all of a sudden you have like 10 mana in your pool floating.
Yeah,
you can play
incredible.
like additional spells, maybe trigger the Maestro once more, and just go off completely. Yeah, throw in like another Rapturous Moment. Just keep going. It is an awesome engine, and even though almost no one is playing this card in the tournament, it is shining in that particular deck.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks to Jan, this card potentially has a very high win rate. So next up is Black Loafing Past. So for 3 mana, we have 1 black and 1 green. We have a creature of 3/4. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each past. Bat, insect, snake, and spider you can draw.
Yes, you got all the creature types. And with so many creature types on the card, of course the question is, how are you going to use this?
Yes.
Which creature type do you even pair this with?
Exactly.
Well, as it turns out, bats is the answer. Because there are a bunch of bats in Standard, like Deep Cavern Bat, there's Zoraline, Ruin Lurker Bat, that all gained life in one way or another. And that is perfect for, well, triggering the black and then growing your entire board of bats. Some of which have lifelink, so the next time they gain even more life, and it just snowballs quickly. And yeah, a player playing this deck, I believe we saw them earlier in the feature match. Currently 4-2, still at the start of this round, so still in fine contention to make day 2, showing that, yeah, perhaps this Abzan Bats deck that hardly anyone saw coming also has competitive merit in Standard. You just need to know to pair it with a whole bunch of white bats.
Exactly. Very fun find, right? And last but not least, we have probably your favorite card, right? Mathemagics. For double X and double blue, we have sorcery. Target players draws 2 to the power of X cards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still, because this is like Spotlight Secrets, pledging my allegiance to Quandrix very much, as I enjoy the mathematical aspect of everything. Exactly. And this card is just a beautiful design. I love it. I really enjoy how exponential growth is represented, how it actually fits well into Magic, either as like an early game card draw spell where you cycle it or draw 2 or 4 cards in the mid game, but then it just scales up so rapidly. Now, here in the tournament, there's only a dozen copies or so, largely scattered across various Jeskai control and 4-color control decks in their sideboards. And these are all decks with like resonating loot in the main deck. You know, the artifact that lets you double all your mana for, well, instants and sorceries. Because sure, it's like a decent card draw spell in the beginning of the game. But then once you get to like the late game and you have access to 14 mana, you can just set up like the ultimate Quandrix skill that makes me so happy. Like mathematics for X is 6, right? You target your opponent, force them to draw 64 cards and deck them out in one fell swoop. And with resonating loot, you can actually get to that amount of
pretty
mana.
easily. So it just becomes a win con.
Yeah. I just love seeing that card being used in competitive Standard and potentially deciding games in such an explosive, memorable, and, well, mathematically verified fashion.
Amazing. Honestly, this just wraps it out perfectly. And again, hopefully you had fun, and this segment was brought to you by eBay Live. Oh, thank you, Frank. And
yep, my pleasure.
To the casters.
Welcome, friends. It's us again. Round 7 continues with a backup feature match. And what do we have?
Golgari Demons versus Celestia Ouroboros, but it's a little bit of a spicy take on that one. So two spicy decks against each other. On the one hand, Demons, and on the other, Collector's Cage Green Whites. We're playing Peter Parker, Bridget. We do have Badger Cup in there as well, but it's a little bit of a different version of the archetype, trying to cheese the opponent by Collector's Caging, for example, one of those 2 copies of Crater of Behemoth, and some other big hitters like Bright Glass Gearhulk and of course Ouroboros.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. So green-white Ouroboros, that's probably going to make you think, okay, Metnas, Pop Etch Recruit, kind of like an aggro deck. But this one's different, yeah, as you said.
Yeah.
2 copies of Crater of Behemoth. Yeah, what's going on? Collector's Cage?
Collector's Cage, when it enters play, it has Hideaway 5, so you put one of the spells that you find. Hideaway looks at the top 5, and then you choose one of those cards, put it under it, and then you activate it for 1, put a counter on a creature of yours, and then if you have 3 creatures that have different power, you can cast the Hide Away spell for 0 mana. So if you find a Crater of, you can pull off a very fast kill with this deck, even turn 3 if possible. So it's a cool version. We of course have the Nature's Rhythm version of the Madness version, as you touched on. So interesting to see which one of those is stronger. And
Golgari Demons, yeah. What about this deck? So we've already kind of touched on the fact that Unholy Annex paying 5 mana to create a 5/5 token demon in a field where 50% of the players are playing a 1 mana bounce spell is maybe not the best metagame choice, but clearly, this Golgari deck is doing well. So what's going on?
Yeah, we have some of the best removal in the format in this deck with the Bitter Triumphs and Shooter Shadows, but we also have some new cards here. Vicious Rivalry, a new sort of Pernicious Deed type sweeper. Professor Delian Fell is one of the most pushed Planeswalkers we've received in a long time. And 4 times Tragedy Feaster, the 7/6 demon from Strixhaven with War, discard a card. A little bit of a downside, but very much not a downside when you gain life every turn, which you can do with an Annex out. So an interesting take on Golgari, pushed by some of the new cards in the format. And yeah, we're starting here. The match, round 7, game number 1.
Game number 1. So Temple Garden on turn 1 for Leisner. That's going to be a turn 1 Llanowar Elf. There we go. Card viewer fixed. That's got to be the best start, right? Like you're not really looking to get a Pop Etch Recruit against Golgari Demons, so Llanowar Elf is going to help you ramp up the mana, cast your spells ahead of curve, and it's going to die. Okay, never mind.
It's always funny in a closed decklist tournament, you see like Overground Tomb turn 1. What is going on?
Yeah.
Playing against Golgari of all decks.
All right, Voice of Victory. We saw it in the first match as well. One of the better 2-drops. All right, we got a Surveil land here. Philipp deciding whether or not to keep it on top. And looks like the decision is yes. So yeah, taking things a little slow, passing the turn. There's a Collector's Cage. That's got to be one of the better cards here. Although we saw that Filippo does have a sweeper, right? The Vicious Rivalry.
Yeah, that one is huge.
Pretty good in a matchup like that. Like these days, all the cards are so good, like so powerful. So you basically play something and it gets you extra resources right away. All the cards kind of either replace themselves or create value. So playing a sweeper in 2026 feels like, I would rather be the one creating value with all those cards, but it's certainly going to be good in a matchup like this.
Yeah, especially it also hits the Collector's Cage. It destroys artifacts and creatures.
Yep.
Quite nice here. But at this point, Guzmao is maybe thinking he's playing against Ouroboros, like the normal version, so he might not even have this Collector's Cage stuff on his mind. Is this a Bridget? It looks like, yeah, it's a double-faced card. It's got to be Bridget Clashens Heart, which brings a 1/1, and on the other side, sort of a Gaia's Cradle almost. For each other creature, make a green or white mana. Quite nice, of course, these creatures with Collector's Cage, providing multiple bodies that have different power. So for example, if next turn Collector's Cage drops in play, would be activated on the 1/1, we would have 3 creatures with different power. And if Zoran is lucky enough to find a Crater of Behemoth, boom, there you go. That is certainly lethal with like a million damage almost.
There it is, Badger Mole Cup.
Maybe, I think I see a bit of Triumph here, so we can combine Badger Mole with a 2-mana removal spell at instant speed to disrupt Zoran, but of course he has to play it right now because of that Voice of Victory. No instant speed shenanigans as long as that one is around. Chooses to kill the Bridget.
And pays 3 life. All right.
Down to 12 already. That
yeah,
8 damage in total. 2 from the Shockland, and then 3 from Bitter Triumph, 3 from Voice. But I think I see a Quasi Revenant in Philippe's hand, so a card that can gain some life back.
Yeah, Quasi Revenant, Oklazod. What is this, 2024?
Yeah, pretty much. Two more damage. Philippe goes to 10. Oh, Zoran had the Collector's Cage, so if Philippe didn't have the removal spell, he could have died.
Yeah. All right, let's see, 4 mana.
Ooh,
that's the Gear Hulk.
One of my favorite, let's say, non-blue cards in Standard, the Bright Glass Gear Hulk.
Yeah.
Incredibly powerful card. 4/4 First Striker. Then can search for an artifact, a creature, or an enchantment that costs 1 or less.
So what can we get? We can get
2 of them.
Paw Petric Root, we can get a Nurturing Pixie.
Seam-Rip, Meltstrader's Resolve. So probably getting a Seam-Rip here, maybe a Meltstrader's Resolve, maybe a Paw Petric Root, one of those 3.
You just want to deal with the cup, right?
Yeah. Looks like Zoran.
Oh wow, gets both removal spells.
Yeah, certainly high impact here. But he cannot cast any of them this turn.
All right, Leisner taking his time to give the deck a proper shuffle. Gear Hulk resolves, he picks up the 2 removal spells and passes the turn. So what can Philippe do now? Untapped land.
I think I see another Bitter Triumph there, the full art from Strixhaven. And an Annex and a Quasi, so he could make a 6/6 Demon here. But that's pretty bad into Seam-Rip, so he's not choosing that. So Quasi Revenant plus holding the Bitter Triumph up seems reasonable, but again, the Voice of Victory prevents holding it up, so he has to play it first.
And he's a 10 already?
And now he discards the elf. All right.
Feels like he can no longer pay the 3 life, discards the elf instead.
And yeah, the Quasi looks pretty nice into that Seam-Rip, and Meltstrader's Resolve. It has Death Touch, so you don't really want to fight with it.
True.
I like the attack by Philippe there too, recognizing that that Badgermal Cup will die to Seam-Rip probably anyways, so no good at blocking. And Zoran is already at 12 as well, taking the first combat damage here, but taking 6 in total from
his lands.
Zoran keeping the cards close to his chest. I think there was a Collector's Cage, so you can start building up a creature maybe to have free power.
Oh, he just passes the turn?
No, he's just reading the card.
Oh, okay.
He was asking like, hey, can I? It's been a while. But yeah, Quasi Revenant, very nice here. I believe there's like 2 Shelter by Ghosts? Yeah, 2 Shelter by Ghosts that can get rid of it cleanly. I don't think he has 1 in hand. But his hand is pretty loaded. 5 spells, I think I saw.
How does he get rid of the Revenant?
I might just adjust my plan a little bit here. I might just not want to get rid of it and build up my board with the Sandstorm Salvager here, and then Seam Rip away the Badger Mole. You could also fight away the Badger Mole with your Meltstrider's Resolve on the Golem token from the Salvager, but looks like Zurin does maybe could just now play the Salvager. It's also a reasonable play. And then with the Cage in hand, maybe next turn you can hide it away with all these creatures in play and get a big Crater Hoof going. And ignore sort of the life linking part. Both players reading their cards. With Sandstorm Salvage has been around since 2024, also Thunder Junction bonus sheet, but doesn't see much play, although it's quite a powerful card, especially with mobilized creatures as well. It puts counters on each creature token you control. You can deal a lot of damage. And holding the Seam Rip, which I don't know if Zurin played around that 6/6 demon token, but Philipp really wanted that Badger Mole Cup to die, probably. So yeah, now making a 6/6 demon, which is just gonna get eaten by a 1-mana Seam Rip.
So are we going for Ritual Chamber, or... Yeah, looks like we are. Yeah, so Philipp basically just offers the demon to the Seam Rip here.
Yeah, he could have cast the Annex for 3 mana, but it's also not a particularly enticing play. I kind of understand it.
Was it the last card in hand that Philipp had? Okay.
Yeah.
So he's kind of just forced to do it.
Yeah, he's kind of hoping to draw another demon next turn, probably, to then dominate the game with that. A sweet card that some people are playing is Further Core, which is a demon to enable the Annex drain more reliably. But Philipp does not have it in his list. I'll probably see that Seam Rip cast, but maybe we start out with a Collector's Cage first here. Oh yeah, let's go.
All right, let's go.
Another read. Philipp having a little bit of a grin. Yeah, Philipp might not know, but this could mean death. This could mean GG. If one of those 5 cards is a Crater of Behemoth.
So you need just 3 with different power, right? You got a 3/3, 2/2, 1. Yeah, you're pretty much good if you find a Behemoth right away. Taking his time though, against a tapped out opponent, you would think that if there's a Behemoth, you probably just slam it.
Yeah, I mean, if that is a hope, I'd be very surprised. It's probably just like some...
I mean, Zurin's taking his time, you know, he's a deliberate player.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, yeah. At this point, I would also be shocked if it's Behemoth.
It's probably just some middling card that's not all that impactful right now.
Yeah, I think he's just considering how to use the removal spells now.
Yeah, just making sure what is the best sequencing, what is the best usage of I mean, for us it's a little hard to guess what's the right move without knowing what the cage has. Seam Rip, of course, taking out the demon. There's still that Sandstorm Salvager ability as well, which can be activated by the Temple Garden.
Looks like he's gonna go for the no, he actually, okay. So he's gonna Collector's Cage.
Putting a counter on the Golem?
Oh, please show the Behemoth now. Let's go. Oh, it's a Brightglass Gear Hulk. Okay.
I mean, it's the second best card in this deck to find, so he's got to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, and he still has 1 mana floating, right?
Probably a white mana if he's playing Seam Rip here. Yeah, he's picking out the cards he can get.
I was just gonna say, he's picking up a few too many cards. What is this Gear Hulk?
And then sort of choosing from them, comparing them to each other. He's probably not. Yeah, he's taking Pixie. All right. Yeah, Pixie is kind of nice.
Oh right.
As well.
Yeah, and with the Seam Rip.
Reset it. Yeah, with the Seam Rip too. Pixie is quite nice with the cage. Yeah. Brightglass Gearhulk is just an insane magic card, honestly. So good. To be fair, it is made by all the 1-drops that are in Standard, and so it got better and better over time, right? It's been around for a while, Aether Drift has been, but now it's just so powerful with Seam Rip and Maelstrov's Resolve in recent sets.
Interesting here. Is he gonna go after the Quasi Revenant?
Sacrificing?
Try to basically just try to attack. Oh, he does. Okay. So Death Edge also kills the Gear Hulk. So it's basically a 2-4-1, but as long as you get the lifelink creature off of the battlefield, I think you're reasonably happy. And now he can actually go for a big attack. So no more mana available. If the voice attacks, you make 2 more tokens. So let's say that the Badgermole Cups trade off. You're dealing with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
Yeah, dealing a good chunk. Philipp on 0 cards in hand. Zoran doesn't know it, but the one card he still loses to is the Vicious Rivalry.
I was just gonna say, yeah, if you're Philipp, you should be trying to make plays so that you put yourself in the best position that if you draw the sweeper, you can still, have some life of it.
Yeah, just jumping the Golem, which makes a lot of sense because the sweeper is pay life.
Right, yeah, exactly.
So making the right move there, knowing exactly that his only way to win the game at this point is top decking one of his 2 copies of Vicious Rivalry. Zurin, is he gonna play out the Pixie here?
So what are you thinking if you're Zurin here? Are you thinking, okay, well, if there's a sweeper, maybe I want to pick up the Collector's Cage, maybe I want to pick up something else, one of the creatures? Do I send back something? Okay, well, that's not what Philippa is looking for.
Zurin is like, yeah. Should we go to the next one? All right, Golgari Demons down a game against Celestia Cage. Yeah, Collector's Cage and Bright Death Gearhulk. I mean, that's also one of the problems with black mid-range these days. Like, as you said, like so many of these cards just spew 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s. Like alone a Bright Death Gearhulk is just a 3-for-1. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the sideboard here. Couple of graveyard hate pieces, we don't need those. Sage of Disguise for prowess. Leatherhead is definitely interesting, can destroy. Annex, Hexproof is nice. And a lot of one-offs here. Beza, no. Maybe the Fungus comes in as a one-off that you can fetch up to destroy an Annex. And then perhaps Get Lost. The Elspeth seems very good here. And Paw Patch Formation might also come in, depending. I mean, it's pretty flexible. You can cycle it away, destroy Annex, destroys the Demon. So a couple good choices here for Zurin. Taking out maybe the Shelter by Ghosts, as that one is a little bit risky into all the clean black removal spells that can punish it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes out that one. And then perhaps Ouroboros. That's a 4th.
Okay.
It's just not that good into the black removal spells as well. So just rather go for a grindier plan. He could also trim on the Crater of Behemoth. Maybe even take out a copy of Collector's Cage as well. Sort of playing a little bit around sweepers. On the other side, Golgari Demons. 2 Ghost Vacuum, nope. My Scornful Striker, that's an anti-blue-red card.
Yeah.
Definitely not good here.
Wow.
2 Hex is good.
An old school Maelstrom Pulse?
Yeah, I guess that one's going to come in here as well. There's a good chunk of 4s. But no additional sweepers here.
Yeah.
Like no -2/-2, no Harvester of Misery, no Day of Black Sun. Yeah, this is again like sort of not respecting the Cub decks, not respecting those decks, because against landfall, these -2/-2 effects are not that good.
I gotta say one thing. The more I'm watching the metagame today, there's a lot of decks that are kind of just goldfishing. And there's a lot of like cheap removal spells, shock effects, pyroclasms. I kind of just really want to play some kind of combo deck. Like what happened to Dimir Excruciator, for example?
Dimir Excruciator, yeah. It was actually played against it at the PT. The problem about that deck is it's neither good into Is It Prowess, because Storm Chaser Talon Boomerang Basics is so aggressive against you. And like they just play 1 and 2 mana cards and flow state. And then it's also not great against landfall. So 2 of the very best decks in the format are good against the Doomsday deck. So yeah, not a good position.
A little too slow?
Yeah, and just not good at interacting with all these annoying things that Landfall does. Maybe Sapling Nursery, Asp Origins, and of course the Basing Say is quite so obnoxious for these decks. And like even the Doomsday combo is just a little too slow. Like the Landfall deck can threaten turn 4 kills. If they ever tap out, the Harmonizer comes down and boom, you're done. Yeah, it's really the power of Landfall. Just being a deck that can play deep into the long game, but also threaten such a fast kill. In addition to having an array of threats that are different, hard to remove, plus Basing Sea on top of all of it, it is really a really good deck and well-rounded.
So you're saying that if you want to play combo, you might as well just play either Landfall or go for something like Team or Harmonizer. Or the problem with that is like there's a lot of cards like Erode. Are there any other combo decks that maybe don't rely on creatures? Like, is there something else in Standard where you could be excited about? Well, I'm playing something that kind of plays in circles around what people are doing right now.
I mean, one deck that is certainly interesting in terms of combo deck is, I guess you could argue that Lessons with the Talent Monument stuff is sort of like a Storm deck, a Storm control type deck. So that one I'm personally excited about. Otherwise, Jessica Control maybe with Tablet plus Jessica Revelation, is that a combo? So tell me. In any case, they're starting game number 2 here. Zurin leading it, and some acceleration on both sides here.
Yeah, Philippe with an awkward tapped land on turn 1 has Llanowar Elf in hand, but wasn't able to curve out into the Badger Mole Cup with both of those features. Well, Zurin has exactly that. So Llanowar Elf into Badger Mole Cup, 2 mana. Yeah, and this game could be over very quickly. Wow. Maelstrom's Resolve gonna deal with your Badger Mole Cup, and what a draw. Are we gonna see a Craterhoof Behemoth next turn for lethal? 2, 4,
it's
6.
gonna be hard to achieve that because he needs another, like he needs powers.
You need like the Spider Manifestation or something.
I guess he has a lot of mana. 7 mana.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You mean you wanted to just cast it? I thought you wanted to hide away. Let's see. Well, I think there's a bit of Triumph again, so the cup is probably not for long. Oh, Guzman doesn't have a third land.
Wow, no third land. Okay.
Wow, and just saying, hey, you can have all this mana, I don't care. I'm just gonna develop my own, which a risky move, but of course you could just say that like playing a removal spell, not developing my own game plan is making me fall behind too much, sort of a losing play in quotation mark. So Felipe going for the risky line, but the one that could reward him if Zurin is flooding out a little bit on mana sources.
Yeah, so I want to see what Zurin does here, because he pretty much has his Dream Start, right? He has his Dream Start, he has all colors of mana, or his both colors of mana. So, what's the worst that you can do here? Voice of Victory, okay. Not the most exciting.
Oh, shocking a Temple Guard when you already have 5 mana. I guess perhaps just needing the white, I suppose, is the reasonable. Ooh, attacking with elves here into the 1/1 Restless Cottage? I mean, that's got to be a snap block for Felipe. Just taking it all.
What does that signal to you?
Badger Mole Cup in hand? Is that is really the only answer I have to that? Okay, going for a kill on the elf there.
Yeah, so sets Felipe back a little bit, but does give him 2 map tokens in the process. That wasn't the most exciting turn.
No, for sure. If you're Felipe, you gotta feel happy about that one. But Felipe is still in a world of hurt. Only 2 lands. Needs to draw land here. The map tokens can help though, I suppose.
Yeah.
I did draw a forest. Casting, what is this? Oh, an Annex.
Unholy Annex.
Holy cow, that is painful. I would just choose to bid a Triumph and crack a map, probably. There's a Deep Cavern Bat in hand as well, I believe. Wow, playing the Annex here is just...
Wow, okay.
That is a risky move. I guess he's really... I think I caught a Tragedy Feaster in hand. So Philippe is just really hoping to draw a Swamp in the next 2 draw steps and then getting the Feaster out. Draws a Cottage. Not quite what he wanted. But yeah, I don't know if I love this play by Philippe. I feel like I would have rather just killed the voice, map onto my land,
I mean, you're already at 14 and you basically time walk yourself.
Yeah, dealing yourself another 2 damage, and you don't have a guaranteed Tragedy Feaster next turn. You still need to draw the land, so it's a really, really risky line.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's just maybe hoping to draw a sweeper here. Did he find it? I mean, the face says no.
Yeah.
Wow, he size plays a tap land.
Well,
don't think that's going to be it. Yeah, a little unlucky here for Philipp with the missed 3rd land drop. The 4th land comes into play tapped. His 1st land came into play tapped as well. Couldn't play the Llanowar Elf. He does have a Badger Mole Cub, and you know he has the 2 map tokens. There's a 2/2 in play, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
So you can kill the voice here. And then has 1 blocker for the Cub, going exactly to 1 life. So he is still in the game. Oh, he just passed the turn. Well, now he's not in the game anymore. Probably just being frustrated a little bit and forgetting about the voice. You know, I've forgotten about these static abilities like Nazet quite often as well. Now he takes lethal. Yeah. GG.
Wow, yeah, okay. Congratulations to Zurin Leisner, who moves on to 6-1. And look at how happy he is, how relieved he is. Locking up day 2 with his take on Celestia Ouroboros. That was an interesting version.
Yeah. 6-1, locking day 2, as you said. Collector's Cage. I mean, it's a card we don't see much, and sometimes it's just like this matter of copy-pasting continuously in a green-white Cup deck, and then actually it turns out Pack Red was the card you should have played all time along. So maybe Collector's Cage is one of those type of cards. Definitely a sweet one. So I'm going to look forward to follow Leisner in this tournament.
Okay, sounds like we have an interview coming up with Søren, but before we head over, what's the best Badger Mole Cup deck right now?
I mean,
is there one?
It's got to be Landfall. It's got
just Landfall.
Yeah, it's just the Matt Nass deck might be the best position metagame deck right now in this moment, perhaps, if Landfall really picks up. But just from pure, like an outsider's perspective on the Landfall archetype, it's just so resilient, so fast. The combination of all these attributes makes it such a great deck.
Speaking of great decks and interesting things happening in Standard, we have been looking at the Japanese RC in between the rounds. And what was the deck that went 9-0?
Yeah, it actually was the blue-red splashing for the 4 Jessica Revelations deck that we just saw Alex Campbell champion it. So it's succeeding on the other side of the planet. Is it succeeding here? Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching that deck. But I've just heard Maria is now ready with Søren in the interview area, so let's toss it to them.
I'm here in the interview area with the winner of a feature match, Søren Leisner, on Celestia Ouroboros, but actually, should I say Celestia Cage deck? Could you tell us more about it?
It would be a pleasure if you say Celestia Cage, because it is Celestia Cage. I play this deck since 9 months. During the changes, Badger Mole Cup, but I love the cage, and so I built the Celestia Cage deck, yes.
So why? So you chose this deck basically because you enjoyed playing it, right? So you brought up the very spicy cards like Bridget and Peter Parker. Like, what was your thought process and what were you expecting from the tournament?
It's not only because I'm enjoying it. I won in the last 9 months. I won a lot in this Vivi Cauldron meta, Screaming Nemesis meta. Online, I won a lot of games because people are not used to the cage, and you have to play creatures that bring a token, like Peter Parker, like Bridget, like the Sandstorm Scavager. You need to have buddies on the board, so then the cage can resolve, and you need to have different powers. So Peter Parker has 0 power, brings a 2 power, and so you can enable turn 3 kill, and not happen today, but
I mean, it's still going very
It's
well
a good
for
run.
you, right?
It's a good run.
It's working. So you were playing against Golgari deck. What were you thinking going into this match?
I saw the list during the game. I was really confident because I know, and that's a big advantage, I think. Those decks working with one-to-one removal, like Bitter Triumph, and my creatures always bring a second creature.
Right.
So it's like the red deck. They shoot a burst lightning. I have a second creature, and so I was really confident. Yeah, my opponent wasn't that lucky in the game too.
Yes, for them it was pretty tough.
Match was good. I had really cool matches today.
Yeah, honestly, it was awesome to watch these spicy decks doing so well.
Yes.
Well, congrats and good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you. I hope for tomorrow.
For sure, for sure.
Okay.
Back to the casters.
And welcome to round number 8 of Spotlight Series London. I'm Andrea Mengucci from Italy. Joining me, Simon Nielsen from Denmark. And we are about to show you some more magic, because that's why you're here. That's why we are here. You know what it is with these commentary gigs, that you have one round where you cast and one round where you don't cast.
Yeah, exactly.
The one round where you don't cast, you're like, I just want to do some more casting. I think we should just go around to like a backpack stream and just, do some more.
I went out in the crowd actually while you were doing the card viewer.
Yes.
And I just stood behind people and just cast their games.
Yeah, so that the opponent would know what's in their hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I think you shouldn't do that. I think that's outside assistance. You might be enrolled in the tournament and disqualified.
Sure, that's how it works, yeah.
That's how actually the rules work, if you are wondering. All right, in front of us, there is a very heavy played deck box. And behind that, there is a person. That is Alexandra McIsaac, who we casted a few rounds ago.
Yes.
And, his story is very cool, Simon. Do you want to let the viewers know?
Alexander McIsaac comes all the way from Montreal to play in this tournament. Previously won Spotlight Series Spider-Man playing the Leyline Red deck with Callous Sellsword and such. This is not your Izzet Prowess, your normal deck. This is Alexander's deck. He does this thing all the time. He just wants to pump up his creature and fling at the opponent, and no one else has found success with this strategy except for him.
Yeah,
and now he's 7-0.
This list is wild. Playing 2 Boomerang Basics in your Storm Chaser Talon deck.
Yeah,
and 3 Sleight of Hand, not playing Flow State. So yes, we've seen this deck killing on turn 3 in game 1 against Mono Green Landfall, and then in the following game, killing on turn 4. So Alexandra McIsaac is ready to shoot people.
Yeah, but what's the opponent here? That is Stanley Franks, of course, who we also saw earlier playing Madhu Discard, also defeating the opponent, having a nice celebratory win there against
Bensek.
Yeah, against Bensek on Band Cup.
Madhu Discard, not a deck that we've seen honestly that much. At the PT, it was played. I remember it went to the feature match at the 10-4 score. So, he was doing well. I don't know how they ended up doing with Martyr Discard, but I definitely saw it at the PT. This new card, Practice Offense, what does it do?
Well, so it's you pay 3 mana, put a plus counter on every creature you control, and then you can choose a creature to gain double strike or lifelink on turn, and you can flashback it for 2 mana. And I wonder if this matchup, the lifelink, could actually come up as a relevant thing. I'm very curious how this goes. There is some 1 mana removal in Stanley's deck, as we talked about. A big issue with this deck is the number of 2-drops in here, so you got to be careful with how you sequence your plays, making sure that your turn 3 is actually doing something powerful.
Yeah, I love to see Bloodghast. That's like such an old card, all the way from Zendikar, reprinted in Standard, and it finds a home in this deck that can discard it, bring it back, sacrifice it, bring it back. Very, very cool
You can't really sacrifice it in this deck, but it's really cool that it does come back and trigger your Hardened Academic, leave the graveyard trigger.
That's true.
So it has some extra value in that sense. As you now see, the players are starting on the first 2 turns have happened, and let's see what's been going on while they've been looking away. I think there's a Slick Shot plotted and a creature in play.
Yeah, we are shortly going to show you the action. There it is. Let's go. So we've seen the Irish Shell Elf, a card that I added to my cube, Simon.
Oh, yeah, it's a good ad here. Attacking for 3, and we see Stanley actually being on the play here. Discarding a Bloodghast and then bringing it back. And we see that Elusive Otter met its unfortunate demise to a Recruiting Hex on turn 1. So you're all caught up with what has happened now, and now we're back to Alexander's turn, looking to see how much you can leverage the Slick Shot show-off, maybe for a turn 4 kill.
Stanley has a Bloodghast in hand, and they decided to not discard it and bring that back as well. So he decided to just hold an additional protection for the Iron Shield Elf.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. It could also be that it like made essentially any card you could discard could trigger stuff like Cool But Rude, or leaving the graveyard could trigger something, and just deciding that there's enough value in holding it could, you know, you could draw a Mako and trigger that. There's a lot of things going on here. Just attacking down to 12, now playing the discarded Bloodcast and getting it back. And as we see here, actually it doesn't make a difference in terms of the clock. It's actually 7 next turn.
You know, Simon, the game might just be over now.
Yeah, the game might just be over with 2 slick shots plotted, and there's no defense on the side of Stanley Franks here.
Most importantly, Alexander has so much protection in his hand with that Secret Identity and Turn Inside Out.
Right, so he feels...
And he has the Fling as well.
Wow, the Fling too. Yes, he can play the 2 slick shots, play +3, +3. So now both of these are going to be 8 power attackers. And then, yeah, you can fling it at the opponent's face. And if there's a 4th land, you can even do that with protection.
All right, so let's do the math. So far it's 9 damage so far.
Yes, right now.
Let's track it that way. So we have 9 damage at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
And the next spell will be +7, so that brings it up to 16.
So if we can go Turn Inside Out, that's going to be +7 damage extra.
I wonder if Alexander has a way to play around removal, but I guess with that Secret Identity to protect, doesn't even need to care about this.
Yeah, you play around removal spell, right? Because you go Turn Inside Out, damage, second main phase, Fling.
Yeah, and then like the removal spell can come at that point, but it may be too late. And also, you'll of course target the... Oh, he actually splits up the damage even.
Yeah, because you don't need extra.
Yeah, so that's true. Yeah, you only need to do 4 damage with your Fling.
So you do damage, 16 damage.
Put Stanley down to 4, and then like, you're going to try and fling the one that has to turn Inside Out on it. So if there's removal, will you still get your manifest?
Yeah, so once again, we have 4 cards. Sorry, turn 4 kill.
I actually flung the other one, but you know, details are details.
Yeah, they're both lethal.
Yeah, Alexander probably figured from Stanley's post that there was no removal. I think a player like Alexander, who always plays these pump spell kill you decks, has gotten pretty good at sensing when the opponent has it or doesn't have the removal.
Yeah. He has been playing these type of decks where is that to a removal spell, but maybe the opponent doesn't have it.
Yeah, exactly. We've actually seen Alexander move away from the Leyline Red deck he's been playing for years, or at least for a year, because of the printing of Boomerang Basics in Avatar. So that came out after his win at the Spotlight Spider-Man. And Boomerang Basics being such a good answer to Leyline of Resonance.
That's true. Yeah, I was playing the other day on Arena. My opponent played a white Leyline on turn 0, and I just Boomerang Basic did.
Did that feel good?
Yeah. No, I was like, wow, that's such a clean answer to your Leyline. But I was wondering, what does that second card in the sideboard for? That green card up there?
Oh, the Poison Dart Frog. So when Alexander won his Spotlight series, he had a Poison Dart Frog in his sideboard that he was never planning to bring in anywhere. It was just there as a supportive mascot. So this is Alexander basically chooses to play with a 14-card sideboard to include that mascot that always sits overlooking the table whenever he plays. And apparently it's working out for him. You know, winning a previously Spotlight series, traveling all the way to London, and then being 7-0 with this deck. It is crazy to see.
Yeah, I mean, you need in a good amount of threats, a good amount of pump spell and protection, and so far, every time he's been on stream, he's had those.
That's exactly as you go to this Madu discard deck here, which has, you know, a few more removal spells, but not too much, like another Shoot the Sheriff, another Seam Rip, has a bunch of like Leylines of the Void and Voices and a Case of the Crimson Pulse. This Madu deck is like great against other fast matchups where you need to like, kill them quicker when the deck works, but struggles against people who interact with you. So his sideboard is full of hate pieces for these, you know, more interactive decks, and doesn't actually line up that well against the prowess combo deck that my guy's deck is playing.
Yeah, I was wondering, what do you think of those 4 Leyline of the Void for? That seems like not really a standard sideboard card.
No, it's another one. I mean, you just mentioned how weak Leylines can be to Boomerang Basics, so you can't really bring it in those matchups. But since a lot of the Lessons decks have caught the Boomerang Basics, and I think even more so the Spelementals decks, you know, are somewhat vulnerable to the Leyline. I'm still not sure I would recommend playing it because Prismari Charm is in the Spelementals decks, so it's like not that hard for them to get rid of your Leyline. But maybe maybe Stanley has found, a different experience with this card and just found that you need a sort of way to interact with our graveyard that doesn't cost you any mana, because this deck is so, like, it wants to win the game so early, it doesn't give you many turns to even develop something like a lantern.
To be honest, though, having a ley line in that deck is not that bad, because if you draw it later, you can always discard for value.
Discard it, yeah.
The deck has so many ways to discard effects, so it feels like they just knew. Maybe there's not that many spell elementals though. I haven't seen a single one.
No, there were
match,
only
but also
6% in the field.
But whenever I was going over there, like at the top tables, I haven't seen one. Though spell elementals, of course, top 8 the Pro Tour in the hands of Twinless Twins.
Yeah,
so,
Max Kamianowski.
Not a bad deck, definitely. One of the many blue-red decks that are just decent ones. The players are both shuffling, and we see them through the shuffling process.
Yeah, mulliganing here actually, both of them, as you want to do with decks that look like this.
Yeah. Of course, we are live, so the players down there are, taking their time, shuffling, presenting their deck. In the meanwhile, you can watch me and Simon.
Oh, yeah, you can. Hello.
Yeah.
How's your day?
How's your day? How's our day? So we are covering right now round number 8. These players are mega locked. They're both 7-0.
Mega locked?
Mega locked, yes.
Oh, my God. They're like locked in.
Yeah, they were locked last turn. So they're not thinking about that anymore.
They're not thinking about day 2, yeah.
Thinking about top 8.
Yes.
Top 8 gives you a Pro Tour invite. Top 32 gives you a Liliana Vess foil promo.
Oh.
Which is, not something I would expect to say in 2026, but yes, Liliana Vess. Simon, when did Liliana Vess come out? Let's do a quiz.
I know. Do you know?
I know.
2007.
Lorwyn, the first ever appearance of Planeswalker. 5 Planeswalkers.
Years ago.
5 Planeswalkers.
19 years ago.
I
What's up
played
with
that pre-release, and I even have the T-shirt Lorwyn. Because back in the days, you play pre-release, you win, they give you a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lorwyn.
For winning the pre-release. That's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, pre-release was a big deal back in the days. And, there was I guess it's now as well. In many places, it's super big.
We have an intern working here in the coverage area who may be younger than the oldest Planeswalker.
But yeah, so 5 Planeswalker were there. S, Jace Beleren, Ajani.
Yes.
What's the surname?
Wildmane.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Maybe
Garrick. Garrick
Wild Speaker. That's probably the best one. And Chandra
with the red hair.
What was the Chandra?
With the red hair.
No.
Furious. Maybe, I don't know, man.
No
I'm just making this up.
No way.
I don't know.
Ajani Goldmane. Maybe Ajani Goldmane.
Oh, Goldmane. Yeah, not Wildmane. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, so those are 5 Planeswalkers, and we got one of them, the promo one, Liliana Vess. So
maybe it's just like Pyromaster or something. Oh, and we're already started. These people are playing fast decks and then playing them quickly. So get underneath our camera. So you now see a turn 2 Iron Shield Elf land on the board.
Same as the previous game, honestly.
Well, yeah, except there wasn't no creature played or killed on turn 1.
Yeah.
But they also both mulligan, so it's actually the exact same.
Yeah. Ooh, Chandra Nalar.
Of course.
5 mana, minus X, deal X damage.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, they were trying to balance those Planeswalker at the time, so they didn't know how good it was.
Yeah, it's true.
And they weren't even Mythic, because they didn't have Mythic rares at the time.
Yeah, sure. It's like the set before, the Mythic rares came out 1 year after Planeswalkers.
Shards of Alar, I think. All right, so Starting Town comes down, and comes out with a powerful Mythic rare over there, Moon Shadows.
Yeah, plays Moonshadow, plays Inti, and is about to do a lot of damage here. Attacking with the Iron Shield Elf, gets to discard a card, and doesn't actually get a card to show for it. This is literally just discarding a card to put a 2+ counters on my things. But that's how this deck works. You just throw away your hand.
Yeah, you would wish you discarded a relevant card, something like a Bloodghast, for example, would be perfect. Instead, you have to discard a real card, Iron Shield Elf.
And it hits a land, but you can't play because you already played out for turn. But yeah, sometimes you have to do it with this deck. You don't always have to. It's not necessarily an easy... Yeah, and we see here Alexander moving out the counters, marking that the 5 counters on the Moonshadow are actually minus counters. Starts as a 7/7, and now it's a 2/2.
Draws the Starting Town right on time.
Yeah, see, the Grand Land is great. I love Starting Town.
Land is great.
Whenever I play Starting Town, this is the turn I draw it. Whenever you play, draw on turn 4.
Yes. 2 Swap of Command Starting Town, and perfect. And then you have the untapped land on turn 4.
But Meg Isaac's hand is not actually that good. It seems to be 2 secret identities. Which isn't...
Is he casting that?
I think maybe, yes.
I mean, it's 5 damage. It's a 1 mana 5 damage.
Yeah, might as well do it here. So this is
11 damage.
Now. Yeah, attack for 11. Yeah. And then next turn you attack for 5. It doesn't take that much to win the game from that spot.
All right, so 11 damage comes in. Stanley goes to 8. It's okay. We can do that. We can live with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
you die
it's
at
fine.
you die at 0, after all.
Yeah, so like even like an Ancestral Anger or something will actually mean that this is lethal. Plus against Vigilance, which is not nothing. I wonder who's going to use the other secret identity to ambush now.
I doubt it. Okay, shoot the Sheriff. Oh, that's definitely going to be cast this turn.
Is it? Because it's gonna, yeah, it's probably a good idea to play it just in the main phase, and that's what Stanley goes for. Gets obviously protected by the secret identity, but now the Slick Shot, you know, like is not gonna have the buff when we go back into Mike Isaac's turn, and it's actually looking like not too easy for this to protect him. Of course, the issue is that now the Slick Shot is, you know, just a big blocker, so I wonder if Stanley should have attacked first and then played the removal spell post-combat.
Yeah, so against prowess decks, just like against infect decks, this is like an old school rule. You play removal spell either sorcery speed or at the end of the turn. You try to not play them in combat because, for example, like a secret identity, let's say that Stanley plays that Shoot the Sheriff in combat, well, Isaac can cast the secret identity and give the +2 bonus to his shelter.
I realize it's actually not a big blocker because it got the hexproof mode, so it's a 1/1
Definitely.
with the extra, so it's a 3/1 essentially.
Yeah.
And Stanley's saying he's totally fine trading off for his Slick Shot in this scenario. So we do see the downside here of discarding last turn. Now has to discard the Cool but Rude, one of the cards the deck is built around, but does deal more damage as a result. So it's a bit of a calculated decision whether to do that or not.
Yeah, I like to discard it. At the end of the day, you're dealing 2 damage with this discard, and you can flip a land, which is... You can cast it, right?
Oh yeah, but I meant last turn discarding the Marauder. Like you could have discarded the Iron Shield Elf. You could have discarded that this turn if you had held it.
Yeah, but then you would have dealt...
you would have dealt less damage.
4 damage. 4 less damage. So that's damage, and that is a total of 10 damage.
Yeah, now putting Isaac to 5, and he's about dead to any sort of top deck.
Let's see.
Or
Light of End would be the best draw here.
Yeah, but he only plays 3, so say about that. That's a Storm Chaser's talent, so can that make him survive this onslaught?
No.
Not with the trample from Incy, that's for sure.
Exactly, and Moonshadow's Menace. So Menace plus Trample, this is definitely...
Yeah, that's true. Actually, Stanley can just attack with everything and put the counters on the Moonshadow, and then there's nothing Mike Isaac can do, except for maybe bluff having something, some sort of interaction spell. But you definitely see here what happens when Mike Isaac's deck doesn't perform, you know, up to its... up to its potential. Sometimes you just have a few pump spells with no actual card draw to keep it going, and you just run out of gas real quick.
Yeah, exactly. This pump spell need to win the game. If they don't win the game, they're just bad burn spells.
Yeah.
Because when you cast your card for 5 damage to the face, it sounds exciting. You removed 1/4 of your opponent's life. But that's it. You know, a creature. Yeah. Like, imagine how much damage did that Iron Shield Elf deal, you know?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So creatures in the long run deal more damage than spells. But, you know, if the game lasts very little, then a creature doesn't have time to deal all this damage.
Yeah, because it deals the damage over turns, yeah.
All right, so looks like the players is just gonna play it out for a few minutes, but Stanley just gonna untap, don't even look at the card, and put that discard.
Oh, actually, if it's not a permanent that's drawn, the Moonshadow wouldn't grow.
Yeah, but you're talking about a 5/3
trample. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
and you also know everything is clear, and there is indeed a permanent drawn. Yeah. So could have played the Tertiarite to draw 2. Is that not how it works?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it just wanted to show that I didn't need to top deck anything.
Yes.
Literally, an empty sleeve would have done it. A card with an empty sleeve would have won the game.
An empty sleeve is what I call a katana. We established this last round.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. All right, so we are tied, and this match is like blazing fast. The players are playing quick. The games are going quick. This is just perfect experience.
And the winner of this match is going to be 8-0. No matter which one of this is, I did not anticipate like this player to be 8-0.
Yeah, sounds like someone else needs a new deck box, by the way, Simon. And thankfully, you know, one of the sponsors of the stream is Ultimate Guard, which can sell you some very nice deck boxes.
Definitely sound new and shiny ones, and ones that, you know, like the, you know, maybe you can go for the boulders, which, you know, they're rock hard, they don't break, they don't dent.
You have the tower, you have the Sidewinder, there's plenty of product that you can choose from. Wow, the players are just so quick, even the shuffling. They
didn't even look at the sideboard. They just like resending again.
Yeah, they just shuffled, you know, a few seconds.
They're perfect for the feature match.
Yeah, exactly. They're just probably, they have played less time than they have not played. I think, in today. What do you think?
Oh, yes, yeah.
They've waited more than they played.
Maybe, yes, yeah.
Yeah, because the rounds, of course, go always over time, just about an hour. And if your match is under 30 minutes, you just end up playing more than you don't. Which is funny. Okay, so game number 3, the Canadian player is on the play against the Englishman. All right, both players kept 7. Let's go. Promo sleight of hand that you got by playing one of the RCQs from the past seasons.
True. So even though, you know,
plenty of those at home,
even without playing the full set of these cantrips, still wants to, you know, kind of show off with a little bit of bling. You also see the mountain. There's an old white bordered one.
That one is interesting. A revised mountain in the standard event. Okay, let's go. Marauding Mako. This card was everywhere in standard at some point with a Jeskai Oculus deck, but you know, the rotation happened.
Yeah, Stanley trying to shark his opponents with this pirate here, and yeah, it's true. Well, the Jeskai Oculus wasn't because of rotation.
No, I know. I was just saying as a joke, as in like standard has moved so quickly that it feels like it rotated out, but it didn't. You know, Oculus is still legal. Duskborn is still legal. Okay, Kuba.
Coolbot Root finally hits the table, and we get to see what this one does. It's a bit of an expensive move here because it costs, you know, 2 to play and then 2 to level it up for the mode you really want. But that's the one that deals 2 damage to each opponent whenever you discard a card. So this, you know, you can see in last game, like with the amount of stuff that was discarded, it can actually like, end up dealing a lot of burn damage. And whenever you attack, you get to discard a card and draw a card. So now the Mako here is, you know, moving in for 2 and dealing another. Well, I guess it's not dealing another 2.
So far, it doesn't seem impressive, right? Because you just spent 2 mana and you play a permanent that didn't apply to board.
I'm trying to hype up this.
And you just, no, I was going to say, in the long plan, in the long run, Stanley is going to accrue value with this Coolbot Road, making like plays that will just reward him for discard. And as a result, he's going to make his, you know, Coolbot Root card do like 4 to 5 to 6 points.
Yeah, no, this could easily do 10 points of damage.
Exactly.
Like, not that, especially counting what the other discards enable, like here, where it has done already 1 point, and every turn now the Mako goes through. You know, that counter is going to add up damage. Speaking of adding up damage, we now see the Elusive Otter come in, get a Wild Ride. Now this one is a 5, the Stick Shot is a 3.
It's interesting because those 2 cards were played like at my last regional championship. I played Elusive Otter and the Wild Ride.
All the cards that you see right here, like these are like from normal prowess.
Well, not
normal
really.
old prowess.
Old prowess, right? Because the prowess nowadays doesn't play these cards anymore. Like Alexandra McIsaac is maybe like so ahead that you just went back in time. You know, like the circle of meta. You know, he came back. Because nobody plays Elusive Otter and Wild Ride. People play like Edwin Crab, the Stallion, Vibrant Outburst, but there's none of these cards in this deck.
Big attack there, 411, but the Pyroclasm, we saw Stanley blow out Ben Sek earlier with the Pyroclasm, killing none of his own creatures and killing, you know, all the mana dorks.
So he's saying I could tap differently, and he's allowed to change.
Yeah, he should definitely be able to change it.
It looks like they don't, because he has the Mako in hand that was bounced.
Yeah, exactly.
He would have loved to play the Mako.
Yeah, there's
in
no
Magic,
information given.
In Magic, you can't take that back. Takebacks are allowed if nothing went in between. But anyway, the 2 damage from the Scalding Tarn brings Stanley down to 7. And now what's happening here? Ooh, this is new card, Simon. What does it do?
The Hardened Academic. So it's a 2/1 flyer with haste. You can discard a card to give it a lifelink, and whenever a card leaves your graveyard, you put a plus counter on target creature you control. So this synergizes well with Bloodcast. And now you get to, you know, loot here, so you discard and draw. I guess it's more of a rummage. Still don't trigger anything here, because nothing has left the graveyard, but you get to discard this practiced offense here.
Practiced offense is crazy good with lifelink.
That's true, yeah. You give the double strike and lifelink. I feel like Stanley's just going all in, giving lifelink to both things, making sure he can't die to any hasty top deck with that Wild Ride in the graveyard. That is a very heads-up play there from Stanley, knowing that he's got this game secured if he can only untap with that practiced offense.
And what's the card that he had left in hand? Because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he chose to discard some powerful one here. The Marauding Mako, the practice offense.
Well, the offense does have flashback, so he may just be totally fine discarding that. I think a lot of the time that's the move in this deck. You only look to cast it once by discarding it.
And you're going to give double strike, lifelink, flying. Wow, a 5th land from Alexander McIsaac. That's not what you want to see.
No creatures can bounce one of these hasters, but it really doesn't accomplish much. And you, again, see what this deck does when, like when things go wrong. It's a very all-in deck, and that Pyroclasm completely blew out Alexander's plans. And remember, this is closed deck list. I don't think Alexander was expecting a Pyroclasm.
All right, we see practice offense. What's going to happen here?
Yeah, so you could put a counter on everything, double strike to that one, and obviously it also triggers when something leaves the graveyard, and that is too much damage.
Amazing to see Mardu discard advancing to 8-0 by Stanley Franks, local, one of the London people from London, maybe nearby London, I don't know, but the UK
could be very far from London.
Could be very far, not very far. Come on, but yeah, very cool to see a local UK player dominating the field with Mardu discard. Everyone talks about landfall, talks about Izzet, but nope.
No. Our 8-0 player.
Turn 1 Mako.
Exactly.
Wins the game.
Mardu discard. This is a deck that's going to be very nice for people to try and pick up on their arena adventures. If you're so inclined. If you've played the Rakdos decks before, maybe been a bit underwhelmed with that deck. Well, now you can add an extra color.
Yeah, adding extra color never hurt anyone.
Never hurt anyone.
Yeah, we have another feature match, of course. They are both 7-0. Is that true?
No, so it's 7-0 against 6-0-1.
Table 2.
So this is the other undefeated table, featuring another undefeated player playing a deck we didn't expect to be undefeated.
Ooh, what deck is that?
It's Sultai Reanimator.
Salty.
Straight up, like, bringer of the last gift Reanimator, 2 Terror of the Peaks. We've seen this deck before, and it's again a blast of the past here. But first, the opponent here is going to be Marian Bonganik. Bonganik? Bonganik. Coming in here with Izzet Lessons, just totally run-of-the-mill, playing the Storm Chaser's Talons with the 4 Boomerang basics, all the cheap cards, no nonsense, no like charge, no 3 steps ahead. This is just a solid Lessons deck.
Yeah, so who of these 2 players has the draw? Is it Marian? Or
yeah, it's Marian, yeah.
Okay, so, Lessons, a deck that tends to maybe have like slower game, but this version is a little bit faster, right? With the Storm Chaser Talon and Boomerang basics.
Yeah, exactly. It does have the opportunity to do those draws. It also gets Lessons in the graveyard faster because the Boomerang is another cheap lesson that you can use. But it does sacrifice a bit of like ability to interact with the opponent when you could instead be playing something like 3 steps ahead, etc. This is the Reanimator deck from Maxime Desiron, coming in with the whole game plan. You want to play Superior Spider-Man, and you want to copy a Bringer of the Last Gift in your graveyard. I feel like I, remember all the way back from like the Spotlight series Spider-Man, where we saw this deck for the first time in the hands of Mr. Combo Man, as the online handle is.
Yes, paid.
It's updated with that one, yeah.
It with Spider-Man, indeed.
And so yeah, you copy a Bringer of the Last Gift, and then all the cards in your graveyard, they come back into play, and all the opponent's creatures, they are gone. This matchup is very interesting though, because there's not that many creatures in the Lessons deck. So you just, but instead you get to leverage especially your Deceits and your Wistfulness as ways to interact with the Lesson permanents, and also just try and make a big board. It's not that easy for Lessons to catch up when the opponent has a lot of big creatures in play.
Yeah, and we see Marianne on the play for this game. This is game 1. So we're gonna watch the whole match.
The whole match.
Yeah, here at Fanfinity, they have such an amazing product, right? You can just pre-record the games and show them, so you at home can watch 2 full match per round. That's like maximum amount of content that the viewers at home get to enjoy. So very good job by the team that lets you just do all of this extra content.
Marianne's hand is so strong here. Has like the Archer's Talent and the Monument, and then even gets to follow that up with a Boomerang basics on that Storm Chaser's Talent. So it just has a lot of damage lined up. Let's see if Maxime has any way to interact with these powerful enchantments and artifacts. And there is indeed a Deceit to discard that Monument. Huge play here, but he also needs to survive the onslaught of otters that are coming in.
Yes, because the combination of Boomerang basic Storm Chaser Talent is very deadly in prowess, but it's as good as in lesson. Like those 2 cards together are just so powerful. Someone could say they shouldn't be allowed to be together.
No. It's Romeo and Juliet. Like you can't keep them apart.
I think, Simon, it's time that we break this relationship.
No, I ship Storm Chaser's Talent and Boomerang basics. Oh, look at the second one. Yeah.
What was the draw? What was the draw? I didn't see it.
Well, I mean, that's because you're against it.
No.
You're against the relationship. It's not for your eyes.
Another talent?
It was another boomerang. Oh, and this is, by the way, the draw off the boomerang basics. The first one was the artist talent loot. And so now, Marian's hand is just completely fixed and looking brand new.
Yeah, man. Discard spells are so old in Magic. Imagine spending a card to discard a card of your opponent. Just, in Modern, whenever opponent plays Thoughtseize, I'm just so happy.
Yeah.
You know, you spend your time and you didn't do anything, literally. I love it. All right, so we get more Otters.
And can still trigger that artist talent, but I think this is one of those spots that happens pretty often with this deck, where you just don't need to discard anything, but decide to go for that anyways. I kind of like keeping the abandoned attachment there as like future prowess triggers, but you essentially get to cast the abandoned attachment for free by looting right now.
Yeah, I would definitely have looted that away. Also, like with the Lessons deck, you just want to put Lessons in the graveyard. Now Marian has already 3 Lessons in his graveyard. If he draws the Accumulated Knowledge, that's online.
Oh, and I actually forgot to draw a card of the boomerang basics there, so
Accumulated Wisdom, sorry.
Reminding there, 4 damage coming in with this Otter, and that's a life total of 14, which, you know, with next turn, you can do Monument, you can do Stormchaser's Talent. It's a lot of damage coming in all of a sudden.
Yeah. And now Maxime can do once again a Deceit. Does he have a 3rd land? Yeah, I think the second card is a 3rd land.
Yeah, I think you might be right. But yeah, discarding the Monument, successfully pulling apart the synergy of the Lessons deck. But this is just the power of running Stormchaser's Talent in this deck, as you're still facing down these Otters that are going to attack you for 6 next turn.
Yeah, these Stormchaser Talent Boomerang basics, it's what's bringing Marian to the win if he ends up winning this game.
Yes.
And again, we've seen Strasky before. He doesn't play these cards.
It's true.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a good reason to not do that. Like especially when you play against green decks, the Stormchaser's Talent is especially embarrassing. But it does give you much more like flexibility with your deck in terms of game plans. Like everything doesn't need to go according to plan. You still get to win this way. As we see now, the one-off into the Floodmaw in Maxime's deck has to be used to clear off an auto token, but that's actually pretty strong in this position.
Yeah. So we draw Steam Vents, and now we have the decision of just leading with a Stormchaser Talent and maybe discarding the second talent?
Or discarding the Steam Vents. Or it actually starts by leading with the talent here.
Wow, deking very much, it seems.
Yeah, that's like a few options that you can take here. Something that Marian has to be careful with is that if Maxime has a 4th land and plays a Spider-Man next turn, can copy the Deceit, bounce the Otter, and then take a card out of hand.
That's the best case scenario for Spider-Man. I mean, I guess the best case scenario is the Bringer of Hope.
Yeah.
But outside of that, it's just Deceit.
Yeah, especially like when there's an auto token you want to bounce anyway, so you kind of get full value out of that exchange. So we'll see what Marian goes with. Starts with the Stormchaser's Talent and then discards. Let's see, it's going to be the Steam Vents, yeah. Makes sense here, making sure you keep up your prowess triggers, and there's another Monument. So once again, we could see for the 3rd time this game, Monument being discarded.
I think it was drawn.
Oh! You're right. You're right. That is so much better.
Yeah.
Now you can play out the Wisdom. Discard the Talent if you want to.
Yeah, I would definitely discard a Talent here.
Yeah, because it's the second one usually doesn't add that much. Draw a card from that and then resolve the Wisdom, drawing 3 more cards. Fresh grip here from Marian. Even gets to follow this up with a Grand, but only lands. Actually, this means that the Deceit plays is way less good, right? If you play your Riverpie Verge and then play Grand, actually don't care of getting discarded.
Unless you want to bounce the Artist Talent.
Well, unless you're trying to do that. But oftentimes in these spots, it's so tempting to discard bounce the Otter because you kind of get 2 for 1 that way. Or
you always assume that your opponent has a spelling end.
But there's no land drawn for Maxime. Has to play the Formidable Speaker. I wonder if there's a land cycler in this deck, something that you can play in these reanimator decks. Is play land cycler so you can search for it with Speaker.
Don't think so, no. You know what you would love to have? The Modern Horizons 2 spell lands.
Oh, actually it does have a land cycler. Has Town Greeter to go search for. And I wonder if that's what's going to be picked up here from Maxime, but it is certainly not the best spot to do that.
He does that.
Yeah, gets Town Greeter, hits a land, can like impent the Overlord, but the issue is you may just be dead by that point, facing down 2 Otters and the Grandma, and of course the Talent that can level up and get back a Boomerang Basics, or even an Accumulate Wisdom to be cast for 1 mana once again.
Let's see the draw step here, very important. Just another land. I mean, it's a Naknakela, so not the worst one, but this is not the game for it.
No, but I actually think what's going to happen here is that Marian can't really attack here into the Formidable Speaker with the Otter. So it's going to buy Maxime a turn. Maxime has another draw steps towards that land, but if he does not get it, well then, he has to go 1-1 into the Impend Overlord, and then Marian gets to completely pop off with the Accumulated Wisdom.
Simon, what if you go Boomerang Basics on the Formidable Speaker?
Attack, I think then you get to attack for 5 and you have no more gas unless the Grand draws you into something.
You have like a loot, and you loot with a talent, and you have a draw step, and you have like 3
you're
draw
right.
steps
You
before the
actually,
next turn.
have like, quite a few before you get there. So like, there may be enough to push over lethal damage. That's a good point.
Of course, the card that you see here displayed is Formidable Speaker. It's the invitational card made by Jean-Maud Deprat, who won Worlds in 2023 with Esper Legends.
Yeah, what a legend himself.
And then they made a green card after winning with an Esper deck.
If Marian can forgo value, no. Does reach for that Accumulate Wisdom. It does make sense to go for the Wisdom because, again, if Maxime draws the land, and now we know there's a Spider-Man in hand because Maxime discarded it. Marian has to plan for the worst-case scenario and has to decide what's the best scenario looking. And actually, this way, you won't have any spells in hand for that Deceit to discard.
So first, we discard to the Artist Talent these Multiversal Passage.
Draw a card.
Draw a card.
They probably end up with a spell, realistically. Yeah, there's one.
And then attack for 5 and loot again. All right. Does Maxime draw a spell? This is a very important moment here.
Yeah, 2 spells
Sorry,
there.
a land.
So
I meant to say a land.
The Stormchaser's Talent, it's the thing that's going to get taken out of hand. Is there a land?
No, I think that's an 8 drop.
Oh, that is the opposite of land. Because now we have to see the Town Greeter go and see what it can find. There's the Bringer again and a land. Okay, so if Maxime can survive here with this Town Greeter as its only defense, but it's going to be tough, right? Because the Stormchaser's Talent can come down and the second one can come down. It's actually 2 prowess triggers on the Otter, and that would secure the victory here for Marian. So, and there's no other way to interact, right? There's only the Overlord you can impend.
Maybe there's a Requiting X.
Yeah, that would be a very good card to have here. It may not be an Overlord in hand. As Maxime just passes the turn, I think at least he has to feign that he can do something.
All right, we're untapping, drawing for turn. How many spells? Oh, that's a good spell. That's literally Ancestor Recall. You have the Emeritus of the Blue Emeritus that casts Ancestor Recall, but you also have the Blue-Red Lessons that can cast Ancestor Recall. So this is something that's very good of the lesson deck. Whenever the deck is going, the deck is flying over here, drawing 4 cards for 1 mana. Very, very good.
Yeah, this is, completely, doing its thing here. Looting away at talent, then resolving the draw 3. Maxime is just, trying to keep track, but I don't think there's any sort of interaction here that can save him in this situation.
Well, he had a Requiting X, but maybe he should have played
he does have it. I see. Okay, so you were...
In his main phase? No, he's going to go after an Otter token.
Oh, and the question is, do you gain 2 life here or keep your Greeter to chump block? Presumably the Greeter would be able to chump block for more, but this is essentially saying, I don't think that my Greeter will get to the block step.
Yeah, Marian hasn't drawn a Firebending Lesson yet.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to do it this way, and actually rewarded for doing it now as the Quench is being picked up. Though now Maxime really needs to draw a Cavern of Souls to resolve that Spider-Man.
There's not going to be a turn, Simon. We're just going to have lethal this turn.
Yeah, we got to keep up the hope, right? This is 4 damage coming in. I mean, right now it's not lethal.
You can even counter your own Stormchaser Talent.
Oh, true, yeah.
Or
now
just play...
you can just draw another Accumulated Wisdom and then counter that one.
Yeah. Or not even counter, I think.
Maybe just let it resolve, draw into something.
Yeah. Because you can still want to play around an additional Requiting X, maybe.
And this Lessons deck, when it's working, it just looks so nice.
Yeah, we're discarding the... I would have discarded the Grand, honestly, but yeah.
It doesn't really matter, right?
Oh, it doesn't, but... I mean, you haven't made a land drop yet, but yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta.
All right,
fine. You don't need to draw land. So many spells.
So many spells. So many. Oh, so spells.
Yeah, exactly. Do another Boomerang Basics. All right, just rolling in with the Otter and the Grand, and Marian's still continuing to just do his thing. Discard cards, draw cards, doing everything correctly, but does know that this is over It's a good spot if you're Maxim to maybe concede the game and save some time.
Yeah, Maxim unfortunately didn't draw a 4th land in time. That's really the name of this game. Because if the 4th land came on time, he would have gone Spider-Man, copied the seed, followed by Spider-Man, copied the Bringer of Hope.
Yes, exactly, and the game would have looked very different then. You know, Marion would have to fight back against that.
Yeah. Pretty sure we are able to check the sideboard of the players, and we see 3 copies of Ral Kraken Wit. That's like a lot of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty actually, I think this is more or less exactly the deck guide by Daniel Goetschel, who went 8-2 at the Pro Tour with this exact list, exact 75. I was rooming with Daniel and got to you know, like talk with him about the deck, and you know, just like super clean, super solid version of the deck, no nonsense, nothing fancy, but just has all these Rals to bought into as a potential plan B for like having some sort of like planeswalk ability that also still interacts well with the monument if you do leave monuments in alongside it.
Yeah, oh, look at that. We have a card. You know when they printed Glarb Calamity's Augur, I was like, wow, this card is sick. It's like Courser of Krufix, but better.
Yes.
Turns out Courser of Krufix is not very good in 2026. But good enough to show in 1 copy in this 7-0 player.
I think actually Courser of Krufix would be pretty nice in Landfall. Actual Courser of Krufix, like the gaining life every time, that's a lot of life.
Yeah, maybe costing green and not soul tie.
Yeah, maybe that helps.
Awaken of the Honor Dead was a card that, you know, that was so good in the main deck, but now it's relegated.
Yeah, it's really funny. I had not realized that the big difference in Maxim's deck is that he doesn't play the Awaken the Honor Dead in the main deck. And remember, Maxim is 7-0 with Reanimator. You know, we're watching a top table match here. Both of these players undefeated, of course. Marion with that draw, as you know, a lot of Lessons players tend to get. If you look at the draw bracket, there's a few Izzet decks in that one.
Yeah, we have the tablet deck, the Just Get Control that we've seen previously by Alex Campbell. He was 6-1, so he locked day 2. We'll see how it's gonna end up doing after the day 1. I have a very good friend of mine playing it out with the cards that I lent him. Stefano, he's 5-2 with Elemental, so really rooting for him to make his first day 2 of the new Spotlight series. And yeah.
We also still have our allies player at 6-0-1, Jean-Guillaume Jacquard, as well as Stanislav Zubovic, who's someone from Team Worldly Council that Maria picked out as a talent to watch for. Yeah, which we haven't actually talked about yet, but is 6-0-1 as well with Blue-Red Prowess.
Ooh, Blue-Red Prowess is my deck of choice. You know, next week, Simon, I'm gonna go to Brazil, to Sao Paulo.
Oh, to Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo, yes. You know, shout out to all the Brazilian viewers. I know there's many of you, so I'm gonna be headed there. I'll play the regional championship. Well, I have to play the last chance qualifier first to qualify for the regional championship. It's one of the perks of commentating the European RC that I get to travel around the world to play the RC. So,
do you think Paulo will be there? PVDDR?
I don't know. If he's gonna be there, I'll say hello for you if you want. Okay, what do we see here?
Once again, the seed is going to discard the monument. Yeah. Or maybe Maxim has other options here. He actually can destroy the monument now in the post-war configuration and may not care about it too much. You can also, like, you know, you can take away one of these accumulated wisdoms, which eventually are going to turn on, but like right now they're hard to turn on. You can take away the abandoned attachments, which makes it harder to turn on the lessons, but it still goes in the graveyard, so it kind of makes sense to just take away the...
You have to be so happy when your opponent just plays out the seeds on turn 2. That's probably like the best play possible. Because like, they even gave you a lesson in the graveyard.
It's true.
Now, like...
You were probably planning on spending 2 mana to play that.
If Marion goes, end of turn, abandoned attachment, discard boomerang basics, his abandoned wisdom, his accumulated wisdom is already online.
That's true, yeah.
Because of the deceit.
that's actually true, yeah. So I wonder, maybe you should have to take the monument for that reason.
Also because like monument is, I mean, the hand was so good by Marion, honestly.
Yeah. It's so tough to pick a hole through it.
Yeah.
As now the Overlord comes down, and you know, we'll see if Maxim can set up the combo here.
Oh wow, it manages to find a card.
And the fourth,
never mind.
You can always take the deceit, yeah, so you can deceit them again, pin out of 2 mana.
But you definitely, I mean, does Maxim have green cards? It doesn't matter. I think you take the wistfulness anyway.
It looked like Maxim decided to take nothing.
Wow, crazy.
Just leaving them in a graveyard to reanimate later.
Or to Spider-Man later.
That's true. Yeah, you could just Spider-Man next turn if you leave
You
him.
can also cast.
Yeah. Okay. Still deciding on what.
I would definitely take one.
Can't give up your cards.
And remove a counter end of turn, of course. He's always the hardest part of the
the overlords.
Of the overlords. Man, remember Simon when the green overlord was a good card instead?
True. It won a Pro Tour, and then it disappeared.
And then it said sayonara. Well,
which I think is what it would say. Yeah. Oh, a second accumulate wisdom being picked up there. There's so many cards from Marian.
Yeah. Yeah, so the seat officially benefited here by discarding, by being the third lesson in the graveyard. And now Marianne is thinking about to cast the monument, but I don't think you can do it. With
Yeah, into the wistfulness. Yeah, probably you can just like chill here. You can just hold on to that. Play your lands, play accumulate wisdom end of turn, and just gather more and more resources until you're ready to commit to anything. Or you can be more mana efficient because the wistfulness is coming down next turn, right? It's coming down the turn after. And so maybe by that time you have found some sort of counters magic. Or you just don't care that your monument dies. But I think that's like not the best exchange. So it probably makes sense to just pass here. Yep, and that's exactly what Marianne does.
Okay, so Maxime now has the possibility of doing the Spider-Man Deceit play, which is honestly very strong.
Yeah, no, it's certainly like not bad, but the issue is that there's nothing to bounce. That makes the play a lot less strong. And instead decides to develop this Ghost Vacuum here, which comes down a bit too late, as you know, Marianne can just respond here with the Accumulate Wisdom, draw the 3 cards, and now the Ghost Vacuum is always one behind.
Yes, indeed. 3 cards added to Marianne's hand for 2 mana. And then we're gonna remove one of these lessons.
Yeah, and just find that Arch's Talon to go alongside with the Monument. So, you know, has the combo available, but of course that Wistfulness is able to pick that apart. So now see the Town Greeter. Can it find something interesting to reanimate? No, just flipped over Wistfulness. You can grab a land.
Yeah, so if you're new to this deck, how does the Spider-Man plus this Incarnation work?
Plus the Incarnations. Well, so Deceit says that if you spend blue to cast a spell, it does one thing, and black, it does another thing. So when you play Spider-Man, like it's actually important to track which mana you spend into playing the Spider-Man itself, because you cast it and then it becomes a copy of something. So it will actually check how much mana you paid for that Spider-Man, and which is very different from when you reanimate it with something like a Zombify or the effect like that. So the Spider-Man's actually a very unique card in this sense, and it's quite like definitive for how this deck is built. And like, you know, we've seen it come up, you know, a few times now, that the way it does, it just enables very different lines that you can't do with other cards.
All right, Artist Talent is in. This is the engine of the deck, and Marianne is now able to probably just pass the turn, or maybe actually. Because Accumulate Wisdom now draws 3 cards, but only now. If Marianne passes, well, I guess you can discard Boomerang Basics to the ability.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. Yeah, the Ghost Vacuum here, kind of like, you know, making the situation a little bit less flexible for Marianne there, but the Artist Talent is going to make it so it works out totally fine after all. As you mentioned, discarding the Boomerang Basics to the trigger.
Yeah, so now Marianne passing the turn once again with the Ancestor Recall. I mean, I guess 2-mana Ancestor Recall.
So we can see this Wistfulness come down, and Maxime can decide to just play it fully, but actually just goes for the 2-mana mode, has other plans for the rest of his mana, or just doesn't have a 5th land.
Okay, so we are deciding what to do. And I think Marianne has to go now, because if you let this Artist Talent resolve, then the Accumulate Wisdom doesn't draw 3 anymore.
Yes. So, yeah, that's a really good point. Has to just run it out right now. And, you know, you want your cards, you got to get them now.
Discard Boomerang Basics, draw a card. No.
Oh, that's so close.
Okay. He stopped himself. Because obviously Marianne thought about it. Like,
yes.
No, he has to draw a card first. So first you have to draw a card, and then you pass priority.
Yep. And now draws the second Boomerang Basics, kind of maybe regretting discarding the...
That's sometimes what happens in your brain. You do all this plan, and then you just pass and you forget.
Yes.
And you just do something else.
I know. And now the Archer's Talent has been taken care of with that Wistfulness. Let's see what else Maxime is doing with the mana, but no, just playing on tap land.
It honestly makes sense you keep all these Boomerang Basics because Marianne has card advantage.
I wonder if Maxime was playing around Quench. Yeah, I think so, because you could have just shocked yourself and played the Wistfulness for the full cost, but figured that Marianne must have some sort of counter magic Otherwise, why would they pass the turn there?
Very hard to play around Quench.
Yeah, it really is. Maybe that's a spot where you just have to like close your eyes and just tap your 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean, Maxime is maybe used to play with Cavern of Souls. There's 3 copies in his main deck. Unfortunately, it's not here this time.
It's true, it's true. It doesn't make...
But honestly, having Cavern of Souls in your deck, Marianne probably set it out, the Quench. So you don't have to play around it
That's actually
anymore.
a good point, yeah. If you're playing the reanimated deck, you may be more willing to just play into things. There's also sometimes you have to like discern, like, are you in a position of like, you know, like, do you have a lot of things going on and the opponent doesn't, or vice versa? And in this case, Marion is the one who's in the chart here, having now picked up the Stormchaser's talent and getting to bounce it. You know, with already resolving and accumulate wisdom, you're just behind on material. You have this Ghost Vacuum that barely does anything. So you just have to like accept that you can't beat everything and just squeeze as much value out of the card you can. Yes, if Marion quenches you there, you probably lose the game outright, but the play you made may also still lose you the game.
There's also another thing to say, is that maybe Wistfulness is just not very good. Like a 6/5 against a deck with Combustible Technique, maybe it's just not that good.
Well, it also draws the 2 cards and discards 1, right?
Okay, yeah. I guess that's a good point. That's good enough. That's good enough.
I think it's, but yeah, you do. It is true that just getting the 6/5 actually doesn't matter much. Oh, discard to hand size.
Discard to hand size with a monument in play.
So now we go back to the end step to put the trigger on the stack and draw a card, and then he gets to discard to hand size again, and then make a treasure.
That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. This is something that if you don't know the rules of Magic too well, you're pretty confused right now.
Yes, exactly.
Basically, like the turn ends with a cleanup step, but if something happened in cleanup step, you have priority again.
Yeah, you go back to the end step and say.
So for example,
or you create a new.
Yeah,
end step.
you make a treasure, and then you can cast a 1-drop.
Yeah.
Then you produce mana in your end step with the monument trigger.
It's true.
That's very funny. Okay.
All right, now we see the Spider-Man here, and it can copy the Wistfulness. Maybe that's actually the reason. No, there was a second in the graveyard, so that's not even it. All right, actually decides to copy the Deceit. This makes sense, because if you wanted to do the Wistfulness, you can't do both modes, because you can't pay green, green, blue, blue for Spider-Man, because it costs black mana.
True. This is interesting, because I would have preferred to do the Disenchant plus draw this card, but you simply can't.
Yeah,
you're basically just doing a Disenchant plus look at your hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's that's effectively what's going on here. But so I guess it's like actually. Yeah, so you just get the added bonus of looking at hand there. Though there's an argument that Maxim is actually still supposed to go for that play, so the Deceit is still in the graveyard for optionality later. But, you know, it's kind of a small thing regardless.
Maybe then you see like the best card in the world.
Yeah, you could also like, you know, if there's like an even scarier card than Monument in hand, you can take that away.
Yeah. So the hand of Maxime is another Superior Spider-Man.
Oh, there's that Cavern we talked about, but seeing no counterspells from the opponent can safely chuck that away. Really needs to find that bringer to do something with the Spider-Man that goes way over the top of what Marion is doing, but it's right now it is quite tough to beat all the stuff that is going on. A second Monument.
Thought's bug going on over there. That's you know, for the non-Magical Line players, that means whenever you discard your opponent a card, Magic Line puts that card back on top of your deck.
Yeah, they always draw the same thing.
No, it's not, of course. It's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy. It's not.
He can't spread that on his broadcast, Mango.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. I'm a content creator by Magical Line, so you know I can't spread these lies.
Yeah, you're trying to cover it up, is what you say.
Oh,
that's what I hear.
Maybe.
All right, now we see the Ral come down, and it can create a second auto token potentially.
Ral Kraken Width is a card that's been super popular in Standard right now, mostly because Blue-Red is super popular, so like everyone kind of plays it. But this is a card that has a super powerful emblem, maybe one of the strongest emblem that you have in Standard.
Yes, indeed. You know, I actually saw Canister earlier win at 1 life with the Ral emblem, getting to actually go off.
What's Canister playing?
Well, he's playing Lessons as well.
Lessons as well? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so +1 on Ral, developing in a second order token, and then we can go maybe Boomerang Basics and something.
Yeah, you can Boomerang Basics on your own talent still, maybe replay it again, get a lot of otters in play. You also have to make a decision on this Ral. Like, are you actually minusing it just for value, or are you plussing it, making even more otters, and protecting the Ral that way?
Yeah, minusing Ral is extremely strong with the Monument in play. which Marian could have done here in this turn. He had 7 mana available to him.
Yeah, but I think it kind of makes sense to just wait until like you do that and then also have a lot of mana open, which makes it a lot stronger to have all these cards, and especially if you have a lot of mana open and all these otter tokens. You know, like potentially Marian could have 4 otter tokens. He could also be working towards that ultimate. If he pluses Ral here, he could just ultimate next turn.
Yeah, well, Ral already has been used, I believe.
No, it hasn't been used yet.
Oh, wow. Oh, the otter came from the Stormchase of Talent.
Yeah, all the otters are coming from talents, so you know he's kind of running out of otter tokens here. As we see, table spotter, you know, ferociously needs to like draw another otter for the feature match table.
Oh, it's not Marian's otter, you think? It's the tables? It's a feature match otters?
Maybe. I think maybe.
You guys at home might not know, but Simon Nielsen is a player who religiously painted all his tokens back in the days.
Yeah.
You still do it, or?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
You still do it?
No, I know. Like my friend Lucas, we saw earlier, is actually playing with my tree folk tokens and so on that I painted.
What makes a tree folk?
Come on, you know.
The 8 mana thing?
Yeah, the sapling nursery.
Oh, you still play that?
Okay, so this is steadily coming from the table spotter, right? You look at the handwriting is the same, but there's no artwork on this one. That's very clearly what's going on here. As now the Spider-Man is attacking, and yeah, you can just like jump with an auto. You can even let Ral take 4, because I mean, whatever, it can still -3.
Nah, we're jumping it. Come on.
Yeah, we gotta get to that ultimate. Let's go.
Yeah, that's ultimate.
Let's see it.
And also, there isn't a deceit in the graveyard anymore, so this Spider-Man cannot flashback deceit.
Yeah, true. Actually, the play we talked about actually may have been relevant to save the deceit in graveyard.
Exactly. What you just said is super relevant, because if Maxime went for the Wistfulness last turn instead of the deceit, now he could have gone deceit, bounce, Ral, and discard. Instead, he has to just kill a Stormchaser Talent and then
Or I think he's drawing 2 actually, discarding 1. You can just put blue into
I forgot you can't do both modes.
Yeah, or either mode at least, not actually both.
Yeah, you can't do both. Yeah. Yeah, so Maxime kind of. dead here.
I mean, the Overlord is coming off suspend, so there is like some blockers, but yeah, probably dead to this like amount of otters and spells in hand from Marianne.
We're doing the emblem next year 100%.
I mean,
every spells you cast for the rest of the game has Storm. How about that?
Yeah, but you can also draw 3 cards and discard 2.
No,
actually, the emblem even also draws 3 cards.
Yeah.
But the issue is that he would have to like it costs him his Ral, and if he draws like a pocket of lands, like I don't know. You could certainly argue that it's not the best play to go for in this position.
Nah, let's go. Let's play the Monument. Let's play that.
I mean, I want to see it too. Don't get me wrong. Like, don't get me wrong. I want to always see the Ral emblem.
Ah, the Ral emblem. So good. It's such a good card, Ral.
You can even play the Grand first to get the cost reduction, because there are 5 lessons in graveyard, so the Ghost Vacuum still can't really keep up with this. I've generally found Ghost Vacuum to be, somewhat unreliable against lessons. It's a bit of a, when it comes down to turn 1, it can be extremely good, but.
That is, though, the Ghost Vacuum life, honestly.
Yeah.
Even against prowess. When it comes to turn 1, it's so good, but after that, it's just bad. Remember when we were testing against each other at my house a few weeks ago, we had we were saying that Soulgate Lanterns is better like turn 3 or 4, and Ghost Vacuum is better on turn 1.
And also very late in the game when it stops the talent level ups. So it kind of like has this, this like mid-game, mid-game depression for the Soulgate Lanterns. Now we see the Monument come down, take up Rel, and now we play Accumulate. The Abandoned Attachment here. Take up Ral to 10, that's the magic number. 2 prowess triggers on all these otters. Discard a card, draw 2, trigger your Monument, draw an extra card, and then we'll get to see the Ral ultimate. Storm off.
Yeah, draw 3 cards, and then you get an emblem.
2.
Instead the sorcery spells you cast have Storm. There's no Grape Shot, though.
No, that's true. You don't need that when you have... I mean, I guess like you can't even like... There's nothing that goes to the face.
Yeah, so far there's no spells that would get Storm.
You could even like risk losing the game to like decking if you do this. Like if he ultimate Ral here and plays something and then plays an Accumulate Wisdom, like it's just like so many cards you draw. So he has to like think, but he's on camera and he's winning a lot. So maybe you should just go for the ultimate, right? Right?
Yeah, don't know what they asked to the judge, but
the fact that the Monument has triggered once already this turn.
What's that 3, Simon?
Oh, that's Stormcount, right? Because the Grand was also played this turn. True. Let's see it. That's the emblem. Let's go, baby.
Yes. Wow, he doesn't even play a spell first. He just kills Ral. Draw 3.
Well, you got to get your value from that spell, right? I guess you could play an Archer's Talent. True.
Yeah. Draw 3. Uno, dos, tres.
All right.
Not a single spell.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll get
Not
there.
a single spell.
All your spells have storm, but you have no spells.
No single spell. Oh my god. Maybe we give a bad suggestion to Marianne.
Absolutely. You should not do this in this position.
To be honest though, I would have played Talon first. You know, I wouldn't have killed my Ral.
Okay.
I would have done it, but I wouldn't
But
have
he has
killed
a
my
second Ral in hand.
Yeah, but it costs 3 mana.
That's so much mana.
Ral emblem, wow.
Wow.
So ready.
All right. Play the Archer's Talent. No discard trigger yet. Now you could like... You don't even have a treasure actually. Is there a land drop being made?
We can make it.
Oh yeah, you can still play your land for turn. So yeah, I guess you could play the second Archer's Talent, trigger to draw a card, and hope you draw an Accumulate Wisdom to draw 18 cards. How about that?
Or you can draw... There's nothing that goes face.
There's nothing. You cannot benefit from Storm.
Maybe a shock.
Yeah, so some of these lists play Burst Lightning actually for the versions of the deck that don't play the Monument Arch Talent combo, they actually play a single Burst Lightning so that you can kill him with the Ral Emblem.
All right, so we are playing a spell here, and Marianne is deciding what to discard, Island or Grand Grand.
It makes a treasure. I think the discard already happened.
Oh, the rituals are passing.
Yeah, and already drew another land here. So there's literally Storm count 5, no Storm spell.
He did it all. He did everything he could do, and that brought him nothing.
How unfair.
That brought him nowhere. You know? It's like,
but also, like, remember these otters are still 5/5s.
Yeah, you know the meme, win a game or draw 25?
Yeah.
That's what's going on right now. Marianne drew 25, and he doesn't even attack.
No, because he just wants to block with the otters.
Passes the turn.
That's probably, maybe you should attack with at least something, but...
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's an Overlord. Wow, actually this game may not be over.
That's what I'm saying.
Ooh, bear. Wait.
Wait, do you have 8 mana?
You do. You do.
With
so
a
now
cavern.
We can attack with the Overlord, mill 4.
Not return anything.
And then reanimate the board.
Well, you don't reanimate that much, to be fair. But yeah, that's definitely what Maxime is going to do here. Attack with the squad. Because remember, the Spider-Man's exiled the card that they reanimate. Let's see here what we hit. No creature. Oh, a Town Greeter. And a second...
which you
Overlord.
can't return with
True.
Overlord.
So yeah, you just return nothing here, I guess. You could return the Town Greeter so you don't get milled as much, but...
You see.
It's also, it's a bit suspicious if you return nothing, so maybe you'll bring back the Town Greeter just for that reason alone.
Yeah, so Marianne is thinking what to do.
Yeah, now look, like, you return nothing, and now Marianne looks to the graveyard.
Yeah, I was gonna think that maybe it's worth to return Town Reader, just so that you don't tell your opponent I have the, the Living Death.
But to be fair, would you ever do that and not return Wistfulness unless you specifically had the Bringer? Yeah, so maybe this still makes sense. I mean, you could, honestly, I'm not sure playing the Bringer is actually better than just returning the Wistfulness and playing that and killing the Monument. It's not obvious to me.
Yes, because of course, if you reanimate Wistfulness with the Bringer of Hope, you're not gonna destroy any art.
Yeah, and Marianne being so on top of things here, she's just gonna chump away these otters knowing that they'll die anyways. If you're like really on top of things, you can chump with the Grand so it comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually what he'll do here. Because he does have a spare Grand in graveyard anyway. So yeah, look at this play here. So this is kind of like...
4 damage though.
Yeah, like you could chump block with another artist to save 4, but it like, honestly doesn't matter that much. And in case you're wrong, or Maxime just decides to do something else, well...
Oh, you can just exile the Grand.
With the Ghost Vacuum, true. So use Ghost Vacuum on your Granny.
It goes under the Vacuum, of course, and then we play 8 land named
Demon or Vampire. Play the Bringer, you see?
Dropping it on the field.
And now we do a little living end.
Wow, it's crazy how this game is not over.
Yeah.
Despite ultimating Emblem last turn. The players only have 12 minutes on the clock in this game too.
Oh, true. That's a really good point.
Yeah, so Wistfulness and the Seed are exiled. And then we're going to bring in 1, 2, 3. And those creatures will trigger, so yeah.
Well, at least the Overlord will, not the Wistfulness.
No, but the Town Greeter and the Overlord.
Yeah. So we mill first with Sangreater, so you have a bit more optionality for what to get with Overlord, and now you mill with Overlord, and you can get back that Deceit, which I think is going to be one of the better things to grab there.
Let's see, you can also get back Overlord and then Deceit.
You could also get Formidable Speaker, and then you can get Spider-Man
you
with that.
can't get back Overlord, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
Formidable Speaker.
You can also just grab the Spider-Man, that's probably better.
Yeah, that's what Maxime is not doing. Ooh.
No, just going for the Speaker. I kind of like this.
Wonder why.
Well, so if you draw another Bringer, you can discard it, get Spider. I guess you could just still cast a Bringer. It just gives like a little bit more flexibility to like you can, and also like you're gonna have this extra land in the hand you're not gonna use, so you just give an extra 2 for a little bit extra board presence.
All right, Marian draws for turn. He's still looking for some spells.
True. Wait, what did he draw for turn? Nothing?
I think an island.
Oh, yeah, true. There's just 4 islands in hand right now.
Yeah, the Galaxy Island.
But can still play the Grand, play out the Rel, -3 the Rel, and then you discard 2. You also discard off these Archer's Talon. So you're actually just going to get to draw so much through your deck here. So potentially, you know, it's not actually going to be an issue. There's a Boomerang Basics. That's a spell you can storm.
That's going to bounce the whole board.
Yeah, so you can play Bringer again.
And then you draw from the monument, and then you discard a land, draw from the talent, and you make a treasure of the monument.
Oh, that's a nice one to storm if you want to draw tons of cards.
Yeah, the way that works is that you discard once, and you draw 2. And then you discard once, and you draw 2.
True, because it's not like a Tormenting Voice where you discard as an additional cost.
Yeah, if it was Tormenting Voice, you could discard 1 and then draw 10.
All right, so we... is that dealing 3? No, that's making a second treasure, I see. So yeah, basically what Marion wants to do here is rip through his deck as fast as he can and try to find a spot where he, you know, gets to amass some monuments and like win the game within like a turn cycle.
Yeah, of course the storm is for every turn. So if a spell gets cast in the opponent turn, also gets storm.
And it even counts the opponent's spells in that case.
Of course, that's how storm works.
That's how storm works.
Yeah, the other day I was playing Modern. I was playing with Rayo. The 4th spell, it flips into the, you know, into the like.
I love how you always have this big. The other day I was playing Modern with the most heinous card you ever heard.
Yeah, and it also counts the opponent's spell.
Yes.
I didn't know it's 4 spells. I thought only me, but it's both players. Me neither.
True.
Because yeah, it flipped, and I was like, wow, why did it flip? I only played 3 spells, and then I read it better. And the card, reading the card explains the card.
I remember playing in a Rayo deck on my very
To read a Rayo, you have to flip your head.
True.
They wrote it upside down.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Before they got the technology of printing on both sides of the card.
Yes. All right. Accumulate Wisdom is going to trigger a lot. There's going to be a lot of discard draw.
Yeah, that's true. Because also the talents, right? Like they're still triggering at the moment. So deal your 3. This monument, gone. No more triggers from this turn. You have a second abandoned attachment if you want to do it.
Yeah, there's 2 more monuments in the deck.
We see here Marian kind of confirming, like, you know, like how does this work? Do I draw for each of them? But no. But I honestly think Marian has to be careful with not decking here. Like, I am serious.
Look at that. You may discard a card if you do draw a card. You can even just resolve this by not doing anything.
That's true, actually. Wait, so is he responding with the other one or just discarding it? I think he's just discarding it. Yeah, okay. That's what that is. And then, so that's copy number 1 out of what, 4? Or 3? You played Grand, Rel, and then this. Okay, so there's 2 more copies of abandoned attachments happening here.
No, we're discarding Boomerang Basics.
Yeah, interesting. But wanting to hold on to these Quenches, which you can also storm with, right? Like Quenches counter unless you pay 4 with Rel Emblem in play. Automatically.
That's funny. Man, I would have definitely captured the Boomerang Basics.
I mean, you know, let Marian have his fun, okay?
No, I'm just saying. It's like literally 1 mana, like Seagull, right? Like you bounce every permanent.
Cyclonic Rift, yeah.
Cyclonic Rift, yeah.
But no, instead you have 3 Quenches in hand. So, this is leveling up the talent. See, this is way better. Getting the combustion technique because that Ghost Vacuum got killed. So Marian's blocked before, baiting out the Ghost Vacuum activation, and now enabling the talent to be used here as now the combustion technique clears off the board completely.
Exiling everything. I mean, yeah. And then does Marianne have any mana?
No, all the treasures were used for this play. So there's actually like they just sit with 3 Quenches in hand, but nothing else.
Yeah, let's see.
And there's a Wistfulness, of course, in Maxime's hand.
Okay. Was Raw used?
No. Yeah. No. It was minus, right? -3 to just.
I don't think so.
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
never even used the RAL.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what I want to see?
A 2 emblem.
Second emblem.
Well, I mean, you draw 3 cards. It's not a bad one.
Well, that's the point where you like literally made deck yourself.
Wait, did they get? Do they have like Storm twice? Is that how it works?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, it goes complete.
Storm.
Almost a trigger. Yeah.
Storm. I've never seen it before.
Yeah. So please, Marianne, make it happen for us.
No.
We're in the booth. We're hungry to see the Storm. As now we see Formidable Speaker fetching that second bringer.
Yeah. Yeah. So Formidable Speaker discards something, brings back Bringer of Hope.
And now, once again, actually doesn't play out the... Oh, actually uses... Oh, this is cool.
He top deck Spider-Man?
Wow! Maxime playing to his out there, just playing the blue mode of Wistfulness here. Hoping to draw into a Spider-Man and getting to do the bringer once again. What is this game?
That's crazy. So he was able to go Formidable Speaker, find Bringer. He doesn't have a Spider-Man in hand, and then he goes for the Wistfulness that he had in hand to discard the Overlord and top decks randomly the Spider-Man after shuffling his deck. Right?
Oh my God. Yeah, true.
Man, keeping up mana for that Quench would have saved him.
And worth noting that these Spider-Mans are also coming back, and they can copy, you know, some of the creatures that are on the battlefield right now. Because like when you decide what to copy, they're all still in the graveyard together. So you could just make this into like more bringers if you want to.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at Marian checking his sideboard guide, because now he's like, I may actually lose this game.
I mean, you have 4 minutes on the clock. I don't think there's gonna ever be a game 3. Yeah, I think what's doing is just understanding. I don't know what he was doing there, but maybe I don't know. I feel like the play of like paying 5 mana to exile the board state when you could have just bounced the board state for just 1 and holding up mana was just better.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you do get bringer once again by making that play, but you know,
but you also don't bounce the bringer.
Oh.
Just leave them with a 6/6.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you may be right. And also, Maxime is about to deck in this position here. Oh, as he gets to search out the Terror of the Peaks, which is the way that he can combo kill his opponent. So because of the two, like basically he decided to copy the speaker, and so now has a couple triggers there. So he searched up the Terror of the Peaks first, resolved the second trigger, and search up the bringer, and then resolve the third trigger, discard the bringer, and search up a Spider-Man. Wow, that's really cool. So actually, if Marian is not careful, he can just get combo killed by Terror of the Peaks next turn.
I mean, at this point, I don't know. You don't even need the Terror of the Peak. You can just attack.
Well, I mean, presumably the entire board is going to leave the play again, right?
Is it?
Your opponent has a RAL. I will remind, there's a RAL emblem in play for the second turn in a row.
By the way, do you remember when I said that Marian could have set it out to the Iroquentia?
Yeah.
Just 3 in his hand.
But that's actually really important because the Cavern is on Demon, not on Human.
Yeah.
So the Quenches with Storm is actually pretty relevant in this position.
Let's see now. We're milling cards for the Overlord. That's a mana trigger.
Yeah.
And then we're bringing back?
Maybe nothing.
Nah.
If you could bring back the Cavern, that would be so good.
No, you can't.
But yeah, you could bring back the Wistfulness, I guess, so you get the trigger. But no, just takes. Oh, that's so nice. Takes the Town Greeter, so you can try and look for a Cavern.
Or you can deck yourself.
Well, I mean, it doesn't actually matter if you deck yourself if you win with Terra in that spot.
Wow.
So Maxime really playing this so well here in this impossible position.
You can win with no cards left in your deck.
That's the turn.
And then
2 minutes on the clock.
Pass, fully tapped out. Marian has the RAL emblem, has the 2 talents, has the Monument to Endurance, has the time. Because of course,
should be able to assemble, find a 3rd monument, and then he can deal 9 damage on his turn and 9 damage in Maxime's upkeep. That's what will most likely happen here. But you know, we'll see if we can actually assemble all of this, untapping with the RAL emblem, and playing a Grand for the 3rd time this game.
And then we play the 2nd Monument to Endurance, triggering the first one, discarding a Steam Bench, drawing a card twice.
Drawing a card, triggering Monument, drawing a 2nd card. There's that
basics.
Boomerang basics. You can get rid of the board if you do so want.
Let's put a counter on RAL as well.
So the Boomerang Basics is actually, I think this may actually be lethal here, because the Boomerang Basics, you can bounce your own monuments, and then you do 3 damage with them, and make the treasures, and then you replay them, and then you do 3 damage again for each of them.
This is lethal.
I think so, yeah.
Because also Marianne drew a 3rd monument to Endurance.
Oh, well then it's easily lethal. But it's really nice to note that like Boomerang Basics is actually a burn spell in this deck. But yeah, so we're probably not going to get to see the 2nd Ral emblem, sadly.
Yeah, so you just said Boomerang Basics is a burn spell because you can bounce the expired monument and
replay it and then do 3 damage again, yeah. It's a lava spike. But, you know, the easy way to do this is just with the monuments. So now all Marian needs to do is find an instant he can play on the opposing turn. And there's actually the Soul Guide Lantern, really important for stopping all the cool things that were going to happen next turn.
You don't even need it, right? Because you just play spells in your opponent's turn. So you deal 9 damage, so it's 9 plus 9.
Yeah, so you need to find an instant, is what I'm saying.
18. Oh, okay.
Or you need... Because Maxime is not going to cast a spell. Maxime is just going to go to combat if you leave anything on board.
Yeah.
Oh, and now the players are trying to track like what has been used for these monuments.
Yeah. I mean, it's confusing, but at the same time, yeah, the things... the deck seems sizable enough that you won't be decked.
Yeah, it should be totally fine here. Because now, you know, this...
Yeah, this was a beautiful game. Like, Maxime comboed twice. At the same time, Marianne drew so many cards. Like, drawing so many cards is so fun. Like, drawing cards is such a fun thing in this game.
Oh my god, come on, Ral Emblem. You can play the Lantern and play a Subchaser's Talon, and that's actually 2nd emblem.
Simon, how can you play mono green landfall when such deck exists?
I mean, I don't know. I guess I have no self-respect.
Yeah. It's so good, what I'm looking at.
Oh, well, there's the instant, so that should do it here. That triggers to deal the damage, but before that happens, may as well play the Lantern and ultimate the Ral, just for good old time's sake. Oh, and that's Simon the round. The players are getting notified this is what's going on, but Marian will know that
there's no way that's going to be relevant because the game is going to be over. If it's not in this turn, it's in the upkeep. But
yeah, so there is 5 extra turns, of course, after time has been called. So, you know, Maxime doesn't even get to take a full turn. Will die in his own upkeep here. But please, let's see a 2nd Ral emblem.
2nd Ral emblem, of course, giving double storm. Are the players keeping track of the storm? I don't see it anymore. I think that dice that says 1 was supposed to keep track of the storm.
I agree.
But it was never ticked up.
There also hasn't been played an instant sorcery yet this turn.
No, but I mean the storm count.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean in paper Magic is hard to keep track of these things, huh?
Boomerang Basics your board? No, decided to bounce his own money.
Yeah, I mean.
But also this triggers the storm.
Oh, and then he's now realizing that he didn't keep up with it. It's definitely not 4. It's definitely more, right? I don't know.
No, I don't think so, actually. There's just a lot of triggers happening as well.
True. That's true.
Like you played 2 monuments and a Stormchaser's Talent and a Grand, right? So Storm card is 4.
Yeah.
It's true. So this is 5 Boomerang Basics. I mean, you also gotta make sure you're not in trouble here by, you know, not having the mana to actually replay the monument and also play an instant, though you're still fine with that Grand Grind out. And then, of course, Baron has to like choose extra targets, but I think he might just like target the same monument with all the Boomerang Basics. No, wait, is he bouncing this one? Oh no, this could actually mean he could actually lose because of this.
What do you mean?
Well, because now he can't redeploy the monuments in time with the mana he has available. And he's stuck behind the Ral Ultimate, meaning that, like, you know, well, I mean, first, he also just has to clear the board. Of course, he has the Combustion Technique to do that. But yeah, this is all the cards being drawn from all the Boomerang Basics.
And there's not a single Combustion Technique.
There is one in hand.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
No, it's there, it's there.
Are you sure? Is that a red card over there?
I guess he may still have enough mana because the Soul Guide Lanterns generate mana. Because they cost 0, and then you can generate treasure off them.
Okay, wow, that's so cool. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he may actually be able to storm off here without using Storm to actually do enough damage in his own turn.
Solga Lancer produces mana because of Grand Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance. That's like such a particular board state to have to make that card produce mana.
It's true.
Marian is in the tank because he may just realize it wasn't as easy as I thought.
Yeah, no, actually, he can make a treasure and play a second monument, but he can't. Like that stopped. Like, oh, and then he can play the second lance and make another treasure. So, and do 3, I guess. So he can do 9 damage. But yeah, he actually can't play the second monument here, or the third monument. Maybe if he had leveled up a talent to 2 previously, he would have had enough mana to do all of this.
Okay, so we are triggering the talent on the Soga Lantern, drawing a card, and then because of that, we can make a treasure. And then because of that, we can shoot 3 damage by losing again.
And Maxim's board deck can just not be that big at the moment. So, or it's like Marian's deck cannot be. I mean, Maxim's deck is also almost out of cards in this situation. And remember, there is a kill being set up with that Twin Peaks Terra in Maxim's grave. I guess the Sorgai Lantern is going to stop that. Okay, so that's not happening.
We drew a lethal card.
Oh, what is this?
Accumulate Wisdom.
Oh, that is lethal for 1 player.
Yes. Well, you can also just cast in your opponent's turn to trigger monuments.
Yes, but once again, that is still not being lethal.
It's
like
6
he doesn't
damage.
have the monument in play.
It's it would be 6 damage if you cast a second monument.
Yes, so you can play the second monument now and play the second lantern.
Okay. What are we doing now? What are we doing now?
Well, you have 2 treasures, only 2
Are you
mana
sure
left.
there's a combustible technique in the end? I still haven't seen it.
Yes, it's there.
Okay, it's there.
Okay. Relax, chill. Yeah, so you can play this card, do the 3 damage. All right, that 3 damage has already been done, of course.
Is there a second Soga Lantern? Are you sure? Oh, yes, there is. So we skip the trigger on the second monument.
Yeah, because... but
we don't want to loot it.
How many cards are in Marian's library? I really want to know. He's almost out. Does he have 1 card left?
Okay.
That's so crazy.
The monument was skipped. And now we have the Soul Guide.
Yes, but you do have to draw a card of the monument. That's not optional.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like, so as soon as you choose to discard to make the treasure, you still have to draw.
Okay. Okay. So looks like the Soga Lantern is played. A treasure has been made. And now we...
Oh, okay, he had more than 1 card anyway. So this is the upkeep combustion technique, and that does do 6 damage and actually finishes the game for Marian.
So 3 damage were dealt. So Marian was a 11, it took 6 plus 6.
Yes.
That's how it finished.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Crazy game.
But why would he take... whatever.
His last turn was a mess.
Yes. I also love... He has a Rel Emblem in play and a high Storm count. And he doesn't play a single instant sorcery, passes and plays 1 instant with Storm count 0.
And it definitely has an headache after this game.
Yes.
You know, I hope he brought some headache pills, Marion, because the tournament is not over.
No, you have one
A1 is not over. You're gonna see round number 9. There are only 1 undefeated player, right? Well, 1 8-0 player.
Yes.
It is Stanley from UK with Mardu discard.
Only actual undefeated player.
Well,
we have a few,
only 8-0.
We have a few withdrawals. Like there's
Okay.
like 3 or 4 players or
So
so
the next
withdrawals.
match we're gonna have probably Stanley again. I don't know what
Well, we'll
Frank
see what
decides.
We were talking about featuring someone else because it is the 3rd time we've seen Stanley. But
Because here at Spotlight Series London, you have Frank Karsten, you know, the Hall of Famers, the mathematician who selects us our future match very like surgically.
Yeah.
Mathematically.
Like, just finding the exact right spot.
RA, the player has already reached the interview zone. I don't know how he did that because the game just ended like 1 second ago.
How is it possible?
Yeah, the time travels. And he's ready with Maria. So let's send them to Maria and see you soon.
I'm here with the winner of round 8, Marian Munganic, on Is It Lessons. So this matchup, you're playing against Sultai Reanimator, and it kind of brings back Pro Tour Lorwyn.
Yeah.
So what were you thinking going into this matchup?
Like, I haven't expected this matchup a lot today. So I expected like landfall decks, more easy decks, but not. It's the first Sultai I am battling today, so I haven't expected the deck like at all. So,
I think
but,
nobody
but it's
expected it.
it shows that it can be really it can be still really successful.
Right.
Because like my opponent was on 7-0, so he went flawlessly.
Yes, very exciting stuff. And your build of lessons, you know, I think that when it comes to lessons deck, it's like two schools of thought. You know, Storm Chaser Talent or no Storm Chaser Talent. So your team Storm Chaser Talent.
Yeah. Like I was looking at the list from Pro Tour, and there were two kinds. Like Rui Zheng played really nice list,
right?
But I was more of a fan of Daniel Gauchel list.
Okay.
So I was planning to play Celestia Landfall today, but at the last minute I changed to Daniel's deck list.
All right.
And also bought his sideboard guide, read through it.
Nice.
And it gave me like the insight to the deck that it really helped me with my sideboarding, with mulligan choices. So I have to give props also to him.
Yeah, so shout out to Daniel, apparently. Well, congrats on making day 2.
Thank you very much.
Incredible run. So what are you expecting from tomorrow?
I am expecting like a lot of Praves decks, Izzet decks. So like the matchup I think is 50-50. It depends like who is on the play, who is on the draw. But yeah, let's it will be a surprise. So like whoever I face, like I have to make like best plays for myself. So if I play good Magic, then like it doesn't matter who I'm facing. So
yeah, that's a very good approach. Well, the best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. This is round number 9, Magic Spotlight Secrets of Strixhaven here in London. My name is Martin Juza, and I'm sitting here with Arne Huschenbed. Been a long day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit exhausted, to be honest, but I'm looking forward to this last round. We have some sweet matches in the feature, so yeah, excited.
We do. Before we do that, just a quick recap. So we started with 602 players. We played 9 rounds of Standard, Swiss. You need 18 or more points to make day 2. So if you have 6 wins, you're already there. $50,000 prize pool. There's a Liliana Vest promo for everybody that plays in the tournament, and also a foil version for the 100 and top 28 finishers. There's also a very, very cool Black Lotus themed trophy. It's actually, I think it's the same one that Nathan won at the Pro Tour last week. So if you saw the pictures with him holding the insanely big trophy that is almost half the size of Nathan, then you can win it at one of these Spotlight events. Before we jump into the first match of the last round, and we do have some cool ones ready for you guys, let us give a shout out to our sponsor, Ultimate Guard. And since this is a Spotlight Secrets of Strixhaven event, Ultimate Guard also just happens to have a new Secrets of Strixhaven product line. There is a lot of cool new binders, one of each of the 5 schools. There are playmats, there are sleeves, there are sidewinders, squaros, boulders. There is a giant Omni-Hive in the back that fits exactly 8 of the sidewinders. You can collect all of them basically and put them in the big sidewinder. And yeah, there's obviously more than that. So go ahead and check out ultimateguard.com. There is a lot of really cool product. And yeah, make sure to go check that out. So again, thanks to Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the stream. And I believe we're ready to slowly jump into the first match. So who do we have in the feature match area?
For this one, we have Tommy Arola on on the mono green landfall deck.
Okay.
You know, popular choice, of course. And on the other hand, a bit of a tricky name to pronounce. Jan-Alexandre Chouinard on the Is It Opus deck. So 4 copies of Molten Core Maestro, 4 copies of Ashling's Command, trying to combo off of that. We have the deck list for you guys ready very soon. And yeah, both players sitting at 7-1, so they have a good record in the tournament. And we really wanted to see this Is It Opus deck in action. We want to see some combo turns going off, and are excited for that. You can have the deck list here on the screen in a moment.
Right, and I believe you mentioned also that this deck is currently 9-0 at the Japanese RC. That is happening at the same time.
I believe that's a different Jeskai control.
Oh no, that's with the tablet. You're right.
But yes, another tablet deck here.
Okay.
For in the tournament. 4 copies of Zanar as well, super sweet. Early Ramper. And then Molten Core Maestro, the card that sort of glues this deck together. Team Sanctum played a version of this at the PT as well. And yeah, we have Rapturous Moment in here, for example. We have an Improvisation Capstone playing these expensive cards. But with Molten Core Maestro, when you cast an Opus spell, you get as much mana as the Molten Core Maestro has power. So you can like keep generating mana and do very powerful turns. Attacking with a bunch of horses, for example, 4 times Colorstone Stallion as well on the deck. So a cool, sweet take on Is It that is not like all the others, and I'm excited to see how this plays out against Landfall.
Hey, guess what? Another Is It deck.
Well, hey, I mean, you can't. I mean, this one is sweet. This one is sweet.
It is sweet, yeah.
Yeah. And on the other hand, on the other side, we have Tommy on a pretty stock-looking, look, it's been a long day. Stock-looking landfall list. We have a 2-off Sapling Nursery in the main, 1 World Wagon. Went down on the numbers of Esper Origins here, and doesn't run any Melstratus Resolve in the main deck, which I played Mono Green Landfall at the PT, and oh, no, never mind, there's 4 copies. I just overlooked it. Okay, I was about to say, that card has been super impressive.
Yeah.
And I would definitely recommend any Landfall players to play 4 Resolve in the future. Yeah, we don't see the Edge Rover or Dragon Snipers that my team and I ran, so...
How do you feel about Snakeskin Veil in the main in this minigame?
I think a one-off copy is fine, but it's not that good in the landfall mirror necessarily, so I don't love it. We considered doing that. The main thing is the slots are so precious. Like
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at these Esper Origins, I'm seeing only 2 copies, I'm like, oh, this hurts. I want to have 4. It's so good in the deck, and yeah, but yeah, you could run like one copy of it.
I usually like having 1 copy of a card like that if it's open deck list, so that my opponents know that, well, I can't just play all my tricks at instant speed. I have to, you know, consider that there might be a trick, there might be a Snakeskin Veil. So instead of, you know, being able to just do everything as an instant, sometimes I'm going to have to use my spell as a sorcery to play around that, which might give me a little bit of an edge in some situations.
For sure. All right, looks like we have the game starting, so let's jump down there. think our Opus player won a die roll here and starts off with Molten Core Maestro after already killing the Llanowar Elf with the Fire Magic one-off.
So as an experienced landfall player,
I don't know if you could call me that, but yeah.
Well, as a very experienced landfall player.
Brief, no, that's not what I meant. I picked up the deck last minute before the PT. Anyways.
But how do you feel about the matchup?
How do I feel about the combo deck that I have never played against? So
okay, fair enough.
You're asking tough questions.
Player draw, I'm sure that matters a lot. Like being able to kill the Llanowar Elf on the play and follow that up with the Maestro here, like that's huge, right? That's such a big tempo play.
Oh yeah, it's insane. I mean, we have the Ashling's Command there too, which is a pretty nice one with the tablet. So Alexandra has a really nice draw here. Ashling's Command seems so nice in this deck, yeah. Nightform Harmonizer on turn 3 here, outplayed. I mean, I would think that is it Opus deck if it has a good draw? It's probably going to be ahead here. Just the landfall deck just doesn't interact, right? So if you can like combo the landfall deck before they can kill you with the Harmonizer, you're gonna be good.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how much does the blue-red deck actually interact. Obviously, there's Burst Lightning. I think in general there's a lot less way to interact though. Like if you cut the bounce spells, you're not playing Talent. I think there is not as much removal as you normally have in some of the blue-red decks. There's a lot of expensive cards too, Rupture's Moment, for example, Ashling's Command. Although, yeah, it looks like turn 3, turn 4?
This is a turn 4 Ashling's Command, generating 3 mana from this Maestro, drawing 2 and dealing 2 to everything. And now we have 4 mana.
Hello?
Well, it's not quite enough to cast another Ashling's Command, so we just have to settle for a Colorstorm Stallion. And now it's going to be interesting. What do you want to attack with? So the Harmonizer has 2 damage. Oh wow, Jan just staying back with both creatures, not even dealing 3 damage with the Menace creature. Wow, interesting. I mean, just really playing it carefully here. I guess like a Meltstratus Resolve plus a Fabled Passage could result in 16 damage, which is not quite lethal, but I mean, I understand the is it Opus deck not that well, but I guess I could estimate that when it kills by a million.
Right, yeah.
So the extra 3 damage might not be that important to Jan. Tommy, Finnish player here at 7-1. You love to see it. And there's a resolve. So what do you pick? Okay, taking out the Maestro, taking the combo mana producer.
Yeah, that's a bit of a setback, although Jan still has access to 6 mana next turn for the Rupture's Moment anyway, thanks to the Tablet. Llanowar Elf is the follow-up.
Passing the turn. Choosing not to attack for what would have been a lot of damage, but it would have been a trade with the horse. So I understand that. Rapturous Moment. Oh my god, this is going to be disgusting.
Yeah.
Wow, this is actually insane. Now the Ashling's Command will can make up to 3 more horses this turn after the Rapturous Moment resolves.
All right, Storm Count is 1.
Look at the Judge being very quick on the mana there. Very friendly, very nice. There's a Molten Core Maestro, but we don't have quite enough mana to cast that one and a 5-drop as well. So we have to probably settle for this command, which can generate 2 treasures for what it's worth. Kill off that elf, theoretically. One of the horses is a 4-4 already. The other one will also turn into a 4-4. 5-5 block, 16 life points. 3 copies have a 3/3, that's 9, 13 damage. So not quite lethal, just like that. Is there a combination of... Now, if he makes mana, he can't draw. If he draws, he can't kill the elf. So maybe you gotta draw and make treasures here to draw into another interaction spell to clear the Llanowar Elf that way and then attack for 17 damage.
So how does this Izzet Opus, like what's the big finish? Like how does the Izzet deck?
I mean, I'm learning it on the fly right now.
Okay.
Were you trying to sort of chain spells into each other while we have the Maestro out to generate extra mana? But the Ashling's Command can make treasures to generate extra blue mana because Maestro only makes red, so you kind of cramped on red at points. Yeah, but I think what Jan has to do here, just use this command, make 2 treasures and draw 2 cards to keep going. I think that's Jan's best bet. But to be honest, with 4 horses in play, as long as that Mightform Harmonizer doesn't have trample, you can easily just activate Zanar next turn after playing it off the treasures, and then make 4 more horses.
Yeah, I guess
horses are pretty effective at going crazy. So yeah, I think you just draw 2 and make 2 treasures here.
Yeah, at some point you can also play the Zanar, comes prepared.
I'm doing some math here. This is a sweet deck, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it makes much sense to copy a horse. It just doesn't really enable lethal this turn. It doesn't make sense to kill the elf. But maybe there's a combination of cards he could find that could kill his opponent if he draws 2 and makes 2 treasures. Like a Burst Lightning plus a Prismari Charm. He hasn't played a land yet this turn.
True.
Like he would actually win the game if he finds both Burst Lightning and Prismari Charm in the top 2 cards, which is pretty unlikely, but I don't see a reason to do any of the other lines. You could make an extra horse, but...
All right, Ashling's command is the play that empties the mana pool, and now, what are the choices?
You know, he's taking his time, of course. It's an important match. Making some math, some calculations. I think draw 2 is basically a lock at this point.
Imagine having the Maestro in play. Yeah, this deck looks really cool. This is what I was talking about last round when we were saying that there's a lot of decks in this format that just kind of goldfish. You know, a lot of these landfall decks, I mean, they have, you know, the occasional removal spell or 2, but they don't really interact with like a combo deck, something like this. Although, yeah, sure, they can kill the Maestro, but if you're kind of going off in like a pretty big way, there's not a lot they can have to stop you. And yeah, this might just be the answer.
Oh wow, we just made all the modes that I wouldn't have chosen.
So looks like he chose to copy one of the...
Just copied a bunch of horses, yeah. He copied and killed the elf, essentially.
Okay, so copy the horse, kill the elf, and then...
Attacking. So those 2 can attack because the Harmonizer has 4 damage on it. I mean, this is a pretty hard to lose position. Next turn you can play Zanar and make 5 horses with the Zanar prepared.
Oh wow,
spell.
yeah.
So yeah, Tommy has to win the game this turn or otherwise it's done.
How does the turn look like when Tommy wins the game? It involves Ascension?
It probably... I'm not even sure there's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be it. I think Jan is just saying, you know what, I'm going to have so many horses next turn. I can just chump block here just to make sure that there's nothing crazy going on. And Tommy sees the writing on the wall. Yeah, that was a really cool showing by the Is It Opus deck.
Yeah, I'm the Tablet of Discovery, utilizing a ton of new cards right there. All of these Strixhaven cards. The horse looked amazing.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
I'll be honest, I would be scared submitting a deck for the event which contains cards like Rupture's Moment in a field where, you know, there's so many cards like Spell Pierce, but you can get ahead on mana so quickly with the Maestro, with the Tablet, that if they don't have that Spell Pierce at the perfect moment on turn, 3 or 4, then after that it's pretty much not going to be a too relevant of a card. Yeah, what about the sideboards here? Jan up against mono green landfall, so he just kind of wants to make sure he doesn't die to the combo too quickly. And do you think he's going to board in some of the bigger cards, Rawl, the paradigm capture?
Yeah, I don't think he wants bigger cards. I think he wants something like Seer to kill the Harmonizer cleanly, the Icedale Explorer, of course. The One-Shitong is for this matchup. The Disdainful Stroke is going to come in. Maybe the Broadside Barrage too. And then we have an Aetherize over there. Martin, what does that card do?
Oh, that's a 4 mana, return all attacking creatures to their owner's hands.
That is correct. Yeah, this is a spicy one-off. Yeah, remember, we're a close deck list for day 1.
Yeah.
So opponents don't see that one coming. could bring it in. I mean, Etherize against the creature deck. Imagine your opponent goes like Kratos attacks for 1 million, just Etherize them.
Do you know how I know what it does? I've died to it and limited enough times for me to remember. You're like, oh, I'll just deck with everything. You know, what can you have? Oh, wait.
Yeah, so it's a couple cards he can bring in. Taking out, maybe on the draw he's going to take out some of those stock ups he has in the main deck. Maybe the Fire Magic, slimming down the curve a little bit, perhaps taking out the tablet even. You know, tapping out on turn 3 for a tablet against mono green when they can turn 4 kill you is risky.
All right, how about mono green? Tommy saw a lot of interesting stuff going on. You probably want removal because you want to deal with the Mastros. At the same time, you don't want the game to go too long because then your opponent's going to be able to play all the expensive spells. How would you approach it here?
Yeah, you do definitely want those Meltzer Resolve. 100% keeping those in the deck to kill that horse. And of course the Maestro. I don't see much. I mean, Surak is fine. Scrap Shooter to kill the tablet maybe. But otherwise there's not much in the sideboard here. Very underprepared, which is you know, a reason why this Opus deck is having success. To be fair, his main deck doesn't have too many bad cards. I would probably take out the Sapling Nursery. It doesn't really seem about that. Like that as a grindy long game card, and then he can just swap those for the Surax perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, super cool deck. A little bit of a smile to the audience.
Yeah, that was a nice smile for the camera. In the meantime, I can take a quick look at the standings before the players finish shuffling and tell you roughly how many players we're looking at making day 2. So let's see, standings, round 8. So let's see, I'm gonna cut it down to people with 15 or more points. Oh, there we go. So these are the standings before we started the last round of the day, round number 9. And yeah, shout out to the production. We have not only the players' names, but also their deck and record. Sometimes the people, you know, use their
yeah, the usernames on
in Melee it gets tricky. This is a lot of Izzet.
Yeah, but to be fair, we have Alexander McIsaac in there who is not playing normal Izzet. He's playing that like color sellsword, throw 10 damage slick shots at your face.
Okay.
We see on 5 Izzet Opus, also a different Izzet version. We see Izzet Lessons in there a couple times in the hands of Dan Rose and Adrian Riedel and Marian Bunganic. So Lessons really making a showing here.
Yeah.
And then a couple pros players as well.
Don't worry, some of these Izzet decks are different.
Yeah.
Don't panic.
It's 5 different ones for this slide, even though one is also called Prowess, but it's not really the same list. And then 1 mono green landfall. Yeah, definitely not seeing any green-white landfall, interestingly enough, at the top tables. And Madu discarded 8-0. Who would have guessed that? But here we go. Game number 2 on the way.
All right, we're joining the game on the second turn. Tommy already has a Chocobo and a Llanowar Elf in play. There's a Prismari Charm.
We already saw one Chocobo die to a Burst Lightning on turn 1.
Yeah, so the players are exchanging some early game interaction. But Tommy comes out ahead with a threat on the battlefield.
I think I see a triple horse in Jorn's head. The horse is the type of card you want to draw exactly one of.
Yeah.
The additional copy is not that great. I guess they do add up in a damage racing situation, I suppose. But yeah, no play from Tommy, just a tap land, but attacking for free.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to trying this deck out myself.
Me too, honestly.
On Magic Arena, because I would be thinking, you know, I'm on the draw against Mono Green Landfall. Like a 3-mana 3/3 horse, it doesn't seem like a great card for the matchup, right?
Yeah, that's also one of the reasons why I wanted to play Landfall, because people started to play the horse, and the horse didn't feel that great out of this fair prowess list. But in this deck, the horse seems a lot more scary, having that crazy combo potential of Ashling's Command.
Yeah, so there's a Maelstrom's Resolve.
Oh, we forgot that Landfall trigger. It is the last round of the tournament. Tommy a little bit tired, maybe, for getting that Landfall trigger, playing too fast. All right, a little value for the tablet. But just has 2 lands and 2 horses in hand. Not great. He needs that Ashling's Command. or Rapturous Moment.
The tablet has been looking really good. I do like that card. I think I like it a lot more than the Resolution Loot. All right, another tunnel. We're gonna fetch. This time Tommy did not forget the trigger.
Yeah, with the Ice Toll trigger on the stack, thinning out your deck so you have more chances to hit the Esper Origins.
Okay.
I will say that's really the strength of the mono green version. The Esper Origins card gives you a lot of power with the Ice Toll Explorer, especially if you play 4 copies of each. Here we go again, land drop number 2. Chocobo is going to grow into a 7. Should be an 8, but I mean at this point, probably doesn't even matter if you hit for 7, 8, whatnot.
It's going to be a 2-turn clock anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, Jan is looking under the gun. Here you see the power of landfall. This Chocobo, this is a turn 4, 7 power 1-drop. Yeah, no joke.
And here you also see the power of beautiful basic lands. Very, very strong basic land game here.
Very powerful. Oh, Burst Lightning. Burst Lightning is kind of sweet as the kicker does serve as a copy spell.
True.
But yeah, we're kind of...
1 mana short, right?
Yeah, we're 1 mana short to copy, unfortunately. So we can play double horse, jump block with 1 horse.
And then take it from there.
Take it from there. Maybe can combo completely off. If we draw like Rapturous Moment into Rapturous Moment.
I'm going to be very impressed if Jan wins the game next turn. I'll call this deck the best deck in Standard if that happens.
We need some Rapturous Moments. We need a Rapturous Moment in the feature match.
Yeah.
Come on, Chad. All right, there's a Might Form. That actually is lethal, yeah. We can, with the trigger on the stack of the Might Form, we stack it in a way that gives unblockable to the Ice Toll Explorer, then ups the power to 4 power. So essentially not searching for land, but then we can play the Ice or Favorite Passage again, and the Ice Toll will attack for 16 unblockable, and Jan packs up the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are forgetting that Escape Tunnel, I mean, not the people that play Landfall, but Escape Tunnel is not just a fetch land, right? And it actually came up a lot in the limited format too. Yeah, and this is like one of the sweet lines that you can take to ensure that the big creature that's attacking actually has unblockable. So that was game number 2. Players are now tied at 1-1, and it is going to be our blue-red player on the play again, which I'm sure is really, really big in the matchup.
Yeah. Jan going back to the drawing board here, looking at the sideboard again, but just decides there's nothing.
Okay, and just so you know, this game is actually live. Like now we're at the this is the last round of the first day. So yeah, we don't get to skip the shuffling. We don't get to skip the sideboarding. This is live, and I believe after this we also have a backup feature match, which is between, that's another pair of 7-1 players, and there is an Azorius Momo player.
Yes.
That deck looked fairly exciting before the Pro Tour, but I don't think it had a very good result. Like the win rate just wasn't there. But perhaps it's gonna do better this weekend. And that Azorius Momo deck is playing against Celestia Ouroboros. That looks very much like the version that Matt Nass used to make the top 4 of the Pro Tour. Speaking of the top 4 of the Pro Tour, how crazy is that 3 of those players have won a Pro Tour in the last, couple months or like 2 years-ish? Nathan is now a 2-time Pro Tour champion. Matt Nass, who was in top 4, won a Pro Tour last year with the 5-color Overlord deck, the Domain deck. Chris Larson actually won the last Pro Tour, so he made back-to-back finals.
Absolutely incredible.
That's insane.
Yeah, just dominating the game. Talk about momentum, perhaps. That is an existing thing. Christopher Larson riding the wave. Yeah, it's astonishing, but it's also cool to see that the skill of players like Nass, Steuer, and Larson is rewarded.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to Matt Nass. He brews so many decks. Our team Discord is just filled with Matt's brews, and obviously, most of them don't end up working out. But when they do, I'm sometimes looking at the deck. I'm looking at it for 5-10 minutes. I just have no idea how the deck is supposed to win or what's the combo, and then he just explains it to me, and I'm like, oh wow, yeah, I didn't even realize. yeah, Matt tries a lot of stuff, and yeah, shout out to him for being the main brewer of the Team TCG player / Channel Fireball / Ultimate Guard Testen Tinghouse. So landfall against the Octopi. Yeah, let's not. Yeah, sure. Let's keep it at Octopi. So there is a Fire Magic turn 1 that deals with a Chocobo into a Mastro. So Jan with pretty much the perfect start. There is a Chocobo for Tommy, and he uses the fetch land on his own turn to get it out of shock range, basically, playing around a Burst Lightning. But this now Jan has to be pretty excited about, being the first on board, having a Mastro that goes unchecked. And there is another horse, and we're attacking for 5. No big deal.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I mean, it's a combo deck that has this creature beatdown plan built in as well, which is kind of cool. But not much of a follow-up, just a Steam Vents and a Zanar right now.
And a 0/4.
I mean, a Zanar at least gives you a 5-mana spell on turn 5.
It's a good setup for the next turn.
Which then creates some mana, and then you can fetch a card that you can cast with the free red mana you get from the Maestro. So it kind of works well together. You can fetch maybe a Seer, cast it, get rid of another blocker. The horse is copied. So this is actually a pretty decent setup. What I also like about a Zanar is that it's very hard to kill. Like if you play that thing on turn 2 against an Izzet deck, they're like, can't do nothing about it.
True.
It's funny, this deck was actually tested by Max Komenowski, who ended up making the PT with the top 8 with Spelementals. But he was playing until the very last day. He was playing around with Molten Courier Maestro and Zanar. I think he didn't have the horse though, and he doesn't have an Ashley's command, but he had some of the other cards. Like he had Resonating Lute, and he was definitely trying to do some combo shenanigans with Traumatic Critique. But yeah, this list looks a lot better, to be honest. And
yeah, looks pretty smooth. Like it looks like it's kind of looks well polished. Jan did end up drawing the 5th land, so he is well set up for the wild idea.
Tommy, clearly not much of a limited player, having a long read at that Zanar.
Yeah. Zanar is insane, by the way, in limited.
Yeah. And not too bad in constructed, maybe. I mean, making a treasure every turn is also like a mana dork, but in better, actually, if it does so, right? Because a mana dork only makes a mana on the one turn where you have it. But this can add up mana to have a bank, right? Sort of a mana bank, the treasures. So it can really, like, it's a good card.
How scared does Jan have to be of dying next turn?
Max is going to make fun of me for this, I already tell you, because he was like, yeah, so now it's stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, and now I'm saying it's a good card, and he's like, yeah, I told you so.
Yeah. Shout out to Max, by the way, super nice guy.
Yeah, he's fun. We had a lot of fun at the testing house. What's going on? Tommy's thinking?
Yeah, like how? No, I think Jan is thinking on his turn. Like, does he want to attack? Does he want to hold something back? Like, what are the odds that I'm dying next turn? Right? I'm at 16. The Chocobo has 4 power. If there is a Harmonizer and a fetch land, maybe do I have to keep something back? Do I just go for it and maybe create a situation where perhaps there's a world where I just win on the counter attack the next turn?
I like just getting in there. I don't know, but I mean, I feel like you just have to deal damage in this game. Like, I understand trying to play carefully in a way, but I don't think he has the cards in his hand and the resources to play this game that carefully, does he? Like, look, if you deal 5 damage here, you have so many live top decks as well. Like Ashling's Command is lethal, potentially. I think you just need to deal damage. Tommy might not even threaten the lethal.
Tough situation, though. Yeah, I can see how this is extremely close. Yeah, line number 4 sets up for that wild idea next turn. And all right, Tommy, what can you do? I believe there is a Harmonizer in Tommy's hand. We also have the Ascension in play.
Ascension is on 1 right now, so if there's a Fabled Passage... Oh my god, if there's a Fabled Passage, we actually have lethal here.
Yeah, I think so. Right?
Oh, there's no Fabled Passage, just a Forest. With a Fabled Passage, he would have had Trample on the Chocobo by sacrificing the Promising Vein, getting up to 4 counters, and then having infinite damage on this Chocobo. Oh, he still has it, of course! Of course, I'm just like, I'm blind. This is just lethal. This is 1,000,000 damage and Trample. There you go. Landfall, killing on turn 4. showing its power here on the draw.
Yeah, landfall trigger.
Yeah, this is what is it? What like a tripled chocobo? So we're gonna have something in the vein of 14, 28 plus. Yeah, it's like 45 damage or something at trample. Tommy's like, I don't even know. It's lethal.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, maybe into the Floodmaw as a card. Yeah. But you're not going to be scared, right? Your opponent has one card in hand. Yeah, there it is. All right, wow, Tommy Arola ends up just winning the game with the Harmonizer there for the super cool combo turn. Good showing by Blue Red decks, but at the end of the day, I think we're going to have... So who was the 8-0 player that we saw?
Mardu Discard.
It was Mardu Discard, right? Yeah, really good showing by Izzet decks. Now we see Mono Green Landfall also moving to 8-1. But yeah, it might just be Mardu Discard as our undefeated player at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, we just looked at the standings 1 to 10. If I look at the further standings, we have, for example, Timur Kona, the Omniscience deck, in there. 4-color control in 12. So it's a Reanimator at 11. We saw Maxime last round. We have more Momo stuff, as you said, more green-white stuff. So yeah, there's some variations. Just the top 10 is a little blue-red heavy. But yeah.
I was looking at the standings. I think there were roughly 200 players with 15 or more points before this round. So there's going to be about 100 players in day 2, which is actually quite relevant. If you're in a tournament like this and maybe you don't have a chance to be in day 2 anymore, the Foil Liliana vest is actually for top 128 players. So if there is roughly 100 players in day 2, that still means that somebody with let's say 5 wins and 4 losses could squeak in to 100 and top 128 and pick up that foil promo.
And there we see Beekeeper Sean Goddard, arguably one of the best players not on the Pro Tour right now in Magic the Gathering, playing the Mad Naz deck. Melstratus resolves, Seam Rips to fetch up with the Gearhawk, and of course the last-minute Mad Naz tech that, I mean, you were maybe in the testing house when it happened, like at 11 or 10 a.m. in the morning. They switched some cards, adding Sage of the Skies and Paw Patch Recruit into the main deck and moving Nature's Rhythm into the sideboard.
I was there the morning. So basically, in the evening before deck submission, Matt plays a bunch of games against Matt Sperling. And Sperling just crushes him. And Matt's like, yeah, maybe I'm off the deck. I don't know. The last set didn't go too well. In the morning, Siggy is now the one who plays another set against Mad Naz. It's once again with Izzet Prowess. And I think Siggy did not sideboard the right way. And Matt ended up winning 10 out of 11 games or something.
Yeah.
And that was enough for him to convince him to play it at the PT because he felt like he had a good matchup against Izzet Prowess and also against the landfall decks. And yeah, it paid off in a pretty big way. Looks like we're joining the game here, or the match here, in game number
3, I believe.
Game number 3. Okay, so we're looking at the sideboard. So we saw Sean's sideboard. This is the Azorius Momo deck, which is also very interesting. You have the start of Momo into Quantum Riddler. You have a bunch of different ways that this deck can have a really cool turn 2 play. Also with Springleaf Drum, Riddler, a way to exile it, bring it back into play.
Yeah, the most the sort of god draw of this deck is certainly the Momo or Drum into Riddler plus Daydream to free the Riddler, make a 5/7 flyer on turn 2. And yeah, the rest of the deck, Sage of Disguise, it's really good against the Prowess decks. That's sort of the strength of the Momo archetype. But it's a bit worse against, for example, Landfall and sort of the other decks, like Control decks, Lessons, that type of stuff. But it's quite good into Prowess. And Celestia Ouroboros is probably a matchup you're not that happy to see. But I will say that Sean Goddard playing a bunch of Paw Patches and Sage of Disguise instead of Cradle of Beam with Nature's Rhythm was good news for our Momo player here. And in the sideboard, we see 3 copies of Clarion Conqueror and 2 copies of Seam Rip. Those are definitely going to come in here. Clarion Conqueror is a brutally good card. in this matchup. And yeah, maybe the No More Lies if you want to cheese out, counter the Nature's Rhythm, maybe. But yeah, that's about that. Clarion Conqueror is going to be a card that Cohen is definitely going to look for.
All right, game 3 for all the marbles. Remember, both players are 7-1. This is the last round of day 1. There's going to be 6 more rounds tomorrow before we make a cut to the top 8. All the 8 top 8 players are going to get a qualification slot for Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, which I believe is in 2 months from now?
July, yeah, mid of July. In Amsterdam. Okay, what do we got there? That's probably a Springleaf drum,
Springleaf drum, right?
artwork.
Yeah. Is that like a secret lair version?
Yeah, that looks like one.
Flying man against big creatures.
Our card viewer is having some fun. I think it's Simon.
It's gotta be Simon.
Yeah. I like taking out the mana acceleration there. Springleaf drum is actually like one of the best cards with the Momo in that deck, so taking it out turn 1 is definitely heads up.
Yeah, and look at Sean just wasting no time in playing that Seam Reap to deal with the Springleaf drum. So, recognizing that I don't want to let you have that, powerful start with the Daydream Riddler, something crazy, possibly having a Riddler in play on turn. I think Cohen actually has that hand, right? Does he have the Riddler and the Daydream in his hand?
He does.
He does.
Yeah. He doesn't even need the third land because Momo makes the Riddler cost
right.
1.
Wow, okay, so turn to Spider Manifestation.
Wow, a Clarion Conqueror as well.
So what do you do here?
That's interesting.
It's got to be tempting to try to put Riddler into play, but the Clarion Conqueror, that also has to be, that's one of your best cards in the matchup, right?
Yeah, also this way, the Riddler next turn draws 2 cards. So this is sort of also the value line. Not only disrupts that Spider Manifestation. Oh, interestingly enough, the reach creature.
Yeah, it has reach.
Right. I don't know if Cohen was thinking about that. Yeah, Sean might just block now because the Spider Manifestation is turned off from the Clarion Conqueror. So maybe a little bit of a misstep from Cohen. But on the other hand, he doesn't need the Momo.
He doesn't need it, right?
now.
Yeah, he still has the Riddler and the Daydream. So next turn he can just do both for 3 mana. It does look like Cohen probably mulliganed a little bit. Seems a little down on card. Yeah, I think he took 1 mulligan.
Sean got it, holding the cards close. Hard to detect what he's got. Oh,
passes the turn.
Let me see. Does he have any instance?
It's post sideboard, so keep in mind.
Road. There's 2 copies of a road he could have.
Clarion Conqueror gets through. And now we're going to see the Riddler warped. 1 card in hand, so draw 2 cards. There's a Pixie as well.
You could play the Pixie returns nothing to then just Daydream to draw 2. Yeah, I kind of like that play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to turn that Pixie into an extra card draw, essentially.
Wow, so this is one of the best stars the Momo deck can possibly have.
It's pretty strong, yeah. Considering there was a Seam Rip as well on the Springleaf drum. Yeah, no erode from Sean Goddard. This Clarion Conqueror did good work.
Yeah, I'm sure this game would be very different if the Conqueror was not in play.
Yeah, probably Gearhulk in hand would have already hit the battlefield. And now Sean is in a world of hurt here. This is 9 power in the air. Doesn't seem to have any removal, so at least going to 4. If he has a Gearhulk, then that starting town might pain again, which puts him to 3. I mean, and then he can fight 1 creature, but if he doesn't find an answer to this Quantum Riddler or Chump Blocker, he's going to be dead.
He's just too far behind, right?
So what does he need? Maybe Sage of the Skies, providing some flying, life-linking chumpers is actually a way out of this situation, yeah. Oh, wow, this is so bad. Oh my god, because this land is now turned into a 1/1 without text from the Clarion Conqueror. Oof. There you go, Clarion Conqueror just...
I think Cohen's probably happy about this.
This is not a play I would have expected. Sean must have had certain plans.
He probably has a way to kill... No, wait.
Maybe a Maelstriders on the Pixie? Oh my god, this is...
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, I think he just kind of has to go for the 2/2 just to be able to deal with one of the flyers.
Another starting top.
Wow.
Ouch. Yeah, Sean is. Oh, there's another pixie. So, yeah, it's not looking good for the UK
master.
Hero master. Yeah. There we go. Pixie just cast this. I mean, Simon wasn't wrong with that flying man. Just casting flying man. Simon knew all along.
Yeah, and Sage of the Skies is the follow-up with 2/3 flying lifelink creatures, and I think Sean is just so far behind that I cannot imagine what he could have here if he doesn't have a sweeper, which the green decks obviously do not have.
Sage of the Skies plus a 1-drop. Yeah, but GG. All right, there we go.
Wow, congratulations to Con DeVos. That was a really good showing, and this really made the Momo deck look pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, sort of the issue with the Cup decks compared to something like Landfall, if you want to compare the two, that the Cup deck is vulnerable to so much stuff. May it be Pyroclasm, may it be Day of Judgment, may it be a Firebending Lesson on turn 1 on your mana deck. While the Landfall deck is much more resilient, and yeah, Clarion Conqueror there we saw as well as one of the craziest sideboard cards you can have against the Cup deck. All right, that concludes our day 1 here. We got a decent variety at the end of the standings, and Maru Discard taking...
Are they 9-0?
Is it 9-0? Let's double check that. Yes, Maru is 9-0.
That's super cool, actually. So yeah, you know, watching today, we were able to show a bunch of different decks, but looking at the standings, yeah, there's a lot of Izzet doing well. There's a lot of, you know, green decks, green landfall decks, but it's really cool to see a Mardu Discard, you know, at 9-0 being the only undefeated player. Before we head over to the fantasy draft and standings, we have an interview with Cohen himself to talk about how he, you know, built his deck and how he's enjoying the tournament.
I'm here with the winner of the last round of Swiss for today, Koen de Vos on Momo Azorius. So massive congratulations.
Thank you.
You're playing against Sean Goddard on Selesnya Rhythm. So what were you thinking going into this matchup?
Well, I've played Sean before. He's a very good player, so I was kind of nervous. I had also not played the matchup very much, so I wasn't sure what to expect. I did bring in quite a few sideboard cards for that matchup, and it worked out.
Right,
well,
exactly. So Azorius Momo, it is like the deck that beats Izzet, or at least, you know, this is what like people think of it, and I quite agree. What do you think?
I think against Prowess, it's a very good choice. There's very little they can do about Sage of the Skies. Some of the longer games get really interesting, where they have a lot of value, and you do too.
Right.
Well, that's the idea. Against Izzet Elementals, the matchup is quite horrible. I've managed to sneak some wins against it, but it's not very playable.
Right.
Yeah, Izzet is good.
But you're happy to face Izzet, and Izzet is the most represented deck here at Spotlight Secret in London. So congratulations on making day 2, amazing results.
Thank you.
So what are you expecting from tomorrow?
Not quite sure. I wasn't expecting to do too well with the deck. I came to play it for fun.
Okay.
I mean, I did not consider it to be as good of a choice as Izzet or Landfall. So going into it, I was like, I'll just have fun.
Really? So you were not metagaming at all? It was just a deck of fun for you?
I didn't think it was good against Landfall, but the more I played against it, it was like, okay, well, this is actually playable. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow I'll just do the same. I'll just try to have fun playing the deck that I like to play. So.
Yeah, this is a great attitude, honestly. So it's great to win, but most importantly, just have fun with it as well.
Definitely.
Well, the best of luck to you, and hopefully we'll see each other again here in the feature area.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that was too much cheese. Great to win, have fun with. No, I'm kidding. Actually, having fun and enjoying a deck is a big part of Magic too, and you shouldn't always just try hard it. So I totally respect that, and that was a nice interview with Cohen right there.
I'm having the most fun when I'm winning. I'm not gonna lie. That's when it feels the most fun.
That is true, I suppose. Yeah. In any case, I do think we have the final fantasy cast draft standings here for you guys. What do we have? Oh, Martin. Ooh, this was rough for you. I'm up at 72. You're stuck
brother.
Dead last.
Didn't I have like
points?
50 points 4 rounds ago when we last checked?
I almost doubled my point. In any case, I'm not in the lead by any means. Simon is with 87 points here. Andre Strusky having a good weekend, sitting at 8-1, maybe 7-1, 7-2. No, actually lost the last round, so 7-2 now. Maria also not looking too bad right now at 82 points. And yeah, I'm in the middle, and you guys are trailing behind a little bit, Mango and Martin. I'm not actually sure who exactly made day 2. We'll find out later. But yeah, I mean, anything is still possible, probably, for any of us.
Not for me.
Maybe a miracle happens. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Do we have a special bonus if somebody that you pick wins the tournament? Like, do you get like 50 extra points or something? That's the only way I can imagine, being saved.
Oh yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Actually, we should probably put that in for the next one. Yeah. In any case, that's how that is going. I believe next up we can talk a little bit about the standings for you guys. And I will say, looking at them right now, we should have a graphic up soon. If not, that's fine as well. But yeah, we have a lot more of a diverse metagame here.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. This looks much more healthy.
Yeah.
Wow, we have, what, 9 different decks on this graphic? 9 different decks.
I kind of wish we didn't show the standings before this round, because I can already see Twitter being full of like, oh my God, it's a Z again. And yeah, this tells a much different story. And yeah, that's really cool. There's what, 9 or 10 different decks?
Yeah, and to be honest, it's 10 different decks, because Alexander McIsaac, he's playing a completely different prowess version than anybody else in the room is. So this is actually really cool. We see Marian Bunganjic lost the last round. Maxime on Sulta Reanimator won the last round. And a 4-color control is in there. Timo Omniscience. This is going to be an exciting tournament to cover tomorrow. I thought going in, like, day 2 is going to be Landfall versus Prowess, dual decks of Standard, but no. The Spotlight Series here in London is up for a surprise, I suppose. So yeah, cool to see.
Interestingly enough, I think the Mardu deck is the only deck not playing Llanowar or Steam Vents.
Is that true? Yeah. The Timo Kona deck also doesn't have it. And 4-color control.
No, the Teamer is going to have a Steam Vents.
Oh, Steam Vents, you said. I thought you said like some Burst Lightning or something. Right. Fair enough.
But anyway.
To dampen this exciting top 10. Okay, Martin, fine. In any case, we will toss it over to Maria and say goodbye from here and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Arne. Thank you, Marty. So it's a wrap of day 1 of the main event here at Spotlight Secrets in London. What a day it was, full of interesting games and unexpected decks doing so well. But if you're not playing tomorrow, no worries. There are going to be a lot of side events. And one of those is, very exciting one, limited championship qualifier. However, if you're not into that hardcore, grindy competitive game, again, you can play a game of Commander with one of your favorite creators here at our creator station. Also, don't forget to check out our amazing artists. You can get your card signed and more. And tomorrow we'll be back at 11 UK time, so tune in to Fanfinity, Twitch and YouTube channels. Huge thanks to our sponsors. Of course, without them it wouldn't be possible. Ultimate Guard and eBay Live. And of course, to you all, our viewers and watchers from the halls and from home. So, hope to see you tomorrow. It's a wrap. Bye-bye.
feel the shame. Gotta light up when we do it so we don't gotta feel the pain.